Yesterday, in the latest round of the horror game, the player Jin completed 10 D-level tasks, 2 C-level tasks, and performed beyond expectations to finish the game, earning 3 horror-level ghosts. He was immediately recruited by the state and became a member of the Ghostmaster team. By the time the global horror game had arrived, it had been 2 years. This was the 13th person from Dragon Country who completed the game and was directly recruited by the state as a level 1 Ghostmaster. Inside the stuffy school bus, Qin Nuo closed his eyes, listening to the news broadcast on the radio, feeling a bit impatient.
Can you turn it off? No one paid attention to him.
The students in the bus were talking and laughing, with most of the conversation revolving around the news.
I really envy those people. How did they manage to complete the tasks in such a terrifying environment?
If it were me, just standing up would be a problem with my legs shaking. They're all people with incredibly strong minds, to the point of being abnormal.
They're after the rewards, money over life. How can we compare to them?
We're almost there, right? Everyone must enter the horror game once after turning 18.
Just thinking about it makes me terrified. What are you afraid of?
Last year, a newbie who turned 18 went in, completed 3 F-level tasks, got rewards, and after coming out, rich people rushed to buy his rewards. I heard he sold one for $1 billion. He doesn't have to worry about the rest of his life. If we try hard, maybe we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives either. A student said excitedly.
Idiot, if you think like that, then don't even think about coming back alive.
In that horror game, over 50 students entered, but only about 20 survived. And more than 10 were so scared that they got heart attacks. The only one who got rewards was just lucky, drawing the easiest task. For first-time players,
don't think about anything, just surviving and coming back is the best, said the boy with the middle part, leaning against the window, coldly.
These words scared many of the students.
The counselor quickly reassured everyone, don't be scared.
The death rate in last year's horror game was indeed high, but now that the country is involved, the difficulty of the horror game has been reduced. Especially for first-time players, there is a protective mechanism. As long as you reach that mechanism, even if you die in the game, you can safely return to the real world. This statement made everyone feel a bit more at ease.
It was indeed true.
Last month, 2 batches of first-time players basically all came back alive.
And some even completed their tasks.
But there were still some who died. Qin Nuo, after this trip, let's find a time to sign up. Otherwise, if we get forced into the horror game, it'll be over for us.
A boy wearing glasses, looking gentle, spoke up.
Tang Ming could be said to be Qin Nuo's only close friend, whose presence in the class was extremely low.
Signing up for the horror game online.
It was different from being forcibly sent into the horror game. The former allowed a protective mechanism to be set up under the country's interference, so as long as the mechanism was reached, even if you were killed by ghosts in the game, you would still come back alive in the real world.
It was basically just elimination.
The latter, forced entry, made everything clear. Players who were forcibly sent in didn't have the country's protective mechanism, and whether you were a newbie or an experienced player, everyone was treated the same.
To put it simply,
as a bronze player, you might be matched up with a king-level game.
What are you worried about? Wait for me to finish my business and then we'll sign up together. Qin Nuo yawned. Are you talking about finding your parents? Have you made any progress? Tang Ming asked. Qin Nuo nodded.
A year ago, his parents mysteriously disappeared. Qin Nuo suspected that his parents had been forcibly sent into the horror game. But after the police investigation, they found no trace of his parents entering the horror game. This year, Qin Nuo had mostly neglected his studies while investigating his parents' whereabouts. If it weren't for his older sister forcing him, Qin Nuo would have dropped out of school long ago.
A year without any clues had left Qin Nuo feeling half hopeless.
Even if his parents had entered the horror game, a year without coming out. That was basically it. Tang Ming was worried that if Qin Nuo kept investigating like this, something would go wrong, so he signed him up for a tour group to take a break.
Qin Nuo was absent-minded.
And didn't notice Tang Ming's strange expression after he finished speaking. G.A. Just then, the school bus suddenly swerved off the road, nearly crashing into the roadside barrier. Luckily, the driver turned the wheel back in time. Everyone was startled, and 2 students were thrown to the floor.
Driver, what's going on?
The students were all scared badly. The driver clutched his chest and forced a smile. It's nothing, my heart just hurt for a second, not sure why. As soon as he finished speaking, the driver suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the steering wheel. Before anyone could react, the bus swerved again, broke through the concrete barrier, and plunged off the overpass, falling straight into the river below.
On the overpass, everyone was stunned. Hello, is this 110? There's been an accident on Jinzhou Bridge, a bus fell into the river.
Many people gathered at the bridgehead, on the riverbank, calling constantly.
There were dozens of lives in that bus. The rescue team quickly arrived, going down into the river to save people and retrieve the bus.
The bus was quickly lifted out of the water by a crane, but strangely, it was completely empty inside. Rescue boats searched the river for a long time, and eventually recovered the bodies of the driver and the counselor. The 45 students in the bus had all disappeared.
At that moment, in another world,
the air was filled with the foul smell of blood and rot. Qin Nuo and the students woke up groggily, finding themselves inside a sealed room. Welcome, players, to your first time entering the horror game.
Let me briefly explain the rules. Based on the game's theme, you will be transported to the corresponding place. Based on your occupation, you must provide what the guests need. Hint, the customer is God. You must not show a bad face to the customer, or it will take something from you, like your eyeball, your tongue, or of course your life. The game lasts for 7 days. It's very important to get along well with the guests during this time.
While completing tasks, please also do your best to survive.
When the game ends, rewards will be given based on the tasks completed and your performance during your job.
The theme of this horror game is Yinquan Restaurant. The mysterious voice echoed in the room. It shook the nerves of all the students.
In an instant, everyone froze. Qin Nuo's face also went blank.
They had been forced into a horror game.
Chapter 2, Yinquan Restaurant, officially opens. Then, I wish all of you good luck. As the cold voice ended, before anyone could react, their vision blurred.
Then, Qin Nuo appeared in a golden and magnificent hall, while the other students were nowhere to be seen. A huge diamond chandelier, red carpeted steps, exquisite European-style decorations, everything showed that this was a high-class restaurant.
And it was big.
Qin Nuo was only in one corner, the other students were likely somewhere else in the restaurant. Hint, in 15 minutes, the restaurant will open.
Please go to the storage room and find a work uniform that suits you.
When working, you must be neatly dressed, or if guests see a messy waiter, it will affect the restaurant's reputation.
Warning, without absolute mental resilience and enough strength, do not step above the second floor of the restaurant.
The guests there are hard to serve. If you fail to serve them well, they will eat food that is not from the restaurant. Hint, the restaurant follows the rule that the customer is God, but there may be some unreasonable guests who damage the restaurant's reputation.
Players can give them a proper lesson. A lesson. Are they sure it's not just asking to die? The guests in a horror game, what else can they be but ghosts? Keeping the restaurant's reputation isn't worth dying for.
In this situation, the reason Qin Nuo could stay so calm wasn't because he had strong mental endurance, but because he had done a lot of psychological training for horror games before. Although the other students were scared, they should be able to calm down too.
Fear is like waiting for death. Only by completing work honestly and properly can one survive.
The sense of immersion is so strong, I'm already a waiter. Qin Nuo muttered as he rushed towards the storage room at the back. On the way, the surroundings were empty but very tidy, as if they had just been cleaned. When he reached the storage room and opened the door, a stifling heat rushed towards him. Inside, there were all kinds of things, and beneath a panel was a mess of hair, soaked in blood, with a piece of shredded scalp still attached.
Qin Nuo held back the nausea and took out a waiter's uniform from inside.
It was a standard restaurant suit. The only flaw was that it gave off a terrible, rotting stench, with large bloodstains on it. Wearing this for a day, I might vomit my stomach acid. But there was no choice, it had to be worn. The reputation of the restaurant was important.
Open the information panel.
Wearing the suit, enduring the sticky feeling, Qin Nuo spoke.
Every player entering the game has their own information panel, where, besides physical attributes, they can also check their tasks. Player, Qin Nuo. Strength, 20. Speed, 30. Ghost power, 0. Ghost, none. Skills, Demon Eye, Angel's Kiss, Eye of Analysis. Level, 1/10. Not to mention ghost power and ghost, why do I have skills and a level?
Qin Nuo was stunned, as in the guidance sessions, no one else's panel seemed to have these two items.
Did the information panel upgrade? Qin Nuo clicked on Demon Eye to view the detailed description.
Demon Eye, by absorbing the negative emotions of others, such as anger, you can receive random rewards, with the reward size matching the intensity of the negative emotion.
Starter pack included.
Angel's Kiss, by absorbing the positive emotions of others, such as favorability, you can receive random rewards, with the reward size matching the intensity of the positive emotion.
Starter pack included.
Eye of Analysis, by focusing your gaze, you can guess the devious thoughts and analyze the usefulness of ghosts.
Starter pack included. So, because of me, I can get random rewards by affecting the emotions of ghosts?
Qin Nuo suddenly realized that this might be his golden finger.
These two things seemed like cheats in a horror game, huh?
Qin Nuo didn't think much more and turned around to leave the stuffy storage room.
There were 5 minutes left. In the corridor back to the main hall, Qin Nuo saw someone. It was a classmate, the English class representative, Li Sruo. Qin Nuo was about to greet her. But when Li Sruo saw him, she quickly turned her face away, her expression tense, pushing a food cart forward and had already changed into a restaurant uniform. What does this mean? Qin Nuo was puzzled. As Li Sruo turned the corner, Qin Nuo suddenly realized that there was a faint, shadowy figure following her closely. Did she already start dealing with ghosts so quickly? Though confused, Qin Nuo wasn't in the mood to worry about others and quickly rushed back to the door of Restaurant 3. Back in the main hall, 2 people had been waiting for a while. Wang Yang, Lu Jiaqi? A man and a woman were surprised when they saw Qin Nuo. Looks like we've all been assigned to Hall 3. Are the other classmates waiters too? Qin Nuo asked. This was Restaurant 3, which had a total of 9 halls, indicating how large the restaurant was. Also, they were only responsible for the first floor's dining. Not just that. The restaurant is divided into waiter, greeter, cashier, cleaner, and chef, the 5 most basic positions, and they assigned them to our entire class. The 3 of us are waiters, responsible for delivering menus and dishes, Lu Jiaqi said, hugging her shoulders with one hand, nervously glancing around, while explaining to Qin Nuo. Wang Yang glanced at Qin Nuo but didn't speak, subtly distancing himself from Qin Nuo. He felt that this clueless fool would die sooner or later, so it was best to avoid getting involved. Lu Jiaqi is such a silly woman, does she think kindness will be repaid? Explaining things to him. Next time I have trouble, I'll definitely come back to you. By then, it'll be too late to regret. Wang Yang thought silently, not saying it out loud. Silence is not just golden. It also keeps you out of trouble and makes life easier. Ding ding. The bell on the door rang, and the 3 of them instantly perked up. It was time. Spring Restaurant, officially opened for business. The glass door opened automatically, and a bone-chilling wind attacked from the pitch-black night outside. Qin Nuo and the other 2 were so cold, goosebumps covered their entire bodies. Outside the door, shadows moved vaguely. In their ears, creepy strange noises lingered, making their hair stand on end. It was like something was leaning on your shoulder, whispering and crying by your ear. The restaurant's business is booming, just opened, and the outside is full of customers. Qin Nuo looked at those things and forced a smile, half-jokingly said. Chapter 3, Steamed Cursed Brain, Reward Red Dragon. Qin Nuo's words might have been to ease the mood, but the tense Wang Yang and Lu Jiaqi didn't respond. The guests outside came in. Fuzzy shadows sat down at the dining tables one after another. It seemed not that scary after all. Wang Yang and Lu Jiaqi secretly let out a breath of relief. Rat, blocking the way. A dull voice came from behind, and suddenly all their hairs stood up. Lu Jiaqi turned her head and nearly fainted. A person who seemed to be cut into pieces and stitched back together stood in front of them, with 2 human heads sewn on its neck. One face was skinned, a bloody mess. The other had half its skull missing, brain exposed to the air, even the blood vessels were clearly visible. The 3 of them quickly moved aside, their hearts almost jumping out. Rat was what they called humans, like pests hated by all, something lowly to be tortured and killed. After that, even scarier ghosts came in one after another. Some had their stomachs hollowed out with intestines hanging outside, some had no facial features, only mouths all over. You have been assigned to serve table 4. Complete the customer's request. If the evaluation reaches average and 3 orders are delivered, the F-level mission will be completed. In the game, tasks are ranked A, B, C, D, F, 5 levels. After completing a task, there are 5 ratings: terrible, dissatisfied, average, satisfied, very satisfied. If satisfied or very satisfied, you will get a random reward. If terrible or dissatisfied, you'll be punished. Qin Nuo saw Wang Yang and Lu Jiaqi seemed distracted, and knew they also received a mission. Wang Yang, I've been assigned to table 10. Lu Jiaqi, I got table 6. Qin Nuo touched his nose, table 4, good luck to everyone then. At the table in the corner, there was only one guest, wrapped completely in bandages, with dark blood seeping out. On the table, there was also a bouquet of roses. There was a cup of tea on the empty seat across, looked like waiting for another guest. Customer, may I ask what you need? Qin Nuo walked up politely and asked. The stinky, rotten restaurant uniform was filthy and foul, but it was a life-saving outfit. Wearing it meant you were a staff member, and usually the ghosts wouldn't attack you. The bandaged ghost didn't speak, and pushed the menu over. The dish was already checked. Steamed cursed brain. Okay, please wait a moment. Qin Nuo picked up the menu, nodded slightly, and left. At the next table, Lu Jiaqi saw Qin Nuo's service attitude, and her eyes widened in shock. Her customer was a ghost with a split chest, its ribs sticking out like a giant mouth to the abyss, and she could even see its beating organs inside. Her face turned pale from fear. Following the guidance, Qin Nuo arrived at the kitchen. Rather than a kitchen, it was more like a slaughterhouse. Bloody corpses were thrown onto chopping boards, and the sound of chopping meat made one's scalp go numb. Walking to a chef's side, Qin Nuo handed over the menu. Table 4, customer wants a steamed curse brain. The chef was a ghost with facial features twisted like fried dough twists. He stared at the menu, then at Qin Nuo, and made a creepy sound. No more human brains, use yours. Qin Nuo's face stayed calm. Seeing Qin Nuo wasn't scared, the chef was surprised. He snatched the menu, eyes turning a bit vicious. Qin Nuo looked calm on the surface. The heart, however, was pounding wildly. In the restaurant, there were also ghosts who worked as staff. Some of them had a deep hostility towards the temporary human workers, but due to the rules of the restaurant, they couldn't harm the humans. They could only gain some pleasure through intimidation. This reaction greatly displeased the chef ghost. Qin Nuo kept one thing in mind: as long as he did his job honestly, there would be no danger. The dish was quickly finished. Done. The black ceramic pot was placed on the front counter. Qin Nuo picked it up and walked away to avoid being troubled by the chef ghost. But halfway there, Qin Nuo, just to be safe, opened the pot, holding back the urge to gag as he looked inside. Ding, the skill Eye of Analysis has been triggered. Eye of Analysis. Sadly, he didn't survive long enough for his girlfriend to return. He was sliced open by the criminals, his skin carved away, dying in pain. Human skin is the thing he hates most. It brings back painful memories. Why add a few pieces of human skin inside? Is it for the taste, or is there another intention? Upon seeing the prompt from Eye of Analysis, Qin Nuo's face darkened immediately. The chef really had malicious intent. He had added human skin into the dish to frame him. What to do now? If he sent it, the bandaged ghost would definitely tear it apart upon seeing the human skin. If he didn't send it, he wouldn't be able to defeat that chef ghost either. After a moment of silence, Qin Nuo decisively closed the pot and walked back. Is there something else in the dish? In the kitchen, Qin Nuo placed the pot back in its original spot. The chef raised his head, his face contorted into a terrifying grimace. Lowly rat, daring to doubt the food I made, are you tired of living? I may be lowly, but after the customer saw the dish, he was furious. He said this is your last chance. If the dish doesn't satisfy him, he'll make sure to eat you. Seeing the chef's already grotesque face, Qin Nuo continued, that's the esteemed bandaged lord, the manager is personally attending to him. Do you dare offend him? The chef was taken aback. Why was he being blamed for this? Shouldn't he have eaten this rat first? But he dared not think further. In the land of horror, there were many rules that looked like a civilized system on the surface. However, in front of truly powerful ghosts, these rules were as fragile as paper. Once, a ghost had eaten every other ghost in a restaurant just because the food didn't meet his taste. If the bandaged ghost wanted to eat him, the manager wouldn't stop it. His dish was the problem first. Wait. The chef took the pot back, and soon returned with a new dish. Qin Nuo held it in his hands and coldly scolded, you bastard, if there's a next time, I'll put you on the dining table. What did you say? The chef's face twisted, nearly flipping upside down, as if he wanted to swallow Qin Nuo whole and chew him up. That was also the bandaged lord's words. Qin Nuo left those words and walked away. The chef trembled violently all over, but dared not pounce. He wasn't sure if those were Qin Nuo's words or if the bandaged ghost had sent them. So thrilling, I actually cursed a ghost. On the way back, Qin Nuo's heart was still pounding wildly. The last sentence was just to vent his frustration. Now thinking about it, it was too risky. What if it couldn't hold back and attacked, eating him alive? Demons I triggered, you successfully angered the chef ghost and received 3 red dragon items. So this is how the demon's eye works. Qin Nuo's eyes lit up. He didn't know what the red dragon was, but it sounded powerful. Extract red dragon item. A warm object fell into his palm, heavy. Qin Nuo looked down and nearly threw it away in disgust. Damn it! It was a sanitary pad, the kind with blood on it. How disgusting! Chapter 4, Mission Complete, Selling Dirty Money. Is this thing useful to ghosts? Qin Nuo didn't think too much. He temporarily placed it in his toolbar and then carried the dish back to the dining table. Sir, your dish. Please enjoy. Qin Nuo carefully placed the dish on the dining table and opened the lid. The bandaged ghost looked at what was inside. He reached out and shoved it into his mouth. Halfway through eating, the bandaged ghost's body trembled slightly, lifting its head. Though its eyes were wrapped in bandages, Qin Nuo could feel its gaze, confused and sorrowful. Though it was dead, it was still waiting for that girl to come find him. A paper bill was pushed forward. It didn't look like a coin, nor like a paper offering for the dead. It was a ghost coin, the currency used in horror games.
As the saying goes, money can make ghosts grind flour. Ghost coins have many uses, serving as a bridge for transactions and flirtations with ghosts, especially useful to players.
Of course, dying for money could also be a disaster.
Qin Nuo was slightly stunned.
Is this a tip for him?
Qin Nuo nodded, taking the coin and saying, "Guest, please enjoy your meal." After stepping away, Qin Nuo took out the ghost coin again, and it was worth 100.
An absolutely generous tip.
A rich ghost, Qin Nuo clicked his tongue.
Congratulations on completing the first dish delivery task. Customer feedback, satisfied.
Second task, please head to table 2 and fulfill the customer's request.
There are 2 more tasks.
Finish these and today's work will be done.
Good luck.
Qin Nuo thought to himself and walked to the side.
As he passed the corridor, he coincidentally ran into Lu Jueqi, who was holding a dish.
Looking at her face, it was clear she had been badly frightened.
Qin Nuo, did you finish your first task?
Lu Jueqi asked in surprise, her tone filled with envy. I wish I had such strong psychological resilience.
Yeah, I'm on my way to the second table. What about you?
I'm okay. I made a few mistakes because I was nervous, but the customer had a good temper and didn't blame me.
Lu Jueqi spoke with lingering fear. But Wang Yang wasn't familiar with him and had even tried to bully the quiet Qin Nuo back in class.
Hearing this news, Qin Nuo remained calm inside.
By the way, where is Tang Ming? I don't know, but I ran into Lu Lingling.
She said he might be a janitor, in charge of the West area. Also, I heard the janitor position is even more dangerous than being a waiter.
Qin Nuo nodded. Got it, you go ahead.
Lu Jueqi, holding the dish, quickly walked into the restaurant, her face still looking scared and uneasy. Qin Nuo thought for a moment, then decided it was better to focus on completing his tasks first rather than worrying about Tang Ming. The second table had customers who appeared to be a couple. They sat face to face, their expressions blank, their eyes locking in a stare that was as lifeless as fish eyes, their pale skin twitching as though maggots were wriggling under it. The atmosphere was so eerie, it was indescribable. Qin Nuo picked up the dish and rushed to the kitchen. The chef had changed. Unlike the first one who had a malicious streak, this new chef quickly prepared the dish and sent it out. The evaluation was average.
Qin Nuo didn't mind, as long as it wasn't a bad review.
The reason many people received bad reviews was that they were so nervous when facing ghosts that they made frequent mistakes. A bad review was minor, but losing your life over it was a big loss.
Qin Nuo didn't realize that his ability to handle pressure was extraordinary. Perhaps it was innate.
But he had forgotten everything from his childhood. All he knew was that he had parents and an older sister who was in university. With an increasingly skilled service attitude, he quickly finished delivering the third table's dish. Then, Qin Nuo went to the lobby to wait for the results. Passing by various ghosts, many of them looked at Qin Nuo with greedy, bloodshot eyes. However, upon seeing his work uniform, they had no choice but to retract their predatory gaze. It was like seeing a crab with a clear price tag, meant to be bought by someone. Soon, a bell rang throughout the restaurant. The ghosts gradually began to leave, and in the blink of an eye, the restaurant returned to its eerie silence.
Lu Jueqi and Wang Yang also arrived at the restaurant.
Lu Jueqi looked as if she had been reborn, her eyes brimming with excitement and nearly shedding tears.
Wang Yang, on the other hand, had a dark and gloomy face, with a hint of fear.
His right hand was gone, and the stump of his right arm was cleanly severed, with no bandaging or blood dripping. The severed part looked like the limb of a puppet that had been disassembled.
It took my hand away. Wang Yang's throat let out a tragic, furious roar. Stay optimistic.
At least it took your hand without pain, or else in this place, the pain would have killed you.
Qin Nuo glanced at him.
Seeing that Qin Nuo was completely unharmed, even able to stay optimistic, Wang Yang's face was filled with unwillingness. Why are you fine?
Because I'm good enough. Wang Yang's face turned red with anger, feeling insulted.
A damaged Pinocchio puppet walked over, making creaking sounds with each step. I am the supervisor of the east gate of the Yinquan Restaurant. You three did well today, at least you all survived. 3697 performed the best, getting 2 satisfactory ratings and 1 average rating, named the outstanding employee of the day.
This is your reward. 3697 was Qin Nuo's employee number.
A stack of ghost coins appeared in Qin Nuo's hand, 300 ghost coins. Lu Jueqi and Wang Yang also received ghost coins, 120 respectively. In this game, they would feel hunger and fatigue, and ghost coins could buy them food, though it wasn't the only way. You worked hard today, please follow the instructions and go to your dorms to rest.
Tomorrow is a new day, keep working hard. After saying that, Pinocchio creaked away. I'm so hungry, let's go eat something. Lu Jueqi held her stomach and said eagerly.
There's a vending machine around the corner, I remember.
Let's go. Qin Nuo was also hungry.
Even though he had only made 3 trips for food, it felt like he had done a full day's physical labor. In the corridor, the vending machine had a horrifying ghost face, and they could see the food and prices inside. Beef jerky, compressed biscuits, cola, they actually have these things? Lu Juqi's mouth watered, finally seeing something normal in this terrifying world. Qin Nuo bought a pack of beef jerky for 50 ghost coins. Lu Juqi bought a sour fish stew for 80. Only the miserably wrinkled Wang Yang, with just 20 ghost coins, could afford 1 compressed biscuit. But when the food dropped out, all 3 were stunned. The beef jerky was a moldy, rotten piece of meat the size of a palm. The sour fish stew had a green-black broth, the fish was unidentifiable, and it had fangs. Only the compressed biscuit was somewhat normal, but it was shrunk to half the size of a palm.
Why does it only give 20? Qin Nuo's face darkened.
He put in 100 ghost coins, but it spat out 20, swallowing 30.
Lu Juqi was also robbed of 20.
Not only was the food wrong, but they were also being scammed.
With one hand gone, Wang Yang was already in a terrible mood.
Seeing the compressed biscuit that barely fit between his teeth, he was furious. He charged at the vending machine, punching and kicking it. "You bastard! Dare to scam me, I'll tear you apart." The next second, the vending machine suddenly came to life, its ghost face writhing, fierce and terrifying, opening its dreadful bloodshot eyes and glaring viciously at Qin Nuo and the others.
"Lowly rats, how dare you shout at me?" Chapter 5, The Hand in the Midnight, the Red Dragon Artifact.
The suddenly animated vending machine frightened Wang Yang so badly that he collapsed to the ground, and the fierceness instantly disappeared. He was so terrified he couldn't even say a word.
It wasn't surprising if you thought about it. In a terrifying world, anything could be a ghost. A vending machine that provides food for humans, how could it be normal? The vending machine bared its teeth but didn't attack. Qin Nuo gathered his courage and said, "We're employees of the restaurant. The money we used was earned by us, so why the different treatment? Having food is already a good thing.
The rats that came before even begged me for food.
What else do these filthy rats want?"
"Get lost." Lu Juqi whispered, "Should we talk to that Pinocchio?"
"It won't help. Let's go." Qin Nuo didn't want to argue.
What the vending machine ghost said was right. In a terrifying world, humans are the lowest, surviving is the most important. Of course, this was before they had power. Once they had strength, Qin Nuo would make this machine spit out his food, doubled.
"Next time, bring more money.
If you don't, you'll only be able to eat dead rats."
The meaning of this sentence was clear.
This ghost planned to scam them out of their profits in the coming days. Although Qin Nuo and the others were angry, they couldn't fight against ghosts and could only leave.
Following the instructions, they arrived at the so-called dormitory, a dark and eerie building.
In the lobby, a faceless ghost sat at the front desk, with only a mouth on its face, grinning with a sinister smile.
"We are restaurant staff."
The faceless ghost handed over a key, and a faint voice echoed in their ears, "Don't go out at midnight. If you open the door and something happens, we are not responsible."
Qin Nuo took the key and nodded.
The dormitory building had been abandoned for a long time, with signs of decay everywhere. The long corridor was empty, and the end was pitch black like an abyss. The entire building seemed to have over 100 rooms. The other students should also be here, but where was Tang Ning's room? Their room was on the 4th floor, room 404. They twisted the handle of the old, worn-out door, and a musty, damp smell hit them. There was only one bed in the room, which made Lu Juqi, the only girl, feel awkward. 3 of us can barely squeeze onto one bed.
Of course, if you think men and women shouldn't share a bed, you can sleep on the floor. Qin Nuo turned to Lu Juqi and said. Lu Juqi was stunned. Did he just say that wrong? Wang Yang didn't care about that and directly lay down by the bed. Qin Nuo did the same.
In a terrifying world, where life is hard to protect, who cares about being a gentleman? The floor was damp and easy to catch diseases. Moreover, there were unknown bugs. If they lay there for a day, they might not die, but it would affect the next day's work, and there would be no time for regret.
Lu Juqi glanced at the floor and reluctantly nodded.
But she didn't rush to lie down. Instead, she went to the bathroom, planning to wipe her body first.
Wang Yang pulled out half a compressed biscuit and began to satisfy his hunger. Qin Nuo also pulled out some beef jerky and started chewing.
Staring at the palm-sized piece of beef jerky, Wang Yang only felt that the biscuit stuck in his throat had become tasteless.
"Tear me a piece. I'll give it back to you tomorrow." Wang Yang directly spoke, his tone a bit commanding.
"I don't have enough to eat." Qin Nuo said this but left a big piece and stuffed it into his pocket.
"We're classmates, can you help each other? If it were you, would you give it?"
"I'm no saint, too stupid to hand over life-saving food to someone else,"
Qin Nuo said. Wang Yang was furious. "Don't be ungrateful.
With one hand gone, don't act tough. Be careful, or you might ruin your other hand too. Looking at Qin Nuo's cold smile, Wang Yang's face twitched slightly. He suddenly realized that this guy, who had been a fool like a block of wood in class for 2 semesters, might not be so easy to bully. He held back his anger, turned away, and began to sleep. In the bathroom, Lu Jiaqi couldn't stand the itching and the sour smell of her body. The bathroom environment was also poor. She quickly wiped her body and came out. On the bed, Qin Nuo and Wang Yang had already started snoring deeply. Lu Jiaqi, having eaten the so-called sauerkraut fish and filled her stomach, wrapped herself in a thin blanket and lay down by the bed next to Qin Nuo. In the dead of night, a cold wind blew. Qin Nuo, in a daze, seemed to hear some noises. Then, it felt like a hand was placed on his leg. Slowly, the hand began to act improperly, gradually moving upwards. Qin Nuo suddenly opened his eyes. Wang Yang on the left was still sleeping deeply, snoring loudly. Was it Lu Jiaqi's hand? This girl wasn't sleeping, what was she groping around for? Qin Nuo was a bit stunned. Could it be that under these circumstances, this girl still had the interest? The hand became more and more bold, directly reaching his crotch. Qin Nuo suddenly sat up, causing the bed to creak loudly from his movements. Wang Yang was woken up and saw Qin Nuo sitting up, angrily shouting, "Are you sleepwalking?" Lu Jiaqi, still groggy, rubbed her eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Nuo looked at her freshly woken up look and asked, "What did you just do?" "I didn't do anything. I've just been sleeping." Qin Nuo looked at Lu Jiaqi's 2 hands and suddenly believed her, because that hand was still groping under the blanket. Damn! Do you have this kind of fetish? Don't touch Lu Jiaqi, touch me? Get lost. Wang Yang suddenly reached out a hand from under the blanket, glaring fiercely at Qin Nuo. Qin Nuo looked at him, then stretched out both of his hands. Lu Jiaqi looked at Qin Nuo's hands, then at the pale hand Wang Yang was holding, her pupils trembling, covering her mouth tightly. Wang Yang's face instantly lost all color, holding the hand, unsure whether to throw it away or keep holding it. He gently lifted the corner of the blanket and was stunned to see a head with its crown split open, a kitchen knife still stuck in the skull. What the hell? Wang Yang quickly pulled back, kicking the blanket off the bed with one foot, tossing the severed hand out. The head rolled out and grinned eerily at the 3 of them. How could there be a ghost in the room? Qin Nuo suddenly remembered the dorm manager's faceless ghost's words and asked the 2 of them, "Did you open the door?" Lu Jiaqi raised her hand and whispered, After eating the fish soup, I threw the trash outside the door, just opened the door a crack." "Idiot woman, has your brain been kicked by a donkey?" Wang Yang shouted loudly. Lu Jiaqi's eyes were red as she kept apologizing, shrinking into the corner. He, weren't you inviting me in? It seems like you're not too welcoming. Then I'll eat you all. The head ghost extended its long tongue and wrapped it around Wang Yang's foot, the latter screaming in despair. Qin Nuo suddenly spoke, "I have something tastier, do you want it?" "What?" Qin Nuo suddenly pulled out a red dragon from his tool belt and swung it at the ghost's face. The bloodied sanitary pad, like a treasured artifact, emitted a huge amount of white smoke. The head ghost screamed terribly, then slowly melted away, instantly turning into a thick pool of blood and flesh. Wang Yang and Lu Jiaqi were both stunned. That was a sanitary pad? This guy actually carries a bloodied sanitary pad with him? Qin Nuo didn't care about their looks of disgust, and just threw himself down to sleep. Keep sleeping. Sanitary pads actually have this effect. Lu Jiaqi, do you have any more? Wang Yang asked excitedly. What are you talking about? It wasn't me who gave it to him. Lu Jiaqi said, both embarrassed and angry. If there's more, leave one for me. Get lost, disgusting, pervert. Chapter 6, Acting on Your Own, The Half-Ghost Girl. The next day. When the bone-chilling cold wind spread over his body, Qin Nuo woke up directly, without any trace of morning grumpiness. The eerie laughter of the ghost doll echoed throughout the room, sending chills down their spines. That was their alarm clock. The restaurant opened at 6 a.m. They had 6 hours of sleep time. The foul-smelling work clothes were put on, and Qin Nuo endured the discomfort all over his body, organizing his clothes, preparing to leave. Lu Jiaqi and Wang Yang also got up early. Wang Yang was dressing with one hand while muttering something, probably haunted by the mistakes from yesterday. Lu Jiaqi held a necklace, praying that they could return to sleep tonight. To be honest, Qin Nuo admired her. A girl who had made it this far without breaking down had a good mentality. Soon, the 3 of them left and arrived at the restaurant. Pinocchio sat slouched in a chair, tilting his head. If you didn't know, you'd think he was a puppet just abandoned. Then, the tasks for the day were announced. Today, we're short-staffed. You 3 will need to complete 6 orders of food delivery before you can leave for rest. Hearing 6 orders, the 3 of them had a bad look on their faces.
The problem wasn't about how tiring it would be, but that if they encountered some temperamental, difficult-to-please customers, things could easily go wrong.
6 orders increased the chances of that happening. Why were they short-staffed?
The three of them knew very well.
It couldn't be because people resigned, it could only be because they were eaten or killed by customers.
Yinquan Restaurant opened for business the next day. Customers still came in droves.
The shadows moved around in the restaurant, customers sat down with blank expressions, waiting for the waiters to serve them. Qin Nuo arrived at the first table of customers, a ghost with a severely burned face, lifting his head, enough to scare a girl into fainting on the spot.
"What would you like to order, sir?" Qin Nuo asked calmly and politely.
The burning ghost pushed the selected menu over. Qin Nuo picked it up and took a look, but froze for a moment.
Sweet and sour ribs? This was actually a normal dish. Do ghosts eat this kind of thing too? Please wait a moment. Qin Nuo took the menu and left.
He arrived at the kitchen, where the responsible chef glanced at the menu, snorted coldly, seemingly with some disdain.
Then he started preparing the dish.
The dish was soon ready. When Qin Nuo took the dish, the chef coldly said, "If you dare to sneak a taste, I'll cut your tongue off and use it in the dish." I can still tell the difference between one full meal and every meal being full. Qin Nuo carried the dish away, hesitating for a moment in the corridor before activating the analysis eye. Analysis eye, at the last moment of the explosion, he pushed the girl down to save her, but he was burned to death. Even though he died, he still remembered the girl liked making sweet and sour ribs for him, and the tequila cocktail was the drink they had the day they met. So, it doesn't eat food, but memories.
Qin Nuo realized.
Looking at the dish in his hand, Qin Nuo suddenly had some thoughts. He turned 2 corners and didn't go to the restaurant but instead headed to the vending machine.
Human food, disgusting taste.
The bloodshot eyes on the vending machine's ghost face opened, glaring at Qin Nuo with ferocity.
"Little mouse, you want to eat something?" Qin Nuo said, "Give me a bottle of tequila. 80 ghost coins. It says 50 up there."
The vending machine grinned, "If you don't buy, get lost.
I won't sell you anything.
You'll starve to death.
Understand who is the master and who is the slave." Qin Nuo didn't speak, tossing 80 ghost coins into the bloodstained mouth. Then, a bottle of tequila was spat out. "Go drink it in the corner."
Qin Nuo noted the vending machine's mocking voice in his mind and carried the dish away. Soon, he returned to the restaurant. The timing was perfect, not making the burning ghost unhappy.
"Enjoy your meal, guest."
Qin Nuo placed the dish in front of the burning ghost. The burning ghost started eating, not devouring like the other ghosts around, with disgusting slushy food splattering everywhere. Instead, it slowly put pieces into its mouth, chewing carefully, as if searching for something. Soon, the burning ghost's body trembled slightly, and it made strange sounds from its mouth. Qin Nuo observed carefully and, following the moment, poured a glass of tequila and pushed it in front of it.
"Guest, would you like to try this drink?" Looking at the drink in the glass, the burning ghost's terrifying face twitched slightly. "Is this drink the chef's idea or yours?" Taking such liberty, if it offended the guest, the punishment would be terrifying. But Qin Nuo was not afraid. He nodded calmly, "It's my idea." The burning ghost took the wineglass, and the terrifying flames danced on its burnt, blackened skin. If this drink affected its mood, the flames would burn Qin Nuo to ashes. The lips parted, and the wine slid down the throat. The refreshing sweet and sour taste spread from the tongue to the throat. The burning ghost's reaction was intense, its terrifying face twitching. It wasn't because it tasted so good, but because that long-forgotten, familiar flavor it had been desperately searching for, along with a blurry memory, suddenly became clear in its mind. "Ah!" The burning ghost let out a sound of pain. The surrounding guests ignored its reaction. The waiters looked at Qin Nuo strangely, seemingly certain that he would die. After a long while, the burning ghost raised its head again, its hoarse, distorted voice issuing, "Not bad. This is what you deserve." A 500 ghost coin note was pushed over. The surrounding waiters were shocked, staring at the scene. Especially some of the ghosts, who looked at the generous tip, their eyes turned blood red. Qin Nuo smiled and accepted it, bowing at a 90-degree angle, "Thank you." At the same time, the system's voice sounded in his mind. "Angel's Kiss, you gained the favorability of the Burning Ghost Lu Kai +3, reward, Ghost-imbued Broken Bone Hammer. Ghost-imbued objects. Things imbued with ghostly energy can be used to deal with ghosts, but there are varying strengths." Not rushing to take it out, Qin Nuo tidied up and prepared to head to the next table. Ding-ling-ling. "Welcome." The door suddenly opened. A new customer arrived, a girl with twin pigtails, her skin pale, just like an ordinary girl. But the surrounding customers didn't look at her with the same disdain they had for Qin Nuo and the others. Instead, there was a subtle sense of fear. "Half-demon. As the name suggests, half human and half demon, originally human, but with a demon parasitizing within.
This existence is even more mysterious and terrifying than demons themselves.
Because they are part human, they do not have much hostility towards humans. Of course, this is under the condition that you do not provoke them.
She sat down at a table by the window, and beneath her floral skirt, her legs, wrapped in white lace-trimmed stockings, swayed back and forth. She was served by a ghost employee with rich experience, who approached and smiled, asking for her order. Qin Nuo didn't look at her any longer. Checking the time, he moved to the second table.
10 minutes later. Qin Nuo successfully completed his second order and received a very satisfied review.
This made him secretly happy inside. Helping the burning ghost regain its lost memory, the first order had undoubtedly received a highly satisfied review.
If this trend continued, his daily wage today would be double what it was yesterday.
At that moment, some noise came from the restaurant.
It attracted the attention of many people and ghosts.
By the window, the girl's food was brought to her, a home-style dish and an afternoon dessert, tiramisu cake.
The girl picked up a spoon and tasted a bite.
After chewing carefully, the girl's pretty face showed a slight thought. The ghost employee confidently smiled and said, "This is our restaurant's signature dessert, called Bloody Agate. It's a gift for our guests.
If you like it, you're welcome to come again next time."
The girl pursed her lips and smiled slightly, "But there's something missing, and I don't like things too sweet."
The ghost employee hurriedly said, "No worries, I'll bring you another one right away." "No need."
The girl shook her head, extending her jade-like hand and pinching the air. This movement caused the ghost employee's expression to suddenly turn grotesque, filled with extreme fear. Its work uniform shredded apart, transforming into a hideous fleshy monster. It recoiled, trying to escape. But something seemed to squeeze it, turning it into a fleshy ball. The girl's jade hand clenched, and the fleshy ball instantly exploded.
Blood and flesh splattered across every corner of the restaurant.
The customers looked up, some glancing at the girl in fear, then continued eating their meals as if nothing had happened. She killed a ghost right there. As Qin Nuo's face turned pale, he suddenly noticed an old teddy bear beside him that he didn't remember when it appeared.
Its two black bean-like eyes stared intently at the girl, customer.
Chapter 7, Free Time, The Ghost on the Wall. The teddy bear was covered in patches, one part had been sliced open by some sharp object, and much of the cotton inside was exposed.
Qin Nuo had some impression of the teddy bear. It was the restaurant's manager, a position even higher than that of Pinocchio. The girl looked at the teddy bear and smiled, asking, "What's wrong?"
Her little expression was confused and curious, so harmless, even though just moments ago she had crushed a ghost to death. Qin Nuo thought the restaurant would erupt into a more terrifying conflict, but the teddy bear said, "Customer, to express our apologies, today's order is free. From now on, when you visit our restaurant, you'll enjoy a 50% discount."
"Is that so? Then I'll come again tomorrow."
"I hope the chef tomorrow can satisfy me." The girl jumped off her chair and turned, leaving the restaurant. Such things happen often in the horror world. As long as you're strong enough, you are the rule.
The rules are set by you.
Several neighboring tables had their dishes ruined, but those customers didn't dare to speak, watching the girl leave. How terrifying the girl was, Qin Nuo didn't know, but he knew that working honestly was what he should be doing right now. In the horror world, daytime is always gray, with no sunlight, and no distinction between morning and afternoon. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Qin Nuo had completed 6 orders. Stretching his limbs, Qin Nuo sighed deeply. "I wonder how Lu Zheqi and the others are doing." Although he didn't have much fondness for Wang Yang, after all, they were classmates, and in a world where lives were treated so cheaply, being human together, Qin Nuo still wished him good luck in his heart. A chilling cold suddenly came from behind, as if a pair of eyes were stuck to the back of the head. Qin Nuo turned his head and saw Pinocchio at his feet, silently appearing. "I finished my work," Qin Nuo explained.
"You did well.
The next 2 hours are your free time."
"Of course, freedom is only within the restaurant. You are not allowed to leave the restaurant." After saying that, Pinocchio left. "Does it mean as long as I stay in the restaurant, I can go anywhere?" Qin Nuo thought, then turned and walked toward the back door. 10 minutes later. Qin Nuo came to a building. This was the area all cleaners were responsible for. Tang Ning should be here, right? Muttering, Qin Nuo pushed the door open.
In the hall, a hunchbacked old grandma was lying on the ground, feeling around with her hands.
"Grandma, what are you looking for?" Qin Nuo tried to ask.
Judging by her clothes, it wasn't hard to tell she was the ghost in charge of this building. The old grandma seemed not to hear, continued to grope around here and there.
"Are you looking for reading glasses?" Qin Nuo thought about helping.
As he lifted his foot, he found a round thing at his feet.
An eyeball. Qin Nuo's mouth twitched. He picked up the eyeball and handed it to the ghost granny. "Grandma, are you looking for this?" The ghost granny took the eyeball and stuffed it into her dark eye socket.
Though the eyeball returned to its place, it still looked extremely creepy.
Only then did the ghost granny show a faint smile.
"Thank you, child."
"No problem, Grandma. Can I walk around?" Qin Nuo asked. Then added, "I'm a former waiter from the restaurant."
The ghost granny waved her hand, pounded her back while walking into the room.
"This place isn't for wandering. It's easy to get lost."
Qin Nuo watched her go into the room, then went upstairs.
The second-floor hallway was long, with rooms of all sizes lined up. Garbage piled up in the hallway.
The bathroom emitted a terrible stench.
Qin Nuo followed the hallway inward, hoping to bump into classmates he knew.
But soon he found that no matter how he walked, what was in front of him was darkness, endless and without end.
"What the hell?" Qin Nuo frowned. This wasn't just a figure of speech. There really was a ghost messing with him.
In doubt, a pair of pale hands suddenly stretched out from the wall beside him, grabbed Qin Nuo's shoulders, and tried to drag him into the wall.
Where did this wild rat come from? Bringing me food?
Pairs and pairs of pale hands reached out, tightly wrapping all over Qin Nuo's body.
"I'm a waiter from the restaurant," Qin Nuo shouted.
"Here, I'm in charge." The ghost in the wall wasn't afraid of threats. Qin Nuo cursed, pulled out the bone-crushing hammer, and smashed it hard into the wall. The blood on the bone-crushing hammer seemed to have some kind of magic power. With this hit, a dent appeared in the wall, and a large amount of black blood oozed out. A shrill, miserable scream. "Where did you get this ghost thing?" The wall ghost seemed very afraid of the bone-crushing hammer. With that hammer strike, Qin Nuo understood this ghost's rank wasn't high, and its strength wasn't much either. He sneered coldly, "Would I dare come to a place like this without some power?
If you touch even one hair of mine again, I'll hammer you to death, believe it or not?"
The wall ghost fell silent.
Qin Nuo knew it was scared. "Devil's Eye, you threatened the ghost in the wall and obtained the ghost item, human bone nail." Hearing the system's voice, Qin Nuo looked even more calm and fierce. "Answer what I ask, and I won't mess with you." "How many humans are in this building?" It had always been in the wall. It must know a lot. 20 came yesterday. 4 died. Have you seen one wearing a headband? Tang Ning liked basketball.
Maybe to show off, maybe to attract girls, he almost always wore a headband on his forehead.
Tall and thin, wearing red clothes? Qin Nuo's eyes lit up. "Yes, where is he?"
"He's in charge of cleaning the restroom on this floor, but I think he's probably dead." Before Qin Nuo could ask, the wall ghost spoke first. "If you want to know the reason, go look in the restroom at the end of the hallway." Qin Nuo turned his head and saw that abyss-like pitch-black hallway, the ghostly air fading away. Qin Nuo did not hurry to leave, but instead took out the human bone nail and swung the bone-crushing hammer hard at the wall. Just like a branding iron touching cheese, the human bone nail was instantly driven into the wall.
Then came the terrified voice of the wall ghost. "What are you doing? To prevent you from playing any tricks, I'll leave this nail inside."
"If I can come back safely, I'll help you take it out," Qin Nuo said. The wall ghost felt the human bone nail activate inside its body, like being injected with a dose of poison, shocking and terrifying it.
"You damn rat!" The angry voice echoed through the whole corridor.
Qin Nuo let it shout all it wanted and walked toward the other end of the corridor. At the end, he saw the bathroom. The door was deadlocked, and thick ghost energy was coming out from inside.
From afar, it looked like a gate to hell.
Even from 10 meters away, Qin Nuo felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, shivering all over from the cold.
What's wrong with this toilet? Qin Nuo was secretly shocked. Creak.
Just then, a door beside him suddenly opened, and a pair of eyes quietly peeked out. Qin Nuo gripped the bone-crushing hammer with his backhand, turning around ready to smash it down.
Don't hit me."
The shadow was so scared it quickly spoke, its body trembling.
Qin Nuo saw the figure clearly and was slightly stunned. "Xiao Yuexin?"
Chapter 8, Reasonable and Kind, Helping Find a Grandson.
"Your job as cleaner?" Seeing Xiao Yuexin, Qin Nuo wasn't too surprised. The living people here were all his classmates. Wandering around, they would meet sooner or later.
"Yes, I'm in charge of cleaning this room." Xiao Yuexin held a broom, pointed at the storage shelf behind her, and kept nervously watching outside.
This was a supply room. Judging by the shelves full of boxes, it was probably used to store files. Why is everyone hiding? Qin Nuo was puzzled. With uniforms on and doing their own job, ghosts wouldn't hurt them. But Xiao Yuexin still looked scared and uneasy.
"There's a ghost in the corridor. As long as we walk in the hallway, it makes us walk in circles." Xiao Yuexin said that many classmates were tricked by the corridor ghost yesterday, making them look pathetic. Although they had uniforms, ghosts still held deep malice toward humans. They wouldn't hurt them, but would always mess with them.
That's why she pulled Qin Nuo in. Qin Nuo knew she was talking about the ghost in the wall, and said, "Don't worry, I dealt with it. It won't dare mess around anymore." Qin Nuo didn't care if she believed him or not, and asked, "Tang Ming is in charge of that bathroom area?"
"Yes, he shares a dorm with me, but he didn't come back last night."
"You saw that black mist door, right? He's been trapped in there since yesterday and hasn't come out."
"He seemed to have offended the ghost in the toilet, maybe already."
Xiao Yueshi knew the relationship between Qin Nuo and Tang Ming, so she didn't finish the sentence. Qin Nuo's face turned dark. "Can we get in?" "No way. The door is locked tight.
The key is with the dorm manager grandma in the hall." As classmates, Xiao Yuexin had wanted to beg the dorm grandma to save Tang Ming from the toilet. But seeing the ghost grandma's bloody eye sockets, she didn't have the courage.
"Okay, thanks." Qin Nuo nodded.
Xiao Yuexin knew Qin Nuo was going to get the key, and tried to persuade him. "It's been almost 48 hours, the chance that Tang Ming is still alive is too small. I know you'll be angry if I say this, but that ghost grandma is really scary.
If you make her mad, you definitely won't get out of this building. It's fine. Ghosts are actually quite reasonable. Just talk some sense into her." "Reasonable?" Xiao Yuexin looked at Qin Nuo with a strange expression.
Qin Nuo waved his hand, ready to leave. "Go do your thing, I'll head out first."
"Wait."
Xiao Yuexin stopped Qin Nuo, her face full of pleading and fear.
"What's wrong?" Qin Nuo asked.
Xiao Yuexin stepped aside and pointed at a messy shelf in the corner. "I've never been able to tidy up this shelf. Every time I set it straight, it gets thrown down."
"It's almost time now. If the dorm grandma comes and sees I haven't cleaned it, I'm definitely going to lose my life."
Xiao Yuexin cried out, her eyes red with panic.
She wasn't sure if Qin Nuo would help her.
Though they were classmates, they had almost no interaction in class.
Besides, who would willingly provoke a ghost? Can't put it up?
Qin Nuo was puzzled, picking up the box of tape and placing it on the second shelf.
But in the next second, the box was sent flying.
At the same time, the entire shelf began to twist, emitting a sinister, creepy laugh. A pair of hands reached out from the shelf, grabbing the items and throwing them wildly, creating a mess. Clearly, Xiao Yuexin was being targeted by a shelf ghost.
As a human, she had no way to deal with it.
She was crying in fear, constantly picking up the items and putting them back. But after 2 whole hours, the mess remained, and the shelf ghost was determined to torment her.
Xiao Yuexin broke down and cried, begging Qin Nuo for help.
The eerie laughter echoed in the room, filled with triumph. Qin Nuo was silent for a moment before laughing and saying, "This is easy." Then, with a swift motion, he took out a bone-crushing hammer and a human bone nail, hammering it down. The nail sank into the shelf by half an inch. White smoke hissed as the ghost in the shelf let out a miserable scream. "Human, how dare you stab me?" The shelf shook violently, as if about to turn into a giant bloody mouth and swallow Qin Nuo. Qin Nuo said nothing, swinging the hammer again, and the nail went in another half inch.
"I will tear you apart." The response was another swing of the hammer.
As a thick black smoke poured out, black blood oozed from the shelf, and it became blurry and indistinct. Finally, it realized that the other party was a tough one who didn't talk much, and quickly begged for mercy. Big brother, let's talk."
"Don't keep hammering, I'll be turned to dust if you do." Its voice trembled with fear.
The initial pride and aggression had completely vanished. Qin Nuo finally smiled slightly. "You should have spoken like that from the beginning."
"I'm actually quite easy to get along with." "Shelf ghost. How many minutes do you have left?" Qin Nuo turned to ask Xiao Yuexin. 5 minutes.
Xiao Yuexin kept her eyes on the clock on the wall. Qin Nuo said to the shelf ghost, "You have 5 minutes to clean up this room. If there's even a speck of disorder and my friend gets punished, you won't live." The shelf ghost dared not resist. It had long been soaked in ghostly energy, a shaped entity with its own consciousness, not even a real ghost, and could only bully newcomers who came here. When it met someone tough, it immediately cowered. "I'll make sure it's spotless. Big brother, don't worry." As it spoke, the messy items on the floor seemed to grow legs, jumping onto the shelf and returning to their places. Qin Nuo raised an eyebrow at Xiao Yuexin. "Ghosts like these are just like us humans, they bully the weak and fear the strong.
If you're fiercer than them, they'll back off."
Xiao Yuexin was so stunned she couldn't say a word, thinking to herself, "Well, it takes someone like you to be able to do that."
The problem's solved. I'll be going now.
After bidding Xiao Yuexin goodbye, Qin Nuo returned to the lobby on the first floor. The ghost grandmother was coming out of a room, dragging 2 dismembered corpses and tossing them into a meat grinder.
Qin Nuo approached and politely greeted, "Grandmother, I'm back."
The ghost grandmother still ignored him, slowly grinding the meat.
"Grandmother, can I borrow the key to the restroom on the 2nd floor? I need to use the toilet." Qin Nuo went straight to the point. The ghost grandmother remained silent, as though she hadn't heard him.
Qin Nuo thought for a moment and said, I can make a deal with you. He then pulled out several ghost coins. The ghost grandmother suddenly looked up, her eye sockets dark and hollow, the eyeballs missing. You want to save the boy in the restroom?
Qin Nuo nodded. Help me find my mischievous grandson, and I'll give you the key. Qin Nuo's face lit up with joy.
What the ghost grandmother said meant that Tang Ming was still alive.
Sure. Where is your grandson? He's very mischievous and often runs around.
He could be in the basement, on the rooftop, or in some corner. You'll have to look for him yourself.
Understood, Grandma. Please wait here. It means it won't be hard to find and will only be in this building. Qin Nuo turned around and left.
The old ghost woman suddenly called him back and added, also, help me find my eyeballs. Chapter 9, Using Head as a Ball to Gain Ghost Power.
What a coincidence, I'm back again. On the second-floor corridor, Qin Nuo returned.
The wall's plaster shook, and an angry voice echoed down the corridor, take that nail out.
Don't rush, I haven't finished my business yet. The ghost woman's grandson is running wild in this building. Do you know where he went? No idea. Goodbye. Qin Nuo turned to leave. That little ghost went to the third floor. Can I pull it out now?
You behave, wait until I finish my task. I will definitely help you pull it out.
I'm a human, I keep my promises, unlike you ghosts. Get lost.
Qin Nuo didn't have time to argue, and rushed to the third floor. The third floor was even darker and gloomier, even with windows. The outside light seemed blocked by something, making it impossible to seep in.
The entire corridor echoed only with Qin Nuo's footsteps, clearly resonating. Qin Nuo wanted to shout, but the eerie atmosphere choked his words in his throat. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Suddenly, a noise of something hitting the ground sounded ahead, getting closer and closer. Qin Nuo's hand secretly tightened around the handle of the bone-crushing hammer.
A dirty skin ball rolled over. Then a 4 or 5-year-old boy picked it up.
The boy looked up, his big black eyes shining without any whites, appearing terrifyingly spooky.
Brother, are you here to play ball with me? What is your name?
Qin Nuo squatted down. Although the child's appearance was frightening, he still showed a friendly demeanor, loving children.
My name is Little Xin.
Little Xin, be good, your grandma is looking for you everywhere.
Can I take you downstairs to play games?
The boy pouted and shook his head. No, I want to play games. After a pause, the boy added, unless you give me a new ball, this one is too dirty. Saying that, he threw the skin ball into the darkness. Qin Nuo looked around the empty space, thinking where he could find a ball for you right now, and replied evasively, let's go downstairs, brother will help you find a new ball.
I don't want it, I want a new ball.
The boy cried and threw a tantrum, suddenly pointing at Qin Nuo's head and innocently said, can you take off your head for me to kick?
Grandma used to let little Xin play with other people's heads.
Qin Nuo's hair stood on end.
Wow, this little monster is something else, having such a dangerous idea.
If it weren't for fear of the old woman, Qin Nuo really wanted to smash him with a hammer directly.
Brother's head isn't fun, how about this, you stay still, and I will go help you find it, okay? No, I want a new ball right now. Without a new ball, little Xin will kick brother's head. Damn you. For the first time, Qin Nuo wanted to strangle this little monster.
The little boy reached out with both hands, seemingly determined to take off Qin Nuo's head to kick. Qin Nuo maintained a serious face. Suddenly his eyes moved, catching sight of something, and said, little Xin, be good, brother found you a ball.
Really? Where is it? Look behind you?
The little boy turned around, and Qin Nuo quickly snatched an axe from a nearby fire hydrant and swung it down hard on the boy's neck. The body and head separated. There was no shocking spray of blood as imagined. The boy's head rolled on the ground, his eyes wide open, curiously looking at Qin Nuo. Qin Nuo smiled slightly and said, look, now you have a ball to kick, right? Saying this, he quickly stepped forward and kicked the head into the darkness. The headless body suddenly flailed and ran towards the darkness. Soon, cheerful laughter came from the dark. The headless body ran back, holding its head. The boy's head wore a satisfied smile. Yay, little Xin has a new ball to kick.
Isn't it convenient?
From now on, whenever you want to kick a ball, just take off your head to kick. When you get tired, just put it back, you don't have to worry about it getting dirty or lost. Thank you, big brother. Saying this, he threw the head on the ground and happily started kicking it. Seeing the little boy playing happily, Qin Nuo was sweating coldly. I hope this innocent child hasn't discovered the seriousness of the situation, he thought. When they finished playing, Qin Nuo took the little boy downstairs, reminding him to press his head against his neck and to take it down only while playing. When they reached downstairs, the meat grinder was gone. The ghostly old woman seemed to have just finished some work and was rubbing her back. The little boy saw his grandma and happily rushed into her arms.
Grandma, this big brother is so nice. He let Xiao Xian take his head off to play soccer together.
The little boy pointed at Qin Nuo, as if praising him.
But these words made Qin Nuo's back wet with sweat.
Children speak without thinking, children speak without thinking.
Fortunately, the ghostly old woman did not question further and looked up at Qin Nuo.
Qin Nuo extended a hand. Your grandson has been found, and here are your eyeballs. As he pressed the eyeballs back into the eye socket, the old woman's mouth cracked open, seemingly smiling. Good, remember to put the key back on the table. Angel's Kiss, you have gained +3 affinity from the ghostly old woman, reward 10 points of ghost power. Ghost power is equivalent to strength in the ghost realm. The higher the number, the more terrifying it is. Qin Nuo did not expect that, as a human, he could also have ghost power. He glanced at the detailed ghost power panel. Ghost power matched human physical ability. This meant that as ghost power increased, strength and speed would also grow. Moreover, the higher the ghost power, the more terrifying the power of ghostly things.
Thank you, Grandma.
Qin Nuo expressed his gratitude and grabbed the key, rushing upstairs.
Once upstairs, Qin Nuo quickly sprinted towards the bathroom at the end of the corridor.
The free activity time was about to end. He needed to hurry. However, Qin Nuo soon found that the corridor seemed endless, with dense black mist lingering ahead.
He stopped and coldly shouted, "What? Do you want me to reward you with a nail?"
Of course, it was the wall ghost playing tricks.
"Do you want to enter that bathroom?" the wall ghost asked. "Is there a problem?" "There is a ghost inside that has trapped your friend, but it's not easy to deal with." "Is it stronger than you?"
Qin Nuo asked, his expression hesitant. Though he still had 4 human bone nails, if he encountered a strong ghost, these things would be like toys, easily defeated. Like that half-ghost little girl. "Not much stronger than me," the wall ghost replied.
"Then I can relax."
The wall ghost felt embarrassed and angry, feeling insulted.
He died hanging himself in the bathroom, that's his territory.
The ghostly objects you hold can harm him, but it's not enough to make him wary.
With just a hammer and a few nails, you can't save your friend. You'd be putting your life on the line too.
Qin Nuo asked, "Are you implying that you have a way?" "You just need to lure him into this corridor, and I'll help you deal with it," the wall ghost said.
Qin Nuo squinted his eyes and smiled. "What are you up to, little brother?"
A ghost helping a person is like a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. Certainly, it was not for any good reason. The wall ghost was not surprised by Qin Nuo's reaction and calmly said, "My existence means is to get rid of that guy."
Chapter 10, The Hanged Ghost, Finding Someone in the Toilet.
"Listening to you, do you two have a grudge?"
Qin Nuo asked.
"The guy in the bathroom was a murderer with dozens of lives on his hands. He raped my girlfriend, I was dismembered by him, and then stuffed into the wall, filled with steel and cement. Later, when the truth came out, he was surrounded by police in this building, and hung himself in the bathroom." The voice in the corridor trembled with intense hatred.
It didn't sound fake. Qin Nuo fell silent for a moment, then asked, "Can you beat him?" "Once I enter this corridor, I am invincible." "Then why still can't beat me?"
A heart-piercing question left the wall ghost speechless. It was also confused. A humble human could actually overpower it in this corridor. Perhaps it was the human bone nails, or perhaps the blood on the bone hammer, just happened to restrain it. In any case, if Qin Nuo did not produce that human bone nail, it might have been obliterated.
"Fine. I'll believe you this once."
Qin Nuo said he believed, but his hands picked up a hammer and a nail, officially driving one into the wall. "You," the wall ghost shouted in anger.
"Don't worry, I'm just being cautious. If it really is as you said, I'll help you pull it out later." Although the wall ghost was furious, it couldn't do anything, dissipating the ghostly energy at the end of the corridor.
Qin Nuo walked all the way to the door thick with ghostly energy, inserting the key and turning it. With a creak, the door opened automatically, a colder chill pouring out. Qin Nuo shivered as he stepped inside. The bathroom was very clean, every corner looked freshly scrubbed. However, there was water everywhere, and a clear dripping sound echoed in his ears. Though the bathroom didn't seem large, Qin Nuo saw that the single stalls were lined up endlessly.
"Tang Ming!"
he shouted, as if in a valley, with echoes returning. Qin Nuo kicked open one stall door after another, not caring if there were people or ghosts inside.
Bang!
He kicked open the first stall, finding a messy clump of black hair stuck in the toilet. The black hair suddenly wriggled, slowly rising. Beneath the dense strands were a pair of dead-like eyes, staring fiercely at Qin Nuo.
"Sorry, wrong door. You carry on." Qin Nuo went to the second door. The third door. The fourth door.
After opening several doors, the bathroom was filled with various horrifying ghostly beings. After opening over 10 doors, Qin Nuo heard some voices. Following the sound, Qin Nuo came into one stall, kicked open the door, and found Tang Ming inside, desperately scrubbing the toilet with a toilet brush. He kept muttering, "Almost done, almost done."
The supervisor said if I finish, I can leave. Come on, you got this. Why are you making it so hard for me to find you?
What time is it? Stop scrubbing the toilet and come with me. Qin Nuo stepped forward, grabbing Tang Ming, but Tang Ming remained unmoved, continuing his scrubbing without stopping, his words unchanged.
So dirty, why is it dirty again?
Qin Nuo stepped down, leaving a black footprint, and Tang Ming immediately rushed over, scrubbing furiously until no stain was visible. His vigorous scrubbing action was wearing the floor down.
This guy can't be in a daze, can he? Qin Nuo was stunned.
No matter how Qin Nuo pulled, Tang Ming steadfastly clung to his work, even throwing Qin Nuo aside with surprising strength.
Qin Nuo thought about whether to drive a nail into his head.
After a moment of silence, Qin Nuo suddenly slapped Tang Ming hard across the face. "Idiot, wake up.
Do you want to get out or not?"
Surprisingly, after this slap, Tang Ming suddenly stopped moving. Then, he looked up in confusion around him.
Finally, his gaze focused on Qin Nuo. Old Qin? Did this slap actually wake him up? Qin Nuo was taken aback, a bit surprised. Could it be that his 10 points of ghost energy broke the spell Tang Ming was under? Old Qin, you finally came. I thought I was going to break down. Tang Ming leaped onto Qin Nuo, crying loudly. You have no idea. No time to listen to your whining, let's get out of here first.
Qin Nuo pulled Tang Ming out of the stall, but the ghostly energy in the bathroom had grown even thicker. Not to mention where the door was, he couldn't distinguish east from west, north from south. A shadow appeared ahead. It was the ghost in charge of supervising the bathroom cleaning.
Is the toilet clean?
Not clean enough, get back to work, or I'll tear your flesh piece by piece. The ghost took form, a face full of scars and blood, with clear signs of strangulation on its neck, extending a full meter, its head bobbing like a kite on top. Clearly, this was the perverted murderer the wall ghost spoke of, now turned into a hanging ghost.
I.
Tang Ming's face turned pale, stuttering, filled with dread for the hanging ghost.
This toilet will never get clean. Do you want to trap him here until he dies from exhaustion?
Qin Nuo spoke calmly. Another rat has come, just perfect, you two can keep each other company. The hanging ghost revealed a sickly smile, its head suddenly flying over here. Qin Nuo suddenly tossed out a human bone nail, swinging it hard, and the bone nail shot out like a bullet. In an instant, the bone nail accurately pierced through the hanging ghost's forehead, dense cracks spreading across its head. Then, another bloodstained sanitary pad was forcefully slapped onto the hanging ghost. In an instant, the hanging ghost was left in a miserable state, howling madly.
Damn, Lao Qin, you're quite the pervert.
Tang Ming stared at the sanitary pad, his expression shocked to the core. Ahead, the ghostly mist gradually faded, and the exit appeared in sight.
Run!
Without a word, Qin Nuo pulled Tang Ming and ran. We can't escape, no matter where we run, this ghost can find me. Tang Ming said. Qin Nuo said nothing, and as soon as they ran out of the restroom, the hanging ghost's roaring voice came from behind. Tang Ming turned his head and saw the flying head, eyes nearly popping out in fear. Just then, Qin Nuo suddenly stopped at the stairway, turning to look at the hanging ghost crawling from afar. The collapsing Tang Ming was about to ask why they stopped when the floor suddenly shook, and the walls of the entire corridor began to shed their plaster. Rivers of black blood seeped out from various corners of the wall. In the blink of an eye, the whole corridor transformed into a bloody hell. The hanging ghost suddenly stopped, sensing something, its face pale with terror, trying to turn back to the restroom. But upon turning back, it found the path had vanished. Friend, all are ghosts, are you helping humans? The hanging ghost looked at Qin Nuo in the distance, realizing something, its voice incredibly chilling.
What's wrong, don't you recognize me?
A voice filled with intense killing intent came, and then the walls changed unpredictably, countless pale hands reaching out, grasping the hanging ghost's body. The hanging ghost's expression suddenly turned to one of horror. You are that damn. Before it could finish, the hanging ghost was forcibly dragged into the wall, followed by a dense fog of ghosts. Piercing screams continually emanated, making Qin Nuo and Tang Ming's scalps tingle.
Moments later. Calm restored. The ghostly mist dispersed.
The corridor returned to normal.
Qin Nuo muttered to himself, destroyed together? It's dead.
As soon as he finished speaking, a cold, indifferent voice from the wall rang out. Oh, it should have turned to ash. The wall ghost added another sentence. Qin Nuo was secretly astonished.
In less than a minute, the wall ghost had solved that hanging ghost?
This guy is so powerful, why is he still afraid of his few nails?
The wall ghost didn't say much, speaking in a deep voice. Now that the matter is handled, can you help me pull out those 2 nails?
Qin Nuo kept his word and efficiently pulled the 2 human bone nails from the wall. At this moment, Tang Ming began to understand what was happening, completely stunned. His good buddy had actually teamed up with a ghost to deal with another ghost? How the hell did that happen? Good bro, my friend doesn't think so clearly, so if we run into any trouble in the next few days, please take care of him? Qin Nuo said. The wall ghost replied, you're not a good bird either. Don't be so stingy, I've always thought we were friends. Get lost. Alright, pulling nails doesn't recognize people, farewell. Qin Nuo left with Tang Ming. How did you provoke that hanging ghost? Taking the time to go downstairs, Qin Nuo asked the reason. Logically, if one worked honestly, ghosts wouldn't dare harm employees. Don't say it, that hanging ghost was really hostile. On my first day of work, I had no experience in many areas, and it made things difficult for me everywhere. In the end, I made a small mistake, and it caught onto my little flaw, so I was trapped in the restroom, and in one stall, I saw several pieces of human skin and hair, probably from the previous employees. That hanging ghost, who knows how many new employees like me it has killed? Tang Ming said, his heart heavy with lingering fear. The hanging ghost was once a murderer who claimed the lives of many. After death, its resentment was heavy, and all it thought about was how to harm others. Thus, it made things difficult for new employees, letting them make mistakes so it could slowly torment them. This is within the rules, yet satisfies my desire for killing. Alright, there are still 5 days left, so be careful. I can't always help you. Qin Nuo patted Tang Ming's shoulder. Tang Ming nodded and suddenly said, by the way, those moves you just used were amazing, making those 2 ghosts obedient. Qin Nuo chuckled a couple of times, said nothing, and bid farewell to Tang Ming before going downstairs. In the hall, the ghost grandma and the little boy were not there, but a side room had the little boy's voice. Grandma, this thing is so tasty, I want more. If you want to eat, then eat more, Grandma still has plenty. The ghost grandma's loving voice came. What the ghost boy was eating, Qin Nuo didn't think much about. After all, it certainly wasn't something for humans. Hanging the key on the wall at the front desk, Qin Nuo hurriedly returned to the restaurant. There were only 5 minutes left until the end of the shift. As Qin Nuo was wondering whether Lu Juqi and the other had completed their tasks, he ran into the panicked Wang Yang in the hallway. Wang Yang was holding a dish and looked flustered. Seeing Qin Nuo, it was as if he saw a lifeline. Qin Nuo. Right now, only you can save me, please help me. Is there a problem with your dishes? Qin Nuo asked. I completed 5 orders, but 4 had unsatisfactory ratings. If the last order doesn't get more than a satisfactory rating, I'm doomed. That Pinocchio will make sure I don't see the sun tomorrow. As classmates, you have to help me. For this dish, think about how to make the customers satisfied when they eat it. He was holding a pot of soup. What was in it was unknown, but the meat was all mushy, giving off a strange smell. Looking at his appearance, Qin Nuo hesitated for a moment and used his analytical eye to see some of the dish's shortcomings. Go to the kitchen and find a bottle of cooking wine, pour in half a spoon, and remember, the cooking wine must be white wine. Qin Nuo said. Do I have to go back? Why don't you help me all the way and bring it back to add it? Wang Yang continued to plead. Wang Yang, I have helped you to the best of my ability, I can't help you any further. Your life, you have to take care of yourself. Qin Nuo shook his head and spoke coldly. He wasn't a fool. In this world that treats lives recklessly, it tests the human heart. If he took this soup, then the blame could easily fall on him. Being too kind will ultimately only harm oneself. Seeing Qin Nuo decisively refuse, a flicker of resentment flashed in Wang Yang's eyes, but it was quickly hidden, and he hurriedly said, okay, I'll go at it right away. After saying that, he ran off. Returning to the restaurant, Lu Juqi came back from the kitchen, looking as if a burden had been lifted off her shoulders. Did you finish? Qin Nuo asked. Lu Juqi nodded. What about you? I completed it 2 hours ago, and I also took a trip over to Tang Ming's place. Lu Juqi's jaw dropped. It's only the 2nd day, and he's already roaming around like it's his own yard. She suddenly felt like she was not playing the same game as Qin Nuo. While she was worried and scared of offending customers, losing her life. He was just like clocking in at work, relaxed and leisurely. Wang Yang seems to have some trouble. He lost a hand, which had a huge impact. He has already received 4 negative reviews today. Lu Juqi said. So, the rating of this 6th customer was extremely important, almost concerning his fate. I gave him some pointers. As for whether he can manage, that's up to him. As soon as Qin Nuo finished speaking, Wang Yang pushed the food cart out. Sweat glistened on his forehead, the fear on his face had not diminished at all. See customer, your dish is here. Wang Yang carefully placed the dish on the dining table with one hand, trembling. The customer at the table was a ghost with 6 eyes, no mouth on its face, and a gaping maw with sharp teeth torn open at its chest. Looking at the soup in the pot, the 6-eyed ghost paused for a moment, then poured all the soup meat into its giant mouth.
The chilling crunching sound of chewing echoed, making Wang Yang's legs tremble uncontrollably. Very soon. After finishing everything, the six-eyed ghost looked up at Wang Yang and asked calmly, "What did you add to this soup?" Seeing that the six-eyed ghost showed no signs of dissatisfaction or anger, Wang Yang's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly said, "Customer, it's cooking wine. I added cooking wine." "Is that the chef's idea, or is it your idea?" "It's me, I requested to add it."
Wang Yang hurriedly claimed credit, fearing that someone would take the credit from him.
"Is that so? Because of your cooking wine, you ruined my entire pot of soup." The six-eyed ghost's six snake-like eyes turned blood red, and a terrifying aura surged forth from the abyss-like mouth.
The table trembled violently, cracking into pieces, shards scattered everywhere. Wang Yang stood frozen in place. "The clever little mouse ruined the soup and also ruined my mood. As a price, just consider yourself my slave." A large hand grabbed Wang Yang, who had no power to resist, like an ant held in someone's palm.
Caw, caw. Pinocchio appeared, staring at the six-eyed ghost.
Wang Yang saw a glimmer of hope and cried out in panic, "Manager, save me, please save me."
"You are the manager?" The six terrifying blood-red eyes all fixed on Pinocchio.
"Yes, I'm very sorry, the foolish employee affected the dining experience of the honorable guest. As compensation, this little mouse is yours, and the next time you dine at the restaurant, you can enjoy member discounts."
Pinocchio's words sent Wang Yang's heart plummeting to the depths. He glared blood-red at Qin Nuo not far away, screaming hysterically, "Qin Nuo! You framed me, I will never let you go. Even if I turn into a ghost, I will definitely come back for you." "That's more like it."
Pinocchio's words satisfied the six-eyed ghost, who nodded and left the restaurant with the wailing Wang Yang. The customers remained silent, all stepping aside to make way. Clearly, the six-eyed ghost was not a good-natured being.
After Wang Yang was taken away, the restaurant returned to silence.
Pinocchio glanced at Qin Nuo and Lu Jueqi, muttering to himself as he left, "Another person short, really troublesome."
Chapter 12, Bullying the Weak and Threatening the Evil Ghost.
"You both did well today, here's your pay." Pinocchio raised his puppet arm, and several ghost coins fell into Qin Nuo and Lu Jueqi's hands.
"Furthermore, 3697 is still the best employee among all staff today, this is your additional reward."
After speaking, a badge appeared in Qin Nuo's hand. A skull-shaped badge. Wearing this badge grants you some privileges, such as the right to enter the second floor of the restaurant and interfere in the kitchen.
After that, Pinocchio turned and walked away.
Qin Nuo realized that as he held the badge, the surrounding ghost employees all cast greedy glances at him.
This is a good thing. Qin Nuo smiled and put it away. "Qin Nuo, what Wang Yang said." Lu Jueqi looked at Qin Nuo with some fear. Could it be that Qin Nuo intentionally framed Wang Yang?
Qin Nuo said nothing, walking to a nearby table, dipping his finger in the leftover soup, and activating his analysis eye. After a moment, while picking up a napkin to wipe his finger, he said, "I definitely told him to add cooking wine, no problem with that.
But it must be cooking wine made from white liquor, not yellow beer."
Although both were cooking wine, yellow beer had a lower flavor profile and overpowered the original fragrance of the soup. Perhaps Wang Yang was being greedy, thinking all cooking wines were the same. But this little detail cost him everything. Qin Nuo had said it needed to be white liquor, he didn't remember that, so he couldn't blame anyone.
Lu Jueqi, hearing the analysis, felt very complicated.
After all, they were classmates, watching helplessly as he was taken by a ghost was a heavy burden. Instead of worrying about Wang Yang, you should worry about whether you can survive tomorrow.
"I'm going to buy something to eat, are you coming?"
Seeing Lu Jueqi's absent expression, Qin Nuo said no more and turned to leave.
"Wait for me."
In the hallway, Qin Nuo ordered a bowl of snail rice noodle for 30 ghost coins.
Stuffed a 100 value ghost coin inside. Soon, the vending machine shook. The snail noodle came tumbling out.
As for change, it only returned 20 ghost coins. As expected, it swallowed another 50 ghost coins. But this time, Qin Nuo did not choose to silently accept his bad luck. With an expressionless face, he said, "The count is wrong."
"Less nonsense, if you say more, I'll take this box of noodles back."
The vending machine's ghost croaked out loudly. Qin Nuo said nothing, hanging the badge on his chest. "What, do you think this thing can scare me?" the vending machine ghost mocked with a laugh. "I didn't plan to scare you with this is more practical." Qin Nuo pulled out a bone-crushing hammer and smashed it onto the vending machine's glass.
In an instant, the glass shattered.
Lu Jueqi, who was chasing after, covered her mouth in shock at this scene.
Qin Nuo actually wanted to confront the vending machine ghost? "You're seeking death."
The vending machine ghost furiously yelled, its ghostly face twisted, a huge bloody mouth filled with sharp teeth seemed to be about to swallow Qin Nuo whole. Demon's Eye, you have gained +3 anger points from the vending machine ghost, obtained the killer's chainsaw.
Chainsaw? This thing is good. Qin Nuo's face brightened with joy.
Over there, the vending machine ghost was about to erupt, but Qin Nuo kicked it hard back to the wall.
Is this ghost power?
The vending machine ghost was shocked. This little mouse actually had ghost power. Then, even more unbelievable, Qin Nuo pulled out a chainsaw covered in blood clots from who knows where. He yanked the pull cord sharply a couple of times, and the chainsaw whirred to life, while a strong smell of blood filled the air. From Lu Jieqi's perspective, a trace of fear emerged, as if it was an illusion. At this moment Qin Nuo seemed like a twisted killer in a raincoat holding a chainsaw on a rainy night. The vending machine ghost sensed something was off about the chainsaw, suddenly realizing this was a ghostly object. Before it could react, Qin Nuo had already begun sawing into it. The chainsaw blade tore through the surface of the vending machine, and what emerged was not sparks, but a torrent of thick black blood. The vending machine was shocked and terrified, more so enraged.
How could it be oppressed by a mere mouse?
A pair of bloody, mangled hands reached out from behind the vending machine, grabbing at Qin Nuo, trying to tear him apart.
But the next second, like being electrocuted, the bloody hands quickly pulled back.
The restaurant's rule was that as long as employees worked honestly, completing and meeting their tasks, they could never harm each other. Moreover, besides the work uniform, Qin Nuo also had the best employee badge hanging on his chest.
The vending machine ghost could not harm Qin Nuo no matter what.
And Qin Nuo, as if transforming into a dedicated lumberjack, ignored the outside world, desperately swinging the chainsaw in his hand. With the roar of the chainsaw, pieces fell to the ground, and the black blood had already overflowed the floor. The vending machine ghost finally realized Qin Nuo's fierceness and hurriedly called out, "Wait!
Stop! I'll give you your money back, every cent."
2 ghost coins popped out.
What about yesterday's? Yesterday's will all be returned to you. What about my friends? Here, all returned to you.
The vending machine ghost completely conceded. Only then did Qin Nuo stop his movements, pulling the chainsaw out, and the torrent of black blood came to an abrupt halt.
Picking up the stack of ghost coins and counting them, Qin Nuo looked up and smilingly said, "Is the count wrong?" "How could it be?"
"I counted very clearly." Qin Nuo casually replied, "What I just gave you was a 1,000 value ghost coin." "Bullshit, what you gave was clearly 100, the vending machine ghost angrily shouted.
"You remembered wrong." Qin Nuo picked up the chainsaw again and yanked on the pull cord.
The sound of the chainsaw pierced into the very depths of the vending machine ghost's soul. Facing Qin Nuo's shameless extortion, the vending machine ghost was enraged to the extreme. Suppressing his overwhelming fury, the vending machine ghost ultimately conceded, gritting his teeth and speaking, "I remembered wrong, 1,000, I'll give it to you." Soon, a thick stack of ghost coins appeared in Qin Nuo's hands.
Exactly 970 ghost coins. You see, I am a reasonable person.
If you didn't know better, you might think I was blackmailing you, Qin Nuo said with a smile.
The vending machine ghost.
If it were a person, it might have already spat blood in anger.
In the next few days, don't make any counting mistakes. I'm not good at math, I might count wrong too.
Qin Nuo put away the chainsaw and spoke to the already battered vending machine. Qin Nuo gave Lu Jieqi a wink, and the latter stepped forward, timidly speaking, "I want a clay pot rice."
The vending machine remained silent, as if it were broken.
Qin Nuo took out a hammer, weighed it in his hand, and immediately a clay pot rice, a bottle of drink, and utensils popped out of the vending machine. Although it didn't say a word, the vending machine had already made its stance clear.
It admitted defeat.
Qin Nuo left with Lu Jieqi, and when they returned to the dormitory, the latter let out a long breath, feeling a wave of trepidation.
That was too thrilling. That's a ghost, aren't you afraid of its revenge? Lu Jieqi exclaimed.
Scaring ghosts aside, to think it actually blackmailed a ghost.
Qin Nuo's actions left Lu Jieqi dumbfounded. What's wrong with ghosts?
They are just like people, they bully the weak and fear the strong.
The more you back down, the bolder they become. What if it fights back? Then I will just dismantle it. Qin Nuo shrugged. Chapter 13, Job Change, Girls' Preferences. Alright, finish your food and go to sleep.
After a long day, Qin Nuo wanted to lie down on the bed immediately, but he hadn't showered for 2 days, and the stench and itching on his body were unbearable.
Maybe it's better to take a shower. Qin Nuo thought this, not because he was messy,
but because when showering, he felt extremely insecure when stripped bare. Once in the bathroom, Qin Nuo suddenly found there was no water from the faucet, and a funnel on the floor was stuffed with a messy clump of hair.
Qin Nuo glanced at Lu Jieqi at the door and said, "You're shedding a lot, huh?"
"No, it's not my hair," Lu Jieqi said, her pretty face turning pale.
Qin Nuo's expression darkened. Another ghost came in?
The faucet sputtered like a throat clearing and then spewed a pool of disgustingly black blood.
There was also some unknown rotten meat. Even Qin Nuo couldn't stand this scene.
Lu Jieqi said, "I was fine when I took a shower yesterday."
Bang, bang, bang.
Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Qin Nuo made a shushing gesture to Lu Jiechi, then opened the door holding the bone hammer. Outside stood a woman in white, her hair long enough to cover her face, resembling Sadako.
3697?
Her voice was cold, devoid of any human emotion, coming from behind her hair.
It's me. Is there something?
Though aware the other party had no ill intentions, Qin Nuo still gripped the bone hammer tightly. The woman ghost in white handed a box to Qin Nuo. Upon opening it, he found clean daily necessities inside. I solved the water problem, the woman ghost said. Qin Nuo realized that the messy clump of hair in the bathroom was hers.
What identity did this woman ghost hold? The dormitory manager? A kind-hearted big sister?
Qin Nuo looked perplexedly at the woman ghost in white. The woman ghost didn't speak but glanced at the badge on Qin Nuo's chest.
Qin Nuo roughly understood. The reward for excellent employees was given by that Pinocchio. Don't open the door at night. Still the same phrase.
After saying this, the woman ghost left.
Qin Nuo, what does she do? Lu Jiechi, hiding in the bathroom, asked in a low voice.
She brings warmth. Qin Nuo handed the cardboard box to Lu Jiechi, then drew out a towel and shampoo from inside, dragging her out to start a bath. The faucet soon returned to normal. After 2 days in this terrifying world, Qin Nuo finally got to enjoy a comfortable bath.
Facial cleanser, face masks, body wash, and bath towels. Oh my god.
Once Qin Nuo finished bathing, Lu Jiechi was still rummaging through the cardboard box, excited as if she had found a treasure. In this environment, these items were truly treasures for a girl who loved cleanliness, more important than life-saving food.
Take your time to look through it. I'm going to sleep now. Remember, don't open the door randomly again.
I don't want to wake up in the middle of the night with a mysterious hand touching me. After saying that, Qin Nuo immediately fell asleep.
Lu Jiechi nodded awkwardly, then took a few bathing supplies and ran into the bathroom. No words for the whole night.
The next day, Qin Nuo and Lu Jiechi arrived at the dining hall early. Pinocchio had been waiting on the puppet rack for a long time. Today, employee 3699's position is still a food runner, and the task is to deliver 7 orders to meet the standard.
Employee 3697, your position today is an intern chef.
You need to personally take charge in the kitchen and cook 2 dishes required by the guests, achieving an average rating or above to complete the task.
Chef? Qin Nuo was stunned. Lu Jiechi's eyes also widened. Qin Nuo's face turned a bit ugly. Was this targeting him?
Clearly, he was awarded an excellent employee badge just yesterday.
The death rate of chefs is undoubtedly much higher than food runners. Suddenly asking Qin Nuo to cook 2 dishes without any negative feedback? This is not just about pressure, it's a form of bullying. Pinocchio didn't care what Qin Nuo thought and simply said, the reward is not low. After saying that, he left. Qin Nuo. Lu Jiechi looked at Qin Nuo with concern. Qin Nuo's face was calm, it's just cooking. I can handle it. Don't worry about me, just do well yourself. After Lu Jiechi left, Qin Nuo followed the instructions to the storage room and changed from the employee uniform to the chef's outfit. It fit quite well, but as always, it was dirty. You have been assigned to table 2. Please go to table 2 and complete the dishes according to the customer's requests.
Qin Nuo didn't think much and immediately got up and left the room. Upon arriving at the restaurant and seeing the guests at table 2, Qin Nuo's face instantly fell. At table 2, a little girl in a rose-patterned dress was sucking on a lollipop, boredly swinging her little legs covered in lace-trimmed socks.
Isn't she that half-ghost little girl from yesterday?
Remembering how she had simply crushed the chef because it was too sweet, a cold sweat broke out on Qin Nuo's forehead.
Could it be this unlucky?
Human, why are you staring at me? The little girl suddenly tilted her head and stared at Qin Nuo. Qin Nuo calmed himself and said, I'm the chef making your dishes today.
Oh, so you are brave. A human is cooking for me. Did you see what happened to the chef yesterday?
The little girl rested her chin on her hands and smiled at Qin Nuo.
Qin Nuo felt embarrassed.
He really wanted to say he was super brave, but seeing the innocent smile on the little girl's face, his heart trembled, and he dropped the joking thought.
Here's my menu. Can you make this? Qin Nuo took it and glanced. It was a caramel milk tea, a very ordinary afternoon snack.
However, no matter how hard Qin Nuo thought, he couldn't figure out why the chef had failed on this dish yesterday.
No, something was definitely wrong.
Qin Nuo raised his head and stared at the little girl, activating his analytical eye. Analytical eye, when I was young, my mom made me a cup of caramel milk tea. My mischievous sister secretly cut off her hair and sprinkled it into the milk tea. After I drank it, my stomach felt like it was stabbed by countless needles, and I was in pain all night. But later, I found that I liked this pain. This perverse hobby made me secretly cut off my hair and sprinkle it in the milk tea every time. The terrible pain made me toss and turn in bed, but at the same time, it satisfied a certain excitement in my mind. After my mom disappeared, the only thing I remembered about her was the caramel milk tea. Goodness, drinking milk tea with hair fragments. Qin Nuo didn't read many books, but he also knew the feeling of swallowing hair fragments. This little girl looked innocent but had such a perverse hobby. It's likely that the chef disintegrated without understanding that this seemingly simple milk tea was not about making it delicious, but about making her suffer with it. It was such an unjust death. Am I pretty, big brother? The little girl suddenly smiled. Qin Nuo's expression changed slightly. Wait a moment. He left the restaurant and quickly headed to the kitchen. The chefs were already busy, none of them noticed Qin Nuo, all engrossed in cooking, various strong-tasting ingredients piled on the counter. Drinks like milk tea were still easy to find in the kitchen. Making milk tea didn't require any special skills, just mix the ingredients together and heat it or add ice. Seeing it was about ready, Qin Nuo cut a clump of his bangs, chopped it finely, and mixed it into the milk tea. One of the chefs, seeing his inhumane operation, revealed a shocked expression. Human, are you serious? Qin Nuo ignored it, scooped the dish onto a plate, and carried it out. In the restaurant, many guests were paying attention to the little girl's table. After all, yesterday's scene was still fresh in their minds. Lu Juqi was also watching, silently praying for Qin Nuo. The dishes were quickly served, and upon seeing it was a human, many guests showed excited smiles. Unlike yesterday, what they loved the most was the splatter of human blood in the restaurant. The fresh taste of blood could enhance their appetite. Please enjoy, Qin Nuo gestured politely. The little girl squatted on her chair, looking around at the milk tea, like a curious kitten, commenting. Your dish looks worse than yesterday's. Qin Nuo remained calm. Appearance doesn't mean anything, you can only tell by tasting it. The little girl tilted her head, looking at Qin Nuo with some surprise. You're quite confident. After saying that, she popped her lollipop out of her cherry lips, picked up the porcelain bowl, and took a big sip. Instantly, the whole restaurant fell silent. It seemed all the guests were waiting for the little girl's evaluation. There was excitement, there was anxiety. Chapter 14, Half-Faced Scorched Ghost, Terrifying Girl. Raising her cute eyebrows, the little girl slightly pouted her cherry lips, then as if she discovered something, her eyes lit up, and she continued to gulp down the milk tea. Her expression was excited, and after finishing, she stuck out her tongue to lick, leaving not a drop and cleaning the bowl completely. The guests were stunned. How delicious was this? The sharp pain in her stomach made the little girl show a blissful and satisfied expression, mumbling in complete enjoyment. This is the taste. She opened her eyes, looking at Qin Nuo with surprise. How did you think of this? She was naturally referring to the chopped bangs. Qin Nuo cleared his throat softly and said, Actually, I have this kind of preference too. The little girl looked delighted, as if she had found a kindred spirit, and laughed. Then let me treat you to a serving. Qin Nuo chuckled awkwardly. No need, I secretly tasted it in the kitchen. Their quiet conversation felt like sharing little secrets. The guests around listened with puzzled faces. Congratulations, host, you have gained plus 10 favorability from the half-ghost little girl, and received the Rainy Night Killer's Raincoat. Killer's Raincoat, wearing it can cover human presence and transform into a ghost. No more worries for mom about me walking cautiously. Note, covering effect is limited to ordinary ghosts, ineffective against high-level ghosts. Congratulations, host, you have gained ghost power times 20. As expected of a half-ghost, rewards came double. Not bad, I'm very satisfied with your tea. Here's your tip. The little girl flicked a ghost coin worth 500 into Qin Nuo's hand. This little girl, so young, already had a rich lady vibe overflowing. The guests around were filled with surprise on their terrifying faces at this scene. This human actually didn't place an order. Lu Juqi breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Nuo was her only mental support, and if he died too, she felt she wouldn't last long. Not wanting to disturb the little girl's meal, Qin Nuo took a step back, paying attention to the guests at the second table. Table 7. Qin Nuo walked to the table in the corner, where the guest at the table was a ghost with half a face burned. The other half of the body, however, still had a human presence. Also half-ghost. Qin Nuo was slightly taken aback, and then, every nerve in his body suddenly tensed up. He saw that the half-faced ghost had drool at the corner of its mouth, with a sickly gaze fixated on Qin Nuo, exuding a certain frenzied excitement. What's wrong with this half-ghost? Qin Nuo's mouth twitched, feeling an unease stirring in his heart. Guest, what do you want? Qin Nuo calmed his restless heart and asked. This is my dish. Make it well, and if you can't, you will be my dish. The half-faced ghost pushed the menu over, its sickly eyes never leaving Qin Nuo. Qin Nuo picked up the menu, unable to stop frowning. Infant goose soup. Qin Nuo said, Sorry, the restaurant does not have such ingredients. No worries, I brought the ingredients. With a wave, the half-faced ghost made a baby appear on the table. It was a baby girl, fair and plump, like a porcelain doll. Right now, she was staring with big, watery eyes, her little hands flailing in the air, giggling at Qin Nuo.
Let's begin. The half-faced ghost looked at Qin Nuo mockingly.
Qin Nuo picked up the baby, and looking at the baby who seemed hungry, his heart felt as heavy as lead. Qin Nuo turned his gaze to the half-faced ghost. Triggering analysis I, born as a demon, he has had 18 baby girls meet their demise at his hands. When this perverted man-eater was sanctioned by FL, he unexpectedly entered a horror world and made a pact with a ghost. After becoming a half-ghost, his perverse desires grew even more intense, with cannibalism and ghost-eating becoming his hobbies.
Qin Nuo's face turned as cold as ice.
The half-faced ghost's eyes. It was likely that it wanted to eat not just the baby in Qin Nuo's arms, but him as well.
I won't do it. Qin Nuo immediately shook his head. Then come with me.
The half-faced ghost was not surprised. It was just looking for an excuse to give itself an extra meal. After all, in the horror world, humans were rare food. Seeing the half-faced ghost stand up, Qin Nuo held the baby in one hand while gripping a bone-crushing hammer tightly in the other. At this moment, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. Manager Pinoza appeared beside Qin Nuo, looking at the half-faced ghost and saying, "Guest, this restaurant indeed does not have the dish of human infants." The half-faced ghost paused, seemingly surprised that the upper-level ghost of the restaurant would speak for a human.
Qin Nuo was also taken aback.
After all, when Wang Yang was taken away, Pinoza didn't even speak for him and even offered a membership discount.
Could it be because of his good performance? Was it a rare kindness for being an outstanding employee? The menu not having it doesn't mean it can't be made, right?
The half-faced ghost was not planning to let Qin Nuo go, laughing sinisterly. "Guest, please do not trouble our employee."
Pinoza saw through the half-faced ghost's intentions and did not force Qin Nuo to make the dish, continuing to speak.
The other half of the ghost's face suddenly ignited, and a strong ghostly energy surged like a flood. "I know the ghost from the second floor of your restaurant.
Should I call it down to talk to you?"
The half-faced ghost suddenly looked at Pinoza with interest.
The ghost from the second floor of the restaurant? Qin Nuo was stunned. Hearing these words, Pinoza suddenly fell silent. After a moment, Pinoza said, "So it's a friend from the second floor."
"Distinguished guest, forgive me for my earlier offense.
You may deal with this human as you wish."
After speaking, it turned and disappeared without a trace.
Qin Nuo was dumbfounded. Wow. Pinoza was too realistic, right? The good impression he had just formed of Pinoza vanished in an instant. "No one can save you, come with me obediently."
The faceless ghost reached out a huge hand towards Qin Nuo. Qin Nuo stepped back, frowning, just about to pull out the bone-crushing hammer, when he suddenly realized the baby girl was gone.
Wow, so cute. Human babies are just like little kittens, so lovable.
Somehow, the baby ended up in the hands of the little girl in the red dress, who was smiling and teasing the baby.
Half-ghost?
The half-faced ghost squinted, showing a tinge of surprise. But did not care.
"Girl, didn't your mother tell you that touching other people's food is very rude?"
The little girl's attention was entirely on the baby in her arms, and she didn't even look up at the half-faced ghost. "It's mine now."
In the restaurant, the atmosphere instantly froze.
All the guests stared at the two half-ghosts, and wisely kept silent. But the half-faced ghost was exceptionally excited, interesting, quite bold. "Speaking of which, I haven't tried what half-human, half-ghost tastes like." The half-faced ghost's face was twisted, with a pair of eyes filled with mad greed, a long tongue licking its cracked lips like a snake.
"You talk too much."
The little girl's eyelids lifted slightly. Then, the half-faced ghost's head flew off. Immediately after, its body seemed to suffer from some horrifying sharp weapon, showing dense cut marks. In an instant, it turned into a pile of meat chunks, scattered on the ground.
The bizarre scene made the restaurant even more silent.
Whether human or ghost, no one could see clearly what had happened. Qin Nuo was horrified and realized that there was no wind, yet the little girl's hair was fluttering wildly. He stared at those dancing strands of hair. Perhaps due to the eye of analysis, Qin Nuo suddenly saw the little girl's face transform into that of a terrifying woman like Medusa.
Chapter 15, The Ghost on the Second Floor Needs to Vent.
The half-faced ghost that was just ahead now couldn't see what happened. The head rolling on the ground saw its shattered body, its eyes glaring red at the little girl, the voice almost roaring. "Blonde girl, today you must die." Crash. As the voice fell, a dull sound suddenly arose in the restaurant, followed by the ceiling starting to shake, with countless cracks appearing, and plaster falling off. All the guests looked panicked, hurriedly getting up to exit the restaurant.
The guests on the second floor were coming down.
The half-faced ghost wasn't joking, it truly recognized the guests on the second floor. Moreover, their identity was extremely high. At the staircase leading to the second floor, a thick ghostly aura surged, and the staircase railing visibly decayed, clearly something terrifying was coming down.
Qin Nuo was stunned. What kind of monsters were the guests on the second floor? Was such a big commotion just for coming down? Huang Liang, I just came to eat. What trouble have you dragged me into? The voice echoed in the first floor restaurant. I just ordered a dish. Who knew this mouse wouldn't cooperate? This blonde girl snatched my ingredients and ruined my body. The faceless ghost seemed very afraid of the ghosts on the second floor, saying in a panic, trying to appear innocent. The black mist in the hallway was silent. In the restaurant, all the guests held their breath, not daring to make a sound. They looked at that mass of black mist, filled with fear and humility. This kind of gaze, Qin Nuo had seen before. Just like how Wang Yang looked at them back then. Soon. The ghost on the second floor seemed to have made its assessment and rasped, "This is the last time I back you up, there will be no next time." As the voice fell, a dry hand shot directly at the little girl. Crash! In the position of the little girl, all the chairs and tables flew away. All the guests almost saw the girl being crushed into meat paste. However, the next second that hand recoiled as if shocked. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the little girl. Wrapped in bandages from head to toe, dressed in a suit, exuding an eerie ghostly aura. "Miss, are you okay?" the suit-clad bandaged ghost asked. The ghost from the second floor suddenly realized something, its voice deep and laced with a hint of fear. "Who are you?" The little girl ignored her, holding the baby, smiling as she said, "From now on, I will call you Xiao Xiao, okay? Let's go home with sister, there is also a big sister at home." The other's disregard only made the ghost on the second floor even more wary, continuing to speak, "I will not get involved in your affairs, I apologize for the earlier offense. I will leave now." After speaking, the black mist rapidly dissipated, as that ghost from the second floor fled back upstairs. The little girl nodded at the suit-wrapped ghost, who walked towards the staircase and headed to the second floor. "Goodbye, big brother, see you next time." The little girl winked at Qin Nuo. On the ground, only a head of the faceless ghost looked at the little girl in panic. "You." Before it could finish its words, the little girl raised her foot and stomped down, causing the head to explode like a rotten watermelon, splattering pieces everywhere. Welcome to visit again. After the little girl left, the atmosphere in the restaurant remained tense. The guests all looked toward the staircase on the second floor. Soon, the suit-wrapped ghost came down the stairs, holding a bloody, unseeing head, obviously belonging to the ghost on the second floor. As it came down, only its footsteps echoed in the restaurant, and the guests kept their distance. When it passed by Qin Nuo, the suit-wrapped man suddenly stopped and handed a card to Qin Nuo. The lady said, "If you need anything, you can come here." Qin Nuo took the card, which had a black golden rose on it, stunning and ghostly. Below was an address, and apart from that, there was nothing else. When she looked up again, the suit-wrapped ghost had already vanished. In the restaurant, it seemed that such things were not unusual, and soon everything returned to normal as the guests happily continued their meals, pretending nothing had happened. "Qin Nuo, are you okay?" Lu Juqi hurried over, grabbing Qin Nuo, and asked worriedly. "It's just a small scene, did you see me panicking? But your pants are wet. That's just a splash of soup." Soon, the closing bell rang. The guests in the restaurant gradually stood up and left one after another. When the restaurant became quiet, Pinocchio clattered into the restaurant. It first commented on Lu Juqi's performance today and then gave her 2 100 ghost coins. Next, it turned to Qin Nuo, "Your performance today was very poor, the reward is gone. And because of you, the restaurant suffered significant losses, so you will face a corresponding punishment." Hearing this, Qin Nuo's expression darkened. Losing her reward was one thing. But a punishment? The first table's guests were satisfied with the dishes I made. Qin Nuo said coldly. But your performance at the second table was disappointing. Pinocchio said. That ghost never intended to eat my food, it wanted to eat me. So no matter how well I cooked, it wouldn't be satisfied. Qin Nuo said. Regardless, you caused losses to the restaurant. Tomorrow I will announce your punishment, go home and rest well. After finishing, Pinocchio walked away and left one last message at the corner. Also, you are an employee of the restaurant but also a rat, know your identity. The last sentence was clearly a warning. With a stern face, Qin Nuo said nothing, but inside, she was extremely frustrated. Damn it! One day when I have the ability, I will buy this restaurant and use you, Pinocchio, as firewood. Qin Nuo, cheer up. Today, I'll treat you to something, eat whatever you want. Lu Juqi said, holding 2 ghost coins, trying to make Qin Nuo happy. Qin Nuo waved her hand, no need for you to treat, someone will treat me. Lu Juqi was confused. Now, apart from the two of them, who else could there be? Qin Nuo walked out of the restaurant and headed straight to the vending machine in the corridor. Last time, it was left battered by Qin Nuo's chainsaw, but now patched up, it had almost no signs of damage. However, as Qin Nuo approached without a word, she took out the bone-crushing hammer and began to smash it furiously. Bang! 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 Glass shattered, metal dented, pieces scattered everywhere. The vending machine ghost roared angrily, "What the hell did I do to you? What is wrong with you? You didn't do anything to me, I'm just in a bad mood and need to vent." "Thanks, old buddy."
After saying that, Qin Nuo smashed it harder, releasing all her pent-up frustration.
"I thank your grandmother. Your bad mood is none of my business. Stupid kid, don't think I'm easy to bully. If you don't stop, I won't hold back."
The vending machine ghost rose up in revolt, but was kicked back into the corner by Qin Nuo, continuing to obediently take a beating.
This human has gotten stronger.
The vending machine ghost was horrified to find that it was completely no match for Qin Nuo. Faced with Qin Nuo's destruction of its body, the vending machine ghost felt both angry and humiliated. In just a few short days, the tides had turned. Who would have thought that just 3 days ago, the vending machine ghost could play with Qin Nuo like catching a mouse? After a while, having vented his frustrations, Qin Nuo felt much better, gathering the shattered bones and sitting on the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He patted the battered vending machine and said, "My hands are sore from smashing, bring me a bottle of water, my throat is very dry." This statement almost drove the vending machine ghost crazy. Ah! It was really too much bullying of a ghost.
Chapter 16, Ingredient Number 8, Dining Out.
After making the vending machine treat him, Qin Nuo went home early and went to sleep. That Pinocchio said the punishment would be announced tomorrow, and according to guesses, it would definitely be related to tomorrow's work.
No matter what, it wouldn't let him get off easy.
Carrying the worst expectations, Qin Nuo fell asleep.
The next morning, the alarm clock ghost doll's terrifying screams awakened Qin Nuo. As soon as he got up, he noticed Lu Juqi was already awake, and seeing her spirit was a bit low, Qin Nuo asked, "Did you not sleep well last night?" "I didn't sleep well, I had a nightmare, dreaming that you wouldn't come back today, and I was left alone sleeping in the dorm," Lu Juqi said, hugging her knees.
It wasn't that she had feelings for Qin Nuo. It was just that in this terrifying world with no support, Qin Nuo had become her only reliance and spiritual pillar.
"You must have had insomnia too, right? After all, that Pinocchio was going to punish you today," Lu Juqi said.
This was like the last night of a death row inmate, who could sleep.
"Nope, I slept quite soundly."
Qin Nuo stretched. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Qin Nuo got up to open the door, and there was no one outside. Looking down, he was surprised to find it was Pinocchio.
"Let's go."
"Where to?"
"You just need to follow." Pinocchio was very direct and turned to walk away. Lu Juqi hid behind, wanting to say something but hesitating.
Qin Nuo nodded at her, said nothing more, and followed along. He also felt quite nervous.
What happened yesterday was indeed a bit big, but the main conflict didn't lie with him. It was then that Qin Nuo understood. They just needed someone to take the blame.
This scapegoat, apart from him as a humble human, seemed to be no one else.
Following Pinocchio, they soon arrived at a back kitchen room. Pinocchio handed Qin Nuo a piece of paper.
Qin Nuo took it, opened the note, which only had an address and something called Ingredient Number 8.
"What does this mean?" Qin Nuo was confused.
"This is your punishment, and it is also your work for today. Next, you need to leave the restaurant, follow the address, find the supermarket on it, and bring back Ingredient Number 8 to the restaurant. This way, you can make up for your mistakes and also receive a considerable reward,"
Pinocchio said. "Buying ingredients." Qin Nuo raised his head and asked, "Do I go alone?" "You go alone." Pinocchio nodded his wooden head.
Qin Nuo suddenly sneered, "Honestly, how dangerous is this? In the past employees, anyone who caused the restaurant to lose money had to buy ingredients back to make up for the losses. You are the 55th, out of the previous 54, only 5 came back alive. A survival rate of less than 10%.
What happens if I refuse?" "You will be eliminated on the spot," Pinocchio said.
"I advise you to choose the former. If you resist, with that little ghost power of yours, you have no chance of survival. Do as per our restaurant's rules, you at least have a hope of returning alive.
Ingredient Number 8 is very important to us.
It is a necessary ingredient for a dish for a distinguished guest on the second floor. If you bring it back, your employee term will end early, and you will also be able to obtain a position above the supervisor, gaining the restaurant's protection." This reward was already very tempting. But the more tempting it is, the more it represents how dangerous and difficult it is. What else can I do except agree with my hands and feet?
Qin Nuo shrugged. Disagreeing means death now. Agreeing feels like a slow death. Bang!
As soon as the words left her mouth, the door was opened. It was still not the time to open for business. Outside was a gray mist, and a bone-chilling wind surged in.
"Let's go." Qin Nuo held the note and said, "It says here that I can take the bus to the destination, but the bus fare isn't reimbursed by the restaurant?" Pino Chow did not answer. "Well, I have to pay for the fare myself." Wrapped in a thin shirt, Qin Nuo stepped out of the back door of the restaurant. The moment she came out, the door instantly shut behind her. Qin Nuo looked up at the gray sky. Speaking of which, hasn't she seen what the horror world looks like with her own eyes yet? It was still early, and because she came out from the back door, she didn't attract much attention from the ghosts. But to be safe, Qin Nuo put on the killer's raincoat in an alley beforehand. Human scent was covered, transforming her into a member of the horror world's ghosts. If she truly left the restaurant as a human, it would be like a mouse crossing the street. She might not even make it to the bus. The killer's raincoat was Qin Nuo's greatest protection. Exiting the alley and onto the road, Qin Nuo could finally see the appearance of this so-called horror world. Tall buildings were indeed no different from the human world. However, the empty streets and roads were filled with wrecked cars, and rotten meat piled up by the roadside, releasing a terrible stench. Large numbers of crows and vultures soared in the sky, and many were tearing apart and pecking at those decaying bodies on the roadside. A sense of the apocalypse loomed. As Qin Nuo walked along the roadside, she either faced vague shadows or zombies like ghosts. They looked at Qin Nuo with some confusion in their eyes but turned away, noticing the foul aura of her outfit. If it weren't for this outfit, I would have been dismembered by now, Qin Nuo thought to herself. Following the directions on the sign, Qin Nuo found the bus stop to her destination. Qin Nuo sat on a bench, and next to her was an old man who also seemed to be waiting for the bus. The old man leaned on a cane, dozing off. From his appearance, Qin Nuo couldn't find a trace of ghostly marks on him. But she knew very well that this old man was definitely not human. She just hadn't noticed. Perhaps, like that little girl, he was also a half-ghost. Speaking of the little girl, Qin Nuo had the thought of asking her for help. But after glancing at the address she left behind, wow, taking the bus would require over 20 stops, which was 7 stops more than where she was headed now, far indeed. To avoid revealing her true identity, Qin Nuo did not chat with the seemingly normal old man. Soon, another woman and child arrived, the woman holding a baby and carrying a bag of vegetables. The baby had gray skin, playing with a human head in his hands, giggling. The bag of vegetables in the woman's hand contained chopped up limbs, and one finger was still adorned with a ring. Qin Nuo suddenly realized. The horror world might not be so different from the human world after all. Ghosts also had their own lives, their own jobs. The difference was that what was chopped on the cutting board and sold in the market was not poultry, but humans. Ding ding. The bus arrived, number 404, the bus Qin Nuo was waiting for. She quickly got up, and the old man and the woman with the child also stood up, boarding the same bus as Qin Nuo. Ming Village is here, please passengers exit from the back door, the next stop is Blood Curse Cemetery. Passengers needing to get off, please prepare. The old man and the woman with the child boarded in succession, tossing ghost coins into the money box. Qin Nuo calmed her heart and followed them on board, throwing in the prepared ghost coins into the money box. Just as she was about to leave, the ghost driver suddenly called out in a strange voice, "Hold on." Chapter 17, Sheep Entering the Wolf's Den, Bus Conflict. Qin Nuo stopped in her tracks, rigidly turning around to look at the driver. The driver's ashen face, pale as a ghost, stared intently at Qin Nuo, and from his cracked lips came a few hoarse words, "You put in too many coins." Qin Nuo sighed quietly with relief and calmly said, "It's okay, I have plenty of money." The driver said nothing more, closed the door, and started the bus. There weren't many passengers on the bus. Besides the elderly and women with children who boarded the bus with Qin Nuo, there were 4 other passengers. 2 ghostly, transparent figures, and 2 solid ones. One solid figure had a terrifying stitched line running across the center of its face, and its head was full of big and small steel nails. Clearly, this was a ghost. The other solid figure wore a suit, had a sharp figure, a square face, and slicked back hair, casually staring out at the passing scenery. Qin Nuo looked at him, and his heart trembled. The scent of humanity. Not a half-ghost, this suited man was a real person. With his ghostly power, Qin Nuo could roughly distinguish between human and ghost. Other players from different areas? Why wasn't he afraid to ride this ghost bus alone? Qin Nuo was terrified and even more confused. The elderly and women with children who had just boarded also noticed a human on the bus. They examined the suited man, and as if discovering something, they looked wary and averted their gazes. Mommy, I want it. The ghost baby in the woman's arms stared at the suited man, seemingly seeing something fun, reaching out its little hands to grab him. The woman held the baby's hands down, cradled it in her arms, and turned away, not giving it a chance to fuss. In this horror world, there must be gameplay and rules that I don't know about yet. Qin Nuo thought quietly to himself. After all, it was his first time entering this horror world, a true rookie player. Back on Earth, Qin Nuo had seen the news more than once. Those veteran players at the national level could freely enter horror games, complete quests, and earn rewards.
For those experienced players, horror games were not nightmares but a dream world that constantly provided them benefits.
We newbies think every day about how to survive and get back, always on edge.
These veteran players have long found the essence of playing games, effortlessly moving between the horror world and reality. Qin Nuo sighed quietly as the bus arrived at the stop.
The blood-cursed cemetery has arrived, please disembark in an orderly manner.
The next stop is the Yellow Springs Grand Hotel, passengers getting off, please prepare. The suited man stood up, glanced down at Qin Nuo with a smile as he passed by, and then got off the bus from the back door.
I've been discovered. Qin Nuo forced a bitter smile, not surprised.
This raincoat was of low ghostly rank, facing stronger ghosts and humans, it could be ignored, revealing Qin Nuo's true identity. In the following stops, passengers on the bus changed one after another.
Fortunately, these ghosts did not discover Qin Nuo's identity as they passed by him.
Suddenly, Qin Nuo felt something tugging at the hood of his raincoat. Qin Nuo quickly pressed down his raincoat hood and turned to see it was the ghost baby. It was staring at his raincoat with great curiosity. It was reaching out its hand to tug at him.
Xiaoying, be good.
The woman gently stroked the ghost baby's forehead but gave no intention to stop it. Qin Nuo pulled out a bone-crushing hammer, and black blood dripped onto the seat.
Control your child.
Qin Nuo spoke in a low voice, his tone filled with menace and ferocity. The woman was taken aback, seemingly realizing that Qin Nuo was not to be trifled with. She hurriedly held down the ghost baby's hand and sat back down.
Qin Nuo quietly sighed with relief. That was close. He almost blew his cover.
Qin Nuo glanced at the bus stops. There were still 2 stops until he reached his destination. He felt increasingly anxious, his heart racing. The number of passengers on the bus grew, indicating that his situation was becoming more dangerous.
The next stop arrived.
Suddenly, more than half the people on the bus got off, and the once crowded interior became instantly empty.
Qin Nuo sighed with relief. The next stop was where he was getting off. He was basically safe now.
Only one passenger came up, with wet hair dragging on the ground, his entire body frighteningly pale, and large amounts of water dripping from him. The bus floor was instantly soaked in a large area. The ghost driver didn't care, closed the door, and started the vehicle.
Water ghost.
Qin Nuo stared at this ghost, roughly guessing that he might have drowned. The water ghost didn't rush to find a seat but sniffed the air, revealing a human smile under his terrifying wet hair. It smells like a rat.
Qin Nuo's expression changed.
Suddenly raising his head, the water ghost's eyes were fixated on Qin Nuo. His mouth cracked open, eyes filled with intense greed, a bloody tongue dripping with saliva.
Discovered. Qin Nuo's body tensed.
But the water ghost didn't expose Qin Nuo. Instead, he chose a seat but his greedy eyes remained fixed on Qin Nuo, afraid the prey would escape.
5 minutes later.
The bus stopped at a station, and Qin Nuo immediately stood up, preparing to get off. The water ghost suddenly blocked Qin Nuo's way, grinning coldly, sit back down. Qin Nuo glared at him coldly, I'm at my stop.
I said sit back down, little mouse, don't you understand what I'm saying? The words little mouse caught the attention of the passengers in the bus.
They all raised their heads, their gazes falling on Qin Nuo. Qin Nuo's face darkened, this water ghost clearly didn't intend to let him go. Under the raincoat, 5 fingers tightly gripped a broken bone as a weapon. He wasn't afraid of the water ghost. But if he acted against the water ghost on the bus, his identity would undoubtedly be exposed. The ghost driver also turned to look at Qin Nuo and the water ghost, then closed the rear door he had opened again. Several passengers became restless.
They vaguely guessed something. A rat has infiltrated the bus.
Trouble ahead, a sheep falling into the wolf den. As the atmosphere inside the bus gradually thickened, Qin Nuo's face also gradually turned ugly. The water ghost sinisterly stared at Qin Nuo, mouse, I'll say it again, sit back down. Qin Nuo didn't move. Sitting back down meant not only missing his destination but also facing the unknown horrors ahead, which he couldn't dare to imagine. At that critical moment, the water ghost felt a tap on his shoulder, and he turned his head, staring at the shadow behind him. It's mine, the shadow said expressionlessly. Yours? What proof? The water ghost sneered, but before he could finish, the shadow suddenly raised a hand, fingers gripping the water ghost's face. Sharp nails pierced the water ghost's face, black blood splattered. Before the water ghost could resist, all the water on him rapidly evaporated, emitting billowing steam. Then, terrifying flames ignited on his body, as the white flesh rapidly charred and burned before the naked eye. With a horrifying, tearing scream, the water ghost turned into a charred corpse. The shadow crushed the water ghost's skull, the headless corpse fell to the ground, shattered and burned into bits of charcoal. The shadow looked at the ghost driver and coldly said, "Open the door." The ghost driver showed a hint of dread and opened the bus's rear door. Not giving Qin Nuo a chance to speak, the shadow pulled Qin Nuo off the bus.
Chapter 18, Involuntary Task, Odd Couple. After the bus disappeared at the end of the road, Qin Nuo finally saw who the shadow was. It was the guest from the restaurant the day before, the one who regained his memory because of the tequila he offered, the burning ghost. You have guts. The burning ghost withdrew his terrifying ghostly aura and spoke coldly. Qin Nuo, of course, knew what he was talking about. He bitterly smiled. Under the eaves, one has no choice. I made a mistake and was punished by the restaurant to go out for ingredients. If you don't complete the task, you'll die anyway. Despite these words, Qin Nuo's heart was still in shock. The conflict on the bus earlier, the burning ghost crushed that water ghost with one hand, causing all the ghosts on the bus to fall silent. That water ghost, who could see through Qin Nuo's disguise, surely had considerable strength, yet before the burning ghost, he didn't even have the chance to fight back, and was entirely erased. The strength of the burning ghost made Qin Nuo dare not even imagine. No matter what, thank you. Qin Nuo sincerely thanked. The burning ghost said nothing and asked, what do you want to buy? Qin Nuo directly handed the note to the burning ghost. After reading it, the burning ghost squinted slightly. What's wrong? Qin Nuo asked. Item number 8, only available at the Wandering Spirit supermarket. That's exactly where I'm going. The owner there is hard to deal with, and item number 8 is not an ordinary item. If you only use ghost coins, you probably won't be able to buy it from him, said the burning ghost. If ghost coins won't work, then what can I use? Qin Nuo was taken aback. The burning ghost shook its head slightly. That depends on you. It moved aside and pointed to a street behind. Walk 100 meters down this street. At the corner is the Wandering Spirit supermarket. Qin Nuo knew that the burning ghost couldn't help much with the purchasing of ingredients. Nonetheless, the fact that it helped him escape from trouble was already rare enough for him. So, Qin Nuo expressed his gratitude once again. That cup of tequila you gave me is very important to me, and I don't like owing favors, especially to humans, the burning ghost said faintly. Qin Nuo smiled slightly. I understand. Angel's Kiss, you've gained plus 10 favorability from the burning ghost. Obtain ghost item Tai Sui meat times 2. Tai Sui meat, food that is irresistible to ghosts. Often, a small piece causes fierce fights. Qin Nuo remembered seeing this item before, also known as meat spirit grass, a rare and expensive aggregate that humans typically collect as antiques rather than consume. In reality, what is seen on the market as Tai Sui meat is all fake. Wild pure Tai Sui has never been proven to exist in the biological world. The legend says that the elixir of immortality sought by Emperor Qin Shi Huang was the so-called wild Tai Sui meat, a myth too intense, leading such things to be elusive. I wonder if the piece I have is real or fake. Qin Nuo thought. After the burning ghost left, he didn't continue to focus on the Tai Sui meat. He organized his thoughts and walked into the street. About 5 minutes later, after turning the corner, he indeed saw a large supermarket. On the quiet street, newspapers flew everywhere. All the shops were closed, and only this supermarket was open. Inside the supermarket, it seemed very empty. The dim atmosphere made people feel uneasy and reluctant to enter. However, Qin Nuo looked calm and stepped forward. Yet, at the moment he stepped into the supermarket, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding, trigger passive task. Detected that the host is in a region with hidden mergeable ghost items. The host needs to merge the ghosts within 24 hours. Auto-acquired fusion ghost constitution Yin Yang nightmare body. Can merge 3A plus level or lower ghost items. Upon task completion, you can randomly obtain one treasure chest of a certain level. Divided into bronze, silver, gold, diamond, obsidian. Task failure punishment, confiscation of all ghost items. Another passive task triggered? Qin Nuo was stunned. Before officially entering this supermarket, he already had a compulsory task. The punishment was the confiscation of all ghost items. For Qin Nuo, who had lost the protection of the restaurant, this was like having all his life-saving things taken away. Anyway, the arrow is already on the string, so it doesn't matter. Qin Nuo thought and walked into the supermarket. The business in the supermarket seemed not too good. It was far worse than the Yinquan Restaurant, with a large amount of goods piled up on the shelves, and flies buzzing everywhere. At the front desk was a middle-aged man lying on a rattan chair, holding a bottle of liquor and drinking drunkenly. Human or ghost? Qin Nuo could not tell the identity of the middle-aged man. Boss, I want to buy a type of ingredient. The middle-aged man opened his eyes, glanced at Qin Nuo, and suddenly shouted loudly, Dirty rat, take off your ugly disguise and get out of my store. Qin Nuo forced a smile, suddenly feeling that this murderer's raincoat was quite subpar. But since he was already here, how could he easily leave? He took off the murderer's raincoat and continued, Boss, I'm just here to buy something and then leave. Do you see that empty spot on the shelf? If you say one more word, your head will end up hanging there. Qin Nuo frowned. No wonder the burning ghost said the boss was hard to talk to. This is not just hard to talk to, it's like facing an enemy. With this kind of business attitude, if customers come in, it's a blessing from their ancestors. Qin Nuo remained unmoved. Suddenly, the boss stood up. At that moment, a middle-aged woman suddenly walked over. She picked up a fruit knife from the table and directly stabbed it into the boss's neck, tilting her head and collapsing to the ground. Qin Nuo was startled. Damn! What a shocking start, what grudges or complaints? I'm sorry, I'm the boss lady here. This old jerk can't talk and has frightened away countless customers. In our shop, we don't care if you're human or ghost, once you enter the store, you are our customer. The boss lady looked to be around 30, her face kind, and her tone approachable. Of course, if it weren't for that earlier stab, Qin Nuo would think she was a normal person. What do you want to buy? Just as Qin Nuo was about to speak, the boss suddenly stood up and pulled the fruit knife from his neck. Then, with one fierce stab, he thrust it down onto the boss lady's crown. The boss lady remained unfazed, even maintaining that bright smile on her face. You damn old woman, are you rebelling? The boss cursed gruffly. The boss lady turned around, grabbed the boss, and threw him into a dark room. Then, from under the front desk, she picked up an axe and followed him into the dark room. For a long time, sounds of fierce fighting and some tearing noises came from the room, sending chills down one's spine. About 2 minutes later, the boss lady came out, covered in blood, but still polite. Sorry for making you see our family's shame. It turns out that men won't understand who is the head of the family unless they are taught a lesson. Qin Nuo's mouth twitched slightly, agreeing, that makes sense. Alright, let's talk about what you want to buy. Qin Nuo handed over the note. The boss lady frowned slightly upon seeing ingredient number 8. Chapter 19 Supermarket Thief, Protection Mechanism. Isn't there any? Qin Nuo noticed the boss lady's facial expression and asked. What does a human want this for? The boss lady handed the note back, countering the question. Actually, I'm an employee of the Yinquan Restaurant. They sent me to buy this kind of ingredient. Qin Nuo replied. The boss lady smiled and said, this is no different from sentencing you to death. What do you mean? Even if I give you ingredient number 8, as a human, you can't take it back and will lose your life. The boss lady sat down and poured a glass of water. This kind of ingredient is very dangerous, it's hard for humans to control and could even turn against you. Qin Nuo's face changed in shock. Crap! What the hell is this ingredient, a monster? This is too terrifying. Besides, I won't sell it to you. Why? It's too precious. Those guys at the Yinquan Restaurant send an employee here every so often to buy ingredients number 1 to 8. This isn't something that can be bought with ghost coins. The boss lady said casually. If you only want to buy this thing, then you can go back. Qin Nuo's expression turned difficult. I die if I go back too. Is there anything else I can use to buy it besides ghost coins? The boss lady glanced at Qin Nuo's figure, smilingly saying, although you have quite a nice build, I'm not interested in that way. And human meat isn't worth anything here. Qin Nuo fell silent. He suddenly understood. The most difficult part of this task is not surviving to reach the Wailing supermarket, but rather, they simply won't sell ingredient number 8. Perhaps that bastard Pinot Chow never expected Qin Nuo to bring anything back. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, there was a huge commotion in the supermarket. From a distance, Qin Nuo saw a large pile of goods flying around, shelves collapsing, and that area instantly turning into chaos. Bang! The door to the darkroom was slammed open, and the boss, covered in injuries, rushed out, yelling at a cleaver with a fierce expression, it's that damn thieving rascal again. I must chop it up for sure. After saying that, he rushed into the shelf area with a cleaver. Before long, he came back, covered in dirt and disheveled. Holding the knife, he gritted his teeth in anger. Idiot, don't make the store messier. If you're so capable, you would have caught that thing already. What are you messing around here for? The boss's wife grabbed her husband's ear, scolding him. The boss struck back, slashing the knife at his wife's arm, also short-tempered. You just keep talking, why don't you go catch it? The boss's wife did not argue with him but went to the shelf, and soon an angry scream came. It stole another 8 items, worth 500 ghost coins altogether. Qin Nuo understood what was happening. In such a supermarket, how could a thief sneak in? And from what it sounded like, it wasn't the first time, it was a habitual offender. Can you tell me about it? Maybe I can help. Qin Nuo asked tentatively. You? Get out of the way, don't interfere with me. The boss looked down on Qin Nuo immensely, or rather, he looked down on all humans. The boss's wife came over, pushed the boss aside, and stared at Qin Nuo, suddenly smiling with hidden meaning. If you can help us catch that thief, the ingredient number 8, I will sell it to you. Deal. Qin Nuo replied without any hesitation. Besides agreeing, what choice did he have? He. The boss sneered a couple of times but didn't say anything. Boss, give me 2 portions of donkey leather. A passing customer shouted. Damn, can't you take it yourself? Do you have no hands or feet?
The boss turned around and cursed.
Damn, doing business so arrogantly, why not just open a hammer shop?
That ghost cursed and left. The boss's wife stabbed her husband hard in the back with the knife, her eyes fierce enough to split. Do you still want to keep this store open? Qin Nuo ignored the couple, who were always stabbing each other in anger, and walked towards the shelves. This supermarket was actually quite large. There were at least hundreds of items displayed on the shelves. As Qin Nuo walked deeper in, he found that these products were either covered in dust or scattered on the floor. In short, it was very messy and seemed to have never been organized. Suddenly, Qin Nuo heard some commotion. He quickly located the sound, pulled out a bone-crushing hammer, and turned ready to swing it.
Brother, calm down.
The figure hurriedly shouted.
A person?
Qin Nuo was startled, smelling the human scent from the person. Yes, I'm a person. I'm a player here, a stock clerk, named Qin Yuan, just like you, sent here to participate in a horror game.
The man smiled. Stock clerk. Qin Nuo stared at the messy shelves, the scattered mess. Is this the stock you manage?
Given the boss's volatile temper, seeing this scene, Qin Yuan should have been chopped into pieces long ago.
How had Qin Yuan survived with such a work attitude? That's because there is a protection mechanism from the nation.
The boss and his wife only come to check once a week. I slack off for 5 days and tidy up for 2 days. Qin Yuan scratched his head and laughed. Qin Nuo was astonished.
So this was the state intervention, forcibly added protection mechanism. I was forced in here. Qin Nuo said with a dark face.
I truly sympathize with you.
Qin Yuan looked at Qin Nuo with pity.
He participated in the horror game. Although it's only been twice, it's clear that being forcibly brought in has no protective mechanism from the country.
It's highly dangerous. The mortality rate is high. Those who return alive are all blessed by their ancestors.
Qin Yuan stared at the boss outside, who was still arguing, and quietly said, I heard your conversation with the boss lady. You should just go back where you came from. That ghost who steals, you can't catch it.
And don't think the boss lady is easy to talk to.
Even if you catch that ghost, she definitely won't give you ingredient number 8.
Qin Nuo's expression became serious. Why? Are you really that foolish? Qin Yuan looked Qin Nuo up and down. You, a human, want to negotiate with a ghost?
Let me tell you honestly, your restaurant's superiors have tricked our boss lady before, and she despises you.
Even if she sells, it definitely won't be to you. Qin Nuo's face grew heavier.
That Pinocchio guy never mentioned this to him, plus he sent him to the Wraith supermarket, which clearly was a big trap. Qin Nuo closed his eyes, seeming to make a decision. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said, Tell me about the thief in your store.
Did you not hear what I said? Qin Yuan was stunned. Qin Nuo said, Anyway, I can't go back empty-handed. I have my own way. Chapter 20, The Greedy Ghost. It's a bit reasonable. Seeing Qin Nuo stubborn, Qin Yuan shook his head and had to say.
About a week ago, this thief came, and every time it only steals the expensive stuff to eat. So far, the things that Ghost has eaten are worth over 8,000 ghost coins. If this continues, it won't be long before the shop basically closes. Although Qin Yuan said this, there was no sign of pessimism on his face. He has 2 days left to finish this mission. After that, he can exit and receive rewards. Whether Wraith supermarket closes is not a big deal to him.
Can't the boss and boss lady catch it?
Qin Nuo asked. That couple didn't seem like weak ghosts. That thief isn't very aggressive, but it's skilled. Every time the boss and boss lady try to catch it, they suddenly seem to be enchanted, letting the thief go, then walking back to the front desk in a daze, taking some time to come back to their senses. That thief probably has some ability to mess with a ghost's mind. Also, it seems to be injured, and its appetite has been increasing lately. After eating, it hides in a corner of the supermarket, waiting until it's hungry to come out and steal food, Qin Yuan said. At first, that thief always messed with his stock, thinking about catching it. But later gave up. That thief had no intention to harm Qin Yuan, so he let it be. Hearing this, Qin Nuo could basically confirm one thing. The ghost mentioned by the system that could merge is definitely this thief. After a moment of thought, Qin Nuo suddenly had a win-win plan. However, the premise is to catch the stealing ghost. When does it usually come out to steal food? Qin Nuo asked. This guy has a huge appetite lately, at least 3 times a day. I reckon it will come out to steal tonight. Qin Yuan concluded. Okay, let's wait for it to come out tonight. Qin Nuo said. He has the entire day. As long as he returns to the restaurant with ingredient number 8 before 6 a.m., he will have completed the task. Tonight is basically the only opportunity. No need to wait, it will come out swaggering. Qin Yuan said. At first, it was a bit timid, but later it discovered that no one could deal with it, so it became bolder. Now, as long as it's hungry, it will swagger out to eat, treating the supermarket like its own home. Qin Nuo nodded in realization, not asking more, and walked out of the shelf area. Over at the front desk, the boss and boss lady seemed to have tired from arguing and finally settled down. The boss lady pulled out the dagger she had lodged in her heart and smiled at Qin Nuo, asking, "So, did you see the thief?" "No, but your employee Qin Yuan revealed some information about that thief to me. I will act again tonight." Little Chen, ah. He is indeed a rare and responsible good employee. Every time I check, he has the shelves neatly organized, in an orderly manner. The boss lady chuckled, quite satisfied with Chen Yuan. Responsible. If you saw him eating instant noodles while playing games on the shelves, you probably wouldn't say that. But I have to say, Qin Nuo is indeed fascinated. A player engaged in a thrilling game under the protection mechanism is utterly comfortable. The grumpy boss suddenly changed his attitude towards Qin Nuo, saying, "Catch that damn little thief. Whatever ingredients you want, we'll sell them to you. Not just selling, we can give them to you." Qin Nuo knew their little tricks and made a deeply believable expression. "I will definitely try my best." Evening soon arrived. The streets were swallowed by darkness, and while they were desolate, they also seemed full of various unknown dangers. The rolling shutter was pulled down. The spirit supermarket also closed its doors. The boss and the boss lady disappeared without a trace. At this time, Chen Yuan finally came out from the shelves, skillfully headed to the front desk, got some tasty food to eat, and even pulled out a bottle of yellow beer from somewhere. Chen Yuan sighed contentedly. "Finally, I can enjoy a good meal after eating instant noodles all day." "Why didn't you dare to come out during the day?" Qin Nuo asked. "That was my working time. If I'm not in the work area and leave the post without permission, it would ruin the protection mechanism." "Without the protection mechanism, wouldn't the boss and the boss lady tear me apart?" Chen Yuan said. "Although the protection mechanism is set up for the players, there are also rules that must be followed. Once violated, the protection mechanism would be broken and become useless. So, no matter how stuffy the shelves are or how hungry Chen Yuan was, he had to stay inside." Qin Nuo suddenly realized that he hadn't done his homework on the thrilling game at all. This Chen Yuan, although he looks silly, has a firm grip on the rule of the protection mechanism. Perhaps this is the reason he has been able to live comfortably until now. Bang! Suddenly, a shelf in the darkness fell down, scattering goods everywhere, making a loud noise. Chen Yuan took a big gulp of yellow beer and said, "Look, that glutton is coming out. Aren't you going to catch it with me?" Qin Nuo looked at the indifferent Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan put down the duck skeleton he was chewing and said, "You can't catch it, it will run away in the blink of an eye. Besides, even if you catch it, that ghost can possess you and leave you in a daze. How many times have the boss and the boss lady been defeated? Don't I know? As long as it doesn't bother me, I won't actively provoke that troublesome guy." Chen Yuan peeled a grilled sausage and said while eating. Qin Nuo said nothing and walked toward the shelf area. In the displayed shelves, the gluttonous ghost heard the footsteps and vanished in a flash. Qin Nuo looked at the torn packaging goods everywhere and thought, "Wow, it is quite picky, choosing only the expensive things to eat. Bro, I have some delicious food here, come out for a bit, let's be friends, how about it?" Qin Nuo shouted. Outside, Chen Yuan heard this and rolled his eyes. "You think that can lure that ghost out? I might as well eat shit upside down." Seeing no response, Qin Nuo smiled, took out the Tai Sui meat from his toolbox, and placed it on the ground. Qin Nuo couldn't see or smell what was so tempting about the Tai Sui meat, but since the system said so, he wanted to give it a try. What he didn't know was that when the Tai Sui meat was exposed to the air, an invisible scent that made ghosts go insane and unable to resist began to spread. In the dark, the gluttonous ghost's eyes brightened, and its body was uncontrollably drawn towards it. Hearing the noise, Qin Nuo turned his head and saw a figure slowly appearing from that dark corner. It was an invisible, ethereal ghost. The only feature was that its whole body was covered with blood-red eyes, looking very terrifying. Qin Nuo waved at it friendly, "Hello." It glanced at Qin Nuo, and the next second, that piece of Tai Sui meat was in its hands. Without any hesitation, it swallowed it in one bite. Then, those 9 blood-red, strange eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an expression of enjoyment. "You ate my food, now can we become friends?" Qin Nuo said. "Idiot." To his surprise, the greedy ghost spat out human words, revealing deep sarcasm, and turned to leave. "Sigh, I just wanted to make a friend, but unfortunately, I have so much Tai Sui meat on me, I don't even know who to share it with." Qin Nuo sighed, making a regretful and lonely expression. The greedy ghost stopped and asked, "You still have?" "I have plenty on me. Want to be friends with someone like me, a local rich guy? The kind that can fill you up?" Qin Nuo said kindly. The greedy ghost was not convinced, sneering coldly. "You humans are the most cunning, don't take me for a fool. Become friends? You want to catch me, right?"
You have good food on you, I can just snatch it directly, why waste time talking to you? Qin Nuo's expression froze. It seems, you have a point. Chapter 21, Make a Contract, Successfully Merge.
Seeing Qin Nuo's stunned expression, the greedy ghost became even more proud and immediately pounced on him.
Bad news, quick, dodge.
Chen Yuan heard the noise and walked over. Seeing this scene, he quickly shouted. This greedy ghost can control its kind, let alone a human. But it was too late. Qin Nuo's body stiffened, and the greedy ghost directly possessed him, gaining control of the body. Let me see where you've hidden the good food. The greedy ghost licked its tongue, speaking excitedly.
The taste of the taisui meat left it craving more. In its life, it had never eaten anything so delicious.
But soon, the greedy ghost discovered something was wrong.
It couldn't control this body.
Even more shocking was that it couldn't get out, as if trapped in a cage.
What's going on?
The greedy ghost was somewhat dazed.
Hey, are you alright? Do you still have awareness?
Chen Yuan waved his hand in front of Qin Nuo's eyes.
Qin Nuo touched his face and smiled. I'm great. This shouldn't be. Chen Yuan scratched his head.
Inside the body, the greedy ghost desperately charged left and right, unable to escape from Qin Nuo's body.
Then it thought of something and exclaimed in horror, Human, is something wrong with your body? Qin Nuo pretended to look confused. I don't know, I thought I was going to die. The greedy ghost's face instantly turned extremely ugly.
Being trapped inside was one thing, not having control of the body drove it crazy. Things happened too suddenly, even it was dazed.
But Qin Nuo was secretly laughing inside.
The effect of the yin-yang nightmare body is specifically used to imprison ghosts. No matter how powerful you are, once inside the body, you are a prisoner.
Ghosts trapped inside have two choices. Either sign a contract with the host and choose to merge symbiotically,
or immediately allow the yin-yang nightmare body to slowly corrode and digest them. Qin Nuo knew he couldn't catch this ghost, the only way was to let it possess him.
The taisui meat was merely bait thrown out.
Luring it to possess him was the real trap. Soon, the greedy ghost frightfully realized that its body was gradually melting, becoming more and more blurry.
This special physique is corroding me.
The greedy ghost's 9 eyes trembled, thinking of the extremely serious consequences.
Your situation doesn't look optimistic, are you about to die? Qin Nuo asked with concern.
The greedy ghost had no time to care about Qin Nuo's words, frantically seeking a way to escape. Thinking of the fate of being turned to ashes, it instinctively became fearful.
You seem quite pitiful, let me think of a way for you.
I've heard that signing a curse contract with the host and merging with the special physique can allow you to survive.
Merge?
The greedy ghost was stunned, it had forgotten this part.
But, signing a curse contract with a human? This was an unbearable humiliation for it.
Before the greedy ghost could speak, Qin Nuo followed up and said, Forget it, merging with a ghost sounds quite disgusting, and it's not beneficial for me either. You have turned to ashes inside me, and it doesn't seem to affect me at all.
Why suffer by merging?
Qin Nuo quickly corrected himself and gave himself a slap, as if blaming himself for his own thoughtless words.
The gluttonous ghost suddenly woke up. That's right. Being reduced to ashes, who cares about dignity? It quickly spoke up, Wait. Friend, I think your plan could work. Qin Nuo shook his head, I think it's too much loss. This is my body.
Letting a ghost reside in it, not to mention any hidden dangers, but everything I do would be seen by a ghost.
No sense of privacy at all. The gluttonous ghost's body had become almost transparent and blurred. Its consciousness was gradually becoming hazy. It hurriedly said, How about this? We sign a cursed contract, and you set the terms. I set the terms, are you sure? Sure.
Qin Nuo clicked his tongue as if he had suffered a great loss, and helplessly said, All right, seeing how badly you've been corrupted, a little loss is fine.
Thank you, you are a good person. There's no time to waste, let me teach you how to do it. No need to teach, I know how.
Qin Nuo smiled slightly, bit the tip of his thumb, and drew a strange pattern on the ground. Nearby, Chen Yuan, who had been watching Qin Nuo talk to himself since the beginning, finally reacted and exclaimed, What the heck?
You're not actually negotiating with that ghost, are you? Qin Nuo ignored Chen Yuan and finished drawing the blood curse to activate the contract, saying, It's your turn.
Afterward, Qin Nuo's other hand entwined with ghostly energy, unconsciously raised, and his thumb pointed at the pattern. Ding, congratulations, you have gained the right to sign a contract with the ghost. Please establish the contract's death command. If both parties agree, both will unconditionally obey the contract's death command. Qin Nuo had already thought it out and quickly established it. Contract's death command, merge with the ghost, unconditionally guarantee the host's safety.
If the host suffers fatal harm, you must intervene to stop it. Time limit, 1 year. 1 year? The gluttonous ghost was taken aback, its expression quite grim. Otherwise, you wouldn't be of much use to me, right? What, are we going to date? Qin Nuo said.
A year is nothing, it'll pass in the blink of an eye.
The gluttonous ghost remains silent. Time waits for no one. If you don't want to, forget it. I'm not very willing either. Qin Nuo's nonchalant tone showed he didn't care at all.
Deal. The gluttonous ghost hesitated no more and gritted its teeth in agreement.
Immediately, Qin Nuo felt a warm current surge through his chest.
Ding, congratulations, the host has successfully merged with the ghost, level A+.
Can be carried out of the dungeon.
The host acquires control, can freely choose a part of the body for the merged ghost to reside.
Let's go with the right hand.
Qin Nuo thought for a moment, still choosing his most habitual right hand. Although letting a ghost inhabit his first girlfriend was a bit of a loss, in the future, having his right hand be the most convenient part to use for any trouble was worth it. Then, numerous black threads emerged from Qin Nuo's right hand, spreading out like a spiderweb, looking extremely terrifying. Bloody spots appeared on his hand, the rancid stench of decay was quite pungent. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the distribution to the merged ghost, acquiring the information panel of the merged ghost.
Open the information panel.
Merged ghost, blood-eyed ghost.
Level, A+. Ability, mental domain. Ghost power, 3000 points, peak.
Ability characteristics, 9 cursed blood eyes, each opened, doubles the mental control and ghost power value. Sounds like the merged ghost is not weak. Qin Nuo thought to himself, as he had no concept of strength among ghosts. He was unclear about how strong an A+ level ghost was. A strange voice sounded, followed by Qin Yuan's scream, "Damn, your hand."
Qin Nuo looked down and saw a bloody eye opening on his hand's back. The eyeball turned, seemingly adapting to the new surroundings.
Then the eyeball fixed its gaze on Qin Nuo, full of shame and resentment.
Qin Nuo said, "I saved your life, what kind of look is that? Human, you better be honest. Is this a trap you set from the very beginning?" The blood-eyed ghost, slow to realize, finally noticed that something was wrong. Chapter 22, Acting Scare, is it a living thing? Trap, what trap?
Qin Nuo scratched his head in confusion. The blood-eyed ghost was not fooled by Qin Nuo's act of pretending to be clueless, convinced that it had fallen into this human's trap. Despite claiming to know nothing, he was still able to skillfully complete all the steps of the contract.
Is he deceiving a ghost? But saying too much now was useless, the blood-eyed ghost could only admit defeat.
The eye on the back of its hand closed again.
The corpse energy from its right hand dissipated. Ding!
Congratulations, host, for completing the passive task, you have received a silver-level treasure chest ×1.
Qin Nuo did not hurry to open it, he tossed it into the toolbox and then looked at the stunned Chen Yuan. Isn't this pretty easy? Chen Yuan swallowed his saliva. Wow, did you eat that ghost?
It's on my right hand, for now, it's under my control.
It can earn its freedom after working for me for a year. Qin Nuo explained simply. This game can be played like this? You can give it a try.
Chen Yuan rolled his eyes. I wouldn't risk my life like that. Qin Nuo didn't have time to chat with Chen Yuan and walked out of the shelf area.
At the front desk, the boss and the boss lady appeared out of nowhere. The boss looked gloomy as he stared at Qin Nuo, making such a ruckus. Do you want to tear down my shop? To catch that thief, making noise is unavoidable. The boss lady seemed stunned. You mean you caught that thief? I caught him. How did you catch him?
You don't need to worry about that, from now on, your goods won't go missing anymore. After saying this, Qin Nuo added, if you don't believe me, you can ask your stock clerk, he saw it with his own eyes. Hiding in the shelves, Chen Yuan cursed quietly, then had to steel himself and come out. Boss lady, he, indeed caught that thief. The boss rushed into the shelf area, sniffed a few times, and suddenly shouted excitedly, the nasty smell is really gone, that little thief was really caught. The boss lady appeared astonished and asked, how did you deal with it? Killed it. The couple clearly didn't believe Qin Nuo's answer. Qin Nuo didn't care whether they believed it or not and said, I've solved your problem, so shouldn't you give me ingredient number 8? The boss lady said nothing, turned around, fetched a stack of ghost coins, and stuffed them into Qin Nuo's hand. Ingredient number 8 has actually been sold out, this is our thank you fee, take it and go. Qin Nuo held the ghost coins and looked up, boss lady, you're not being fair. Stop with the nonsense, just take the benefit and roll out quickly, you guys from Yinquan Restaurant paid us last time, and we won't forget it. Seeing that he had achieved his aim, the boss revealed his true colors and glared at Qin Nuo. Chen Yuan sighed helplessly, I told you so, but you just wouldn't listen. Qin Nuo's face was very calm, I only know this is what we agreed upon beforehand. Little brother, don't make things too stiff, only you will lose. Don't think about ingredient number 8 anymore, just go back. The boss lady said indifferently. Then in that case, I'll just return the thief to you. This statement stunned both the husband and wife. That ghost is on you?
Didn't you say you killed it? Qin Nuo smiled. I was lying to you, didn't you deceive me as well?
It's attached to me, we signed a curse contract. If I can't take ingredient number 8 back today, you won't need to open your shop anymore.
Causing chaos, this way everyone will be happy, won't they?
The boss lady's eyes suddenly turned fierce, her voice sharply piercing. Are you threatening us? Young man, I took a liking to you, that's why I didn't tear our faces apart, don't narrow your own path. The boss became more irritable, pulling out a kitchen knife and preparing to chop Qin Nuo. Demon Eye, you have gained 50 anger points from the ghost couple. Reward, ghost material, Tai Sui meat times 10. Reward, 50 ghost strength points. Qin Nuo looked expressionlessly at the ghost couple, while feeling a bit anxious in his heart, seeking help from the blood-eyed ghost. Buddy,
come and save face.
Aren't you tough? Solve it yourself. Blood-eyed ghost sneered.
Do you still want a piece of Tai Sui meat?
Upon hearing about Tai Sui meat, blood-eyed ghost immediately lost its calm. That thing is just too delicious.
Deal. Cooperate with me and let's put on a show, let's see your acting skills, Qin Nuo said. Over there, the boss glanced at the boss lady. This little mouse is almost stepping on our heads, can you endure it?
The boss lady maintained a serious face, about to speak, when suddenly, Qin Nuo's right hand was covered in black strands, emitting a terrible stench of decay. The eye on the back of his hand opened again, looking at the ghost couple, it said, yes, kill this kid, and I can come out. I haven't eaten enough of the stuff in your shop yet, I want to stay in your shop forever. Upon hearing this, the ghost couple's faces turned black. They didn't know about the cursed death order and believed blood-eyed ghost's words, as long as Qin Nuo died, it could come out. If they didn't hand over ingredient number 8, with Qin Nuo's death, this gluttonous ghost would definitely stick to them forever, consuming them into bankruptcy. Thinking it over, using an ingredient number 8 seemed quite cost-effective. As long as they got rid of this plague god, even if the supermarket suffered big losses, they could recover it all. Little ghost, you really are cruel, the boss lady's face looked terrible. After being tricked by the Yinquan Restaurant, she had sworn never to sell any ingredients to them again, and now she was slapping her own face. I'll sell it to you, but for 2,000 ghost coins, not a penny less. Of course. Qin Nuo smiled slightly, that Pinocchio guy still had a bit of conscience, at least he really gave Qin Nuo a black gold card to swipe ghost coins.
2,000 ghost coins, not a cent more, not a cent less.
The blood eye on the back of his hand closed. Qin Nuo secretly gave blood-eyed ghost a thumbs up. Buddy, smart move, scaring them this way. What drove the ghost couple craziest was blood-eyed ghost. Saying stay with them forever directly broke down their defenses, and they hurriedly handed over ingredient number 8. The boss lady told Qin Nuo to wait, then entered a room. The boss glared fiercely at Qin Nuo. If looks could kill, Qin Nuo felt he would be long dead by now.
Hiding among the shelves, Chen Yuan was already dumbfounded.
Wow! This big brother is really brave, negotiating with ghosts while also threatening them. Even Liang Jingru wouldn't dare give this much courage, right? While being dumbfounded, an inexplicable admiration surged in Chen Yuan's heart. If only I could be as carefree as him. After a long while, the boss lady came out, carrying a vintage box made of metal copper.
The lock was one of those ancient lateral locks, filled with an air of mystery. Here's the ingredient you wanted.
The boss lady handed it over, along with a key.
Qin Nuo took the box, paused slightly. Is this the ingredient number 8?
Number 8 was just a code, no one knew what was really inside the box.
Holding the box, Qin Nuo felt influenced, becoming unusually restless. Suddenly, the box shook violently. Is this ingredient number 8 a living thing?
Chapter 23, Hottest Taro, do it once. When leaving the Wailing supermarket, it was already deep night. At the eerie and pitch-black bus stop, Qin Nuo held a box in both hands.
The decaying aura emanating from the box made Qin Nuo very uneasy.
What exactly is in this box?
Qin Nuo asked.
A finger, blood-eyed ghost replied.
A finger can cause such a commotion?
Qin Nuo exclaimed in shock. The owner of this finger must be some big evil, right? This thing can also be used as an ingredient. Your ghost tastes are truly strange, Qin Nuo complained. It's not about taste. It's that they can only eat this kind of thing, or rather, this is the only food they can absorb. A ghost that can eat this finger is definitely scarier than you can imagine, blood-eyed ghost said.
Is it stronger than you?
Qin Nuo asked cautiously. It's okay, if I wasn't injured and all 9 eyes were open. I'm not afraid of it, the blood-eyed ghost said proudly.
Are you hurt? Who hurt you? Is it serious?
You ask too many questions. Human, don't think that just because you made a contract with me, we are close. You tricked me, I will remember this grudge. When the contract is over in a year, I will be the first to eat you. Then let's talk about it in a year. Besides, you might not even be able to beat me in a year, Qin Nuo said carelessly with a smile. Ding ding.
A long bell rang from afar.
In the white mist, the bus slowly approached.
The bus has arrived.
Qin Nuo got up holding the box. Are you not afraid of being torn to pieces by the ghosts on the bus as a human? The blood-eyed ghost asked oddly.
What is there to fear? Don't you protect me?
Qin Nuo replied lightly.
The killer's raincoat is of little use, slightly stronger ghosts can see through it. So, Qin Nuo walked openly on the street.
Anyway, with the contract in place, the blood-eyed ghost had to protect him unconditionally. The blood-eyed ghost's face turned dark, feeling as though it had been spat on by a grass mud horse. The bus stopped at the station, and the front door slowly opened.
Qin Nuo got on the bus straight away and dropped 2 ghost coins into the fare box. Human? The ghost driver, about to close the door, suddenly realized Qin Nuo's identity and froze instinctively.
A human, at midnight, taking the bus in a horror world.
This is simply outrageous.
The ghost driver quickly calmed his shock.
Only 2 types of humans would dare to do this. One is a half-ghost.
The other carries some terrifying ghost object. In any case, they have a trump card and are not afraid of ghosts causing trouble. The ghost driver, who had been driving the bus for several years, understood this logic, merely frowned, deeply loathing humans on his bus, then closed the door and started the bus.
There were not many passengers on the bus. A couple. An old man. And a passenger wrapped up like a mummy.
Inside the bus, there was no human presence, clearly all ghosts. They stared at Qin Nuo with penetrating gazes, filled with suspicion. The human scent entered their nostrils like the fragrant aroma of delicious food, stirring the hunger in their bellies.
However, they did not act rashly.
At midnight, those brave enough to walk alone on the streets of the horror world were not to be trifled with. Even their hungry desires could not be contained no matter how hard they tried.
That box.
Suddenly, the mummy ghost sitting at the back spoke 4 words. The other ghosts finally noticed the box in Qin Nuo's hand, and then their eyes lit up, revealing a greed greater than when they saw a human.
Precious ingredients. Qin Nuo frowned.
He didn't expect these ghosts to set their sights on the box.
The bus suddenly stopped, reaching the station. Bloodless Street has arrived. Passengers getting off, please take your belongings and leave the bus. The next stop is... The door opened. No passengers got on or off the bus.
The atmosphere inside the bus grew increasingly tense. Suddenly, the couple who seemed to be lovers stood up and walked towards Qin Nuo. His face was pale, yet revealed a sickly greed, resembling a drug addict on a high. As it reached beside Qin Nuo, its face grotesquely twitched, with something crawling under its skin. The sound it made was like vocal cords being ripped. Human, the box. Before it could finish its words, Qin Nuo coldly replied, "Get lost." The man's eyes flickered with anger, humiliated by a human for the first time. But the more it felt this way, the more it dreaded him. It struggled for a moment but eventually retreated, sitting back down. Soon, the bus arrived at the next stop. This time, a few more ghosts got on. They were startled when they saw Qin Nuo. Then, they noticed the box, their eyes filled with greed. After several stops, the number of passengers on the bus began to increase. And all their gazes were firmly fixed on Qin Nuo's spot by the window. This kind of gaze was like that of a fat lamb placed on the chopping block. Countless hungry wolves are staring. If it weren't for Qin Nuo's strong mental quality, an ordinary person would probably be scared to death. "Everyone, you must be interested in that box, right?" At this moment, the mummy ghost sitting at the back spoke again. It looked at Qin Nuo and revealed a chilling smile. No matter how strong a human is, they can't overpower numerous ghosts. Let's work together to tear this kid apart first, then we can share whatever is in that box. How about it? If the outside world hears that a human has scared all the ghosts on the bus into not moving, it would be the biggest joke. The mummy ghost laughed. It was also eyeing that box. But it didn't dare to act alone, so it started to incite everyone to join in. Because of the mummy ghost's words, many passengers were restless. This stiff atmosphere just needed a spark to ignite it. The mummy laughed coldly in its heart, knowing that its goal had been reached. All that was needed now was a few more voices of agreement, and the passengers would swarm towards Qin Nuo. Qin Nuo looked at the agitated passengers and felt uneasy. Initially, he was using the blood-eyed ghost to intimidate these ghosts and hold on until they reached the station. Now, due to the mummy ghost's incitement, it seemed the situation was starting to spiral out of control. To be honest, if the passengers did rush him, he really didn't think the blood-eyed ghost could protect him. Now Qin Nuo understood why the proprietress said he couldn't bring back ingredient number 8. This is more dangerous than handling a hot potato. In front of ghosts, this thing is even more tempting than humans. Amidst the rising agitation, still, no ghost was willing to take the lead. Suddenly, Qin Nuo came up with a plan. "Brother," the blood-eyed ghost said, "what, do you want me to deal with the whole bus of ghosts?"
Don't be ridiculous, I'm injured, I can't do that.
Let me give you a piece of advice: if you want to live, hand over that ingredient obediently.
That way, you can survive until the station. Qin Nuo ignored the blood-eyed ghost's words and asked, what about the mummy at the back? Can you take it? 1. I could beat it so badly that even its mother wouldn't recognize it, said the blood-eyed ghost. Good, then let's take it down. Qin Nuo said immediately. Now. Yes, just take it down. Chapter 24, Eliminate the lead bird, Deter the ghosts.
When the atmosphere in the bus reached a breaking point, with all the passengers eyeing the box in Qin Nuo's hand,
Qin Nuo suddenly stood up and walked towards the back of the bus. Everyone was taken aback. What was he going to do?
The mummy ghost sitting in the last seat was also stunned. Then, it saw Qin Nuo's right hand suddenly covered in corpse spots, emitting a strong stench of death. One blood eye opened on the back of his hand.
Half ghost?
The mummy ghost's expression changed.
Qin Nuo suddenly took a big step forward and slapped down hard.
The mummy ghost was horrified and tried to dodge, but that blood eye seemed to carry some kind of magic, and in the instant they made eye contact, its head spun.
In 2 seconds, it lost consciousness. Bang!
That slap fell, with terrifying strength, smashing the mummy ghost's head against the bus body, piercing through the thick metal. The mummy ghost pulled back its head, its eyes filled with rage almost bursting out. You.
What do you mean, you? I'm slapping you. You've been acting weird since earlier, are you feeling itchy?
This was not said by Qin Nuo, but by the blood-eyed ghost. It was also fed up with this ghost. The mummy ghost was clearly on the defensive now, its whole body wrapped in decaying bandages loosened, revealing rotten flesh. One hand reached out towards Qin Nuo's head.
Qin Nuo raised his right hand, giving it a fierce flick.
With a whoosh, the mummy ghost's arm flew off, smashing against the bus window, blood and flesh scattered.
The mummy ghost's eyes showed disbelief. Use this to deal with it.
Qin Nuo took out a human bone nail from the toolbox, holding it in the palm of his right hand. He slapped the human bone nail onto the mummy ghost's head, driving it deep into its skull. The mummy spirit screamed in agony, its body rotting at a visible speed. In just a few seconds, on that seat, only a pile of tattered wrappings and a puddle of rotten flesh remained. Qin Nuo straightened his outfit, turned to the bewildered passengers on the bus, and smiled. Sorry for disturbing everyone, I don't like the buzzing, fly-like spirits talking on the bus, so I gave one a little lesson.
It's okay now, everyone just go about your business.
Saying that, Qin Nuo returned to his own seat. The spirits stared at each other in shock.
Is this what you call a little lesson?
It turned into a puddle of mush. Many spirits looked at Qin Nuo, especially that right hand, showing deep fear and apprehension.
Some spirits that originally stood up, restless, sat back down obediently after seeing this. Who would have thought that this human was actually a half-spirit and could be so ruthless? In the bus, in front of all the spirits, he eliminated a spirit. The previously tense atmosphere in the bus suddenly eased a lot. Qin Nuo glanced around, his body gradually relaxing. This act of killing the chicken to scare the monkey works for everyone, even spirits are no exception. Hitting the feathered bird surely hits the target. Before long, the bus reached the stop at the Yinquan Restaurant. Qin Nuo successfully got off the bus, holding a box, and walked toward the restaurant. The restaurant door was not closed. In fact, the inside was still bright with lights, but it was eerily empty, not a single spirit in sight. As soon as Qin Nuo stepped into the restaurant lobby, a familiar voice rang in his ear. You actually made it back alive, I didn't expect that, Pinocchio said.
Qin Nuo tossed the box to him and replied flatly, I've completed the mission, and I hope you are a trustworthy boss. Pinocchio glanced down at the box and then looked at Qin Nuo. Don't worry, Yinquan Restaurant never owes its employees anything.
Go rest for now, gather here on time tomorrow. After saying that, Pinocchio left. Qin Nuo stretched lazily, wondering if Lu Zheqi's mission went smoothly today.
On the way back to the dormitory, he passed the vending machine and stopped in his tracks. A bottle of water, a cup of instant noodles, and 2 hot dog sausages, Qin Nuo said, patting the freshly patched metal of the vending machine. With a clatter. What Qin Nuo wanted rolled out in full, not a single item missing. The vending machine spirit glanced at Qin Nuo, as if realizing something, and suspiciously said, Your body seems a bit off. Then it exclaimed in alarm, When did you have a spirit inside you? It not only sensed the presence of the blood-eyed spirit, and it could tell that it was a very terrifying spirit. Stop shouting, it's just a spirit, it won't eat you. Qin Nuo took a sip of water and said speechlessly, then grabbed the food and left. The vending machine spirit broke into a cold sweat, growing more fearful of Qin Nuo. Dorm 404. Lu Zheqi curled up at the edge of her bed, trembling all over, staring at the empty bed beside her, on the verge of tears and despair. Wang Yang was taken by a spirit, and Qin Nuo was killed by Pinocchio. Tomorrow it's definitely my turn.
Woo-woo, Mom, I can't go back to see you, I'm sorry.
Just as Lu Juqi was about to cry out, the lock on the door suddenly turned. Lu Juqi's face showed fear as she hurriedly rolled off the bed and grabbed a pair of scissors from the table. The door opened, dim light spilling in.
A figure appeared in the doorway.
Lu Juqi gripped the scissors tightly in both hands and screamed as she lunged toward the figure. Qin Nuo quickly snatched the scissors away, easily restraining Lu Juqi and tossing her onto the bed while returning the scissors to the table with his other hand. If a spirit had really come in, keeping those scissors would be better for self-harm than for stabbing the spirit. As Qin Nuo spoke, he tore open the instant noodle package on the table and picked up the kettle to start boiling water.
Lu Juqi was stunned. After a few seconds, she reacted, and tears of joy flowed down her face. You're not dead? Qin Nuo found himself both crying and laughing. Why does what you say sound like you're cursing me? Woo-woo, you have no idea how worried I am about you.
I feel like you're doomed, and I definitely won't survive leaving here. Lu Juqi threw herself onto Qin Nuo, disregarding all modesty, and cried loudly, releasing all the pent-up emotions she had been holding back.
Qin Nuo helplessly said, Can you wait to cry? Can you let me finish eating first?
A beautiful woman throwing herself into his arms was something Qin Nuo, a single dog for over a decade, had only dreamed of. But right now, he was too hungry to think about anything else, he really just wanted to fill his stomach.
I still have some food left. Instant noodles can't fill me up.
I'll go get you something. Lu Juqi wiped her tears away and smiled happily, turning around to open a drawer and pulled out plenty of food for Qin Nuo. She even seriously helped him heat it up, cleaned it, and placed it on the table. Then, Lu Juqi obediently sat to the side and smiled, saying, Go ahead and eat.
This made Qin Nuo feel a bit shy.
He scratched his head and said, Thank you. Then, without caring about his image, he started to wolf down the food, enjoying every bite. After a while, Qin Nuo touched his belly, satisfied, and leaned back in his chair. Seeing Qin Nuo's appearance, Lu Juqi couldn't help but feel an intense happiness in her heart, as if she was in a dark shadow that suddenly got covered in a beam of light.
A full sense of security.
Her face turned red, and she unconsciously grasped Qin Nuo's hand. But suddenly, she felt as if she had grabbed a block of ice, freezing her so much that she quickly withdrew her hand. Before she could be astonished, Qin Nuo's right hand emitted a cold voice like that of a blood-eyed ghost, Human, don't touch me casually. Chapter 25, For Rewards, Position Promotion. Lu Juqi was startled and trembled as she asked, Qin Nuo, what happened to your right hand?
This is a long story, I'll explain it to you when I get the chance, Qin Nuo replied.
Lu Juqi nodded, staring at Qin Nuo's hand, instinctively shrinking her neck, always feeling that hand was staring at her, giving her a creepy feeling. The night passed without conversation.
The next morning, Qin Nuo arrived at the restaurant. In the restaurant, other employees looked at Qin Nuo with great surprise. Last time it caused such a big fuss, wasn't this human exiled from the restaurant? How is he still alive and here? Soon, Pinocchio arrived. He called all the employees to gather in the hall.
Employee 3697, because you successfully brought back ingredient number 8, not only did you make up for your mistakes, but you also solved a problem for the restaurant and achieved great merit. Therefore, here are the rewards the restaurant is giving to employee 3697. Reward 1, weekly selection of the most outstanding employee, a big red envelope for newcomers. Reward 2, the 7-day probation period ends early, promoting you to restaurant supervisor, responsible for managing the Westgate area. Reward 3, a special restaurant pass, employees wearing this pass can enter and exit any public area of the restaurant unconditionally. Reward 4, one terrifying grade ghost object. As soon as this was said, the crowd erupted in shock. 4 rewards. What made them even more stunned was that a human received them. This was rare among previous restaurant outings. Many ghosts were green with envy. This human had only been here for a few days and managed to get the supervisor position. Ingredient number 8, the one that was out of stock, how did he bring it back from the Wraith supermarket? One employee exclaimed in shock, its eyes widened, they had also been sent to buy ingredient number 8 and suffered a lot but couldn't bring it back. Pinocchio placed a box in front of Qin Nuo and looked up at the other employees. The rest of the employees returned to your respective posts and prepare to open for business. In the noisy commotion, the employees scattered. Qin Nuo stopped Pinocchio, who was about to leave. So what do I do today? Go to the West Gate, complete the transfer of position. Be responsible for maintaining order at the West Gate and supervising employees to complete their tasks. The rest of the time is your free time, Pinocchio said. Daily wages will be double the original. This treatment can be said to be very attractive. After Pinocchio left, Lu Juqi finally dared to approach him. Qin Nuo happily said, Supervisor, does it mean that Qin Nuo, you can manage those ghosts? That's amazing. For 2 days at most, the day after tomorrow we will complete this instance and can go back. Qin Nuo said. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten, only 2 days left,
and I can see my mom and dad soon. I'm so happy. Just thinking about going back to reunite with her family filled Lu Juqi with motivation. I'm going to work now, you should hurry to the west gate. After Lu Juqi left, Qin Nuo did not hurry to the west gate but opened the box. Inside the box, there were 4 items. A big red envelope with a golden border. A set of restaurant uniform for the supervisor position. A strange black identification card. And a blood-stained black stone. A stone? Ghost item? Qin Nuo was taken aback. A rotten stone, is it a terrifying ghost item?
Ghosts are divided into dangerous, scary, terrifying, disastrous, destructive, and obliterating levels.
Terrifying level should be considered a very powerful ghost item.
On Earth, Qin Nuo had heard several times in the news about those top players completing instances and bringing back terrifying ghost items, which were said to be worth over 100 million. This poorly looking stone can be rated as terrifying level, it somehow feels a little undervalued. But saying that, when Qin Nuo took the stone, he clearly felt the terrifying ghostly aura. Even the blood-eyed ghost in his right hand couldn't help but open one eye, saying, "A good ghost item." Qin Nuo blinked and activated the Eye of Analysis. Analysis Eye, Ghost Item Grave Ghost Stone. On the mass grave, it witnessed a brutal war, enemies killed until there was no more ammunition. To eliminate all future troubles, he used a stone to crush the heads of those who had lost the ability to resist, and finally threw them into the valley filled with corpses and buried under the pile of bodies.
This stone actually took 107 lives? Qin Nuo was shocked.
Ghost items contaminated with death energy, the more intense, the more terrifying they are. This stone from the mass grave is a treasure. Qin Nuo put the grave ghost stone into his toolbox, changed into the supervisor restaurant uniform, and straightened his outfit in front of the mirror. Although he got promoted, he still had to work honestly, otherwise, if the ungrateful Pinocchio caught his weakness, it would be troublesome.
West Gate. The restaurant had officially opened for business. The employees started to get busy. "You 2 stinking mice, what are you dawdling for? If you neglect the guests and it affects me, I will definitely eat you alive." The ghost chef was cooking and saw the 2 slow-moving servers who arrived late. He furiously scolded them. Lu Xing and Zhang Yu quickly picked up the dishes and rushed outside. After the chef left, both of them sighed in relief and wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. "I can't take it anymore, if this goes on, I will really go crazy," Lu Xing said, nearly breaking down, holding his head. "Only 2 days left, hold on tight, at least we are still alive, unlike you Xiaoyang and the others." Zhang Yu shook his head. Originally, there were 5 of them assigned to the West Gate, but after 5 days, the other 3 had unfortunate encounters and lost their lives due to poor service reviews. Only the 2 of them were left, and although they were still alive, their nerves were on the verge of collapse. "I heard that our West Gate got a new supervisor, and the handover happened today," Zhang Yu said. "Oh my god, our former supervisor was easier to talk to, and now they replaced him, this is pushing us to our limits," Lu Xing cried out in despair. "Stop yelling, let's serve the dishes first, there's not much time left." As they turned around carrying the dishes, they saw someone approaching from a distance. The 2 froze and then exclaimed, "Qin Nuo?" Seeing a classmate, Qin Nuo was not surprised. With so many classmates, they would surely be assigned to different areas. "You didn't get transferred to our West Gate, did you?" Zhang Yu asked in shock. "Oh, the guests at West Gate are very picky, it's not a good thing that you got transferred here." Lu Xing shook his head and sighed. "But for the sake of being classmates, we will take care of you. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask us. After all, you have made it this far, haven't you?" The 2 of them weren't very familiar with Qin Nuo, but in this world, seeing a human brought an inexplicable sense of closeness. It was at this moment that Qin Nuo spoke. "I was indeed transferred here, but I'm not a waiter." "Not a waiter, then are you a chef?" "It's unlikely that I'm a chef, I should be a host," Zhang Yu said. "That's also incorrect." "Then what are you?" the 2 asked in confusion. "You don't have much time left, just take the dishes upstairs first, you'll know later." As she spoke, Qin Nuo walked towards the kitchen. The 2 wanted to ask more questions, but seeing the little time they had left, they had to put it aside and hurriedly carried the dishes toward the dining hall. Chapter 26, in charge of the kitchen, with an overwhelming presence. In the kitchen. The chefs were busy. Qin Nuo walked in, many chefs caught the scent of humanity, casting a glance at Qin Nuo with disdain and disgust in their eyes, but they were too busy to pay attention to her. Qin Nuo didn't do anything, just strolled around the kitchen. One chef was frying something, looking extremely impatient. He slammed the black pot down and turned to shout, "Mouse, if you keep wandering around me, watch out, or I'll tear you apart." Qin Nuo ignored the chef's fury and said indifferently, "You need to redo that dish." "Who do you think you are?" The chef sneered, and then he noticed Qin Nuo's outfit, his eyes widened in surprise. "You're the new supervisor?" The other chefs, having heard his words, also looked at Qin Nuo in shock. "The new supervisor is a human?"
Our restaurant is a top-notch 5-star establishment. Hygiene and service are expected to be flawless, done meticulously. Because of your yelling just now, a lot of saliva splattered on the dish, seriously contaminating it. Your salary and performance score will be deducted according to the restaurant's rules. Qin Nuo ignored the other chef's strange looks and spoke flatly, writing the chef's employee number in her notebook.
You dare to target me?
The chef was furious, his face shaking violently, looking as if he would swallow Qin Nuo whole. For your disrespect towards a superior, I'll deduct another 100 ghost coins from you.
Qin Nuo added another note in her book.
If you don't do as I say, your punishment will keep increasing.
Damn it! Who the hell are you to make me redo anything?
The chef angrily knocked the black pot flying, scattering the food everywhere.
A mouse thinks it can command us, has it eaten too much?
So what if you're a supervisor? A mouse's identity won't change, anger us, and I'll smash your head.
The other chefs also started to yell menacingly.
Suddenly, the entire kitchen was filled with sounds of protest. The chef grabbed Qin Nuo by the collar and said coldly, "Take off that outfit, get out, and stop trying to command me." Qin Nuo calmly put away her notebook and began to unbutton her coat.
"Ha, thought you were something, you're backing down so quickly?"
The chef laughed triumphantly. "You're mistaken, I'm just unbuttoning to make it easier to do my job."
"What job?"
Just as the chef was puzzled, Qin Nuo revealed a bone-crushing hammer in her hand.
In the next second, the hammer struck the chef's head.
In an instant, the chef let out a piercing scream, clutching his head while howling in agony.
"Mouse, you dare."
Another chef widened his eyes, wanting to defend his companion. But as soon as he took a step, a bone nail plunged violently into his forehead. He fell to the ground, also howling in agony.
Qin Nuo looked at the remaining chefs and said, "Who else wants to come up?"
"I'm ready to keep going, I still have plenty of weapons to deal with you."
"The bigger the noise, the better, I don't care, I'm just losing a position, but you're losing your livelihoods." Qin Nuo's words made the remaining chefs stop in their tracks, suppressing the impulse in their hearts.
To work in a top-tier 5-star restaurant like the Yinquan Restaurant is incredibly difficult. They had put in tremendous effort to land this position.
If they lost it,
they simply cannot survive in such a terrifying world.
The restaurant never lacks staff, it lacks obedient staff. Now, is there anyone else who wants to cause trouble? If not, what are you still standing there for? Go back to your posts and work. Qin Nuo coldly reprimanded. This aura is scarier than a ghost. This human is not someone to be messed with.
The chefs all had this thought pop into their minds and obediently went back to work. The chef who had been stabbed stood up in a panic, enduring the excruciating pain, and honestly got back to work. Qin Nuo turned and looked at the chef with the broken head, smilingly said, "You have 5 minutes to clean this place up. If I find any dirt, you will get a nail too." The chef hurriedly scrambled to his feet and clumsily started tidying up, looking very much like a little student who had made a mistake and was being scolded. 2 minutes ago, the kitchen was still filled with protests. 2 minutes later, the kitchen returned to its original state. Furthermore, the chefs worked even more diligently. The kitchen door was suddenly pushed open. It was Lu Xing and Zhang Yu, back from delivering dishes, holding new menus in their hands. After they came in, they anxiously walked to a chef's side, afraid to disturb him, and carefully said, "This is the dish for table 2, please, make it." The chef stole a glance at Qin Nuo not far away, took the menu, and politely said, "It will be done soon, you two please sit to the side and wait patiently." Zhang Yu and Lu Xing were stunned.
Did we mishear?
What's with this polite tone? Qin Nuo walked over and casually picked up the menu. Qin Nuo's action made Lu Xing and Zhang Yu's faces instantly pale. They frantically gestured for Qin Nuo to put it down.
Are you crazy? They are cooking, how dare you touch the menu?
What they didn't expect was still to come. Qin Nuo put down the menu, his voice low and carrying an ordering tone, "Make these 2 dishes quickly, don't waste time."
Yes, we definitely won't waste time.
The chef nodded as if beating garlic, frantically got to work, his tone extremely humble. Zhang Yu and Lu Xing were completely frozen.
Are we still dreaming?
Qin Nuo signaled for the 2 to sit aside and chat for a while. They sat down anxiously, looking at Qin Nuo in utter strangeness.
You are Qin Nuo, right? Qin Nuo found it somewhat funny, isn't it obvious? Then how?
Qin Nuo pointed to the label on his clothes, "I am the supervisor."
Damn, you've become an officer.
Zhang Yu had a shocked expression as if he had seen a ghost.
Even if you are a supervisor, it can't be done like this, right?
Zhang Yu looked at the chefs who suddenly seemed like they had been injected with some energy and were working seriously, with an incredulous look on his face.
Don't forget, this is just a game, once you master the rules, it becomes simple.
Qin Nuo said with an air of wisdom.
Bro, can you teach us a few tricks? We're going mad here.
Zhang Yu pleaded, grabbing Qin Nuo's hand.
These things can't be taught, you have to discover them on your own. Qin Nuo patted his shoulder. He couldn't exactly say he had cheat codes, could he? Supervisor, your two friends' dishes are ready. Soon, a chef came over with a spatula and said cautiously. Qin Nuo signaled for the two to take the dishes. Although Zhang Yu and Lu Xing were classmates, they couldn't use personal connections to give them special treatment, as it would violate the basic principles of this position. If the position became invalid, they might even face punishment.
Lu Xing and Zhang Yu understood this logic and tactfully stood up, picked up the dishes, and headed to the restaurant.
Chapter 27, The Ring of Rights, Land Rewards. In the last 2 days, nothing unexpected happened. The 7-day employee experience period officially ended.
Due to Qin Nuo's position, the ghosts in the West Gate didn't dare to make things difficult for Zhang Yu and Lu Xing, and the two successfully completed the first dungeon. Lu Juqi threw herself into Qin Nuo's arms.
Qin Nuo burst into tears of joy and said, "Woo, I can actually go back alive, I am so happy."
Zhang Yu and Lu Xing looked at this scene from the side, secretly giving Qin Nuo a thumbs up. Brother Qin is awesome. Not only did he complete the copy elegantly, but he also captured the heart of the beautiful Lu. To say that in the past 2 days, Qin Nuo has truly conquered Zhang Yu and Lu Xing completely. Clearly just a supervisor, but when those ghosts saw Qin Nuo, they all bowed their heads and spoke in a humble tone.
It was definitely like a little brother meeting the boss of a gang.
The powerful aura that Qin Nuo radiated instantly turned these two into his little fans.
Damn, if I could be this cool too, my nose would be in the sky.
Qin Nuo had no time to care about what Lu Xing and Zhang Yu thought. He was staring at the ghostly items he had gained in the past 7 days, suddenly thinking of a question and falling into deep thought. At that moment, a white light suddenly appeared in the eyes of Qin Nuo and the others gathered in the hall. Then, they all found themselves in a void space. It was the same space they occupied before entering the horror game.
It wasn't just them, classmates distributed in other areas of the Yinquan Restaurant also appeared one after another.
After 7 days apart, seeing each other felt like reuniting with old friends after many years. One by one, their eyes filled with tears, hugging each other and crying uncontrollably.
Old Qin, I missed you so much. Tang Ming found Qin Nuo in the crowd and gave him a sloth-like bear hug.
We clearly met yesterday. Qin Nuo rolled his eyes. As a supervisor, he could be said to be completely free and held a special pass that allowed him to roam any area of the restaurant. So in the past 2 days, Qin Nuo's legs were never idle. He even took a trip to Tang Ming's area. As for the mysterious second floor of the restaurant, Qin Nuo initially wanted to visit it. But perhaps due to the last little girl incident or some other reason, the second floor was temporarily closed. The class monitor hasn't returned. He was taken by a bathroom ghost.
Lu Feng too, she was gone on the second day.
After the excitement turned into tears, there came a silent stillness. Originally 45 classmates, now only 19 remained.
Not even 20.
Everyone bowed their heads, feeling an unusual heaviness in their hearts. Congratulations to those who survived. You are all lucky ones and the biggest winners. Life and death are different. Instead of dwelling on the deaths of your companions, you should focus on the rewards for completing the first copy.
Cheering is what you should be doing right now.
A mysterious voice sounded.
Xiao Yuexin said, I just want to go home right now, can you let us go back?
Of course, you will be teleported back in 2 minutes, and rewards will be given based on your copy scores. If you enjoyed the experience, we welcome all players to join our horror game again next time.
No one spoke. Everyone had a bitter expression. A second time? In this lifetime, we will never participate in this damned game again.
After being forcibly sent into a horror game once, players would possess the initiative and could decide whether or not to participate in the future. But even so, in the real world, many people still flood into the horror realm.
One reason is due to the country's protective mechanisms that reduce danger. Another is the lure of the rewards.
For those who value money over life, completing a copy and receiving a high-scoring reward can often make their later lives effortless.
This temptation can indeed drive many people crazy.
But for players who were forcibly sent in, this became the biggest shadow of their lives, unwilling even to hear the words horror game again. Beams of light fell upon them, and then one by one, they vanished from the mysterious space.
Qin Nuo suddenly asked, the rewards I obtained in the Yinquan Restaurant, will they still be useful? Permanent.
In the next instance of entering the horror game, the rewards you gained from the previous copy will still be useful.
This means that in the next time entering the game,
no matter which dungeon Qin Nuo was in, he remained the supervisor of the Yinquan Restaurant, and the passes and badges he obtained could still be used. Of course, he could also go back to the real world to sell them for a considerable amount of money.
Is there any more questions? No.
Qin Nuo closed his eyes, and his body disappeared, being transported back to Earth. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, announcing the system's reward. Congratulations, host, for completing the Yinquan Restaurant dungeon, with a score of 14.7.
99% satisfaction rate. System reward, unlocking the system mall. Purchase with ghost coins. Skill reward, rights ring. Due to the host's influence, when the other party's anger exceeds 99%, entering the rights domain, the other party must offer a valuable item as cost, or be forever imprisoned. Ghost item reward, cursed substitute scarecrow times 2. If you die once in the dungeon, it can be offset to revive. Ghost money reward, 100 face value. The ratio of ghost money to ghost coins is 1:10. Territory reward, obtaining the Red Moon 24-hour convenience store, permanent territorial ownership. Address, Terrifying World, Ghost Area, Ghost Lantern Street number 76. There's a territory reward? Qin Nuo was stunned. This was unexpected for him. Every time a dungeon is completed, the host can obtain a piece of territory reward in the Terrifying World. The harder the dungeon, the better the territory location. The monthly revenue from the territorial industry will deduct various necessary expenses, and the pure profit will automatically be stored in the host's pocket. Of course, poor management could also lead to bankruptcy, so don't think you can just sit back and wait for money to roll in. Qin Nuo understood. Next time he entered the game dungeon, he could go check out his shop. Of course, if there was a next time. Qin Nuo clicked on the information panel for the Red Moon convenience store. Territory industry, Red Moon convenience store. Profit, revenue decreased by 30% compared to last month. Employees, 2, 12-hour shift system. Facing issues, damage not repaired, affecting appearance, location not ideal, competitors stealing business. Qin Nuo felt a bit awkward. Weren't there a little too many problems? Forget it, let's set this aside for now. He remembered he seemed to have a silver treasure chest left unopened in the toolbar. Qin Nuo took it out and clicked to open it. Ding, open silver treasure chest, received items, child's urine times 3, ghostly dismemberment cleaver, patchwork doll. In this world, child's urine is also considered a reward? Qin Nuo felt speechless. The feeling was like when he received those bloody sanitary pads back then. But it seemed the other two ghost items were pretty good. Without much further thought, Qin Nuo put all these items back in the toolbar. At this moment, the scenery before him slowly became clear, and Qin Nuo felt a sudden weightlessness, followed by his feet landing on the asphalt road. When he looked up again, Qin Nuo found himself on the road of an overpass. Tang Ming and others appeared one by one around him. Looking at the bright sunlight and the drivers of passing vehicles with ghost-like expressions, they all knew they had returned to the original world. A world without ghosts. Woohoo! We are finally back. Everyone cried out in joy, celebrating with a sense of relief. Chapter 28, Ending the Dungeon, Sister Qin Nuo. The class of students forced into the terrifying game is back. When this news broke, it nearly garnered the attention of the entire people of Long Country, and the internet was in an uproar. 7 days ago, the Jinzhou University bus plunged into the river, causing a huge sensation. The reason for the commotion was not the plunge itself, but that 45 university students were forcibly sent into a terrifying game. For the past 7 days, almost everyone was focused on whether these students could return. Now, there was finally an outcome. The results reported made many sigh. Fewer than half of the students who returned were alive. On the Jinzhou overpass, police personnel were involved, sealing both ends of the bridge, as ambulances and police cars arrived one after another. After confirming the identities of Tang Ming and others, they were sent to ambulances for medical checkups. Name: Qin Nuo. Age: a young policeman was recording Qin Nuo's identity information, seeing Qin Nuo's absent-minded look. With a sigh, he patted his shoulder. Good child, I know you spent the darkest moments of your life in these 7 days, feeling sad for your deceased companions. But remember, you have come back to life, you are heroes, and you must quickly emerge from the shadows. Qin Nuo blinked and nodded. I understand. In fact, he was absent-minded, not because of these words. But he was thinking about the process of the upcoming examination. Will the doctor notice something wrong with my right hand? In a horror game, making a contract with a ghost is not an extremely heinous act. Previously, news had reported on great players signing cursed contracts with ghosts, receiving much attention, and even directly joining the Ghost Controllers organization to serve Long Country. But Qin Nuo did not want to attract too much attention. The more attention there is, the bigger the trouble. Don't worry, I can disrupt those doctors' brain nerves, creating illusions to help you pass smoothly. The voice of the blood-eyed ghost echoed in his mind. Why are you being so kind all of a sudden? Qin Nuo asked suspiciously, as this guy would love to see him fail, right? I don't want to be targeted by you humans either, the blood-eyed ghost replied calmly. Soon, the students were sent to the hospital, and after some examinations, they all came out smoothly, then were sent to the police station to wait for their family members to pick them up. In the hall, Tang Ming approached, eagerly asking, Old Qin, what was your instance reward? Some strange stuff, nothing special, Qin Nuo rubbed his nose and replied blandly. Average. He only received a convenience store as a reward.
Come on, stop with the humble bragging, you've even mixed into a supervisor position at the restaurant, your score must be better than mine. But Qin Nuo didn't want to say more, and Tang Ming didn't ask further. Let me show you my reward. Tang Ming looked around and mysteriously blocked his view with his body, pulling out a stinky sock from under his clothes. You still have this hobby? Qin Nuo was surprised. Get lost, this is a ghost object. Did you not see the news? Those veteran players can sell a ghost object for tens of millions. This one might be a little low, but it is still a ghost object, it should sell for a few dozen, or a few 100,000, right? Besides, when it comes to hobbies, you are the best. Who carries a used sanitary pad with them for no reason? Tang Ming retorted. Let me show you my reward, Qin Nuo said with a smile, then took out a bottle of yellow liquid. Tang Ming asked curiously, what is this? I'm not sure either, the reward says it's a divine water, and after drinking it, ghosts will avoid you like the plague. Wow, this is a big treasure. Tang Ming's eyes lit up, don't say anything, let me take a sip first, with this thing, this instance will be a piece of cake. Saying so, he unscrewed the cap and was about to take a sip. But when it got to his mouth, he felt something wrong, an intense stench hit his nose. Tang Ming looked at the bottle and finally found the words child's urine at the bottom. Damn, old Qin, you wicked one. Luckily I didn't drink it, otherwise, I would have to fight with you. Tang Ming shouted loudly, drawing the attention of many people, and he hurriedly covered his mouth and sat down. With immense disdain, he shoved the child's urine back into Qin Nuo's hands. It really is child's urine. You played so well, and your reward is so terrible, I pity you for a second. Tang Ming looked at Qin Nuo with sympathy. Qin Nuo smiled without saying a word as he took back the child's urine. He always felt that this thing would be useful in the future. Lu Juqi walked over. Qin Nuo, my parents are here, I have to go back. Thank you for taking care of me so much in these 7 days. I will definitely repay you. For some reason, her face turned very red as she said those two sentences. Qin Nuo nodded slightly, it's only natural for classmates to take care of each other. Next time when you have time, I will treat you to a meal to thank you properly. After Lu Juqi left, Tang Ming leaned over, with a cheeky grin, okay, old Qin, I heard in the following days, you were sleeping in the same bed with Lu, the campus belle. Now it seems, they have you completely controlled, right? She sleeps her sleep, I sleep mine. In that case, I have no heart to think about those things, Qin Nuo said. You, iron-blooded man, really amaze me. You directly refuse your good fortune knocking at the door, and even lock it. Tang Ming was speechless. Boss Qin, our family is here, we are leaving first. Zheng Yu and Lu Xing walked over, bowing 90 degrees to Qin Nuo, speaking with utmost respect. Safe travels, Qin Nuo waved his hand. Tang Ming was stunned, these two guys didn't even bother with you in class before? Now they look like they've met their benefactor. Maybe my charm is strong, Qin Nuo casually replied, looking at the time, starting to feel restless. Qin Nuo, your family has arrived, you can leave now, a policeman came over and said. Qin Nuo said goodbye to Tang Ming and walked out of the police station, and from afar, he saw a girl with a ponytail, tall and with delicate features, anxiously looking around. Qin Nuo walked over and waved, sister, I'm here. Little brother. I was so worried about you, thank God you came back alive. When Qin Yushir saw Qin Nuo, her eyes turned red with excitement. She ran over and directly hugged Qin Nuo, who was half a head shorter than her. Those soft parts squished right against Qin Nuo's face. Soft, yet not breathable. Passers-by nearby couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. Wow! This face wash, I admire it. Sister, let go first, I'm having a hard time breathing. Qin Nuo struggled to say. Qin Yushir released Qin Nuo, pulling him towards the red Civic. Don't say anything, sister will take you out for a big meal to welcome you and wash away your bad luck. You definitely haven't had good food in the past 7 days, right? Actually, my meals were pretty good. In the game, there was a kind-hearted ghost who often provided me with food for free, solving my 3 meals issue, Qin Nuo said. There's such a good ghost? Qin Yushir was stunned. At the same time, in the corridor of the Yinquan Restaurant, the vending machine ghost suddenly sneezed hard a few times, grumbling with anger, I always feel like some bastard is cursing at me? Chapter 29, Sister's Curse, Best Friend Wang Sun. In the car, Qin Nuo asked, Sister, where are we going to eat? Qin Yushir was driving while showing a thinking expression. Let's go to that Western restaurant you loved the most before. No, I don't like it. Qin Nuo waved his hand to refuse. Why? Didn't you used to always shout for me to take you there? Qin Yushir asked. I don't like it anymore. Qin Nuo's expression was uncomfortable, hearing the word restaurant made him feel a bit sick. Then let's go to the grilled fish place, I remember you used to like grilled fish. Sister came back with great difficulty. Just enjoy the meal, or else she'll keep saying I'm not a good brother.
Don't you have classes at school? Qin Nuo asked.
Qin Yushi paused before saying, when I heard you were forcibly sent into a horror game, I took a few days off, don't worry about me.
Qin Nuo nodded. But suddenly, the voice of the blood-eyed ghost echoed in his mind, your sister is not right. What do you mean? She has the aura of a curse, the blood-eyed ghost said. Qin Nuo's expression changed slightly as he glanced at Qin Yushi, who was humming a little song while driving, and asked, are you sure? Believe it or not, the blood-eyed ghost turned away and stopped responding. A curse? Is she haunted by a ghost, or what? Qin Nuo felt doubtful.
Qin Yushi noticed the look in Qin Nuo's eyes and smiled sweetly, little ghost, why are you always stealing glances?
After a while apart, are you surprised to see your sister looking prettier? Yeah, that's right, Qin Nuo nodded. After months apart, you've become quite talkative.
Qin Yushi was in a very good mood. After being on edge for 7 days, seeing her brother still alive made her heart finally relax.
They quickly arrived at the grilled fish restaurant.
The two siblings got out of the car and reserved a table.
Sister will go to the bathroom first.
Oh, and wait a minute, an older sister's friend will be coming.
Let me introduce you. Boyfriend? Qin Nuo asked. She's a good girlfriend, very pretty.
When you meet her later, don't go making a fool of yourself and embarrass your sister.
After saying that, Qin Yushi left. Qin Nuo didn't think about that friend, instead, he pondered over the curse.
He tried to activate his eye of analysis. But when he returned to the real world, he found that all the ghostly items and skills he obtained in the horror world were unusable. Clearly, these things would lose their effectiveness once brought out from the horror world.
You are Qin Nuo?
After waiting for a while, a crisp voice came. Before Qin Nuo could turn around, a long-haired woman sat in front of him. The girl had very delicate features, as if meticulously carved, her long hair flowed gracefully, and her tight outfit hugged her slender waist perfectly, showing off her impressive figure as she sat down. If his sister was the bubbly type, then this one was the typical mature woman style.
Who are you?
My name is Wang Sun, your sister's friend. She often mentions that she has a rather abnormal little brother.
Wang Sun extended her hand enthusiastically.
Qin Nuo quickly got up and shook her fair little hand.
Soft and boneless, like warm jade. Oh, Xiao Sun, you came so quickly.
Qin Yushi, who had just returned from the bathroom, exclaimed joyfully.
Let me introduce you, this is Mai. No need, we already know each other.
And your brother is just like you described, a little lecher. Wang Sun said with a smile. Only then did Qin Nuo realize that he was still holding her hand. And his thumb was rubbing back and forth on the delicate, smooth back of her hand. Qin Nuo immediately withdrew his hand, awkwardly smiling, the dishes are served.
Let's sit down and eat. At the same time, Qin Nuo secretly cursed the blood-eyed ghost.
His right hand rubbing against Wang Sun was obviously controlled by the blood-eyed ghost. Qin Yushi laughed and nodded, giving Qin Nuo a secret glare. This guy had just warned him. They had just met, and he was showing his true colors.
Fortunately, Wang Sun didn't mind.
After sitting down, she said, your classmates were forced into the horror world, and this has caused quite a stir over the past 7 days.
Qin Nuo replied, I know.
Being forced into a horror game isn't unusual, but it usually involves randomly selected lucky people from various places. This incident, where an entire bus of students was sent into the horror game due to an accident, is a first. After entering the horror game, what dungeon were you in, what position did you hold, and what was your task? Wang Sun poured herself a cup of water and asked.
Qin Nuo's expression was strange. What was this? Interrogation? Xiao Sun, Qin Yushi reminded her.
Wang Sun suddenly realized, patting her head and laughing, sorry, my professional habit kicked in.
I forgot we are at a friend's dinner table. What does Wang Sun do? Wang Sun is currently a police officer, part of the investigation team.
At the same time, she is also a top player, having participated in the horror game 4 times and received good ratings. Qin Yushi threw her arms around her best friend's shoulders, smiling.
If you have any questions about the horror game, you can ask me freely. Wang Sun said.
Of course, for someone entering the horror game for the first time, and without a national protection mechanism, those 7 days should be the most undesirable memories for you.
It can even be called a nightmare. Wang Sun said with deep understanding. It was okay.
I felt pretty happy, the neighbors were all easy to get along with, even the ghosts were nice.
Qin Nuo said. Wang Sun's beautiful face stiffened. Happy? Easy to get along with? Is this what a newbie says?
When she entered the horror game, even with a protection mechanism in place, her days dragged on like years, every day felt like a nightmare.
Let alone without any protection mechanism.
Qin Nuo said, "My brother says those ghosts are quite easy to get along with, especially one kind-hearted ghost brother who often gives him free food, afraid he might starve."
Are we sure we're playing the same game? Wang Sun was confused.
She had questioned many who had entered the horror game. Severely scared, some developed serious neurological diseases. Mildly scared, others remained trapped in a huge shadow of fear, unable to escape. This refreshing and unconventional statement from Qin Nuo was her first time hearing it. But soon, Wang Sun understood. He was lying. Perhaps he didn't want his sister to worry because he had fears. Or perhaps, to showcase his manly side in front of a beautiful woman. In any case, Wang Sun didn't believe Qin Nuo's words. Wang Sun also didn't bother to expose him and said, "I rarely see someone with such a good mindset like you. Not being affected by the horror game is a very happy thing. Right? Don't look at my brother usually being unserious, on the mindset aspect, he is very sunny." Qin Nuo said with a smile. "If you were given the chance to enter the horror game again, would you still choose to go in?" Wang Sun asked. "I don't know." Qin Nuo shook his head. He was also pondering this question. After all, because of the golden finger, his rewards were much more than others. Now in the horror world, he even had a private industry. Furthermore, this game didn't seem very difficult. Moreover, there was a protective mechanism from the state for the later horror games. But for now, Qin Nuo didn't rush to consider this matter. What he cared more about was, why did his sister have a curse on her? Chapter 30, Sister's Secret, Replaced Entrance. After dinner, Qin Nuo wanted to drag Qin Nuo around, but Wang Sun said she had some business and had to leave first. As they exited the restaurant, Qin Nuo remembered something and quickly jogged over to Wang Sun, saying something. "What are they talking about?" Qin Nuo raised an eyebrow. Although it might be a little secret between girlfriends, Qin Nuo always felt his sister was hiding something from him. He knew Qin Nuo too well. But they were too far away, plus the wind was strong, so he couldn't hear the conversation at all. "I heard it." The blood-eyed ghost suddenly said. "What did they say?" Qin Nuo quickly asked. "I won't tell you." "Good buddy, we share one body, what's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. Don't be so petty, just tell me." "I can tell you, but you have to give me a piece of tai sui meat." The blood-eyed ghost swallowed hard. Evidently already obsessed with that stuff, the flavor was unforgettable. "This thing is very precious, not like a roadside rotten sweet potato." "Then half a piece." "Deal." In fact, there were only 10 pieces of tai sui meat, and they were already gone. But Qin Nuo found the price of tai sui meat in the newly opened system store, which was 80 ghost coins apiece. A bit expensive, yes, but if it could help him establish a good relationship with the blood-eyed ghost, it would be worth it. After tasting the sweetness of tai sui meat, the blood-eyed ghost smacked its lips in satisfaction. "What did they say?" "Your sister is about to be forcibly sent into the horror game." "Why do you say that?" Qin Nuo's expression changed. "There are two types of forced entry. One is sending a dying person in during a sudden accident. The second type is selecting a set of instances, then placing a curse 3 days in advance from your human world. The first type is rare, and you happen to be one of them. The second type is more common. Each instance in the horror game requires players to participate, but if there aren't enough active participants, the horror game will forcibly select players to make them join. If nothing goes wrong, your sister should be forcibly sent in within these days." The blood-eyed ghost's words made Qin Nuo's expression turn heavy. No wonder he always felt his sister was hiding something from him. It turned out she was soon to be forcibly sent into the horror world. In forced entry, the difficulty of the instances is random. Some terrifying instances, even with protective mechanisms, can still lead to players' deaths. Qin Nuo asked in a deep voice, "Then Wang Sun's purpose in coming here is to mentor my sister?" Listening to their conversation, that Wang Sun is not just mentoring. "It seems like you need to participate in the horror game for your sister. Can I really take her place?" Qin Nuo was taken aback. "Humans have a machine to transfer curses. As long as you switch identities and are forced into the horror game, you can take her place," the blood-eyed ghost said. "I've seen examples of humans substituting in the horror game before. They replace those wealthy folks who are afraid of dying, and the price is quite high. I wonder how much your sister spent to convince that Wang Sun." Qin Nuo narrowed his eyes, looking over at Qin Nuo and asked, "When do they start?" "If they are obedient, it should be tomorrow." The blood-eyed ghost seemed a bit displeased. "Human, you ask too many questions. If you ask more, it will cost you extra." "No need to ask, I understand." Qin Nuo retracted his gaze. A plan began to form in his mind. Over there, Wang Sun said goodbye to Qin Nuo and returned to the car. "Sister, what were you two talking about for so long?" Qin Nuo asked with a smile. "Just our little secrets between girls. Boys shouldn't ask so many questions."
Qin Yushir playfully flicked Qin Nuo's forehead and started the car. And tomorrow, Wang Sun will come over as a guest, so dress nicely, don't be so sloppy. Oh, got it. The next day at noon. Wang Sun arrived as promised, carrying a bag of fruits and a black box. Little brother, we meet again. You look much more handsome today than yesterday.
Wang Sun smiled when she saw the formally dressed Qin Nuo. I heard my sister say you were coming today, so I changed my clothes in advance.
By the way, sister, are you planning to introduce Wang Sun to me?
Qin Yushir secretly pinched Qin Nuo. This little brother was at it again.
Can't he be a bit subtle when he speaks?
Wang Sun didn't mind, casually brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, smiling brightly. No problem, I'm still single, whether or not you can pursue me depends on your skills. After a round of laughter, Qin Nuo warmly helped Wang Sun bring her things in, curiously asking, Sister Sun, what is in that black box? It's work-related stuff, it's not safe to leave it in the car, so I brought it with me.
Wang Sun said lightly. Can I open it and take a look?
Qin Nuo showed great interest and asked up.
Brat, can you let your sister have some peace?
Qin Yushir hit Qin Nuo's head lightly.
Yushir, don't you have something to show me? Take me to your room. Wang Sun suddenly said. Qin Yushir came to a sudden realization, turned, and glared at Qin Nuo. Brat, sit here quietly, understand?
After saying that, the two girls entered the room and locked the door behind them. Qin Nuo turned his gaze to the black box on the table.
Little Sun, is it okay to leave that box outside?
Qin Yushir asked. She knew Qin Nuo's habit of being hands-on and was worried he would damage something so important.
It's fine, that box has a password lock and is very sturdy.
Wang Sun was not worried.
Little Sun, do you really want to take my place?
I always feel bad since this is my own trouble, yet you have to bear it. We've been sisters for many years, you've helped me so much, there's nothing to feel bad about. You've never participated in the horror game before, if something happens to you, I'd feel even worse. I have 4 experiences entering, I know the rules of the horror game better than you, so there's no need to worry.
Wang Sun said.
But I heard it's very dangerous. There is danger, but don't forget the protection mechanism, as long as you follow the protection rules, even if the mission fails, I can still come back.
Don't think too much, when I get back, you must treat me to a meal. In the room, Wang Sun was comforting Qin Yushir.
Outside the room, Qin Nuo was already holding the black box, entering his room and locking the door behind him.
Is there a way to open this box?
Qin Nuo stared at the password lock on it. Are you going to take your sister's place? The blood-eyed ghost asked, but had also thought about it. Wang Sun may have experience, but there are too many unpredictable factors in the horror game. Moreover, Qin Yushir is my sister, and I shouldn't let a stranger solve her problems.
Qin Nuo said.
You've only participated once, don't be too cocky.
Horror games are very deep.
The blood-eyed ghost said lightly. But you're here, brother.
Qin Nuo laughed.
Hurry up, my sister and the others will be out soon. As soon as Qin Nuo finished speaking, his right hand suddenly raised, a flash of bloodlight appeared, and the numbers on the password lock began to move on their own. With a click, the box opened automatically. Inside the box, there weren't many items, only a device that looked like a pocket watch. How do you use this?
Qin Nuo picked up the replacement device. There should be your sister's information on it. Delete it, then input your information.
After confirming, press the red button to enter the game, the blood-eyed ghost explained clearly.
How do you know so much?
The blood-eyed ghost said, there used to be a guy who played on behalf of others, trapped forever in a room. He had this device, and out of boredom, I figured it out thoroughly.
Following the blood-eyed ghost's words, Qin Nuo indeed found Qin Yushir's information on it, deleted it, and entered his own information.
After confirmation, his gaze was fixed on the red button at the top. Qin Nuo licked his dry lips. Taking a deep breath, he decisively pressed it down. Immediately, a white light appeared out of thin air, enveloping Qin Nuo. In the next moment, he vanished from the room.
At that moment,
Wang Sun and Qin Yushir came out of the room, seeing the black box that had mysteriously disappeared from the table, along with Qin Nuo.
This guy, didn't I tell him not to touch the box?
Qin Yushir gritted her teeth in anger. As she spoke, she stormed towards Qin Nuo's room. Don't worry, it has a password lock, he won't be able to pry it open. Wang Sun was not concerned. After knocking a few times on the door, there was no response from inside. Qin Yushir, fuming, turned to grab the spare key from the living room. As she opened the door, her little volcano was about to erupt, but she discovered the room was empty.
Not here?
But Wang Sun immediately noticed the opened black box on the desk, staring blankly for a few seconds before stepping forward quickly. How did he open the box? Wang Sun exclaimed in surprise, eyes wide. Qin Yushir also looked confused and went under the bed, planning to drag Qin Nuo out.
Wang Sun looked at the missing replacement device and suddenly asked, "You sure, did you tell Qin Nuo about your situation?"
No, I never mentioned a word about this to him.
Qin Yushir replied.
Then, she thought of something, her pupils constricted, covering her mouth.
You mean?
Wang Sun nodded, he replaced you in the horror game.
At the same moment,
the scene in front of Qin Nuo changed quickly like a slideshow, and after a few seconds, blinding white light appeared before him. In his ears, that familiar voice rang out again.
Welcome to the horror game. Chapter 31, Second Copy, Blood Clothing Apartment.
Feeling the ground beneath his feet, Qin Nuo appeared in a void space.
Qin Nuo looked around. This time, he was the only person in the space.
Or rather, other players were placed in other spaces. Welcome back to the horror game, this time the game copy is Blood Clothing Apartment.
Number of players, 7. Players will check in as tenants in the apartment. The length of time spent renting will directly affect the score upon exiting the game.
Copy task: as a member of the tenants, politeness is important, build relationships with other tenants to gain goodwill for extra points.
Note, inside the apartment, there is a murderous maniac who has taken 23 lives. Find the maniac before the game ends for the highest reward. Note, since it's renting, the rent must also be paid.
If your wallet is empty, you can earn tips by completing other tenants' requests. Of course, if you help in the wrong way, tenants might also take something from you, like limbs, heart, eyes, and so on.
Protection mechanism: each player in the game will additionally receive a life-saving token. Death once will allow you to respawn, dying a second time could cost you your life. Note, after dying once, players can choose to continue the game or exit the game.
Once the option is confirmed, it cannot be changed.
Game time, 10 days. Note, the ratio of game time to outside time is 10-1.
This time, the dungeon seems much more complicated.
Qin Nuo muttered.
However, this protective mechanism is quite good, equivalent to giving everyone 2 lives, greatly increasing the security of the game. But as Qin Nuo thought carefully, it seemed that when he completed the last dungeon, he also received 2 spare scarecrows as rewards. He just didn't know if it could stack with the protective mechanism's golden ticket for immunity to death.
If it could stack. Damn, he could play with 4 lives. TSK, it feels like there's an element of pay to win here. The task is to find the murderer in the apartment, the time is 10 days.
Even if the murderer is not found, one can exit the dungeon.
However, there's no guarantee that the murderer won't attack them.
As Qin Nuo pondered over the rules of this dungeon, a panel appeared before him.
Preparation time is over, the player has not set a game name. Please set one and confirm to enter the dungeon. Game name. Qin Nuo thought for a moment and typed 2 characters. Let's call it Shadow.
Player Shadow registered successfully, entering the game soon. The moment the voice fell, a strong pulling force emerged, and the scenery before him quickly blurred. In the next second, Qin Nuo found himself in a dimly lit hall.
Boom!
Outside, thunder roared, and torrential rain poured down. Against the backdrop of the hall, it felt chilling and eerie.
Besides this, 6 other players were also teleported in one after another. 4 men and 3 women.
There were some wearing glasses, refined and polite, and others in tank tops, muscular and strong, each with distinctive appearances. But Qin Nuo noticed that their faces all had a degree of 2-dimensional blur. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, Qin Nuo discovered that his own face had changed as well.
Identity anonymous.
Facial features blurred. Perhaps this is also a type of protective mechanism to enhance player privacy, Qin Nuo thought. After all, if conflicts arose between players in the game, returning to the real world would lead to unavoidable trouble. The other players were clearly not newbies. After familiarizing themselves with their surroundings, the man wearing glasses, anonymously called Cobra, said, "You all should not be new, so I don't need to elaborate on the game information and rules. I wish everyone good luck, and hope we as players do not have any conflicts. Of course, if our interests collide, then it will depend on each other's abilities." "You're mistaken, a newbie has indeed snuck in." The burly man, anonymously called Black Bear, spoke up, turning to look at Qin Nuo in the corner. Qin Nuo suddenly realized that there was also a level information bar displayed above their heads. Among these 6, the highest level was 6, and the lowest was 2. And Qin Nuo was a level 1 newbie. Participating in a horror game under the protective mechanism, identity information is recorded by the national system, and each time a dungeon is completed, the level increases by 1, without considering forced submissions. Therefore, Qin Nuo was classified as a rookie with 0 experience. In an instant, 6 pairs of eyes all gathered on Qin Nuo. Some looked disdainful, while others looked sympathetic. The anonymous player Black Rose shot a glance at Qin Nuo, courageous. The ponytailed girl player anonymous Princess Yao Yao looked on with sympathy and kindly reminded, "If you die once and choose to exit the game, otherwise, you'll really be done for." Qin Nuo smiled slightly, "That won't do, that's too boring."
You can never deter an idiot from courting death. Black Bear snorted coldly. You guys continue talking, I'm going in first. Cobra didn't want to waste time on a level 1 guy, he withdrew his gaze and walked toward the light inside. The other players followed suit. The light bulb seemed to be in bad shape, flickering with a buzzing sound, the light dimming and brightening erratically. Cobra arrived at the front desk and asked the apartment owner, "Boss, do you have any more rooms?" The front desk boss is an old man, crouched under the drawer doing who knows what. Hearing a sound, he straightened up, and in the light, half of his face was clearly seen to be rotting flesh. It looked like a piece of tofu skin full of holes, particularly creepy. The players present had some experience with horror games, only Princess Yao Yao trembled a bit, while the others were unfazed. You 7, how do you want to stay? The apartment boss glanced at the 7 and asked expressionlessly. They are all single rooms, 7 in total. What a coincidence, exactly 7 rooms left. The rent is 20 ghost coins a day, a deposit of 30 ghost coins, water and electricity may be cut off sometimes, there are no staff in the apartment, and you manage your own rooms, you have to request supplies at the front desk. At 11 o'clock at night, the apartment will lose power, toilet clogs, bathroom issues, all these problems you have to solve yourself. Qin Nuo and the others twitched their lips. Goodness gracious. With such conditions, they still charge 20 ghost coins a day. It's a miracle they're not bankrupt. It's surprising they're doing well enough to only have 7 rooms left. The Cobra didn't think much and proactively paid the rent and deposit, and the others followed suit. Then, each person was given a key. Not sure if it was a coincidence or what. Qin Nuo's key had room number 404 again. What an unlucky number. Qin Nuo forced a smile. Soon, the 7 of them went upstairs one after another. The apartment boss at the front desk added, also, some residents have bad tempers, don't just wander around, if something happens, we are not responsible. Qin Nuo took this in and shook his head slightly. The familiar smell. Chapter 32, Strange Residents, Made Stockings. In front of room 404. Qin Nuo held the key, looking left and right. In the long, dim hallway, he was the only one. Or rather, on the 4th floor, he was the only player guest. Now I have 3,200 ghost coins and 100 ghost bills, together that is enough to stay for 100 days, but food and drinks are an issue. Moreover, the system store also requires ghost coins and ghost bills to spend, so he had to save some for special times. Creak. As he inserted the key into the keyhole and began to turn the door, 2 other door sounds came. Qin Nuo turned his head to look at the open room 405 beside him. The door opened just a crack, revealing a pair of lifeless, fish-like eyes staring at Qin Nuo. Hello, I am a new resident. Bang. Before he could finish, the door was slammed shut. Qin Nuo had grown used to these somewhat odd NPCs, opened the door, and entered the room. The environment of the room was, as expected, terrible, a cup soaked in some yellow liquid, and a kettle boiling yellowed underwear. The bathroom funnel was clogged with hair, fortunately, when he turned on the faucet, it wasn't spraying blood. At least it would let Qin Nuo take a clean shower. The game time is 10 days, if it were Wang Sun, he wouldn't care about the score and would probably just stay in the room and wait for 10 days before completing the mission and leaving. But with 4 lives, how could I possibly hide? Extra scores come from connecting with other residents in the apartment, the more, the better. Residents love to gossip, building good relationships can effectively help uncover that killer hiding in the apartment. Of course, there was no rush, he would sleep first and deal with everything tomorrow. After a quick wash, Qin Nuo threw the dirty sheets stained with period blood under the bed, took off his shirt to use as a pillow, and finally lay down. But he hadn't slept long before he heard banging sounds from the neighboring room. Damn it! It's the middle of the night, are they doing renovations? But thinking about building friendly relations with neighbors, Qin Nuo decided to endure it. The sound was coming from room 405 on the left, from that guy who had been spying on him. Separated only by a load-bearing wall, the sounds were particularly clear, like someone was banging their head against the wall. What the hell? Qin Nuo felt a bit irritated and covered his ears, trying to fall asleep. But evidently, Qin Nuo underestimated the hardness of the head of the resident in room 405, it lasted for a full 30 minutes with no sign of stopping. Finally unable to bear it any longer, Qin Nuo bounced up. He took out a fragment of bone and banged it hard against the wall twice. Damn it, staying up all night while my girlfriend ran off with someone? To be honest, after that shout, the room next door really quieted down. Demon's Eye, you have successfully angered neighbor 405, gaining plus 40 hate points. Reward item, Sexy Maid's Black Stockings. As the voice echoed, Qin Nuo suddenly had a pair of sexy black stockings in his hand. The texture was delicate, also giving off a faint fragrance, still warm, as if it had just slid off a smooth, pale jade leg, leading one's imagination to wander. But Qin Nuo's expression was clearly struck by lightning again. What the hell, this reward is getting more and more ridiculous. What does it mean to give me a pair of black stockings in this situation? Just as Qin Nuo set the black stockings aside, there were suddenly two heavy, violent bangs on the wall. The wall shook, and two large chunks of plaster fell off. It seemed the guy across was furious. He won't just smash through the wall to grab me, right? Fortunately, what Qin Nuo feared did not happen. Those two bangs seemed just to vent frustration, and after that, there was no more noise. These neighbors aren't as easy to get along with as I imagined, Qin Nuo said helplessly. Originally, he was thinking about how to build good relationships, but on the first day, he had already made an enemy of room 405. Qin Nuo didn't think too much about it. After lying down, he finally fell into a dream. The next day, there was no bright sunlight. He could only tell it was morning by the gradually brightening light. The morning chill filled the corridor. All the room doors were tightly shut. Are these tenants not stepping outside at all? Qin Nuo wondered as he went downstairs. He now just wanted to get something to eat, as his stomach growled with hunger. He remembered that there was food sold in the lobby on the first floor. At the corner of the staircase, there was a vending machine filled with a variety of human food. Holding a 20-value ghost coin, just as he was about to drop it into the slot, Qin Nuo suddenly thought of something and kicked the machine's body twice with his foot. There was no response. Qin Nuo took 2 steps back, inspected it up and down, and then kicked it a few more times. If you're not hungry, step aside and don't waste my time. A cold voice came from behind. The Black Rose looked at Qin Nuo as if he were a lunatic. Qin Nuo explained, I just wanted to see if this is really just a vending machine. After speaking, he felt that this statement was a bit strange. Idiot. The Black Rose said a couple of words, dropped a ghost coin, took 2 bottles of soda, and left. Qin Nuo inserted a ghost coin and received 2 equivalent fast food meals. This time, the dungeon seems to have only normal people besides the tenants and the apartment boss? Qin Nuo murmured as he walked away with the fast food. At the front desk, the apartment boss was again crouched under the counter, fiddling with something. Qin Nuo couldn't help but steal a curious glance. He did not see any creepy scenes. This old man was simply sitting on a low stool, playing chess. The ghosts in this second dungeon actually exhibited normal human behavior. Those who play with guns, and those who play chess, play chess. The old man was clearly having a game against himself, contemplating each move for a long time. But Qin Nuo noticed that beside him, there was a box labeled loot. Arms, thighs, tongues, eyeballs, these were so-called loot, gruesome and revolting. In fact, Qin Nuo even saw a heart. A heart that was still beating. It seemed to still be connected to a body, full of vitality. While Qin Nuo was in a daze, the old man suddenly looked up, stared at him, and said, Young man, interested in playing a game of chess? If you win, your rent for 1 day is waived. If you lose, just bring whatever you want to exchange. No thanks, I'm terrible at chess. Not giving the old man a chance to speak, Qin Nuo turned and ran. As he went upstairs, Qin Nuo pondered that after eating, he would knock on a few tenants' doors to spread some warmth, at least to establish some foundation for relationships. Of course, except for that perverted tenant in room 405 from last night. Bang! However, just when reaching the 4th floor stairs, a loud crashing sound suddenly came. Immediately after, a man's angry curse echoed, Damn it, what kind of crap did you make? It tastes terrible. Do you believe I will kill you? Saying that, the door of room 403 was violently slammed open. Bright red blood flowed out from the doorway. Chapter 33, Harmony of 3, Passive Task. Qin Nuo maintained an attitude of indifference, wanting to walk past directly, eyes straight ahead back to his room. But then thought again. Helping residents solve family disputes seemed like a way to establish basic relationships too. So, Qin Nuo stopped in his tracks and leaned to look inside. Inside room 403, there was chaos, hot dishes overturned, emitting white smoke. Bones were boiled to mush, the meat turned to paste, unrecognizable as any creature's flesh. The residents were a family of 3, the man had a hideous face, bulging veins all over, bloodshot eyes, one hand gripping his wife's hair as he committed domestic violence. The wife had blood in her mouth, her face calm, instead revealing a chilling smile. Beside them, a child about 4 or 5 years old sat on a small stool, clapping vigorously with small hands, grinning widely. You cooked it, the man roared, wishing he could swallow his wife whole. Useless waste, can't you even lift the kitchen knife over there? Just like before in bed, just as useless as that thing you can't lift, just as much waste. The wife constantly mocked her husband, seeming to derive immense pleasure from it. The man, in a fit of rage, turned and grabbed the kitchen knife from the cutting board. But at that moment, the wife, with an unknown surge of strength, stabbed the scissors she held in her sleeve harshly into her husband's neck as he turned. Blood splattered. The wife shoved him hard, and he fell out of the nearby window. After pushing her husband down, the wife sat back down in her place as if nothing had happened, tidied her messy hair, and started to serve food like nothing was wrong.
The boy continued to clap hard, and after his father was pushed down, he laughed even more excitedly, his face flushed, almost out of breath.
Be good, you can't laugh while eating, you might choke.
The wife gently patted the boy's head, carefully feeding him little bites of food. Suddenly, the wife raised her head and looked at Qin Nuo at the doorway, smiling politely. You are the resident of 404, right?
Have you eaten? Do you want to come in for a bowl?
No, thank you, I just ate.
I heard the noise over here, so I came to see if you needed help.
Qin Nuo glanced at the broken window, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, he asked.
No need, our family is very harmonious, it's normal to occasionally argue. How about having a bowl of soup before you go? Harmonious. Is this a line from a wife who just killed her husband?
Maybe next time. Qin Nuo stared at a piece of nail in the soup, declined the offer, and quickly left. Finally encountering a warm neighbor, but Qin Nuo found it impossible to establish a good relationship with them.
This family was beyond strange to describe. Crazy?
No, at least crazy people are normally crazy. In comparison, Qin Nuo suddenly found the residents of 405 seemed so normal.
At least they were just simple homebodies.
The residents of this entire apartment building are not simple, the blood-eyed ghost suddenly spoke.
Oh, I thought you were hibernating? Qin Nuo laughed.
The blood-eyed ghost rolled its eyes and said, this apartment has a smell that makes me uncomfortable, I don't want to come out.
What smell, is there? Qin Nuo sniffed the air hard.
The blood-eyed ghost offered no further explanation, saying, there is a very scary ghost hidden in this apartment, be careful of it.
Qin Nuo was taken aback. Damn. Could it possibly be that murderous maniac? Where is it? I can only feel it in some corner.
Qin Nuo was speechless, that's like saying nothing. Think about what I just said, the residents of this apartment are not simple, the blood-eyed ghost repeated.
Brother, I'm not smart, can you not give me riddles? Can't you just say what you want to say?
However, the blood-eyed ghost did not reply again, seemingly going back to sleep.
Well, it seems you came out just to mess with my mind.
When Qin Nuo returned to his room, the door of the neighboring unit 405 suddenly opened a crack. That pair of dead fish-like eyes looked at Qin Nuo with a hint of resentment.
Qin Nuo gave a dry laugh and explained, about last night, I will kill you.
Leaving this phrase, the door slammed shut with a loud bang. It really was a grudge. Qin Nuo shook his head, since he couldn't establish a good impression, he didn't need to be polite. If the other party wanted to mess with him, he'd better deal with him first. After finishing his fast food, Qin Nuo lay back in his chair, letting his stomach digest while contemplating going to the next neighbor. On this floor, there were only 5 rooms. After visiting units 403 and 405, now only 401 and 406 remained. Qin Nuo felt very exhausted. He just hoped these 2 neighbors would be a little more normal. Why was it so hard to get along with neighbors? 5 minutes later, Qin Nuo stepped out, planning to knock on 401's door first. As he passed 403, he suddenly heard cursing sounds coming from the stairwell.
Bitch. Whore. I'm going to kill you.
He saw a husband covered in blood coming back from the hallway, a pair of scissors stuck in his neck, his facial features twisted in agony. He rushed back into unit 403 and slammed the door shut with a bang.
Qin Nuo didn't pay any more attention, let them resolve their issues themselves.
At the end of the hallway, the door to 406 was actually open.
A strong chill poured out from the room, and Qin Nuo got goosebumps, peering in to see, hello, is anyone there?
Inside the room, it was very quiet, and the furnishings were quite simple. A man sat in a chair, looking up at the ceiling fan that creaked as it turned.
Hello, you are the new resident of 404. Before Qin Nuo could finish his sentence, the other person spoke first. That's right.
Qin Nuo didn't expect the other person to be paying attention to him. It seemed this was a relatively normal tenant.
Can you help me with something? The other person suddenly asked. What do you need? Please talk to the landlord for me. I have collected enough rent for this month, can you ask him to return my thing? I left something at his place. Qin Nuo thought this task didn't sound too difficult, so he asked, what did you leave? My heart.
The man turned, and Qin Nuo saw that his left chest was empty, the heart was missing. The wound was neat, and the blood vessels inside were clearly visible, as if the heart had been taken out like a part. So that jumping heart in the cardboard box belonged to this guy. Qin Nuo felt a bit creeped out. Was this really the outcome of being unable to pay rent? Please, help me. I would be very grateful. The other person spoke in a pleading tone. Just as Qin Nuo was about to respond, he suddenly heard a sound from the system in his mind. Ding! The host has triggered a passive mission. Within 4 hours, bring back the heart of resident 401 to gain plus 80 favorability. Mission failure penalty, leave behind an arm as the landlord's collectible. Mission can be refused, but it cannot be changed once accepted. Qin Nuo thought for a moment and said, "Sure, I will do my best, but I can't guarantee I can get your heart back."
"Thank you."
The other person didn't say much, turning back to look at the ceiling, appearing lonely and dejected. After confirming he accepted the mission, Qin Nuo left the room. Old people love to chat about home, so he could go and have a chat with the landlord to build a good relationship. But thinking of the landlord's face made Qin Nuo feel uncomfortable.
As he went downstairs, Qin Nuo unexpectedly ran into two people. The player named Cobra and another anonymous player named Zhang Xiaobai.
They seemed to be heading to the first floor hall to look for that landlord.
"Isn't this our little newbie?" Cobra adjusted his glasses and smiled slightly. "What are you doing out, instead of staying in your room?"
Qin Nuo said, "A neighbor lost something and asked me to help him get it back." Hearing the words neighbor, both Zhang Xiaobai and the Cobra changed their expressions slightly.
This newcomer actually made connections with the residents here so quickly?
In fact, when the game content was announced, as veteran players, they already knew how to play this dungeon.
There are only two main lines.
1. Build good relationships with the tenants of Bloodclot apartment to gain favor.
2. Find out the killer hiding in the apartment. These are the only two ways to obtain high scores in the dungeon.
Therefore, since checking in yesterday, not only Qin Nuo, but the other 6 experienced players had already been considering how to befriend their neighbors. And inevitably, they faced a lot of closed doors. Several tenants even strangely discouraged them from making friends.
"Are your neighbors easy to get along with?"
Zhang Xiaobai asked, his face a bit dark. His room is on the 3rd floor, and last night, he deliberately went next door under the pretext of needing to use the bathroom. The tenant was a middle-aged man, but from the moment he opened the door, the look in his eyes was filled with obscenity and greed. Zhang Xiaobai felt a shiver down his spine under his gaze. Hearing he wanted to borrow the bathroom, the tenant's eyes showed an excited fervor, even kindly offering a bar of soap.
Scared, Zhang Xiaobai turned and ran, locking himself back in his room, putting on 2 additional locks. Damn!
Even ghosts can have male lovers. Thinking of that tenant's gaze from last night, Zhang Xiaobai looked as if he had eaten something foul. "They're quite friendly, and the neighbors are very warm," Qin Nuo said with a guilty conscience. Qin Nuo's words made both of them skeptical.
"Where is the stuff you took for the tenants?" Cobra asked directly. "It's with the landlord." This made Cobra and Zhang Xiaobai's expressions somewhat subtle. "Looks like our goals are the same.
I received a D-grade mission to retrieve the tenant from room 202's eyeballs from the landlord,"
Cobra said.
"Mine is also D-grade, to retrieve an arm for the tenant in room 506.
Zhang Xiaobai said. "That old man likes collecting parts of other people's bodies."
"I'm afraid it won't be so easy to get them back," Zhang Xiaobai said.
"You're wrong.
The reason the tenants give up their body parts is because they can't afford the rent and can only use these as collateral.
In other words, we just need to exchange ghost currency to get them back," Cobra analyzed. "Improving the dungeon score is much more rewarding than a single rent payment. This is not a losing deal.
So they are very willing to solve it with money."
Upon reaching the first-floor lobby,
the landlord's game board was set up on the table this time, puffing on an old pipe, immersed in his own game.
The landlord didn't look up, yet he knew that Qin Nuo and the others had arrived, moving a piece and saying, "What is it?"
"Old man, we want to retrieve some items that a few tenants put up as collateral here," Cobra stated their purpose clearly.
"What are you to them?" Cobra was momentarily speechless.
Qin Nuo continued, "It's okay, just 3 kind-hearted people who want to help." The other 2 looked at Qin Nuo with strange expressions. This excuse.
Even a ghost wouldn't believe it. "Fine."
To their surprise, the old man nodded.
Cobra and Zhang Xiaobai were overjoyed and quickly asked, "How much ghost currency do we need to redeem them?"
The old man straightened his body, raised his terrifying face, took a puff of smoke, and said, "I'm not lacking in those things.
Come play a game of chess with me. If you win, you can take them back."
"Chess?"
Cobra and Zhang Xiaobai stared at the spoils in the box, their faces twitching, having a bad premonition.
"What if we lose? Then I'll take something from you." The old man seemed to really enjoy playing chess, scattering the unfinished game on the table, rearranging the pieces, with a smile that revealed yellow teeth, paired with that terrifying and eerie face. It was downright chilling.
"Come on, young man. If you win, not only can you take back 1 piece of loot, but what about having your rent too?"
The more the old man was enthusiastic, the more uneasy the 3 of them felt.
"Old man, are you good at chess?" Cobra tentatively asked.
"Well, I've won the city championship before, and represented the city in the provincial competition, also winning an award.
If we had ranks, I'd barely be a 9 dan." As he talked about the past, the old man was immensely proud, stroking his goatee and laughing heartily.
"Sir, sorry to interrupt." The Cobra immediately threw in the towel, turning to leave. Jiang Xiaobai forced a smile and said, "Landlord, you should just play by yourself."
The landlord looked dark and clearly seemed a bit angry.
The cobra's expression changed, hurriedly explaining, "Sir, we don't really know how to play chess, playing against us is not challenging at all." The landlord's expression softened a bit, sighing, "Today's youth lack boldness.
Next time you interrupt my game, leave something behind."
The old man looked very unhappy. A good endgame was ruined like this. The two quickly nodded in agreement. In Bloodclothes' apartment, the landlord was undoubtedly the scariest ghost, otherwise, the tenants wouldn't be so afraid of him.
The ghost coin was fine.
If using body parts to exchange favor, it would be too costly. Even if he could play chess, he wouldn't dare to do that. "Sir, let's play a game," Qin Nuo surprisingly agreed. The landlord's murky eyes sparkled with light as he smiled, "You young man are not bad, come on." The leaving cobra and Jiang Xiaobai were stunned.
What was this newcomer thinking? Was he really confident in his chess skills?
Then they saw Qin Nuo's actions. He sat down in front of the old man, took out his phone from his pocket, opened the Dragon Country chess app, and set the difficulty to hell level.
Qin Nuo smiled and said, "Sir, you don't mind if I play chess while using my phone, right? Young people shouldn't do two things at once."
"It's fine, when it comes to chess, I can win even without being serious."
The landlord's mouth twitched, feeling a bit insulted, but didn't say anything.
This outrageous move left the cobra and Jiang Xiaobai dumbfounded.
Damn! The skilled are bold. Cheating in front of him, is this newcomer always this daring? The game quickly began.
The landlord played very aggressively, but Qin Nuo remained calm, mimicking his moves from his phone, countering with hell-level AI moves. After just 7 or 8 moves, the landlord's face turned grim, his brow furrowed as if facing a formidable enemy.
He pondered for a long time before making a move. However, Qin Nuo responded in just a second. As the game progressed, the landlord's expression worsened, even becoming ferocious. The cobra and Jiang Xiaobai's eyes lit up. This suicidal method actually works, perhaps they could learn this outrageous trick. However, just as they had this thought, the landlord suddenly looked up, staring intently at Qin Nuo. His voice, as if coming from a mass grave, exuded a heavy malice. "Kid, what are you looking at on your phone?" Chapter 35, Top Chess Skills, Mainline Clue. As he said this, it was as if he had guessed something. The landlord's body trembled, giving off a terrifying ghostly aura. The cobra and Jiang Xiaobai's expressions changed, quickly retreating 10 meters away, looking as if they didn't know him. Qin Nuo felt as if a heavy weight was pressing down on him, making it incredibly difficult to breathe. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead in layers. "This is bad. What are you afraid of? Don't you have 2 lives? Just use one," sneered the Blood-Eye Ghost. Just as Qin Nuo wanted to retort to the Blood-Eye Ghost, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Devil's Eye, you have gained 80 rage points from the apartment landlord, reward skill, top chess skills." Ah. This is 100 times more comforting than a timely rain. System, you are my dear father. I ask you, what are you looking at on your phone? The landlord's aura became even more terrifying, his eye whites fading to pitch black, as if he had gone mad. Qin Nuo suppressed the fear in his heart and calmly said, "I'm just playing a game to pass the time." Saying this, he turned the screen, revealing the unmistakable Candy Crush game. "Alright, turn off your phone and continue playing with me. If you lose, I'll decide what to take from you." The landlord's voice was cold as he withdrew that terrifying ghostly aura. "You think you're clever, really treating the ghosts in the game as fools," said the cobra, adjusting his glasses, his tone indifferent. "If you don't act foolish, how can you be called a rookie?" Jiang Xiaobai smirked, relieved to have one less competitor, which wasn't a bad thing for them. However, just a moment ago, they really did think they could get away with it. Seeing Qin Nuo put down his phone, the landlord regained his confidence, shifting from defense to offense in the game. Qin Nuo's gaze fell back onto the chessboard, feeling something completely different this time. It was like having just finished graduate school and suddenly facing a 5th-grade elementary exam paper. Familiar, thorough. After the landlord made his move, dozens of counter-moves instantly appeared in Qin Nuo's mind. In fact, after making the first move, Qin Nuo could even deduce the next 6 or 7 moves. Masterful. Qin Nuo smiled slightly and said, "Old man, I'm serious now." This statement darkened the landlord's face once again. The taste of insult ignited within him like a fuse. However, 10 moves later, the landlord fell silent. After a long pause, he slowly spoke, "You win." The hostility that had gathered around him quickly dissipated, he had lost in a convincing manner. Cobra and Jiang Xiaobai, who had been waiting for the landlord to erupt, were stunned, suddenly noticing the situation on the chessboard. The red side is left with only a king. All the guards had been wiped out. The two exchanged glances. How could this guy be so strong? Why was he using his phone at the beginning? Qin Nuo smiled slightly and said, "Old man, I learned a lot.
The term learned sounded like sarcasm to the landlord, who asked in a deep voice, "What do you want to redeem?" Qin Nuo pointed to something in the cardboard box. "The heart of Lu Zhe?" The landlord flicked his finger and the beating heart landed in Qin Nuo's hand. The heart thumped vigorously. Qin Nuo was curious, if he crushed this heart, would Lu Zhe die? Qin Nuo thanked him, and the landlord waved his hand, no longer engaging, lowering his gaze to the chessboard. This crushing defeat clearly hit him hard. On the way back, the empty-handed Cobra and Zhang Xiaobai looked at Qin Nuo, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. The two wanted to speak but hesitated, wanting to ask Qin Nuo to play a game for them, but couldn't bring themselves to do it. It was too embarrassing for two old players to beg a rookie. Qin Nuo didn't care what they thought, returning to room 401 and presenting the heart in front of Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe was surprised yet excited as he took the heart. When he gently placed the heart in the hole in his left chest, in just a blink, Qin Nuo saw that the area had returned to normal, with no visible scars. As he pressed the heart back inside, Lu Zhe was silent for a moment before saying, "If you face any trouble in the future, you can come to me." His tone was very flat, but Qin Nuo could tell it was a heartfelt thank you. "No problem, it's only right for neighbors to help each other," Qin Nuo replied politely. "Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 80 favor points from the 401 resident, reward 100 points of ghost power. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the D-level task, receiving an additional score, settlement after quitting the game. Ding, completed small task ×1, obtained a clue for the main task. The water tank on the rooftop of Bloodclothes' apartment seems to have a secret, why not go take a look?" Rooftop water tank? Qin Nuo frowned slightly. The main task basically referred to a serial killer. So the clue definitely pointed to finding the serial killer's lead. But what kind of clue could be in the water tank? Hiding a body there? Qin Nuo thought about going to the rooftop at some point, but he remembered that the rooftop door was locked, so it seemed he still needed to greet the landlord first. "What trouble do you have?" Lu Zhe asked when he saw Qin Nuo standing still. He thought he had some trouble. "It's fine, Lu Ge, I'm leaving now." After coming out of room 401, Qin Nuo was considering how to proceed with the next step when he saw a little girl in a JK uniform carrying a basket of food walking upstairs. Her face showed fear, and she kept looking behind her, accidentally bumping into Qin Nuo. "Are you okay?" Qin Nuo asked, feeling that the question was quite silly. Could he really hurt a ghost by bumping into it? Qin Nuo also possessed ghostly power, and at once realized that the little girl was not human either. "There are bad people following me." Following the girl's gaze, Qin Nuo saw a shadow appear at the stairway, with a pair of bloodthirsty eyes glaring at the little girl, filled with crazy greed. Qin Nuo remained silent as he took out the ghost-burying stone. Perhaps sensing the threat of the ghost-burying stone, the shadow retreated back into the hallway. Qin Nuo suddenly realized, could that guy be a murderous demon? He hurriedly chased after it, seeing the shadow disappear into the corridor on the 3rd floor. "It's a resident on the 3rd floor." Qin Nuo squinted. "Thank you, brother." Seeing the bad guy was driven away by Qin Nuo, the little girl came over and bowed to express her gratitude. "Do you know that person?" Qin Nuo asked. The little girl shook her head. "Every time I go upstairs, as long as he catches my scent, he will follow me. But once I reach the 4th floor, he doesn't dare to follow anymore." Qin Nuo pondered, "Are there no adults at your home?" The little girl opened the door to room 402, smiling as she said, "My mom and dad are at home, but they don't really like to go out. Brother, do you want to come in and sit for a while?" Qin Nuo looked inside the room. He didn't see anyone. Only 2 chairs in the living room were swaying back and forth. Invisible ghosts. Qin Nuo shook his head. "No, next time be careful going upstairs. If you have any trouble, knock on door 404. I'm in that room." The little girl obediently nodded and walked into her room, holding the food. On his way back, this time passing room 403, there were no horrifying sounds of shouting or beating coming from inside. Qin Nuo didn't want to interfere in the strange family's disputes, preferring to avoid them. However, as he passed by, the door to room 403 suddenly opened, and a hand reached out to grab Qin Nuo. Chapter 36, Scum Husband, 3rd floor resident. At the moment the pale hand grabbed him, Qin Nuo reflexively took out his bone-crushing hammer and swung it. The hand quickly withdrew like lightning. It was the hand of the wife from that family of 3. She looked at the injury on her hand and said softly, "I mean no harm, I just want to ask you for a favor." "Auntie, you can just say what you need. Suddenly opening the door and pulling someone is very dangerous." Qin Nuo said, thinking that this family indeed had some issues. "I'm worried that Scum will come back." Qin Nuo knew she was talking about her husband and asked, "What do you need?" "Let's talk inside." Qin Nuo hesitated for a moment at the open door but eventually went inside. Inside the room, unlike the last time, it wasn't chaotic, there was just a kitchen with a knife stuck in the cutting board, surrounded by blood and pieces of meat. He. The child from the family of 3 sat on a stool, staring at Qin Nuo while emitting strange laughter, their eyes looking like they had seen something delicious, making one feel uneasy. Here, have a bowl of soup. The wife warmly served a bowl of soup. Qin Nuo glanced into the soup and saw a finger, still wearing a ring. Human flesh. Residents of the blood-stained apartment had a habit of going out to buy vegetables in the morning, and combined with the mother and child he saw on the ghost bus last time, Qin Nuo could basically confirm that there was a market in this horrifying world specialized in butchering humans and selling them. If you have something to say, just say it. Qin Nuo moved the hot soup aside. The wife looked at her son and said, I want you to help me kill my husband. This couple wanted to kill each other every day, so Qin Nuo was not surprised by such an absurd request. Why me? Besides, your husband is like a cockroach, I can't kill him. Even if he stabbed him in the neck and pushed him off the 4th floor, he would still come back all bloodied. This man had a tenacious life force. Although thinking this way, Qin Nuo felt that he could smash him to death with the grave ghost stone. After all, that was not an ordinary ghost. He is indeed hard to kill, but there is one person who can kill this beast. Who? My daughter. Qin Nuo looked at the child on the stool who was laughing oddly. Indeed, he had a little chicken, and he was somewhat surprised. You have another daughter? Whom? His wife revealed an incredibly tragic smile. She was choked to death by her own father. That beast would grab my hair and hit me every time he came back from drinking, and I got used to it. Once, I was beaten to the brink of death. My daughter was very scared, but she still came out of the room and begged him to stop hitting me. Then he actually choked his own daughter to death. After finishing, his wife had a blank expression, but her mouth cracked open and she started to laugh, her laughter filled with desolate resentment. Qin Nuo fell silent. He discovered that the residents in the apartment did not know they were ghosts. In other words, what the wife said were real events that occurred in their lives. Real tragedies. Despite feeling somewhat depressed, Qin Nuo still asked, Where is your daughter now? Room 301, that's the room we used to live in. She is trapped there and cannot go anywhere. I can feel it, my daughter is in great pain, her only hope is to pull that beast down with her, the wife said. Ding, the host has triggered a passive task, rescue request from the resident in room 403, lead the husband to room 301 to complete the task. Task level, D. Can refuse, confirmation will not allow changes. Qin Nuo thought for a moment and then confirmed the task. Not only to gain the favor of the resident, but dealing with this scum that hadn't turned to ash yet was something Qin Nuo was very willing to do. He originally thought this family of 3 was strange. Now he realized that the reason the wife and son had become this neurotic was likely due to that scum father. You can't lead him to room 301? Qin Nuo asked. He knows that his daughter is in that room, and he doesn't even dare to step into the hallway on the 3rd floor, the wife said. But I think you will find a way, can you help me? Let's try, but I can't guarantee success. Qin Nuo still said this. It's okay, you are a kind child. The wife smiled slightly. You really don't plan to sit down and have a meal? No need, maybe next time. Qin Nuo left room 403. Buddy, one piece of corpse flesh, help me out? Back in his room, Qin Nuo said directly. Speak plainly, what do you want to do? The blood-eyed ghost had no resistance to corpse flesh. Join forces to get that scum ghost to room 301. Your idea is too naive. The blood-eyed ghost said lightly. But if you want to try, then go ahead. According to the wife, the husband would be gambling outside every day from 12 to 3 o'clock, and he wouldn't come back until around that time. Qin Nuo prepared a bit, looked at the clock on the wall, and near 3 o'clock, he headed to the 3rd floor corridor early. There were 3 former residents on the 3rd floor, the other 2 residents were players Black Rose and Princess Yao Yao, living in rooms 302 and 306 respectively. Qin Nuo came to the 3rd floor and ran into Princess Yao Yao by coincidence. She was holding a large bag of food. It was not the kind of food for hunger, but snacks to pass the time. Qin Nuo felt embarrassed. This girl, was she here to do a dungeon task or on vacation? Princess Yao Yao saw Qin Nuo and said surprisingly, Shadow, you're not dead yet? Qin Nuo didn't pay attention to this special greeting. Thinking about the shadow that had been stalking the JK girl yesterday, he asked, how's your game progress? Not moving at all. The residents here are too hard to get along with. Yesterday I took my beloved snacks and wanted to get to know the neighbor. But when the other party opened the door, saw the snacks in my hand, snatched them, and slammed the door shut. Woo-woo, that was my snacks for a week, they took them and just ignored me, that's too bullying. Princess Yao Yao said with a grievance. So, I'm not interested in the dungeon task, I'll just stay for 10 days and then leave. Finish the copy and you're done. Qin Nuo thought, thankfully you didn't book room 301, or who knows what could have happened. What about you? Princess Yao Yao tilted her head and asked. I'm fine.
I completed a D-level side mission, and now I'm working on the second one. Qin Nuo said.
Not bad, you're amazing for your first time. Saying this, Princess Yao Yao picked up a bag of chips, but then hesitated, switched it for a lollipop, and handed it to Qin Nuo. Here, good luck.
You eat it. Qin Nuo declined, not wanting to take food from a snack lover who treated food as life itself. Then, she asked again, have you noticed any strange tenants on the third floor? What kind of strange? Peeping, sneaky behavior. Princess Yao Yao pouted, thinking, I don't think so. Qin Nuo nodded and stopped asking. Princess Yao Yao seemed a bit simple-minded. If she had been targeted, she probably wouldn't have noticed it. There was nothing useful to ask.
Just as they were talking, a sound came from the hallway. Qin Nuo tensed, thinking it might be that scumbag ghost returning. She turned to look, but saw a graceful figure. It was the player Black Rose. Upon seeing Qin Nuo and Princess Yao Yao, Black Rose's frosty face showed no significant change.
She turned and walked away.
In her hand, she held a basket of toy parts stained with fresh blood.
What's she carrying? Princess Yao Yao whispered. Qin Nuo didn't answer.
Black Rose went straight to room 304 and knocked on the door. The door was opened by a hunchbacked old lady, holding a small, dark-skinned ghost. Grandma Lee, I found the toys your grandson lost. Black Rose's frosty face was replaced with a sweet smile, like a kind older sister from the neighborhood. Thank you so much, my dear. It's rare to see a kind-hearted girl like you.
Xiao Yuan, don't you want to thank your sister?
The little ghost, holding his beloved toy, danced with joy. Thank you, sister.
You're so nice.
Good boy, don't be so naughty next time and throw things around. After the door closed, Black Rose's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by her cold expression, like the rapid mask change in Sichuan opera.
Qin Nuo glanced at Princess Yao Yao. See? That's how you complete a task. Princess Yao Yao pouted, saying nothing. Black Rose walked over, eyeing Qin Nuo. I heard you completed a task for the landlord? Qin Nuo checked the time. I'm working on the second one now. How about making a deal? If you win a game from the landlord again, get something for me. You name the price.
Black Rose had obviously received information from the cobra, folding her arms and puffing out her chest as she spoke.
No interest. I'm not into money.
Qin Nuo shook her head without hesitation.
Think about it. If you really don't want to, I can come to your room tonight and we can talk properly?
Black Rose suddenly flashed a seductive smile, full of charm. To be honest, this woman was really skilled at changing her expressions.
Come to my room for what? For a meal? I don't have any money. Qin Nuo shrugged.
Black Rose's face darkened, but then she gave a casual smile. If you're not interested, then forget it.
I wasn't really in the mood anyway. With that, she turned and left.
Princess Yao Yao stuck out her tongue and muttered, so flirtatious.
Damn it. Lost everything again, this is really unlucky.
That damn wife, she must be hiding money. If I find it, I'll make her regret it. The swearing voice came from the hallway. The scumbag ghost from room 403 had returned, full of hostility, mixed with towering rage.
Black Rose glanced at him.
The scumbag ghost saw Black Rose too, his gaze wandering over her graceful body, and his twisted face revealed a hint of lewdness. Not bad, little girl.
Which room are you staying in?
Black Rose's eyes glinted with cold light, showing a disgusted expression, but she said nothing and just walked away. The ghosts in the apartment were all key to completing tasks, and players should try to avoid provoking them as much as possible.
Princess Yao Yao, holding snacks, was a bit scared and hid behind Qin Nuo. The scumbag ghost's gaze stayed on Black Rose's hips.
He licked his tongue, chuckled, and while turning to go upstairs, he noticed a pair of eyes staring at him. The scoundrel ghost glared fiercely at Qin Nuo. Stinky brat, if you take another look, I'll gouge your eyeballs out. Qin Nuo said nothing. At the moment the scoundrel ghost turned his head, his right hand revealed a bloody eye, and numerous corpse spots appeared on his arm. Then, he directly reached for the back of the scoundrel ghost's head. The scoundrel ghost sensed something was off just as his head was violently pressed down onto the ground. The floor cracked, and the scoundrel ghost howled, struggling wildly. Qin Nuo swung his arm, throwing the scoundrel ghost into the hallway, and pulled out 2 bone nails. Without waiting for the opponent to get up, he struck the 2 bone nails forcefully into the scoundrel ghost's skull with his palm. In an instant, the scoundrel ghost let out a shrill scream, smoke rising from his body, and he collapsed onto the ground.
All of this happened within seconds, and both the Black Rose and Princess Yao Yao were left dumbfounded. What is this guy doing?
This is a resident of the apartment. You can't just wipe someone out just because they insulted you. While Black Rose was in shock, she also noticed the bloodied arm of Qin Nuo, her heart jolting, half ghost.
Isn't it his first time participating in a horror game? When did he merge with a ghost?
Ignoring the dazed expressions of the two women, Qin Nuo grabbed the half-dead scoundrel ghost and dragged him toward room 301.
But soon, Qin Nuo noticed something was wrong.
As he got closer to 301, the scoundrel ghost became heavier, vast amounts of ghostly energy oozing from his 7 orifices. In the end, the ground was dragged out, creating a deep crack. Qin Nuo couldn't move forward anymore. The scoundrel ghost in his hand felt like a terrifying meteorite.
What's going on?
Qin Nuo was drenched in sweat, looking at the scoundrel ghost in shock. I told you it wouldn't work, the blood-eyed ghost said calmly. The 2 bone nails that had been driven into the brain were pushed out of the body, falling onto the floor. The half-dead scoundrel ghost suddenly opened his eyes, bursting forth with terrifying power, breaking free from Qin Nuo's grip and returning to the hallway. The scoundrel ghost glared at Qin Nuo, but out of fear, he turned and fled.
In the hallway, the ghostly energy dissipated. Black Rose and Princess Yao Yao looked at Qin Nuo, astonished and unsure what to say.
It's just a small vendetta, Qin Nuo explained dismissively to the two, before leaving. Back on the 4th floor, the door of room 403 was slammed open, and once again it was a disaster inside, with many things smashed beyond recognition. His wife stepped out, covered in blood, unsure if it was hers or her husband's.
She looked at Qin Nuo and asked softly, "What happened?" "It's indeed a bit challenging.
I'll think of another way." Qin Nuo replied, glancing at the knife in his wife's hand, suspecting she had dealt with her husband again. But clearly, all of this was in vain. Returning to the room, after a busy day, Qin Nuo felt terribly sore and stinky, deciding to take a shower first.
After washing his face, Qin Nuo asked, "What was that just now?"
"That was a ghost of obsession," the blood-eyed ghost said.
"The harder you try, the less likely it is to succeed." "What is a ghost of obsession?" Qin Nuo asked.
"When it died, it had a massive fear of room 301, after dying, it became a vengeful ghost, and that fear turned into obsession.
Room 301 is its zone of obsession, pushing too hard will only make its resistance stronger. Unless you can make it walk into room 301 on its own." Qin Nuo fell into deep thought. "You can't take on this task, give up." "Not necessarily."
Qin Nuo replied in this way, but it was indeed quite a headache. After finishing his shower, he stepped out of the room. Qin Nuo leaned on a chair, continuing to ponder. After a moment, he thought of something and opened the system toolbar.
Suddenly, Qin Nuo's eyes lit up with a plan.
He got up, put on his clothes, and prepared to go out.
"Where are you going?"
the blood-eyed ghost asked.
"Of course, I'm continuing the task."
"Just so you know, if you want me to intervene, there will have to be benefits," the blood-eyed ghost said while licking his tongue.
"I don't need you anymore.
Tonight, you just need to watch the show."
Qin Nuo smiled slightly and then left the room. After leaving room 404, what Qin Nuo didn't notice was
the door of room 403 also opened, a pair of eyes fixed on the direction Qin Nuo left, filled with resentment.
Chapter 38, Patchwork Doll, Warm Scene. Boom.
In the late night, the scum ghost fell from the 4th floor, crashing hard against the floor. The hardness of reinforced concrete caused his body to crack open like tofu pudding. Blood and brain matter erupted together. A few seconds later, the scum ghost got up, his bloodied and mangled body slowly recovering.
He looked up at the window of the 4th floor, roaring with red eyes. "That kid pulled me toward that room, it must be related to you, you bitch. I will chop you, you wasteful woman, along with that stupid rabbit who just knows how to laugh."
The scum ghost screamed like he had gone mad, constantly howling. But the next second, his voice suddenly stopped. In the lobby, the old landlord leaned on his cane, looking at him with a very calm gaze. Yet it sent chills through the scum ghost from head to toe. "I don't care about your family matters, but now it's sleeping time, your loud noise has disturbed the rules of the apartment. If I hear your voice again, I will rip out your tongue, and then your entire family will be kicked out of the apartment." The old landlord said calmly, then leaned on his cane and slowly disappeared into the darkness. The scum ghost fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Only after the landlord had been gone for a long time did he dare to go upstairs. But this didn't lessen his rage. As he climbed the stairs, he tightly gripped a machete, filled with murderous intent. However, when he reached the 3rd floor, his steps suddenly halted. In the moonlight, the delicate face of Black Rose emitted an astonishing beauty.
"I've learned everything about your family. No matter how angry you get, what does it matter? You can't kill your wife. Why not cooperate with me? I'll help you kill your wife, how about that?"
The voice of Black Rose was charming, carrying an inexplicable temptation.
This was indeed true.
The couple had been killing each other for years but had never managed to kill the other. Even if they were crushed to pieces, they could return to room 403 the next day. The scum ghost's greedy gaze crazily roamed over the curvy figure of Black Rose. The excitement in his eyes resembled a starving wolf seeing a plump sheep, ready to strip it bare. However, the scum ghost still maintained his rationality, asking, "You're helping me so kindly,
what do you want? In the apartment, there are a few guys I hate, help me deal with them, and that's my condition. Black Rose said lightly. The scum ghost stepped forward, his dry fingers lifting that smooth and flawless chin, a sinister smile splitting his lips, but it sounds like I'm at a disadvantage. Black Rose gave a soft snort, unafraid, and similarly extended her slender finger to lift the scum ghost's rotten chin. Then what else do you want? The scum ghost's gaze dropped, grinning. That depends on your performance. Okay, come to my room, I'll show you how well I perform. Black Rose stirred the scum ghost's desires and turned to walk toward the direction of the room. The scum ghost greedily inhaled the airy fragrance in the air, following closely behind. Creak. The door opened. Black Rose took the scum ghost's hand, her voice teasing his ear. Come in. The scum ghost seemed enchanted, pulled inside. But the moment his foot crossed the threshold, he suddenly stopped. The scum ghost's eyes changed a few times and suddenly turned fierce. Wait, you're not that woman from the day. Veins bulged on his arms as he suddenly yanked Black Rose from the room. In the blink of an eye, Black Rose vanished without a trace. What he held in his hand was a patchwork doll. This is... Realizing something, the scum ghost suddenly looked up, discovering that the room before him was not room 302, but room 301. And the door had already been opened. Inside room 301, it was pitch dark, like an abyss, and a chilling wind swept across his face. It's a trap. In that instant, the scum ghost finally reacted, staring into the darkness of the room. The whole body trembled uncontrollably, as if facing the most terrifying thing of a lifetime. Dad, are you here? In the darkness, a naive little girl's voice came through. The scoundrel ghost turned and ran, desperately charging toward the hallway. Since you're already at the door, why not see your own daughter? It's been years since a father and daughter have seen each other, and reuniting is such a warm and touching scene, don't you think? Qin Nuo blocked the scoundrel ghost's path, smiling as he held the burial ghost stone, and struck it hard against the scoundrel ghost's forehead. The terrifying power of the ghost made the scoundrel ghost instantly lose consciousness for a brief moment, stumbling back a few steps, one foot stepping into the room. The scoundrel ghost's expression twisted in horror. Just as he was about to withdraw that foot, a powerful suction engulfed him. No matter how desperately the scoundrel ghost struggled, his body was slowly being devoured by the darkness in the room. He reached out, gripping the doorframe tightly, and cried out in panic, "No!" A pair of pale little hands reached out from the darkness, wrapping around the scoundrel ghost's neck. A iron-gray little girl's face appeared on the scoundrel ghost's shoulder, revealing a chilling smile. "Dad, I've been waiting for you for so long, you finally came." In the end, the scoundrel ghost's hand still loosened, pulled in by his own daughter into the room that resembled an endless pit. The horrifying screams echoed continuously in the room. Bang! Qin Nuo closed the door to room 301, the sound suddenly cut off. Qin Nuo, with a blank expression, picked up the patched-up doll from the ground. The patched-up ghost doll. This was an item obtained from the silver treasure chest after finishing the first set of side quests. It could create illusions for ghosts while transforming into the thing they desired most in their hearts. Unless he can make himself walk in. The blood-eyed ghost's words awakened Qin Nuo, and he suddenly thought of the patched-up ghost doll, which was perfect to deal with the scoundrel ghost. How many ghostly items do you have on you? But I have to say, your idea is indeed quite clever. That scoundrel is submerged in eating, drinking, gambling, and has become hopelessly addicted, with almost zero resistance and discernment, so I believe he will fall for such a crude trap. In the adjacent room 302, a crack in the door opened, and a pair of eyes peeked out. Princess Yao Yao had been hiding under the blanket, scared from hearing the terrifying sounds. After confirming there was no sound, she quietly opened the door, and when she saw it was Qin Nuo, she let out a sigh of relief and opened the door wide, patting her empty chest, saying, "You scared me to death. What are you doing out here at this hour, wailing like a ghost in the third-floor hallway?" Qin Nuo replied, "It wasn't me, it was the noise from the resident upstairs." Princess Yao Yao looked a bit confused, scratching her head. "What did you do?" "I did something good." Qin Nuo smiled slightly, helped a kind and gentle old father reunite with his long-lost good daughter. The father and daughter are currently embracing and crying in room 301. Chapter 39, Super Fat Homebody. Returning from the third floor, the door to room 403 was open, and Qin Nuo walked over. Inside the room, his wife was gently comforting their sleeping child, a faint smile hanging on her lips, the scene rare and peaceful, without any strange contradictions. "Your husband has entered room 301, and he probably won't be coming back." "I know, our daughter has already told me." His wife gently carried the child into the room, and shortly after, she came back out, sincerely saying thank you for helping my daughter fulfill her wish. "Just helping out between neighbors," Qin Nuo replied. In truth, he could see that the daughter's resentment towards her father was secondary. The main reason was that she couldn't bear to watch her mother and younger brother suffer daily from her father's abuse, which was why she took her biological father away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 60 affection points from the 403 resident, completing the D-level side quest, and additional scoring at the end of the quest.
Kiss of the Angel, gain affection points. Reward ghost power plus 80.
The second side quest is finally complete.
Then Auntie, have a good rest, I won't disturb you.
Qin Nuo said.
Although his wife looked like she was mourning for a lost husband, Qin Nuo knew the reason for her sorrow was not the worthless husband, but the unfortunate daughter. Returning from room 403 to room 404, Qin Nuo opened the door and the blood-eyed ghost suddenly spoke, "Someone else has entered your room." Qin Nuo was taken aback and silently entered the room, noticing that there was no sign of chaos.
"Are you sure?"
"There is another similar presence, believe it or not." The blood-eyed ghost replied faintly.
Qin Nuo frowned.
From the blood-eyed ghost's words, it seemed the one who sneaked into the room was not a player, but a resident.
Nothing was missing. So what was the purpose of entering?
With a glance, Qin Nuo realized that the maid's stockings he had carelessly tossed that night had vanished.
In an instant, Qin Nuo locked onto the identity of the thief. The resident of 405 is the prime suspect. No, it's most likely him.
That guy had a grudge against him, and while he was out, snuck into his room to get revenge. But nothing was disturbed, they only took the stockings that were hanging on the chair. Combined with the strange behavior of the 405 resident that night, Qin Nuo suddenly understood something.
That ghost has a strong grudge against you, do you want to deal with it? I can help you, just give it food.
The blood-eyed ghost said.
No need. The goal of this quest is to maintain good relationships with the neighbors, why escalate the conflict? Qin Nuo stated.
Although angering the other party would bring rewards, it would still affect the quest's score.
You think there's still a chance to resolve the conflict?
The blood-eyed ghost scoffed. Qin Nuo said no more, stepping out of 404 and heading straight to the door of 405 to knock. He knocked twice, but got no response. He pounded on the door harder.
The door opened a crack, revealing a pair of unfriendly eyes. What do you want? Did you come into my room?
I lost something in my room.
Qin Nuo asked.
The resident of 405 glared fiercely, but Qin Nuo caught a hint of panic in the other's eyes.
No, get lost.
He tried to close the door, but Qin Nuo held his hand against it.
Really not? Should I call the landlord to talk?
Qin Nuo said with a smile. The other said nothing more and just wanted to shut the door. Qin Nuo's ghost power was also considerable now. Even when the resident of 405 put in all his strength, he couldn't close the door, as Qin Nuo held it open. But soon, Qin Nuo withdrew his sharp gaze, smiling as he said, "You misunderstand me, I don't suspect you, just asking a question.
Since you say it's not you, then I trust your character, it must not be you." The atmosphere suddenly became friendly. This caught the resident of 405 off guard. "Then move your foot," the resident of 405 said, still with a grim face.
"Don't be anxious, I came here to sincerely apologize for that night.
I was too harsh then. As compensation, I specially prepared a gift for you. Not interested, get lost. Just take a look."
As he spoke, Qin Nuo performed a magic trick, pulling out a life-sized body pillow from behind him.
The cover of the body pillow featured a sexy photo of an anime girl in a bikini. A custom-made version.
The resident of 405, who had initially resisted, instantly became entranced, unable to tear his gaze away from the body pillow. It was as if he saw his dream goddess, his eyes filled with fervor and an irresistible possessiveness. His eyes nearly turned into heart shapes.
Qin Nuo smirked. Sure enough, the resident of 405 was a super otaku.
Qin Nuo knew exactly how to handle otaku. They spent all day cooped up in their rooms, never going out, immersed in fantasies of anime girls, yearning for anything related to anime.
And for them, an anime body pillow was like a heavy bomb.
With zero resistance. "This is my family treasure, it took a lot of effort to get it, the touch is top-notch, hugging it while sleeping feels like hugging my wife, that kind of feeling.
It's simply wonderful."
Qin Nuo made a pained expression as if he was about to part with the treasure. "I'm giving it to you as an apology gift, please accept it."
The other party was somewhat incredulous. "Are you sure?" "I regret it a bit."
"The words you say, like spilled water."
"It's mine now."
The door suddenly opened, and the other person swiftly snatched the cushion, hugging it tightly. The fragrant scent of the cushion made their eyes dazed and their expression intoxicated. At that moment, Qin Nuo finally saw the tenant of 405 clearly. With messy hair and a pale face full of flesh, the clothes stretched tight, and a waist like a water tank spilling layers of fat. A definite couch potato. That pair of maid stockings was undoubtedly stolen by this guy. Even turned into a ghost, still so obsessed.
One can only say that the influence of the second dimension on otaku is truly invincible. Qin Nuo smiled. "Can you accept my apology now?"
The fat ghost nodded with an infatuated look in their eyes. I accept. Ding, congratulations, host has gained favorability from the resident of 405, completed hidden D-level mission, additional scoring, total calculated after exiting the instance. Angel's Kiss, you gained plus 100 favorability from the resident of 405, received reward ghost coins plus 100. Qin Nuo felt happy secretly, spending 10 ghost coins to buy a cushion from the system mall. Not only did he complete the third D-level mission, but he also made 10 times the profit. This deal was simply too profitable. The fat ghost didn't know it was bought with 10 ghost coins, thinking it was truly Qin Nuo's most important treasure. Their eyes were almost moved to tears.
From now on, you are my brother. In times of trouble, I'm there for you.
Good brother, you're too polite. When leaving, Qin Nuo paused and added, brother, take good care of my treasure.
Chapter 40, Another Setback, Rooftop Clue.
After completing the D-level missions of several tenants on the 4th floor, Qin Nuo took a day to relax. The next day, Qin Nuo shifted his focus to the clue obtained from the mission. The rooftop water tank. He had to take a look. After all, completing the main quest of this instance was Qin Nuo's goal.
Everyone has a competitive spirit. Who wouldn't want to get the MVP score?
So, he still had to make contact with the landlord, as the key was in his hands.
As he went downstairs, he unexpectedly ran into the burly player, nicknamed Black Bear.
Compared to the first day of the game, he looked much worse.
His strong aura had almost been worn down completely.
Moreover, his right eye was bloodied and closed.
What happened to your eye?
Qin Nuo asked directly. As if touched on a sore spot, Black Bear's expression darkened. He coldly said, don't you dare mock me. I may have lost an eye, but at least I got a clue, locking onto the killer hiding in the apartment.
Do you know who the killer is?
Qin Nuo was taken aback. In just 2 days, this progress was a bit too fast. Black Bear scoffed and turned to leave, clearly unwilling to share the fruits of his victory with Qin Nuo.
Qin Nuo blinked, deep in thought as he went downstairs.
In the lobby, the landlord was, as usual, sitting there playing chess alone.
Qin Nuo approached and smiled, old man, have you eaten?
If you have something to say, just say it.
Do you have the key to that iron door on the rooftop?
I want to go up for some fresh air.
Qin Nuo said. I have the key. Let's play a game of chess. If you win, I'll give it to you.
The landlord, not caring about such a ridiculous reason, straightened his posture, his murky eyes shining with eager light. Clearly, after losing their last game, he had already come out of his gloom and frustration. He regained his confidence, and in a wave of his hand, the messy chessboard was neatly arranged.
All right, old man, if you win, you have to keep your word. Qin Nuo sat down. This time, you won't win.
After speaking, he hesitated for a moment and added, at least, you won't win so easily.
However, 5 minutes later, the landlord looked at the chessboard, once again falling into a gloomy silence. The regained confidence was now shattered into pieces once more.
On the chessboard, Qin Nuo's pieces had almost wiped out everything. Once again, the red side was left with only a single general. Surrounded on all sides, enemies everywhere. Truly a general in danger.
Qin Nuo looked at the landlord's expression of doubt in life. He patted his head.
TSK, why is he so lacking in emotional intelligence? Why be so ruthless? This old man has great connections, who knows when we might need his help in the future.
Old man, maybe you're not feeling well. How about we play another round?
Qin Nuo asked tentatively.
Not in the mood, I want to review the game.
The landlord old man said with a serious face, casually tossing the key to Qin Nuo. Great, one game, and all my goodwill is gone. Qin Nuo stood up, bid farewell to the old man, and was suddenly stopped by someone at the stairs.
The Black Rose was wearing a black cheapao today, her sexy figure accentuated. Are you heading to the rooftop?
Just to catch some air.
Qin Nuo shrugged. Don't think of me as that old man.
If you go to the rooftop, it's almost certainly related to the main quest's clues.
Qin Nuo was a bit surprised. You have clues too? The second side quest completed yesterday provided a clue, the rooftop water tank.
Black Rose said. Qin Nuo was speechless. This clue is also shared, and it's exactly the same. Originally, Black Rose had spent a whole day trying to get the key from the landlord old man after obtaining this clue, not expecting to run into Qin Nuo, leading to this moment.
Let's go up together. Black Rose smiled.
Qin Nuo was quite unwilling, but recalling that he had used her body to entice that scoundrel last night, he felt guilty and didn't refuse.
I heard the Black Bear has locked onto the apartment's killer?
Qin Nuo asked while going upstairs.
Not sure.
That guy had a conflict with the resident next door yesterday and lost an eye, but today he suddenly seems excited.
Black Rose said lightly.
Qin Nuo thought about the shadow on the 3rd floor yesterday, wondering whether to ask Black Rose, but ultimately dismissed the idea. Better to check the rooftop first. The iron door of the rooftop was rusty, and the lock was corroded. It took quite a bit of effort to open it. On the rooftop, it was covered in asphalt and overgrown with vegetation. Although it looked green at first glance, there was no sense of vitality, instead a feeling of deathly silence. Under the grayish sky, the two stood at the railing. It was the first time they viewed this so-called horror world from a bird's-eye perspective.
Isn't it shocking? This is what the world looks like. What you see is just the surface.
This apartment serves as our umbrella. Within the quest area, we follow the game rules, and the ghosts won't touch us. But once we leave the apartment, all these rules are rendered ineffective. We instantly become rats crossing the street, ready to be devoured at any moment. Black Rose said to Qin Nuo in the tone of someone experienced. She once ventured outside the quest area in a side quest and was so frightened that she came rolling back in just 2 minutes. That was a shadow she could never shake off. In a land without the rule of law, human lives are disposable. Humans are no longer the masters, merely food on the chopping block. She wanted Qin Nuo to feel this tiny sense of despair. But Qin Nuo replied with a relaxed expression, "It's just a side quest, I've been there."
You've been outside?
Black Rose was shocked.
I was forcibly sent in during the first side quest.
At that time, my boss sent me on a business trip, and when I took the bus, some ghosts had their eyes on me.
After I gave them a beating, they sat back down silently. Qin Nuo said nonchalantly.
These words left Black Rose speechless with shock.
Forcibly sent into a side quest. Without any protective mechanism, he even left the quest. How did he survive? Qin Nuo looked at Black Rose's expression and felt like laughing.
If she knew he owned a convenience store in the horror world, who knows what her expression would be.
Do you men just like to boast?
After the shock, Black Rose's face darkened as if she had been insulted, and she said in a low voice. However, even while claiming not to believe, Black Rose secretly paid attention to the changes in Qin Nuo's expression.
It seems like wanting to capture something. Believe it or not. I have no desire to discuss this with you.
Qin Nuo lazily explained, turned around, and walked towards the nearby reservoir. There is only one reservoir on the rooftop, and it is already overgrown with plants. Qin Nuo jumped onto it and directly used ghost power to flip the cement slab aside. The Black Rose looked at it like garbage. The slab flew a few meters away and shattered. Her delicate eyebrows frowned slightly, and her eyes narrowed bit by bit. In fact, since yesterday when Qin Nuo repaired the scum ghost, she began to have doubts. Whether it was that half-ghost secret or the calm responsibility to the instance, as well as the rich experience.
Qin Nuo's performance had nothing to do with a newcomer.
Now, adding in those words just now,
the Black Rose could almost conclude. This phantasm is not a newcomer. It's a hidden big shot.
Chapter 41, Discovery at the Reservoir. All members gathered. There is still water in the reservoir, but it is unclear how long it has not been cleaned. The color of the water has turned black. Qin Nuo was already prepared to see a bloated corpse floating on the water surface or decaying flesh melting into pus. But since the bottom of the pool is still visible and there is no similar rotten smell in the air, Qin Nuo could conclude.
The pool has not dealt with any corpses. Then why would the clues point to the reservoir?
Any discoveries? The Black Rose leaned over and asked.
No discoveries at all. Qin Nuo shook his head and jumped down into the reservoir. How could it be? Can clues be false?
The Black Rose also leaned, but after looking for a long time, she couldn't see anything. Qin Nuo walked around the reservoir and suddenly noticed many claw marks in a corner of the wall. The claw marks were chaotic, with dark red scabs around them, which were traces of blood. Clearly, this was scratched by hand, and the fingers had already rotted. But it seemed like it had been a long time. The marks were almost weathered and blurry. Who is so bored to come to the rooftop to scratch the reservoir and sharpen their nails? Although Qin Nuo said this, some chilling guesses floated in his mind.
The Black Rose came down. Qin Nuo turned and walked towards the front door.
Are you leaving just like that? The Black Rose asked. There are no clues, you should find them yourself. Though some suspicious marks were found, they did not point to any resident, so for Qin Nuo, this clue was useless. The Black Rose could only follow him downstairs. When they returned downstairs, Qin Nuo saw the little JK girl from room 402 again, carrying a small backpack upstairs, her body trembling slightly, and her expression filled with panic.
Qin Nuo walked down and asked, "Have you been followed by some bad person again?"
The little girl was clearly terrified, beads of cold sweat on her forehead, and nodded, saying, "This time he still wanted to grab me, but luckily a resident on the 3rd floor came out to throw away garbage, and he ran away again."
Did you see which room he ran to? Qin Nuo asked.
It can be confirmed that even if that shadow was not the killer they are looking for, there is definitely something wrong. No, the little girl shook her head.
Qin Nuo stood up and tapped his chin, thinking.
On the 3rd floor, rooms 301, 302, and 306 can be ruled out as suspects. Thus, the shadow must be among the residents of the other 3 rooms. The Black Rose also came down, glanced at the little girl, her expression changed slightly. What's wrong?
Qin Nuo remained silent, considering whether to go down and knock on each door directly.
That guy is a resident of room 305. The wife of a family of 3, that is, the mother of Xiao Yuan, stood at the door at some point, speaking to Qin Nuo.
How do you know, Auntie? Qin Nuo was taken aback.
Every time I bring the child up, that guy always opens a crack in the door and stares intently at my child. I've seen him too, he hardly ever leaves the house, and no one has seen what he looks like.
But he seems very interested in underage children. As long as they pass by the third-floor corridor, he can smell them.
Lu Zhe also walked out of room 401, providing information to Qin Nuo. That guy's eyes are very uncomfortable, I want to go and drag him out to warn him, dash. But he firmly locked the door. Lu Zhe said, later, we reported it to the old man, and his response was that the other party paid rent on time every month and didn't harm the residents, so he dismissed the report. Then this matter just came to nothing. The old man's words made sense. The residents didn't want to stir up so much trouble, so no one brought it up again. But Qin Nuo and the others, as players, were different. They didn't want to let go of the suspects involved in the main quest.
Okay, I understand. Qin Nuo nodded and turned to head downstairs.
The door to 405 opened too, and the chubby ghost came out, gripping a spiked club, viciously saying, "Good brother, let me take care of him."
No need, I can handle it myself.
Qin Nuo refused, too many people would backfire instead.
Beside them, the Black Rose was dumbfounded.
Almost the entire floor of residents came out. From the conversation, it seemed these residents had a good relationship with Qin Nuo. It's only the 3rd day, and he's already connected with all the residents on the 4th floor? Black Rose was shocked internally. She had worked hard for 3 days and only managed to be on good terms with the pair of grandmother and grandson in room 302 downstairs. This guy must be a master of diplomacy, so good at chatting. Black Rose thought to herself. Declining the goodwill of the 4th floor residents, Qin Nuo went down to the 3rd floor. Black Rose hurriedly followed, surprised but also clear about the conversation she had just heard. The serial killer was about to be caught. Arriving at the 3rd floor, Qin Nuo and Black Rose suddenly froze. Because in the corridor on the 3rd floor, all the other players had also gathered here. Seeing the two of them, Black Bear covered his forehead, displaying a look of despair. Great, 2 more have come, everyone's here. What's up, throwing a party? So lively. Qin Nuo joked. Cobra adjusted his glasses and said, since everyone is here, there's nothing to hide. According to the news we've all received from the residents, the guy in room 305 is very likely the serial killer we are looking for. Which is the main quest target of this instance. Black Rose smiled, what a coincidence, we just got clues from the residents on the 4th floor. Jiang Xiaobai said, since everyone knows, there's no need to say anything more. Let's go together and catch the guy in 305, the rewards and scores for the main quest will be split among all players. The other players nodded in agreement. Black Bear's face darkened a bit, but he also tacitly agreed. He thought this clue was only known to him. He had been excited all night planning to catch the serial killer himself and enjoy the rewards alone. In the end, damn it, everyone knew. Ah. So the resident of 305 is the serial killer, that's great, let's go together. Princess Yaya, who was a beat behind, finally understood the situation and happily waved her hands with food. For the past 3 days, she had just been eating and sleeping, completely unaware of the outside world. There was no progress at all on the task clues. She had only come out holding chips to join the fun after hearing the commotion in the corridor, not expecting to share in the spoils.
Everyone. Cobra coughed twice, let's go, don't waste time. Let's catch that guy and split the rewards of the instance.
After saying that, the group moved grandly toward the door of 305. Cobra took the lead and knocked on the door of 305 a few times. No one answered, and there was no sound. He knocked a few more times, and still nothing. What good does this do?
That guy is unlikely to come out.
Black Bear pushed Cobra aside, raised a foot, and kicked the door hard. With a bang, the door was kicked open. But when everyone looked into the room, they were all frozen in shock. Chapter 42, The Certificate of Immunity, like being in an abyss. Inside the room was a boundless darkness. Intense ghostly energy surged out, making Cobra and the others shiver and take several steps back.
What's going on in this room?
It's that guy's trick.
Jiang Xiaobai said. Did you think hiding would stop us from finding it?
Black Bear scoffed. But this is fine too. Whoever catches that guy first, the reward goes to them. How about we rely on our skills? The others blinked and nodded, showing their agreement. Of course, those who are scared shouldn't enter. Losing a life in there is not worth it. Black Bear glanced at Princess Yao Yao. Ah, then you guys go in.
I'll just cheer for you from outside. Princess Yao Yao shrank her neck in fear, staring into the darkness.
Everyone else took out their ghostly weapons. Under the protection mechanism, with one life guaranteed, they had gained quite a bit of courage. After all, this was a crucial step to complete the main quest, and no one wanted to miss it. Led by the Cobra and Black Bear, the other four followed into the room. Once they stepped into the room, they could still see each other, but beyond 2 meters, their bodies were swallowed by darkness, and nothing was visible.
That guy is hiding in some corner. Let's split up and search. He can't escape.
Black Bear wore a finger tiger on his hand, waved his fist towards the darkness, and began searching in one direction. The others followed his advice and spread out.
Why aren't you moving? Black Rose asked Qin Nuo, who stood still.
Anyone who has seen a horror movie knows that splitting up is the dumbest move. It's like inviting trouble.
You think searching for the other guy? It's actually giving them a chance to take us down one by one.
It's better to stand still, wait until they have stirred up enough trouble, and then move in for the chance.
Qin Nuo said calmly, arms crossed.
The group charged in boldly, creating an illusion for the inflated Black Bear and the others that the resident 305 had nowhere to run before hiding.
In reality,
perhaps they had already set their sights on us. Black Rose's gaze shifted. She thought, in this situation, this guy can still think calmly.
She hesitated but did not move, standing behind Qin Nuo.
Covered in black mist, the room's structure seemed to have changed. The space was much larger than they had imagined. In the darkness, there were occasional loud noises, the sounds of Black Bear and the others searching.
Qin Nuo asked Blood-Eye Ghost, can you capture that guy's scent? These ghostly energies are confusing.
Mixing in with them is like a drop of water dissolving in the ocean. It's impossible to find. Blood-Eye Ghost replied flatly.
Unless you can mark a special scent on it. Qin Nuo's eyes flickered. He secretly considered a countermeasure. At that moment, footsteps approached from ahead.
It was Black Bear returning, breathless and somewhat exasperated, saying, "Damn it, it's like being blind, who knows where that guy is hiding?" Soon, the other three returned as well.
All of them returned empty-handed. This really isn't a solution. Cobra pondered for a moment and said, why don't we ask the other residents for help? They might have a way.
The residents here were not friendly towards that guy, so it shouldn't be hard to ask them for help. I have a good relationship with one of the residents, I'll go ask them. Jiang Xiaobai said proudly.
As he was about to turn and leave, Qin Nuo suddenly said, its goal is to lead us inside. Do you think it will just sit and wait? Cobra frowned, what do you mean? Haven't you noticed?
Among you four, one person's scent has changed.
As soon as the words came out, all four changed their expressions, taking a step back. Qin Nuo's gaze was indifferent. Do you come out yourself, or do I drag you out?
Seeing Qin Nuo glance at him, Black Bear said in a deep voice, why are you looking at me?
I have no problem.
Qin Nuo remained silent, flipping his palm, a mountain knife gripped tightly, striking down with the swiftness of lightning on one of the individuals. But it wasn't Black Bear. It was the player named Jackson, who had seldom spoken. The other party reacted quickly, swiftly stepping back to dodge the knife. It let out a strange laugh, its appearance slowly changing into a terrifying face as if it had been skinned, emitting a piercing and unpleasant laugh.
How about we play a game of hide and seek?
If you can't catch me, one of you will die at random.
The game starts now. Bang! The door at the entrance slammed shut. Outside, Princess Yao Yao was startled, pounding on the door and shouting, hey, why did you close the door?
As Heimei and the others looked shocked, the skin-faced ghost's figure slowly blended into the darkness.
In a flash, Qin Nuo pulled out a bottle of boy's urine and accurately threw it into that darkness.
With a bang, a foul smell of urine spread through the air. Everyone covered their mouths and noses, looking at Qin Nuo in a strange way.
What the hell? This guy carries a bottle of urine with him, what kind of crazy move is this?
In the ghostly air, there was a strong stench of urine mixed in. The skin-faced ghost was hit with urine all over, its face twisted and ugly. The stench of the boy's urine made it itch all over, extremely uncomfortable. It stared at the visible Qin Nuo, its eyes filled with murderous intent. That damn kid.
Bang! A muffled sound echoed from the darkness.
Everyone turned to the sound and saw a headless corpse lying on the ground, followed by a head rolling out. It was Jackson's head. With shocked expressions, they clearly hadn't reacted when his head was taken off. While they acted separately, the skin-faced ghost had already killed Jackson, then transformed into his likeness to blend in, wanting to take off their heads one by one, but didn't expect to be recognized by Qin Nuo. In the next second, Jackson's corpse suddenly turned into a cloud of gray mist and vanished.
Hei Ying and the others were not surprised.
This was the protection mechanism. Jackson had already used his life-saving metal. After dying for the first time, he would revive in his own room.
Jackson escaped from danger. But it was also a big loss. Their faces all turned grim,
although they had a life-saving medal, no one wanted to use it here. After all, there were still 7 days of game time ahead. In the darkness, a pair of ghostly hands quietly reached out.
Cobra sensed something and suddenly shouted, "Hey Ying, behind you!"
He Ying reacted quickly, turning around to swing a fist wrapped in tiger claws. However, before he could reach the opponent, his entire arm was torn off. With a thud, his bloody arm fell to the ground. He Ying stepped back with a pale face, looking at his empty left arm, his face trembling violently.
"Go! Break the door open and get out first." Cobra and the others finally realized the seriousness of the matter. The residents of room 305 were much stronger than they had thought, and the other side was in the dark while they were in the light. The only result would be one by one getting killed. As they turned and rushed toward the door, suddenly, dark energy surged, and the door vanished before their eyes. In an instant, everyone felt despair as if they were in an abyss. Chapter 43, I'm fishing, like a new birth. In the corridor, Princess Yao Yao looked at the tightly closed door, first at a loss, but soon felt relieved. Anyway, they have 2 lives, so it seems like dying isn't such a big deal. After saying this, she adjusted her short skirt, sat on the bench in the corridor, swinging her legs while continuing to eat snacks. Suddenly, several footsteps echoed in the corridor. Princess Yao Yao turned her head to see a few residents from the 4th floor coming down. Qin Nuo had helped them, and after thinking, she couldn't help but want to check it out. Lu Zhe ignored Princess Yao Yao, gripping the handle of room 305 and pulling hard, but he couldn't open the door. Then he turned to Princess Yao Yao and asked, "Did he go in?" Princess Yao Yao didn't know who he was referring to and replied, "They all went in, but it doesn't seem like the situation is good." Then, she felt a scorching gaze fixated on her. Turning her head, she saw the fat ghost behind Xiao Yuan's mom, its eyes glaring like a magnifying glass, directly staring at Princess Yao Yao's thighs clad in white lace-trimmed stockings. Princess Yao Yao shifted uneasily, using snacks to shield herself. Little sister, my name is Zhang Yuan, what is your name?" The plump ghost clearly rarely interacted with others, and seeing such a beautiful girl made him stumble over his words, speaking with a stutter. "Yao." Princess Yao Yao casually gave a name. "Can I shake your hand?" The plump ghost stepped forward, extending his sweaty hand, his nose exhaling hot air, with those lewd eyes fixated on her snow-white thighs. His gaze seemed ready to penetrate that ultra-short skirt. While Princess Yao Yao contemplated whether to run, Xiao Yuan's mother suddenly shot out 2 fingers, sharply poking the plump ghost in the eyes. "Be honest, we are here to help." The plump ghost covered his eyes, feeling a bit scared of Xiao Yuan's mother, obediently standing back without making another sound. At that moment, Jackson came down from upstairs again. "Ah, weren't you inside?" Princess Yao Yao asked in surprise. "I was killed by that ghost, my respawn point is in my own room," Jackson said gloomily. He hadn't done anything yet, not even seen the other side, and his head had already fallen to the ground. The key was that his get-out-of-jail-free card had been used just like that. He was extremely frustrated. Then what about the Phantom and the others? Princess Yao Yao paused. "They will probably have their heads chopped off soon," Jackson said with a bitter smile. This wasn't about capturing people, it was a group of sheep entering the wolf's den, ready to be wiped out. "Force the door open." Lu Zhe sensed something was wrong, speaking in a deep voice. But no matter how he damaged the door, it would always restore itself within seconds. Ghost curse. Xiao Yuan's mother's eyes flickered, saying, "I'll open it, but it will take some time." "Then it's probably over," Jackson murmured. Inside the room, darkness completely swallowed the surroundings. Cobra and the others could only huddle tightly together. "Don't spread out, back to back, that way if it attacks anyone, the others can immediately notice," Zhang Xiaobai said. Although the chances were slim, there was still hope. The few of them felt like they were in a dire situation, with nowhere to use their ghostly abilities, like helpless little chicks huddling together to survive in a dead end. Except for Qin Nuo. He stood there, showing no sign of nervousness. "Phantom?" Black Rose looked at him in confusion. "Don't mind him, he has already given up resistance." Black Bear said weakly, he had already lost an eye and now had lost a hand too, his mental state was very poor. The others stayed silent. For those with low endurance, giving up resistance was indeed the best choice. After all, if they died, they could exit this room and respawn at the respawn point. Only Black Rose didn't think so. She knew the Phantom's strength, he was the most unfathomable among the 7 players. In the darkness, the face-stripping ghost spotted the isolated Qin Nuo, killing intent surging in its eyes. Silently, it appeared behind him, a pair of ghostly hands blending into the darkness, reaching out. Its ghostly hands could instantly chop off the other person's head, even before they realized they were dead. The darkness obscured vision, and everyone failed to notice a pair of ghostly hands had already appeared below Qin Nuo's neck. With just a gentle lift, the head could be taken away.
However, at the critical moment, a pair of hands like iron pincers grabbed the face-stripping ghost's hands. Qin Nuo slowly turned his head, grinning at the face-stripping ghost. Got you.
I was fishing, can't you tell? The face-stripping ghost looked completely baffled.
How did he discover it? There's such a strong smell of uric acid on you, I could find you even with my eyes closed. The strange voice did not come from Qin Nuo's mouth. The face-stripping ghost suddenly noticed on Qin Nuo's right arm a blood red eye was staring at it, mocking it.
Half ghost?
The face-stripping ghost's eyes showed deep terror, suddenly tearing off the grasping arms, turning to escape into the darkness.
Cutting off an arm to escape, what a tough guy.
But hiding won't help, my bottle of child's urine has ruined your ghostly aura that can confuse sense.
This room is no longer. Now everything is clear.
Qin Nuo said as he took out the mountain-cutting knife.
Bang!
At that moment, a sudden muffled sound erupted, and the disappearing door reappeared, violently swung open.
The cobras, not understanding what had happened with Qin Nuo, were overjoyed. The door is back, let's run.
Before he finished speaking, the others had already rushed out through the door.
Black Rose reached the door, stopped, and looked back at Qin Nuo. Hey, what are you waiting for?
Qin Nuo ignored her and instead dove into the darkness.
After everyone had exited, they plopped down on the ground, feeling reborn as their taut nerves finally relaxed. Lu Zhe looked at the few people and frowned. Why isn't he out?
Who? The cobra gasped, breathing hard.
You mean Phantom? He didn't come out.
Black Rose replied.
That guy is definitely done for. If you go in, you might still find his head.
Black Bear said, panting, with a hint of glee. However, the moment he finished speaking, a chill ran through his body, and his hair stood on end. Lu Zhe and Xiao Yuan's mom looked at him coldly, as if the hand of death had suddenly gripped his throat.
The atmosphere was suffocating with death.
Fatty Ghost gripped a wolf tooth club, appearing in front of Black Bear, and said grimly, if you say another word, I'll make your head bloom.
Black Bear was stunned, fear rendering his body to tremble uncontrollably, and he instinctively nodded.
The others did not dare to speak, watching this bizarre scene. While feeling anxious inside, they were also confused.
Aren't these just the apartment residents? What does this have to do with Phantom? Why the big reaction? I'll go in to find him.
Lu Zhe glanced around the room and turned to walk inside.
I'll go too. Xiao Yuan's mom pulled out a kitchen knife from under her apron.
If my good brother comes to any harm, that guy inside is waiting to be turned into meat sauce. Fatty Ghost said with malice. But just as they were about to step through the door, a head rolled out. It wasn't Qin Nuo's, it was the face-skinning ghost's. On the terrifying face, fear was written all over, with white smoke rising from the severed neck.
Qin Nuo walked out, dusting off his clothes, and looked at everyone, saying, why are so many people blocking the door?
Aren't you bored?
Chapter 44, The Oppressive Room, Lu Zhe's Regret.
Lu Zhe looked at the head on the ground and then at Qin Nuo. Though his face showed no expression, his voice revealed his astonishment.
You killed it?
Even more incredulous were Cobra and the others, each one with their mouths agape. The main quest target was solved just like that? How did he do it? He was out in less than 2 minutes.
Not dead yet.
Qin Nuo said. Only then did everyone notice that the face-skinning ghost, with only its head left, was still baring its teeth, fierce yet looking at Qin Nuo in fear.
Lu Zhe lifted the head and asked, how did you deal with it?
Give me a stick to crush it.
Fatty Ghost said.
Killing it would make it hard to explain to the landlord.
Xiao Yuan's mom suddenly spoke up.
Although this guy acted like a pervert, he hadn't harmed any residents, and he also hadn't defaulted on his rent.
Killing him would likely make the old landlord unhappy. I found some things in the room, let's go in and take a look.
Qin Nuo wasn't in a hurry to deal with the face-skinning ghost but pointed to the inside of the room. Everyone was puzzled but followed him inside. At this moment, the ghostly energy in the room had dissipated, and the decor and layout inside had returned to its original state. The room was extremely messy, with wads of bloodstained bandages and tissues scattered on the floor, the air filled with an indescribable foul stench. On the table, various props of different sizes were piled up, all stained with blood. Seeing these things, Black Rose and others' faces twitched, as if they thought of something.
Even messier than my room. Fatty Ghost commented. Lu Zhe circled around and returned, asking Qin Nuo, what did you find?
Clearly, in Lu Zhe's eyes, although the environment in the room was horrific, even unbearable, it all fell within a normal range. There are some of his collectibles over by the wardrobe.
You can take a look.
Qin Nuo glanced at the headboard. Lu Zhe walked over and took a box from the nightstand. Seeing the box, Black Rose frowned and stepped back, covering Princess Yao Yao's eyes.
The Cobra and the others also looked uneasy, prepared for anything.
Lu Zhe opened the box with a blank expression, revealing not the blood-splattered items that Black Rose and the others expected, but a pile of hairpins.
There were all kinds of colors and styles. They were hairpins only little girls would wear. Combining the perverted gaze of the skinning ghost that often stared at children with these hairpins, Cobra and the others' faces twitched in horror. Black Rose's eyes were filled with coldness. Qin Nuo looked at Lu Zhe and said two more words, wall peel. Lu Zhe followed Qin Nuo's gaze, landing on the wall by the headboard, where the wall peel was cracked and starting to fall off. Qin Nuo didn't know what was inside, it was the blood-eyed ghost that told him. But it was definitely something extremely uncomfortable, and Qin Nuo didn't want to uncover it, signaling to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe walked over, grabbed a piece of wall peel, and gently pulled it. It fell off. Inside the wall, a corner was revealed. In the cracked reinforced concrete, there was a half palm without fingers, and on the wrist, there was still a children's watch. The room instantly fell silent. Lu Zhe did not continue to peel the wall. Because it was no longer necessary. The skinning ghost, held by Little Source's mother, suddenly let out a shrill cry of pain. Little Source's mother's 5 fingers, gripping the head, pierced deeply into the brain like nails, blood splattering out. At any moment, it could shatter like a rotten watermelon. Little Source's mother originally had a lovely daughter, but unfortunately, fate was cruel, and now seeing many girls of similar age to her daughter, all suffering in the hands of this perverted monster, her killing intent was strongest. Although there was no visible change in her face, the terrifying aura she emitted made Cobra and the others swallow hard and pull back. Calm down, a better choice is to hand it over to the landlord. Lu Zhe suddenly spoke. Little Source's mother paused for a moment, stopped applying pressure with her fingers, tossed the skinning ghost into the fat ghost's hands, and turned to leave the room. My child is hungry, I need to go cook. The fat ghost, equally furious, twisted his face. Killing you like this is too easy for you. The skinning ghost, already tortured into a daze, showed no sign of pleading for mercy but instead revealed a creepy smile. It doesn't matter. My life is already perfect, you have no idea how beautiful the eyes of these girls were when I tortured them to insanity, losing their shine. Embedding them in the wall is my artwork, you should appreciate it properly. Crack. The fat ghost violently yanked, and the skinning ghost's jaw cracked open, unable to close its mouth any longer, unable to speak. You should leave first. Lu Zhe said. The atmosphere in the room was too oppressive, and looking at that corner, Cobra and the others found it hard to breathe. Everyone exited the room. Just back in the hallway, a voice came. I heard you made quite a racket on the 3rd floor. You all remember the rules of the apartment, right? The old landlord approached with a cane. Lu Zhe stepped forward and briefly summarized the whole situation, then pushed open the door of room 305. After listening, the old landlord showed no expression, only squinting his eyes, letting his gaze fall on the skinning ghost's head. Faced with the old landlord's stare, the skinning ghost finally revealed a look of panic, but the mouth was already split open and unable to utter a word. Understood, hand him over to me. The old landlord said. Lu Zhe handed over the head. The old landlord held the skinning ghost and said calmly, do not mention this matter again, room 305 will not be rented out for now, and I will clean up the room. After speaking, he walked away holding the head. But from the panic and fear on the face of the masked stripper, Qin Nuo knew that this guy's ending would be much more tragic than just turning to ashes. I should have been more resolute and tough at that time, Lu Zhe said. At that time, the residents' complaints against the masked stripper were dismissed by the landlord. Then, to avoid unnecessary trouble, the residents, including Lu Zhe, turned a blind eye and allowed the masked stripper to stay. If they had been more decisive and firm, this pervert would have been dealt with years ago. At least he didn't get away, Qin Nuo indirectly comforted Lu Zhe's guilt. I'm going back now, knock if you need anything, Lu Zhe said little more and turned to go upstairs. The fat ghost said a few words to Qin Nuo and also followed him upstairs. After the residents left, the players like Cobra no longer cared about room 305, but focused on something more important. Qin Nuo single-handedly captured that pervert from room 305. This means that he alone claimed the reward for the main quest. Is there a broadcast for the subquest? Black Rose nervously asked. All players' eyes fell on Qin Nuo. Just as Qin Nuo was about to speak, the system's broadcast echoed in his mind. But after hearing it, his brows furrowed slightly. Chapter 45, A World of Difference, Neighbor's Meal. Congratulations to the host for completing the sea-level subquest, successfully capturing the resident of room 305 to be punished by the landlord. Extra points will be calculated after exiting the subquest. It's not the reward for the main quest. Just a hidden sea-level quest. Hearing the game's announcement, Qin Nuo frowned and fell into thought. The other players noticed his expression and felt something was off, so they couldn't help but ask, what's going on? That guy is not the behind-the-scenes murderer we were looking for, just an ordinary sea-level subquest. Qin Nuo said. Huh? Cobra and the others were stunned. This isn't the murderer? The clues they received from the residents all pointed to this guy, and they even found all his evil evidence in the wall's plaster. So what kind of person is considered a murderer then? This is terrible, I actually got killed by a subquest. Jackson complained most. He is a murderer, but just a simple one. The subquest is asking us to find someone else. Qin Nuo said.
Everyone looked at each other, filled with confusion.
Do you want to listen to what you're saying?
Damn it, this main quest is too damn frustrating. I'm not getting involved anymore.
Black Bear waved his hand and left. You're right, let's just honestly do the subquest, and when the time comes, we can leave the subquest, isn't that better? Jiang Xiaobai and others thought it over and left as well.
Clearly, everyone's patience had been worn out by this main quest.
Princess Yao Yao saw Qin Nuo looking distracted and poked him, asking, "Are you feeling down?" "No, I'm just thinking about some things." Qin Nuo shook his head.
He was thinking that the resident of room 305 is not the murderer.
But what role did the clue from the rooftop water tank play? Those scratch marks did not in any way point to a specific resident as a suspect.
Black Rose looked at Qin Nuo and said, "At least your score is the highest among us 7, the MVP of the subquest is beyond dispute."
"I'm not really interested in MVP. I prefer to challenge things that interest me," Qin Nuo said.
Black Rose rolled her eyes and also left. No wonder I have felt uncomfortable walking in this hallway for the past few days, like something was watching me.
Fortunately, we caught him, otherwise.
Princess Yao Yao glanced at room 305, mumbling with fear. Qin really wanted to ask what Princess Yao Yao's purpose was for participating in this subquest. Not to mention tourism, her mind seems simple, and she is still a level 2 player. In the last subquest, she probably just let the big guy carry her through it and won effortlessly. Coming back from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor, as soon as the little girl saw Qin Nuo, she happily ran over. "Little Yuan, Mama told me they have caught that bad person." "It was my big brother who caught it himself."
"That's amazing. Everyone helped, not just me," Qin Nuo said. "How about tomorrow, Big Brother comes to my house for dinner? My mom and dad heard about this and want to thank you in person," the little girl said. Qin Nuo thought of those 2 invisible ghosts.
They were definitely not beings to provoke. Just as he was thinking of rejecting, he heard the system's voice in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the D-level side quest. Please go to room 402 within 24 hours and have lunch with the residents."
Qin Nuo hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is it okay for tomorrow noon?"
It was already past 2 o'clock, lunchtime had passed, so it could only be tomorrow.
But thinking carefully, what would they eat together with the ghosts?
Qin Nuo thought of the trading market in the horror world and his mouth twitched. Forget it, adapt to the situation.
Of course, Big Brother, don't stand me up. I definitely won't. The little girl happily bounced away. Qin Nuo returned to his room. That day finally passed peacefully.
The next day, Qin Nuo deliberately dressed nicely. After all, it was his first time formally going to a neighbor's house for dinner, so he needed to be polite. As he stepped out, he ran into Jiang Xiaobai, who was carrying 2 large buckets of water up with a yoke.
"What are you doing?" Qin Nuo asked. "The resident in 506 is out of water. As a kind neighbor, I'm here to help,"
Jiang Xiaobai said breathlessly.
"What kind of kind neighbor? If it weren't for this being the side quest for the 506 resident, who would suffer this?
For crying out loud, carrying 5 buckets from the 1st floor to the 5th, and making 5 trips. Completing this side quest, he would basically be able to lie in bed until tomorrow, unable to get out of bed.
Isn't it tough for me to do this for a side quest? What about you? Why are you dressed so formally? Are you going to date a ghost?" Jiang Xiaobai glanced at Qin Nuo's outfit and asked. "It's also a side quest. Going to 402, just to crash a dinner party, counts as completed. No more chatting, see you later." Qin Nuo waved his hand and left.
After hearing this, Jiang Xiaobai was in disarray for a few seconds in the air before he reacted and slammed the yoke hard on the ground.
"Damn. We're all humans, why does he get to eat while I'm doing the work?" Arriving in front of room 402, Qin Nuo knocked on the door.
The little girl quickly came to open the door, smiling and saying, "Big brother, you finally came.
The food is ready, come in and sit." Qin Nuo entered the room.
The room was very tidy, with everything neatly arranged. But it lacked light, making the whole room feel dark and a bit chilly.
To Qin Nuo's surprise, the dishes on the table were all normal.
Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, minced meat and eggplant, sweet and sour ribs, all were common dishes. The little girl pulled out a chair and said with a smile, "Have a seat. I know, Big Brother is different from us, so I specially made everything Big Brother can eat."
Qin Nuo was slightly stunned and sat down. The little girl sat down opposite him. In addition, on both sides of the table, there were 2 rocking chairs.
The rocking chairs were gently placed. Qin Nuo couldn't see the little girl's parents, but he knew they were watching him, and his hair stood on end unconsciously. "My mom and dad said thank you for bringing that bad person to justice and protecting everyone's safety."
Everyone helped, it's not just my credit. Qin Nuo said.
In a horror world with no legal system, the term brought to justice felt very awkward for Qin Nuo.
Big brother, please try my cooking and see how it is. The little girl looked at Qin Nuo with great anticipation.
Qin Nuo picked up the chopsticks and took a small bite of the scrambled eggs with tomatoes.
It had sugar in it.
This was not Qin Nuo's favorite taste, he preferred salty food. Not bad, it has that taste from my childhood. Qin Nuo said perfunctorily. Getting the response she wanted, the little girl was very happy and picked some up to taste herself. Suddenly, Qin Nuo's eyes caught sight of the edges of the table rotting at a visible speed, turning into piles of wood powder that fell to the ground. The little girl didn't care about these changes and said to Qin Nuo, "My mom and dad said. Don't be shy, treat this place like your own home, take whatever you like to eat."
Qin Nuo's mouth twitched. How the hell can I treat this like my own home?
He suddenly regretted coming for a visit.
Having a meal feels like being sentenced. The blood-eyed ghost suddenly spoke, "Can we leave? I feel very uncomfortable."
Chapter 46, A Terrifying Diary, Tone 1 unchanged.
What's making you uncomfortable? Qin Nuo asked.
Those two ghosts sensed my presence and have hostility towards me, the blood-eyed ghost said in a deep voice. While Qin Nuo was pondering, the little girl suddenly spoke, "Big brother, it seems like there's something in you."
My parents said, "Should we help you take it out and pinch it away?"
Qin Nuo's face changed slightly. "I am friends with it, please tell your parents not to bother." Oh, the little girl nodded obediently. After what felt like an eternity, the meal finally ended, and Qin Nuo stepped out of the room, letting out a sigh of relief. The blood-eyed ghost also felt bad, Qin Nuo could sense it, his right hand had been tense the whole time. "Don't go back into that room again, those two ghosts stare at me like I'm prey," the blood-eyed ghost said firmly.
You can't fight them? Do you think a mouse can fight a cat? Not on the same level.
The blood-eyed ghost was a bit resentful, this guy brought it into such a dangerous place just to sneak a meal.
Qin Nuo fell silent.
Congratulations, host, you have completed the D-level task.
Additional scores will be calculated after exiting the instance. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you've received a main task. Room 401 seems to hide some clues, why not go take a look?
You may have unexpected gains. Room 401? Qin Nuo suddenly realized.
On the 4th floor, for rooms 1 to 6, it seems the only resident left is the one in 401, someone he has never seen. Because he had never seen the door open there. At one point, he thought it was a storage room and not available for rent. After consideration, Qin Nuo changed his direction and stood in front of room 401, gently knocking on the door. There was no response, so Qin Nuo knocked again, and the door opened by itself. The door wasn't locked. The creaking sound of the door echoed in the silent room. Inside, there was hardly anything, the space was small, with the living room and bedroom combined, trash everywhere, and filthy yellow clothes piled on the bed. A girl with shoulder-length hair sat on the floor, probably around 18 years old, wearing a torn and dirty school uniform.
"Hello?" Qin Nuo called out.
The girl turned around, and it wasn't a terrifying ghost face, she was quite pretty, radiating a sunny beauty. However, her hair was messy, drool was flowing from the corner of her mouth, and she was sucking her fingers. When she saw Qin Nuo, she didn't feel scared but gave a silly grin. What an idiot, Qin Nuo realized.
This was something he didn't expect. How could the landlord allow a mentally troubled girl to live in a room? A granddaughter?
Qin Nuo didn't dwell on this, his curiosity was about the clues in room 401, which must be hiding something. He began to search around while the girl on the floor just sat there, grinning at him foolishly as he moved back and forth. Eventually, in a drawer, Qin Nuo found a diary. The diary belonged to this girl, named Xia Xinlu. She seemed to have been a university student in her prime, with a photo included. In the photo, Xia Xinlu looked completely different from now, she was very clean, with a sweet smile, clearly normal. Peeking into someone else's diary is an unethical act, so Qin Nuo gestured to the girl on the floor. Since she was just smiling away without a care, he took it as permission. He opened the diary. The earlier entries were all about normal things, late period, having a crush on a senior, participating in a speaking event, etc. Then, the girl left school for an internship and rented this blood-clothing apartment. There was nothing strange until the later entries, where the tone suddenly shifted. On June 7th, I saw on the news that a virus is spreading. Try to go out as little as possible, remember to wear a mask when you do. Brave Lulu, unafraid of difficulties. On June 8th, I heard that there were patients appearing in our apartment, not sure if it's true, making everyone anxious. The landlord also wouldn't let anyone leave the apartment, fearing the spread to more people. On June 11th, they are demons. Devils, why do this? I want to report to the police. Qin Nuo frowned, what happened on this day? What did Xia Xinlu see?
Qin Nuo turned to the next page, eager to know.
But the next page was not diary content. Instead, it was a whole page of bright red "I'm sorry," densely packed, plus something that looked like blood or red ink, making one's scalp tingle. Flipped to the back, there were no more writings. This clue was highly informative and also looked very creepy.
Did something big happen in Bloodcloth's apartment before?
From the door, there came a sound. It was the little girl from 402 pushing the door in, carrying some food.
Seeing Qin Nuo, she froze for a moment. "Ah, big brother, what are you doing here?"
Qin Nuo discreetly hid the diary in his clothes and turned to say, "I saw the door of 401 was open, so I came in to take a look."
"Who is this girl?" Qin Nuo asked.
"Her name is Xia Xinlu, she used to live here, but her parents died in a car accident, and she was left stunned, with no one to take care of her. I felt sorry for her, so I kept taking care of her," the little girl said.
"I see." Qin Nuo nodded, then said, "Then I won't bother you, you keep yourself busy."
As he spoke, Qin Nuo slipped his hands into his pockets and walked towards the door.
"Wait a minute."
The little girl suddenly called Qin Nuo back.
Qin Nuo paused, turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" "Big brother, I don't know your name yet? Just call me Nuo Ge."
"Okay, Nuo Ge, my name is Lu Meng, you can also call me Xiao Meng," Lu Meng smiled. After coming out of room 401, Qin Nuo returned to his own room, took out Xia Xinlu's diary, and continued to study, hoping to find more useful clues inside. To his surprise, after a night's effort, Qin Nuo really found a key clue. From the previous diary entries, Qin Nuo could confirm that Xia Xinlu lived alone. Whether during university or internship, she was an orphan. But Lu Meng told him that Xia Xinlu's parents died in a car accident. The diary was written to herself, Xia Xinlu would not lie, the only one lying could be Lu Meng. Why would Lu Meng lie to him? Or was she hiding something? No doubt, that girl from 402 was currently the prime suspect. But until no credible evidence was found, he couldn't come to a conclusion. However, in Qin Nuo's heart, he had begun to be wary of this girl. The next day was the 5th day of the game. There were still 5 days left until the instance ended. The players were fully focused on the instance tasks, hoping to get a higher score when they exited. Qin Nuo had completed 5 instance tasks and had no intention of continuing on this track. Instead, he continued to investigate the main storyline task.
In the lobby on the first floor, Qin Nuo and the landlord old man were playing chess.
However, one was bored, and the other was deep in thought, completely different styles.
"Checkmate."
"Old man, thank you." After the landlord old man pondered for a full 10 minutes, he finally made the last move. Qin Nuo did not hesitate to make the final move, ending this long chess game. But this time losing the game, the landlord old man did not get angry, nor was he disappointed. Instead, he stroked his beard and revealed a proud smile. "Though I lost, this time, you only beat me by a little." Qin Nuo also smiled and said, "Yes, after 3 days of separation, one should look at each other with new eyes. Last time, I made you only have one general left, and now you still have so many pieces left.
The one who almost loses is me."
"Old man, your chess skills have improved rapidly."
Qin Nuo looked anxious.
This statement made the landlord old man smile even prouder, and his beard seemed to almost rise to the sky. In fact, he didn't know that Qin Nuo could have won several steps ago, and still could crush the landlord without a trace, questioning his life. But,
as a person, emotional intelligence should always be a bit higher. Is this game about chess?
No.
It's just about human relationships and the ways of the world.
"Old man, can I ask you something?" Seeing that the effect was about right, Qin Nuo suddenly said, "I knew you suddenly came to me for chess, not for good.
But since I'm in a good mood, go ahead."
The landlord picked up his old pipe and said,
"Do you know about the girl in 401?
"Yeah, a pretty unfortunate kid. Lost her parents in a car accident years ago, she's been kind of slow ever since. That girl in 402 has taken care of her up till now."
"Why are you asking this?"
The old man took a puff from his old pipe, asking absent-mindedly.
But Qin Nuo's expression was becoming serious. The landlord's tone was the same as Lu Meng's. Could it be that Lu Meng wasn't lying? Chapter 47, Hunting Mode, Removing Memories.
The two people's tones were the same, leaving Qin Nuo a bit dazed. It shattered all of Qin Nuo's previous guesses. The landlord exhaled a puff of smoke and saw that Qin Nuo was silent, thinking he was pondering over the game. Shaking off the ash, he set the old pipe aside and smiled. "How about another round?"
"In this round, I'm very confident. Next time, I'm feeling a bit of pain in my stomach, I'll head back."
After saying that, Qin Nuo turned and ran away. The landlord chuckled, picked up his old pipe, and felt quite pleased. "Afraid before playing, young man." Up on the 4th floor corridor, Qin Nuo hesitated and went to knock on room 403's door. What is it, kid? Little Yuan's mom opened the door, seeing it was Qin Nuo. Her cold demeanor softened a bit.
Qin Nuo asked the same question as the landlord.
Then he went to knock on room 405 and 406.
He got responses from the overweight gamer and Lu Zhe.
Back in his room, sitting on the bed, Qin Nuo crossed his arms and fell into deep thought.
All the answers were the same. Could it be true what they say online, that no one writes the truth in their diary? That would be foolish and cheap? While pondering, a sudden knock came at the door.
Qin Nuo got up to open the door. It was Princess Yao Yao from the third floor. Princess Yao Yao looked at Qin Nuo, grinned widely, showing her adorable tiger teeth, and was hugging a big pile of snacks.
Looking at your posture, you want to ask me for something and plan to bribe me with snacks? Qin Nuo stated his guess. No. I'm out of money, I've spent it all on food. After counting carefully, it seems I can't pay the rent for the next 5 days, so I wanted to ask if I could sell these snacks to you? Princess Yao Yao asked.
Qin Nuo rolled his eyes. I don't eat puffed snacks.
They taste good, come on, you've completed so many tasks, you must have a lot of ghost money, this isn't a losing deal. Princess Yao Yao pleaded.
Qin Nuo indeed had accumulated quite a bit of ghost money, but he was not like the overweight gamer next door, not into acting cute and selling out.
If this girl could be his tool, he might consider it, but right now he didn't need it. He basically didn't do losing deals. My brother next door should be very willing to help you.
Qin Nuo pointed at room 405. Princess Yao Yao knew about that overweight gamer. Trembling all over, she shrank her neck and said, he will eat me.
How could that be?
My brother is the friendliest to beautiful girls, he's fearless.
Qin Nuo laughed. I'll still ask Rose's sister. Princess Yao Yao pouted, hugging her snacks and prepared to leave.
But just as she turned around, a sudden announcement rang in her mind. Along with her, the same voice echoed in Qin Nuo's mind. Attention, players, the game time has passed halfway, the remaining time will see a change in the game mode. The game mode is changed to a Battle Royale mode. The main quest NPC will actively strike and hunt players. Before players are hunted, they can identify the murderous maniac. If identified incorrectly, they will die on the spot. If identified correctly, they can complete the quest.
End the game early.
Note, under the protection mechanism, players can choose to exit the instance after being hunted once, making this instance void.
Being hunted a second time will lead to death in reality. Battle Royale mode? NPCs hunting players? Qin Nuo and Princess Yao Yao were both stunned. This game can be played like this? What should we do? It sounds terrifying. Princess Yao Yao said in a panic.
For you, hugging a big thigh is your only hope of survival.
Qin Nuo replied to Princess Yao Yao. Can I hug your thigh? Don't even think about it. Ignoring Princess Yao Yao's expression, Qin Nuo analyzed, actually, there's no need to panic. The game still has 5 days left.
If I were a serial killer, I wouldn't kill all the players in one day, that would be too boring.
And don't forget, we both have 2 lives. If a serial killer strikes, they must know who they are.
After reviving, identifying them will end the game.
Princess Yao Yao suddenly realized, right, why didn't I think of that?
Qin Nuo smiled slightly. So, this so-called Battle Royale mode is actually more beneficial for us players.
Then whoever is killed first is actually the first to know who the serial killer is? Princess Yao Yao blinked. Are we basically racing to be the first to be killed by the serial killer? Maybe. Qin Nuo said no more. The game instance isn't foolish. Such a simple loophole, how could they not know? The reason he said this was to make Princess Yao Yao take the lead as a tool. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise came from downstairs.
Qin Nuo and Princess Yao Yao exchanged glances and immediately ran downstairs. The sound came from the second floor, and when Qin Nuo and Princess Yao Yao arrived below, the other players also rushed down. The hallway was filled with dust and smoke. At the end of the hallway lay a corpse. It was Black Bear's. His head had already rolled to the corner. Everyone was astonished. The Battle Royale mode started less than 2 minutes ago, and it directly began hunting players. Everyone instinctively held their breath. Qin Nuo reacted first and suddenly asked, in which room is Black Bear? Everyone was initially stunned, then they all came to the realization. Right. If Black Bear was killed, he would definitely revive in a room. That guy must already know who the serial killer is. Room 206. Cobra said, rushing towards the other end of the hallway. The rest quickly followed. When they reached room 206, sure enough, Black Bear was sitting on the bed, looking dazed as if he had just rebooted. Then, he suddenly remembered something, jumped up angrily and shouted, damn. I was just killed like that. Cobra approached him, grabbed his shoulder and asked, who is the serial killer? You must have seen what it looked like, right? I saw what it looked like, it is.
Black Bear nodded, opening his mouth, the name about to spill out. It is, right, it is who? Everyone was speechless. Dude, you can't forget it's such a critical moment, right? Black Bear clutched his head, trying hard to remember, but just couldn't recall who it was. And it seemed that the more he thought, the more it hurt. Ah, I must know who it is, but why can't I remember? Black Bear said with a pained expression. Everyone was more anxious than him, continuously pressing for answers. Qin Nuo understood something, stepped forward and stopped the crowd from questioning. No need to ask. He can't remember. How can you be so sure? You're not him. Jackson frowned and said. Think about it, if you can discover this loophole, the system can't? When he was killed, a part of his memory was very likely wiped out by the system. Qin Nuo's words left everyone present silent. Qin Nuo slightly shook his head. Sure enough, this Battle Royale mode isn't as easy to get through. Chapter 48, Qin Nuo's Strategy, The Final Gamble. Damn it, if I exit the instance now, does that mean all my tasks for these 5 days will be in vain? Zhang Xiaobai cursed unwillingly. This dungeon is truly a trap. The Cobra also shook his head. According to the rules, for their level, this dungeon should not be this difficult. Dungeon rewards are secondary. If this dungeon is not completed, the bonus from the employer goes down the drain. The Black Bear said distressingly. Among the 7 of them, a few were actually like Qin Nuo, having come in as replacements for others. Some rich people, discovering their curses, feared dying in the dungeon and hire professional players to substitute for them. These substitute players earn quite a lot. Not only can they receive rewards after completing the dungeon, but they can also get the employer's fee. Under the protection mechanism, the risks are greatly reduced. Thus, this industry is very popular right now. Of course, if the dungeon is not completed, then the curse remains on the original person, the fee is forfeited, and their credibility in this industry also greatly decreases. The Black Bear, Cobra, and Jackson are all hired players. There's a way, we gather all the clues we got and filter out the most suspicious residents. Then let a few with immunity to death make the identification. The Black Rose suggested. Zhang Xiaobai glanced at her. In this building, besides us, there are 23 residents. How many can you identify? Besides, in these days, we have focused our minds on the dungeon task without any clues for the side tasks. The Cobra suddenly stood up and said, You all carry on, I choose to stay in my room for the next 5 days. This way, my chances of surviving until the end of the game are at least higher. Makes sense. Zhang Xiaobai agreed with the Cobra's idea. Now, they just hope to survive until the game ends and complete this dungeon. As for finding the serial killer, that has become a distant hope. You all still have immunity to death, but I have already died once. If I get hunted again, I will truly die. The Black Bear said with a dark face. The Cobra and Zhang Xiaobai ignored him and turned to leave. In times of trouble, everyone for themselves. Jackson was also anxious, he had been killed once as well. If the dungeon fails, at least I can participate again. If I lose my life, it's really over. I'm not playing anymore, everyone, perhaps we will meet again. Jackson brought up the game panel and confirmed exiting the dungeon. A beam of light enveloped his entire body, instantly making him disappear. Player Jackson exited the game early, dungeon completion failed. The Black Bear kicked the cabinet hard in frustration. Damn it, I'm not playing either. Saying that, he also clicked to exit. Player Black Bear exited the game early, dungeon completion failed. In the room, only Qin Nuo and the 2 women were left. The Black Rose looked at Qin Nuo. What do you plan to do? At least I still have immunity to death, so I can have some fun. Qin Nuo had his hands in his pockets. One should always have some hope. This game isn't over yet, and I'm still alive. Anything is possible. Having said that, Qin Nuo also left. Princess Yao Yao looked at the Black Rose and said pitifully, Sister Rose, can I stay with you for the next few days? The Black Rose frowned slightly. She intended to refuse, but then thought about having a helper by her side might come in handy. She smiled slightly, sure. Over here, Qin Nuo returned to room 404. After closing the door, he took out a notebook from under the drawer and wrote down 3 residents' names. Lu Mang, Xia Xinlu, and the landlord old man. What are you doing? The blood-eyed ghost asked. This is my last gamble. Qin Nuo said, putting down the pen. My only advantage is having 2 scapegoats, giving me 2 extra lives compared to the other players. In the Battle Royale mode, there's one detailed rule: players can nominate the killer in advance. Once nominated, as long as the nominated ghost attacks you, you win. I have 4 lives and can nominate 3 ghosts. These 3 are the ones I currently suspect the most. The blood-eyed ghost was still a bit confused, and then? Qin Nuo smiled slightly. For example, I now name the most suspicious Lu Mang, then cross her name off the list. Later, I will be erased, my memory of seeing the killer will be taken away.
If I come back to life, then Lu Meng will be cleared of suspicion, and I will return to my room, see this note, and know that Lu Meng can be ruled out.
Then, I can identify the next suspect. Qin Nuo said. This plan can completely avoid the game rule of memory extraction.
The blood-eyed ghost was a bit surprised.
This kid's brain is quite sharp. Don't forget, Lu Meng's parents are also suspects. And are you so sure that the killer is among them? This apartment has 23 residents.
Qin Nuo shrugged. If none of them are, then I can only hide until the game ends. If I use up all 3 lives, I will exit the game. At most, I can give up the reward and have my sister participate in another dungeon. He also realized. This dungeon's difficulty was too high, it was not the level they could handle. Only some special reason could lead to the game's difficulty being increased, resulting in this Battle Royale mode. I must say, this is really frustrating.
You're going all in.
The blood-eyed ghost said. Only those who fight can win. If you don't fight, you wait to die.
I never give up in games. Qin Nuo said, then opened the door to Lu Zhe's room. What's wrong?
Lu Zhe still had that cold expression. I ran into some trouble and need your help, brother Lu.
Lu Zhe naturally agreed.
After getting Lu Zhe's help, Qin Nuo went to knock on the doors of the fat otaku ghost and Xiao Yuan's mother, and then also received their help.
Last time, the face peeler ghost, they didn't help much and owed a favor.
This time, Qin Nuo took the initiative to seek help, and they agreed without hesitation.
Qin Nuo felt emotional. Connections are truly important.
With the help of 3 residents on the 4th floor, Qin Nuo continued to investigate the main task over the next 2 days. He was not afraid of being hunted by the killer. With 4 lives, he could only hope for it to come and kill him. The players hiding in their rooms, like the cobra, saw Qin Nuo still moving about confidently in the apartment, and they were all dumbfounded.
Dude, it's a battle royale. Could you not be so arrogant?
From the old landlord, he won 2 games of chess again, replacing the items that were pawned for 2 households, completing 2 D-level dungeon tasks. At the same time, he also got a clue for the main task. The landlord's 2011 resident information sheet seems to hide something. Why not go take a look?
You might discover something. 2011. That was the resident information sheet from 10 years ago. Qin Nuo hesitated for a moment, then smiled at the old landlord. Old man, can you help me with one more thing? You've taken 2 deposits and are still not satisfied?
The old landlord's face turned dark again. Losing 2 games in a row, he had not won once, causing the confidence he had regained to vanish again.
2 games of chess won him a clue.
But it knocked out the social graces.
Chapter 49, Instant Kill, Resident Information. Old man, help me out.
Although you lost again, your chess skills have undoubtedly improved.
This is due to having a strong opponent as a practice partner.
Qin Nuo said in a somewhat subtle manner. The old landlord thought this made some sense and said, alright, what do you want?
Do you have the resident information sheet from 10 years ago, that is, from 2011? What do you want that for? Qin Nuo did not answer.
The old landlord pondered for a moment and said, although I save the resident information every year. But 10 years ago, forget it, come by tomorrow, I'll look for it tonight.
Thank you, old man.
Qin Nuo stood up to show his gratitude. Seeing the landlord wave his hand, wanting to analyze the game, he wisely left. As he reached the 4th floor, suddenly there was a noise from above, like something heavy falling to the ground.
As Qin Nuo wondered, the game's announcement rang in his mind. Player Cobra was killed by the killer.
Qin Nuo was stunned, then quickly reacted and rushed to the 4th floor. In the corridor, Cobra's body was already lying on the ground, having also been beheaded.
Rolled to the side. Running so fast? Qin Nuo frowned and walked over, wanting to check on the cobra.
The cobra directly turned into a cloud of gray mist and disappeared, clearly having resurrected.
Is it random that it hunts players, or is there some kind of pattern? Qin Nuo pondered. Let's go back and talk.
Qin Nuo got up, and as he turned, a bloody eye emerged from the back of his right hand. The bloody-eyed ghost said in a deep voice, it's still here. As soon as the words were spoken, Qin Nuo's body felt a thick killing intent spreading in the hallway. The walls corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Qin Nuo's expression changed, and he quickly took out his mountain-cutting knife.
A shadow appeared out of thin air, right in front of him. As the bloody-eyed ghost was about to make a move, Qin Nuo's head flew off. Blood splattered on the walls, instantly bright red. Sister Rose, I have plenty of snacks. We shouldn't go out for these 5 days, we'll definitely last until the game ends. Princess Yao Yao sat on the bed, counting her snacks and pondering her plans while talking to Black Rose.
You are so pure and cute.
Black Rose said with a forced smile, tying up her hair, and walked into the bathroom. I'll take a shower first, you stay on the bed.
Okay. Princess Yao Yao nodded obediently. But at that moment, both of their minds rang with the announcement of the player Cobra being hunted. In less than 2 minutes, the announcement of the player Phantom being hunted sounded again. 2 players killed in a row. Princess Yao Yao and Black Rose were stunned. Wow, Phantom was killed too. Doesn't that mean he only has 1 life left? Princess Yao Yao said, covering her small mouth. Black Rose knitted her brows tightly. Finally, she shook her head. These 2 are basically going to exit the dungeon like Black Bear and the others. Phantom's few words actually made Black Rose feel a hint of hope for a turnaround. But it seems that in the face of the absolute difficulty of the horror game, no matter how clever humans are, it doesn't matter. In room 404. Qin Nuo suddenly appeared, sitting on the bed. After a few seconds of brain crash, he finally regained his consciousness. So I was killed just like that? Qin Nuo was astonished. Even without extracting memories, he still didn't know who the murderous maniac was that killed him. In the blink of an eye, his head flew off. He didn't even see the face. Brother, did you see that? The bloody-eyed ghost was also speechless. I hadn't even made a move, and you were gone. That's ridiculously strong. Qin Nuo helplessly stood up and walked to the desk. He saw 3 names on the notebook, and crossed 1 out. On the last life, I identified Lu Meng, but since the game is still ongoing, that means Lu Meng has dispelled the suspicion. The most suspicious one was eliminated. The second one is Xia Xinlu. As Qin Nuo crossed off the name, he entered Xia Xinlu's name in the dungeon interface. Xia Xinlu. Although this girl's neurosis didn't seem fake, there was still a possibility of suspicion. People have 2 sides. A psychopath can have a dual personality. Who knows what kind of murderous maniacal personality might be hidden beneath a pure, harmless exterior? Of course, this could also be Qin Nuo's fantasy from reading too many novels. Player Cobra has exited the game prematurely, dungeon completion failed. The game announcement sounded again, but Qin Nuo's expression didn't change much. This was expected. Still 4 lives left, not bad. Qin Nuo sighed as he took out the life-replacing scarecrow from the toolbar, which was palm-sized, tied with straw, and had 2 black bean-like eyes, emanating a strong curse aura. Using the life-replacing scarecrow, Qin Nuo murmured. The next second, the scarecrow began to move on its own, climbing onto Qin Nuo's hand, burrowing into his palm, and disappearing. Qin Nuo looked at his palm, his expression carrying a touch of surprise. Is this really effective? Feeling no discomfort in his body, Qin Nuo chose to rest instead of going out again. Time was also precious to Qin Nuo. If he were hunted 3 times in a day because of the waves, there would be nowhere to cry. On the 7th day at noon, Qin Nuo exited the room. The old landlord should have results by now. At the front desk in the lobby. The old man rarely skipped his chess games, but today he lay in his recliner, humming a little tune. Old man, have you found the stuff? Qin Nuo asked directly. The old man raised his hand and tossed it, a yellowed, old information book landing in Qin Nuo's hand. You must return it by this time tomorrow at the latest. No problem. Qin Nuo went to the snack machine, bought some food and drink, returned to the room, opened the resident information book, confirming it was indeed from 2011. As he flipped through the pages, Qin Nuo found a lot of identity information about the residents. At that time, the Xiaoyuan family of 4 was still in room 301, with Xiaoyuan's mother named Gao Xinran. The chubby ghost also lived in room 405, named Hai Woming, just graduated, an unemployed drifter. Lu Zhe in room 406 was a construction worker doing hard labor. In room 402, Lu Meng's family had parents who were ordinary office workers, and Lu Meng was attending high school at that time. This was the information of the residents. Later, there were records of events outside the residence. Initially, this area underwent a comprehensive inspection by the Construction Engineering and Quality Supervision Department. If deemed unqualified, they would face forced demolition. The blood-clothes apartment fell into that unqualified category, but the landlord old man and the residents used some means to pass through. Later, in June, a virus broke out in the city, transmitted only through blood, with an infection death rate of up to 20%. This should be the virus from Xia Xinlu's diary, Qin Nuo murmured, continuing to flip through. What followed was a statement from the landlord old man. By accident, we found that 2 residents in the apartment were also infected with this virus, showing the same symptoms. I locked down the whole building, wanting to hand the infected over to the authorities, but the other residents stopped me, leading to a fierce argument, and someone proposed a bold idea, a terrifying idea. For various reasons, I was persuaded to let them do it. But later, we discovered that the girl had vanished, and everyone searched every corner of the apartment until they heard a dull thud from outside. Qin Nuo took a deep breath and flipped to the last page. There was no more narration from the landlord old man. Instead, there were the names of the infected. When Qin Nuo saw the names, he held his breath. Chapter 50, The Answer is Coming, feeling very gloomy. Qin Nuo looked at the 2 names above, lost in thought. Could it be them?
It must be them, the blood-eyed ghost said firmly. They are just infected, not murderers.
Qin Nuo shook his head.
The game said that the murderer killed.
Halfway through, Qin Nuo suddenly stopped.
Then, as if discovering something, his eyes suddenly lit up. Continue talking. Do you know that stopping halfway can choke a ghost? The blood-eyed ghost said very speechlessly. I suddenly have a guess that can explain why the landlord in Xiao Yuan's mother sounded exactly like Lu Meng.
Why?
Not telling you, I will verify it myself.
Qin Nuo's words drove the blood-eyed ghost crazy in an instant. First, return the resident book to the landlord.
The resident information book was no longer useful. Qin Nuo had already obtained the information he needed.
He felt the answer was coming.
The first clue was the water tank on the rooftop, which did not point to any specific resident as suspicious. It was just conveying an important message to Qin Nuo about the murderer. I'm dizzy, you can play slowly by yourself. The blood-eyed ghost rolled his eyes and stopped talking. Qin Nuo took the book and went out, but at the stairway, he bumped into Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai was carrying supplies and water, evidently having holed up in his room, unable to hold it any longer, and had come out to get supplies.
Why haven't you exited the instance yet?
Jiang Xiaobai was very surprised to see Qin Nuo.
Why would I exit the instance?
You lost your invincibility card. If you're hunted again, you'll really die.
That Cobra guy already ran away. Jiang Xiaobai said. No need, I'm super brave.
A worthless life and death are nothing. If you're not convinced, then fight.
Qin Nuo left this sentence and went down the stairs.
Jiang Xiaobai blinked and murmured, died once.
Are people crazy?
Back in the hall, Qin Nuo returned the tenant information book to the old landlord. The old landlord set the book aside, arranged the chess pieces, looked at Qin Nuo, and forced a stiff smile. Care for a game? Qin Nuo didn't refuse, sat down, glanced at the tenant information book, and casually asked, Old man, how long has it been since you looked at that book? I glanced at it yesterday. What's wrong? The old landlord replied carelessly while moving the chess pieces.
Did you look at the contents on the last few pages? Qin Nuo looked into the old landlord's eyes and continued to ask.
No, aren't the last few pages blank? The old landlord raised his head and retorted.
Oh, maybe I remembered wrong.
Young man, focus on the game. If you chat distractedly like this, your chess skills will decline sooner or later.
What you said makes sense.
After a long game, they finally finished.
Qin Nuo lost. The old landlord won.
The old landlord looked at the remaining pieces on the board, astonished. I won?
You did, old man.
Your skills have really improved. In just a few days, you're almost on par with me.
Truly a master. Qin Nuo laughed along.
This made the old landlord burst into joy, unable to stop himself from stroking his beard and laughing heartily. Angel's Eye, you gained plus 50 favorability from the apartment landlord, plus 90 ghost power.
Old man, let's call it a day. I have something to attend to.
Returning to room 404 from the hall, Qin Nuo sat down at the desk and took out the notebook.
Tonight, I will be hunted. Qin Nuo said.
Why? The blood-eyed ghost asked. That guy has begun paying special attention to me. The blood-eyed ghost knew he was talking about the killer. Did you see it?
No, just a guess.
Qin Nuo smiled slightly, but the guess is not wrong because I keep getting closer to the truth, and it has panicked.
And Xia Xinyu has already been ruled out as a suspect.
Unfortunately, once the target was identified, it could not be changed.
Qin Nuo didn't mind because tonight he could use Xia Xinyu to confirm his guess again.
After thinking for a moment, he crossed out the third suspect, the old landlord.
This one was ruled out too. Night quickly fell.
Qin Nuo lay on the bed, closed his eyes, pretending to be in deep sleep. The window was open, and the curtains were fluttering in the night wind, making a soft rustling sound. A shadow slowly appeared outside the window, staring at Qin Nuo on the bed. Then, it passed through the window, slowly raised a hand, sharp as a knife, and brutally stabbed into Qin Nuo's chest. Qin Nuo suddenly opened his eyes, blood staining the sheets. Before dying, one of Qin Nuo's hands grasped the shadow, but in the end, it fell limply, life gradually fading away.
The shadow looked at Qin Nuo, then turned and vanished into the darkness. However, 2 minutes later,
the flesh on Qin Nuo's arm split open, and a hand-sized scarecrow dropped to the ground. It was emitting sparks and eventually turned into a pile of ashes. At the same moment, Qin Nuo suddenly opened his eyes and sat up.
He asked, "Did you see who it was?"
The blood-eyed ghost was particularly excited and said, "You might be shocked when I tell you, it's that dead fat guy, yes, the one next door who looks like a pig."
Surprisingly, Qin Nuo's expression was calm.
The blood-eyed ghost asked curiously, "Why are you not surprised?"
"I suspected it could be him."
The blood-eyed ghost was suddenly speechless. It was like hearing a hilarious joke and excitedly telling a friend, only to have them say they had heard it ages ago without changing their expression.
That was very frustrating. Then what are we waiting for? Identify him next, and the game will be over, the blood-eyed ghost said.
If I identify him, I would fall right into the trap and lose my last replacement scarecrow. Qin Nuo's words left the blood-eyed ghost confused again. It suddenly felt like every time it was on the floor, Qin Nuo was always in the stratosphere.
Do you think the fat guy was that shadow that attacked last time? Qin Nuo asked. This question abruptly awakened the blood-eyed ghost. Yeah, this time there are clearly many weaklings. Last time, that figure, blood-eyed ghost and Qin Nuo didn't even have a chance to react before being killed instantly. Obviously, it's not the same ghost.
Blood-eyed ghost suddenly realized, as if knowing all the truth, and excitedly said, so, the killing maniac is not just one ghost, but many.
This apartment, all the residents are killing maniacs, am I right, am I right? Blood-eyed ghost was overjoyed.
The truth came out in one breath, and this feeling was just so nice.
Wrong, it's one ghost. Blood-eyed ghost fell into a mysterious silence.
After a while, he said, this brainless dungeon game, you play it slowly. Qin Nuo smiled helplessly and said, the killing maniac deliberately let you see the fat ghost. It knows I have a ghost inside me, and it knows I have more than 2 lives. So, it let the fat ghost come to kill me, deliberately letting you see, and then naturally, the next target I point out is the fat ghost. By the time I use up all the life-replacing straw men, the chips will be all gone.
In this game, the winner will be it.
Blood-eyed ghost felt exhausted.
Qin Nuo was in the atmosphere.
The killing maniac was also in the atmosphere. Only it was at the very bottom.
Its IQ was completely controlled. Chapter 51, only 3 people left, the final duel. Player Phantom was hunted by the killing maniac.
In the deep of night, the players hadn't fallen asleep yet when they heard the game broadcast. With a thud, the cup in her hand fell to the ground, and Princess Yao Yao's delicate face was filled with shock.
Sister Rose, did you hear that? Phantom hasn't exited the game. This is the second time being hunted, does that mean he is truly dead? Black Rose nodded slightly, murmuring, what a madman, risking his life for a main mission.
Princess Yao Yao blinked, a bit forlorn, sigh, I had some feelings for him, what a pity.
The next day marked the 8th day of the game.
Inside the apartment, there were no players moving around, it was exceedingly quiet. The empty, dim, and eerie corridor. At noon, the game broadcast rang again. Player Jiang Xiaobai was hunted by the killing maniac.
When Jiang Xiaobai was hunted, less than 2 minutes later, the game broadcast rang again.
Player Jiang Xiaobai has exited the game early, quest completed failed.
Jiang Xiaobai has exited the game too.
Princess Yao Yao tapped her fingers and said, so calculating this way, it's just me and Sister Rose left now. The next target of the killing maniac is us. Black Rose's expression was cold, she pondered for a moment, then took out a skull hairpin and wore it in her hair. At the same time, she took out a big-headed ghost doll and hung it on the door handle. These 2 items were Black Rose's most powerful ghostly things.
Fight with all her might.
She didn't want 8 days of effort to go to waste, no matter what, she had to hold on for the last 2 days and finish this dungeon. For the last 2 days, no sleeping, stay fully alert, if you drag me down, I will throw you out of the room. Black Rose said coldly to Princess Yao Yao.
Princess Yao Yao nodded vigorously. At that moment, Qin Nuo in the room also heard the broadcast about Jiang Xiaobai exiting the game.
Now the game players, including me, are left with 3, the other 2 are Black Rose and Princess Yao Yao.
Qin Nuo murmured. There are 2 days left, what are you planning to do?
Blood-eyed ghost asked. Qin Nuo shook his head, no, I want to end this game tonight.
It definitely won't sit still, so tonight is the final duel.
Saying this, Qin Nuo opened the game panel and typed in the name of the 3rd target.
Seeing the name, Blood-eyed ghost was suddenly stunned, feeling confused, did you type the wrong name? No mistake.
Qin Nuo smiled slightly and closed the game panel. Time flew by, day quickly faded away, the night fell, darkness engulfing the blood-colored apartment. In the corridor, Qin Nuo closed the door of room 404. Next door, room 405 suddenly opened, the fat ghost didn't step out but poked its head out, its lower body was bare. Clearly, they were busy working inside the house.
Seeing Qin Nuo headed out, he asked in confusion, brother, where are you going late at night?
It's stuffy inside, I want to go out for some fresh air, Qin Nuo said. Oh, I heard from Lu Zhe that there was a lot of noise in your room last night.
Did something happen?
Tell me about it, I'll definitely help you fix it.
Qin Nuo thought to himself, wasn't it you who barged in at midnight and caused a ruckus? You didn't know what happened last night?
No, I was already asleep.
Then it's nothing. Lu Go must have heard it wrong, you go back to work.
The big man said oh, then shamelessly asked, good brother, the girl you sent me.
No, the body pillow, it's really nice. Is there a link for it? There's no link, it's a limited edition. Why, did you break it? Qin Nuo asked. The big man quickly shook his head. No, no way. How could I do that? I've kept your treasure very well.
Seeing the big man's guilty look, Qin Nuo didn't bother to expose him, chatted for a bit, and then went downstairs.
As he walked down, the blood-eyed man couldn't help but ask, why doesn't this fat man remember anything?
The killer not only has the ability to control the residents but also the power to erase memories. This should be a privilege granted by the game, but it seems it can only be used once a day, Qin Nuo said. In the lobby on the first floor, the night felt especially quiet. Only the old landlord was at the front desk, lying in a reclining chair, holding an old radio, listening to Peking opera tunes. Outside the apartment door, shadows flickered, seemingly haunted things wandering, eyeing the apartment. But perhaps because the landlord was lying there, they kept a distance, not daring to approach within 10 meters of the apartment. Qin Nuo walked over. The landlord did not open his eyes but said, I've told you before, it's best to stay in your room at night, it's not peaceful out here. I'm only responsible for collecting rent, I won't take care of any accidents. Qin Nuo smiled, I understand, but I have the urge to play chess, and after thinking, only you can let me enjoy it. Upon hearing about chess, the landlord opened his eyes, showing interest. You young people have a stronger addiction to chess than I do? Qin Nuo scratched his head and laughed. Actually, I lost a game of chess during the day, and I'm not willing to accept it.
I want to play again.
The landlord chuckled, seeing your strong competitive spirit, then let's play. But just one game, I'm old and can't keep up with you young ones, I can't stay up late.
Okay. The landlord was very proactive and immediately took out the chessboard, setting it up himself. Soon, both sides began to play. After a few moves, the landlord glanced at Qin Nuo's expression, looking a bit displeased. Your mind isn't on the chess. Qin Nuo moved a pawn and said, to be honest, I'm having a hard time getting along with a neighbor, so I'm very annoyed. And then, the old man asked calmly. That neighbor isn't very friendly, he threatened to make things tough for me tonight. Qin Nuo observed the landlord's expression and said. The landlord snorted coldly, putting down his piece, is this why you came to me? I won't help if there's a conflict between residents. If you two cause trouble, I will throw you both out of the apartment. The landlord spoke coldly, showing no mercy to Qin Nuo. Qin Nuo nodded, understood, let's continue playing.
The game continued for a few more minutes when the temperature in the lobby suddenly dropped sharply. In the hallway, thick black mist gathered, with an incredibly ominous aura.
The landlord's hand holding the chest suddenly stopped. Qin Nuo sensed it too, the blood-eyed man was unusually tense. It's here, that guy is coming. The landlord snorted coldly, shouting into the darkness not far away, dare to cause trouble under my nose? Get back. The ghostly aura showed no signs of dissipating and continued to linger in the lobby.
The landlord's expression gradually turned ferocious, veins bulging on his forehead, his clothes puffing out, and a terrifying aura bursting from him. Qin Nuo spread his hands and said, Old man, you see, it's not me causing trouble, it's them insisting on finding me for trouble, not taking you seriously. The bloody-eyed ghost blinked, finally understanding the purpose of the game. Well, no wonder they came to play chess at midnight, they wanted to use this old man as a shield, how sneaky. The landlord's anger continued to rise, his dark eyes shooting out terrifying rays of light. This was the first resident to dare to oppose him. He suddenly stood up, and the chessboard instantly shattered, pieces flying everywhere.
At that moment, a dark shadow appeared at the stairway.
Ignoring the landlord, it stared fixedly at Qin Nuo, an intense killing intent.
Chapter 52, A Story, Unlocking Memories. Seeing the shadow's blood-red eyes, the bloody-eyed ghost reacted even more violently than Qin Nuo. Can we turn around and run? This guy is my nightmare. Calm down.
Even though Qin Nuo said this, a layer of fine sweat appeared on his forehead. He didn't expect the landlord or the bloody-eyed ghost to help, he had a trump card ready. But whether the trump card could be played depended on luck.
The landlord narrowed his eyes when he saw the shadow. Are you a resident of the apartment? I haven't seen you before.
At this moment, the shadow's gaze finally shifted to the landlord. The ghostly energy from both sides surged violently. Like two raging bulls colliding, neither side giving way, the rampant ghostly energy caused the floor and walls to quickly decay. This old man doesn't look weak, I wonder if he can win, the bloody-eyed ghost murmured.
What if he can't win? Qin Nuo asked.
Then you find a more comfortable spot for it to kill.
Qin Nuo couldn't help but retort, why are you so weak?
Ever since I signed the cursed contract with you, I've been feeling more and more like I've lost out.
I already told you, I have injuries, I can only open 2 eyes, if you want me to open 9, I could crush it like a dog.
Qin Nuo rolled his eyes. As the oppressive atmosphere reached a peak, ready to explode into a horrifying battle at any moment.
The shadow suddenly spoke, what? Old man, don't you recognize me?
The landlord frowned, filled with confusion. The shadow raised its hand, grabbing at its face, and then tore off a black, mask-like substance.
A terrifying face full of wounds and tumors was exposed to the air.
The old man looked at this face, and suddenly his pupils constricted sharply, deep fear appearing on his once numb face. As if certain memories that had been sealed away were breaking free from their shackles, all surfacing.
You are him. No, it's impossible.
The old man cradled his head, veins popping out violently, painful sounds croaking in his throat.
Those resurfacing memories were threatening to split his head apart.
In the end, the landlord's body rapidly withered, his eyes losing their sparkle, turning into hollow eye sockets. When he fell to the ground, he had turned into a dry corpse, as if all the moisture had been drained away.
The bloody-eyed ghost was dumbfounded. Damn, he's gone without even fighting?
That face was a bit scary, but you are also a ghost.
How could you be scared to death just like that? The shadow looked at Qin Nuo, its tone laced with mockery. Is this your trump card?
In a flash, the shadow was suddenly in front of Qin Nuo. A tall figure, carrying a terrifying pressure.
I really want to guess how many lives you have. If I kill you this time, can you still be revived? Qin Nuo suppressed his inner fear and spoke calmly. Let's give it a try.
You don't know my name, don't recognize me, so no matter how many lives you have, you will lose this game, the shadow spoke ominously.
Who said I don't want to know you? Who said I don't know your name? Haven't we met before? Qin Nuo smirked. The shadow paused, then sneered, trying to play tricks on me? Qin Nuo remained silent, asking the bloody-eyed ghost, buddy, how long can you hold him off?
The bloody-eyed ghost replied, don't expect me to help.
Even if I can hold it off, I can't defeat this guy. In the end, it would still be the same result. So how long?
The blood-eyed ghost fell silent for a moment and said, I don't know, but I'll try.
Good.
Qin Nuo raised his head and said, let me tell you a story. The shadow knew that Qin Nuo could be revived and had his own thoughts, so he was not in a hurry to act. About 10 years ago, a family of 3 moved into the apartment. The parents were laborers, and the daughter was successful in her studies. They rarely quarreled. Although life was not rich, it was considered happy. However, later a viral epidemic broke out, and the parents discovered that they had contracted this virus.
Without treatment, they would undoubtedly die.
To avoid worrying their daughter, the parents concealed this matter and wanted to secretly go to the hospital. However, they accidentally let the neighbors know, and the neighbors informed everyone in the apartment. In an instant, everyone in the apartment was filled with fear, but what they feared most was that once the parents went to the hospital, everyone would be quarantined, and that the apartment being a dangerous building would also be discovered. Everyone living in the apartment were migrant workers from other places.
If the apartment was lost, everyone would be homeless. Qin Nuo's story was only halfway through.
But the ghost energy on the shadow began to become chaotic, its crimson eyes erupted with terrifying killing intent.
In the next moment, it lunged at Qin Nuo's neck with a fierce stab.
At the same time, the blood-eyed ghost also acted, controlling its right hand to catch the incoming knife hand. A blood eye emerged from the back of its hand.
Then, a second blood eye appeared on the back of its wrist. In an instant, the ghost power released by the blood-eyed ghost surged dramatically, completely intercepting the shadow's attack.
And Qin Nuo continued to tell his story. Then, someone thought of a method, which was to imprison this couple in a room, let them die naturally, and dispose of their bodies in the wild, creating the appearance of death from an infectious virus. At that time, some people opposed this plan, with the old landlord opposing the most. But he was the mastermind behind the dangerous building incident, and since he did not report it and instead conspired, once discovered, he would certainly be sentenced to heavy punishment. Thus, he also became one of the villains. In the end, all the residents of the apartment turned villainous and executed this plan, binding the family of 3 in apartment 402 in the room, and to create a perfect facade, they injected the father's blood into their uninfected daughter, intending to infect her. 5 days later, the girl's parents died one after another, but before they died, they bit through their daughter's ropes, hoping for her survival. The freed daughter, looking at her already dead parents, did not run away. Instead, she secretly went to the rooftop. In the blaze of vengeful fury, the girl cut her wrist and let her blood drip into the water reservoir, then jumped off the rooftop to end her life. The final spectacular part, all the residents of the apartment drank water mixed with the girl's blood.
After missing the best treatment time, all these villains died in the apartment.
Qin Nuo raised his head, his gaze burning as he looked at the shadow. My story is finished.
Was it exciting?
Looking at the shadow again, the most unwanted nightmare in its mind was completely unearthed, and it directly fell apart. It let out a terrible scream, filled with murderous intent and violence, an overwhelming killing aura erupted. Die!
Die! Die! The blood-eyed ghost instantly could not withstand it.
The flesh on its right hand burst apart at a visible speed, blood splattering everywhere.
Damn it, are you crazy?
Not only do you not help, but you're also wildly provoking it.
The blood-eyed ghost shouted. Is this kid deliberately setting it up?
Qin Nuo ignored the blood-eyed ghost's wail and looked at the almost mad shadow, saying,
By the way, let me answer the question you asked me earlier. Lu Chuanda is your name, and he is also Lu Meng's father, and...
Qin Nuo tilted his head, looking at the second shadow that had appeared out of nowhere behind him. The shadow's eyes were also filled with overwhelming killing intent.
Lu Meng's mother, Chu Meng.
The distance was so close that it felt as if they could hear each other's heartbeats. Looking at the murderous Chu Meng, Qin Nuo remained calm and even revealed a smile.
Aren't you afraid? Chu Meng asked with a blank expression. Life and death have their own fate. At this moment, what is there to fear? Qin Nuo said.
The blood-eyed ghost was already exhausted and gave up resisting.
He looked at Qin Nuo with resentment. So you want me to stop it just to hear you tell a story?
Qin Nuo thought, this story is very important.
It decides our victory and defeat.
Ha! The blood-eyed ghost looked dumbfounded.
Lu Chuanda and Chu Meng stood in front and behind Qin Nuo, blocking any possibility of escape.
You are so confident, you should be able to revive, right?
But this is meaningless. We will continue hunting you until your revival cards are used up, Lu Chuanda said hoarsely.
You are indeed calm and smart. With just a few clues, you have deduced all the truth. Unfortunately, in this game, finding the truth alone does not mean you will win.
Now, it's time to send you on your way. The blood-eyed ghost sighed helplessly. It was all in vain. Not necessarily.
I think this life is enough for me to win this game, Qin Nuo said with a smile.
Lu Chuanda and Chu Meng's terrifying faces trembled, their murderous intent and fury never fading. Qin Nuo's unwavering calmness and composure made them uneasy. A strong unease. Die. In an instant, Lu Chuanda and Chu Meng attacked together, their palms like blades, aimed at Qin Nuo's neck.
Buzz. However, at the moment of contact with Qin Nuo, a purple light erupted from within. Immediately, the purple light transformed into a swirling black hole, pulling Lu Chuanda and Chu Meng into the vortex.
In an instant, the black hole, along with Lu Chuanda and his wife, disappeared without a trace.
Ding, detected that Lu Chuanda and Chu Meng have generated huge negative emotions due to the host, breaking the defense value over 99%. Triggering passive skill, Right's Ring.
Right's Ring. A skill obtained after completing the first set of side quests. It was also Qin Nuo's final trump card.
When the opponent's negative emotions break their defense, they will be forcibly sent into the right space, and must give up their most beloved thing to come out.
Otherwise, they will be forever trapped in the void. This is why Qin Nuo told the truth in the form of a story. The purpose was to break Lu Chuanda and Chu Meng's defenses.
That was the darkest memory of the couple, the nightmare they least wanted to face. It was also the biggest chip to trigger the passive skill, Right's Ring. Due to various unpredictable factors, the risk was certainly not small, but for Qin Nuo, with no way out, it was just a gamble.
Where did they go? The blood-eyed ghost asked.
The earlier scene happened so quickly that it didn't even see what happened. They went to a cooler place, Qin Nuo said. As for whether Lu Chuanda and his wife would return from the right space,
Qin Nuo's answer was uncertain.
To give up the most beloved thing.
What is most beloved to Lu Chuanda and his wife? It can only be their daughter Lu Meng.
In their eyes, Lu Meng's importance far surpasses their own.
So the answer is self-evident. This wouldn't be your trump card, would it? Impressive.
The blood-eyed ghost said with surprise, but then angrily added, with such an amazing trump card, why the hell didn't you use it earlier?
It requires an opportunity, it's not that easy. Qin Nuo said.
The Right's Ring skill is very overbearing.
But the conditions are also not low. Making a ghost's defense break over 99% is not easy.
Qin Nuo looked at his right hand, already bloodied and mangled, even revealing the white bones. But due to the blood-eyed ghost's parasitic reason, Qin Nuo felt no pain at all.
Qin Nuo was not worried about the state of his right hand.
In the horror game, all injuries sustained are automatically healed after exiting the side quest.
So, we have won, right? Qin Nuo shook his head. Not yet, our final big boss hasn't appeared yet.
Saying this, he turned around and looked at Lu Meng, who was slowly emerging from the darkness. On Lu Meng's pretty face, there was no expression at all.
Her eyes held a bone-chilling coldness. Where have you taken them? Qin Nuo smiled slightly. Girl, why do you have such a gloomy face?
You used to call me Big Brother. Seeing Lu Meng silent, Qin Nuo wiped the smile off his face and said, they will not come back. To his surprise, Lu Meng did not break down, nor did she show the slightest bit of anger. She only smiled sadly. It doesn't matter, I've lost this game, and my ending won't change.
If I guessed right, the target you pointed out this time is me.
As long as I make a move against you, the game will end. Even if I don't make a move, 2 days later, the name you pointed out will automatically be assessed. I have no chance of winning this game anymore. Lu Meng spoke these sentences with a definite tone. When her father and mother failed, she had already guessed her own ending.
Qin Nuo said nothing more, just nodded. That's right.
Lu Meng raised her head, looking at the starless night sky outside the window, murmuring.
If we hadn't moved into this apartment back then, do you think our family's result would be beautiful? There are no ifs. Qin Nuo's reply was cruel.
Lu Meng withdrew her gaze, murmuring, "Mo, I accept my loss in this game. But in the horror world, there are many interesting games, and you will eventually feel true despair in those games." As she finished speaking, Lu Meng raised her jade hand.
A jade hairpin suddenly appeared at Qin Nuo's forehead.
But at the moment of contact, the hairpin shattered and scattered on the ground. Lu Meng also turned into a swirl of fragmented light, dissipating in the eerie blue moonlight. Qin Nuo stared at the fragments on the ground, and after a moment of silence, he raised his head and exhaled deeply.
Finally, this game comes to an end. It was truly over.
Fortunately, he didn't let that Wang Xin in, otherwise, even with 100 lives, she probably couldn't have completed it. The difficulty of this side quest far exceeded everyone's expectations and was genuinely a trap.
Qin Nuo's victory was not mainly due to intelligence, but because of his cheat. This cheat was really amazing. Blood-Eye Ghost couldn't help but speak up. I think my brain is pretty dull.
I just want to ask, when you first pointed out the target, you already pointed out Lu Meng. Why didn't it work? The game rules state very clearly that the pointed target must personally make a move to kill you to count as a win. Or, if you survive until the end of the game, and the pointed target is correct, that will also count as a win. Lu Meng knew this game rule, so in case of emergency, she had her parents act as the murderer. Later, when she saw me getting closer to the truth, she manipulated the residents of the apartment to try to disrupt my thinking. But it was useless, I predicted her prediction.
Qin Nuo laughed.
After hearing this, Blood-Eye Ghost mumbled a bit self-deprecatingly, "Everyone else is a master, I'm just a clown."
Qin Nuo smiled.
So, don't overlook everything and ignore risks, keep going.
Sometimes, a single detail can decide your fate. Chapter 54, Scoring Rewards, My Store.
When Lu Meng disappeared, everything in the apartment decayed at a visible speed, turning into dust. Inside the apartment, everyone, including Little Yuan's mom, the fat ghost, Lu Zhe, and Xia Xinlu, also turned into dry corpses in an instant, their eyes hollow, lying on the ground.
Isn't this a permanent instance? Qin Nuo was slightly taken aback.
Unlike the Yinquan Restaurant, once the Game and Blood Clothes apartment ended, it would cease to exist. It was a one-time dungeon. In room 306, Black Rose and Princess Yao Yao also discovered that things in the room were rapidly decaying. The two of them turned pale. They thought the murderer had arrived and prepared to fight to the death. Congratulations, player Mo, for correctly identifying the target and successfully finding the murderer in the apartment.
The game is over, and players will soon exit the dungeon. The game's announcement echoed in the minds of the three.
Black Rose and Princess Yao Yao were of course bewildered.
Mo? He hasn't died?
Before the two could figure out the situation,
a beam of light enveloped them, then quickly vanished in the room.
When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a void space.
Black Rose raised her head and saw Qin Nuo beside her, unable to help but ask, "Is the announcement sound of the game real? Could this thing be fake?" Qin Nuo chuckled a bit.
"How do you have 3 lives?"
Princess Yao Yao asked in surprise.
Qin Nuo thought to himself, "I have more than 3, but casually replied, who knows?" Black Rose naturally knew that Qin Nuo wouldn't say more. The rewards of the instance are all kinds of strange. The higher the score, the more unimaginable the rewards. She had seen those god-level players whose ghosts could even forcibly change the rules of the game, like Doraemon's magic bag, with every ability possible. She guessed that Qin Nuo must have used some ghostly object to extend her life.
So, who is the killer? Black Rose could only ask this.
Resident 402, I'm just as clueless, thinking about the last life, I might as well risk it. I didn't expect that Lady Luck would favor me. Qin Nuo said with a smile.
Black Rose didn't ask more. So it's a lot of luck? Is this just to fool the naive?
Really, Phantom, you're so lucky, you helped us complete this instance.
Princess Yao Yao said with a surprised expression, genuinely believing it.
Black Rose. Next, we will teleport all players back to the real world, while calculating this instance's score and rewards.
Please get ready. Black Rose, then, let's say goodbye here. If we are fated, we might meet again in some instance. Princess Yao Yao also bid farewell to Qin Nuo and Black Rose.
Then, the two disappeared before Qin Nuo's eyes.
Strangely, Qin Nuo did not teleport back. What's going on? Qin Nuo was confused.
Congratulations, player Phantom, for completing the blood-soaked apartment instance, with a score of 6.0. Extra score, instance task completed July 23, gaining 4.2 points. Extra score, main task completed 1-1, gaining 5.8 points. Total score, 16.0. System reward, rewarded 1 golden treasure chest. Ghost money reward, face value 300. Ghost Object Reward, Blue Energy Stone. Special material that can be fused with gold attribute ghost objects to enhance ghost power strength. Territory Reward, obtained, Nightmare Apartment, Building, 1 hall and 1 room, total of 5 rooms. Or 2-level upgrade rights, can expand or comprehensively upgrade existing territory ownership. Note, territorial rewards can only be chosen 1 out of 2. Can it be played like this? Qin Nuo pondered. On the surface, directly getting another apartment building is undoubtedly more cost-effective. But this isn't the real world. The more buildings, the more rich. The Red Moon convenience store already faced problems with management and so on. Getting another apartment would only add more trouble, with no time to take care of it. It's better to solve the issues of the Red Moon convenience store first, increase the revenue, and then talk about not losing money. With this thought, Qin Nuo no longer hesitated and chose the latter. Congratulations, Player Phantom, for obtaining 2-level upgrade rights. At that moment, new memories flooded Qin Nuo's mind. This time, the rewards are missing a skill reward, but overall, it seems richer than last time. Qin Nuo muttered. With a score of 16.0, is it considered the highest? Qin Nuo didn't know. At least, Qin Nuo believed that the blood-soaked apartment instance shouldn't have any room for score improvement. At this point, an information panel suddenly appeared in front of him. Please select whether the player wants to teleport directly back to the real world, or teleport to the territorial industry owned by the horror world. Territorial Industry, Red Moon Convenience Store. Currently, I didn't rush to teleport back because there was this option, Qin Nuo realized. Of course, I can't wait to see my store. By the way, let's see if I can solve the issues facing the convenience store. Qin Nuo decisively chose the Red Moon Convenience Store. A wave of weightlessness hit his whole body, light shone all over him, and in an instant, his vision became blurry. When his sight cleared, a chilling sense of eeriness enveloped him. Qin Nuo appeared on a desolate street. The road on both sides was empty, with newspapers and trash swirling in the air. Back to the horror world again. Qin Nuo looked up and saw the sign of the Red Moon Convenience Store. But perhaps a screw was loose, the sign was tilted on one side, and a large patch was stained, perhaps with dye, or red liquid that looked like blood. From a distance, it looked like a scene from a horror movie, deeply chilling. It's a good thing this isn't the real world, otherwise, it would be surprising if there was any business. Why are you here? The blood-eyed ghost asked curiously. Just came to see how my store is doing. You have a store in this world? The blood-eyed ghost was astonished. I like to keep a low profile. Qin Nuo smiled, adjusted his collar, and then walked towards the convenience store. Ding ding ding. As he pushed open the glass door, the bell on the doorframe shook, and the clear, pleasant sound of the bell echoed in the convenience store. At the front desk, a short-haired girl was eating a self-heating pot while binge-watching a show. By the shelves, a boy with a young face was sitting on the ground, leaning against the shelf, playing on a PS gaming console. These were the 2 employees of the Red Moon convenience store, one a cashier and the other a stock clerk. Hearing the customer enter, the girl didn't look up and said lightly, "Find what you want yourself, the shelves have clearly marked price tags. There are no cameras in the store, but if I catch you stealing, I'll cut off your tongue." Qin Nuo coughed lightly a couple of times but didn't move. Only then did the girl raise her head, looking at Qin Nuo with some surprise. "Human?" The boy with the young face also glanced at Qin Nuo and corrected her, "Half-ghost." "Oh." The girl disinterestedly lowered her head again and continued to eat the snail noodles from her self-heating pot. Qin Nuo walked over, tapped on the table, and placed the property ownership certificate on the tabletop. The girl was somewhat impatient, just about to speak, when she caught sight of the document and her sparkling eyes widened in surprise. She hurriedly stood up, wiping the oil stains from the corner of her mouth. "Boss." Qin Nuo smiled cheerfully. "It's working hours. If you're absent-minded, this month's attendance bonus is gone." Chapter 55, The Store's Dilemma, Renewed. Hearing this, the girl instantly jumped up and pushed her self-heating pot into the trash can. "Boss, I was just taking a little break, it won't happen again next time." Meanwhile, the boy walked over and, seeing the document on the table, discreetly put away his game console. "Hello, boss." "Don't hide, I saw you." "You too," Qin Nuo said. The boy made a bitter face but said nothing. They both knew a new boss had taken over, but a month without seeing any ghostly figures and no supervision, combined with the store's sales dwindling, led to their work becoming increasingly lazy and perfunctory. Who would have thought that the new boss would perform a surprise inspection today? "How's the business in the store?" Qin Nuo walked around inside the store. The store was not large, less than 50 square meters, with scattered shelves that hadn't been touched in who knows how long, covered in dust and spider webs. And, from outside, Qin Nuo could see that not only was the sign damaged, but the roof and sidewalls were also in disrepair. This seriously affected the store's appearance. Qin Nuo frowned. Rather than a territorial reward, he felt more like the previous store owner had dumped a mess on him. Not good at all. This month, we only had 20 sales, and the sales amount didn't even exceed 400 ghost coins. The girl said with a pained expression. And across the street, a store suddenly opened last month and expanded to 3 branches, all located on 3 streets near our store. The boy added, his expression cold, this is malicious targeting of us.
It's not surprising to have competition among peers. Qin Nuo said. As the boss, my job is to solve problems. The girl looked a bit embarrassed and said, Boss, before solving the problems, can you pay us our wages from last month? We are so poor we can't even afford instant noodles. So you were stealing self-heating pots from the store to eat? Qin Nuo glanced at her. The girl blushed, lowering her head, not daring to speak.
Though she said that, Qin Nuo still paid them their wages from last month. After all, they hadn't ruined the store.
Thank you, boss.
The girl and boy's eyes instantly lit up when they saw the ghost coins.
The new boss is generous.
All day wearing a stinky face and delaying wages, it's really annoying. 2 ghosts took their respective salaries to the side, wetting their fingers and joyfully counting. Taking this opportunity, Qin Nuo opened the panel of the Red Moon convenience store and clicked on the identity information of the 2 employees.
Cashier, Li Tongtong. Age, 19 years old. Level, horrifying level. Stock clerk, Yuan Shan. Age, 18 years old. Level, horrifying level.
Ghosts ranked by strength naturally require something to measure. The level of ghosts is the same as that of ghostly beings. This is part of the knowledge of the horror world. If Qin Nuo guessed correctly, in the copy, Lu Chuanda and Xu Meng should be at the terrifying level, and within the terrifying level, they have few rivals.
Therefore, Li Tongtong and Yuan Shan are not weak. At least they are not inferior to the blood-eyed ghost with its eyes wide open. 2 terrifying level ghosts working for themselves, thinking about it is quite proud, Qin Nuo thought. Then he shook his head, tossing aside these irrelevant matters. The most important thing now is still the convenience store's predicament. The store is losing money every day isn't the problem. If this continues, next month it can close for good, and you can pack up your things, Qin Nuo said, looking at the 2 ghosts still joyfully counting ghost coins. Hearing this, the 2 ghosts hurriedly said. Don't, boss. If the store closes, we'll have to sleep on the street. Qin Nuo replied, what is the biggest problem right now? Yuan Shan said, actually, there are 2 problems. First, the store's sign, corners, roof, and other places have damage, and it's getting worse. If this continues, the store will soon collapse. Customers don't come, also because the store looks terrible. Repairing this requires a large sum of money. The 2 cautiously looked at Qin Nuo. Delaying employee wages. The store is in a dilapidated state. Now they're also cut off from supplies. With so many messes left behind, this new boss is surely going to explode on the spot. Qin Nuo indeed felt his blood pressure rising, but fortunately, he was prepared. It's okay, I hired a free repair team, they will solve this problem, Qin Nuo said. A free repair team? Li Tongtong and Yuan Shan were puzzled. Could it be that this boss has connections? Qin Nuo said little more, opened the system panel, and used the level 2 modification right. Ding, the host uses the level 2 modification right, uses the command repair, improve, enhance. Qin Nuo raised his head and looked around the convenience store. No movement? Qin Nuo imagined a scene where, like in Harry Potter, various materials would float in the air, automatically assembling repairs. But Li Tongtong and Yuan Shan's expressions changed, then they dashed towards the door. Outside the Red Moon convenience store, a mass of black mist suddenly appeared, enveloping the store and surging inside. Sensing that the black mist had no malicious intent, the 3 of them did not move. Gurgle gurgle. From within the black mist came eerie sounds from time to time. About 2 minutes later, the black mist receded. Looking at the store's interior, it was completely rejuvenated. The green moss-covered tiles, cracked whitewashed walls, disgraceful restrooms, and corroded old shelves. All replaced with brand new ones. Li Tongtong and Yuan Shan widened their eyes and rushed out of the store. The bloodstained old sign, the side wall filled with cracks, had also been replaced with the latest materials. Most importantly, the store even displayed 2 orange trees and a large hot air balloon used to attract customers, with a red carpet extending to the roadside, truly impressive. The 2 employees were dumbfounded, unable to help but exclaim. This repair team is amazing. Boss is mighty. Where did you find such a high-end repair team? You must have spent a lot of effort, right? The 2 employees looked at Qin Nuo with admiration. The previous boss was always troubled by store repairs, with a frown on his face. This new boss, with a word, instantly resolved everything. What's so surprising? Qin Nuo said blandly, but inside he was also astonished. The efficiency of this work is simply incredible. Ding, the appearance of the Red Moon convenience store has improved. The store's attractiveness has increased by 60%. Qin Nuo looked at Yuan Shan. The first problem is solved, what about the second? Yuan Shan said, the second is the competitor, the convenience store beyond right across the street. That's not a problem anymore. The Hongwei convenience store has a new look, we can take them on head-to-head. Qin Nuo said, with the current layout of the store, aren't we afraid we can't grab the business? Yuan Shan smiled bitterly, that's true. But the problem is, our supply line has been cut off, we haven't received any stock, and many products have expired and can't be replaced. The supply line is cut off? Qin Nuo frowned. That bastard boss across the street has somehow bribed the manufacturer and has already severed ties with Hongwei convenience store. After saying that, Li Tongtong added for herself, boss, don't judge me for sneaking snacks, I only eat food that's about to expire, I just don't want to waste it. Qin Nuo pondered and asked, so what kind of background does that boss have? Chapter 56, Position Panel, Player Level. I don't know, Li Tongtong and Yuan Shan both shook their heads. Boss, are you going to confront him personally? That's so cool. No, Qin Nuo shook his head. That guy must have a significant background, he is just a plain person, would he act recklessly? He's not that foolish. The ghosts in this horror world have never been friendly to humans. Half-ghosts are the same. The blood-eyed ghost can't protect him either. This is what Qin Nuo thought to himself. If he said that out loud, the blood-eyed ghost would probably respond, are you polite? Oh, Li Tongtong and Yuan Shan both felt a bit disappointed, what should they do without a supplier? Ding, detecting the problems faced by Hongwei convenience store, it is suggested that the host unlock the staff section. Staff section? Qin Nuo was taken aback, there's such a thing? According to the current positions at Hongwei convenience store, the missing positions are assistant store manager, cleaner, and delivery driver. Unlocking the assistant store manager position allows for automatic search for suppliers, creating a more comprehensive operation plan, managing staff, and other such tasks. Upon hearing this, Qin Nuo's eyes lit up. Professional matters require professional ghosts to solve. With this assistant store manager, he could be a hands-off boss, just responsible for collecting money and losses every month, isn't that appealing? Unlock. Without looking at the price, Qin Nuo directly asked the system to unlock it. Insufficient level, unlock failed. System level? Qin Nuo asked. Player level. The host's current player level is level 2, unlocking the assistant store manager position requires level 3. Hint, complete a C-level or higher instance to upgrade to level 3. Qin Nuo suddenly understood. No wonder he saw many gray items in the system store that couldn't be purchased, it turns out it was due to insufficient level and not yet unlocked. Boss, have you thought of any solutions? Li Tongtong asked. Of course. With the boss's connections, finding a supplier is just a matter of words. Yuan Shan flattered. Qin Nuo glanced at him, feeling somewhat speechless. This boy with a youthful face thought this was a sign of approval from the boss and scratched his head while chuckling. Give me some time, I will solve this problem. For now, keep running the business, I'll compensate for any losses later, Qin Nuo said. He really didn't have the energy to dive into another instance right now. The instance of the blood-clothed apartment nearly drained him. At the very least, he should return to the real world and take a break. After leaving the instance, staying in the horror world means time flows at a 1-to-1 ratio, if he doesn't return soon, his sister might think he's dead. Returning to the real world and seeing his black and white photo would be awkward. Although the problem wasn't solved, Qin Nuo's words somehow reassured Li Tongtong and Yuan Shan, and they nodded obediently. I have a busy schedule, I'll take my leave now, Qin Nuo waved his hand. Take care, boss. The two employees walked Qin Nuo to the door and watched his figure disappear at the end of the street. The new boss is really nice and reliable, he is just my type, but unfortunately, he's a half-ghost, sigh. Li Tongtong lamented. Yuan Shan said, don't be regretful, we need to work hard these days. The stricter the boss is, the more he watches us, maybe next time he'll catch both of us slacking off. Directly fry the squid. Yuan Shan said. Ah, fry squid? I don't want to use newspaper as a pillow and sleep on the street. Yuan Shan ignored her, walking to the shelf to arrange the goods and check the product dates. Li Tongtong was about to head back to the front desk when she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Outside the store, a soggy ghost covered in large patches of green moss was walking toward the store. Little girl, I am so hungry, can you give me something to eat, or even half a candle will do, please? From under the wet long hair emerged a pair of eye sockets with no eyeballs, just the whites of the eyes, the voice coming from the throat was hoarse and almost unintelligible. Nothing, go away. Li Tongtong replied, turning to leave. The water ghost froze for a moment, then its face twitched, half of its face collapsing like dough. A large amount of water spilled from its body, spreading out, and the ground visibly melted at a rapid pace. Nothing? Then I will eat you. The water ghost's voice was sharp and fierce, a terrifying aura erupting from its hunched body. The previously pitiful posture now resembled a frenzied, bloodshot beast, lunging forward. However, a delicate white hand pressed the water ghost back into place. Li Tongtong's young face was filled with coldness, her eyes gradually turning crimson. I said, "There is nothing." The water ghost's pupils contracted, hurriedly struggling to speak. "I understand, I will." Before finishing the sentence, the little hand squeezed, and the water ghost's entire body seemed to be crushed into a pile of blood and mud. The floor was stained red. The red carpet became even more vividly red. Yet in Li Tongtong's eyes, this liquid was unbearably filthy. Li Tongtong immediately showed a distressed expression. "Oh no, so annoying. I soiled the boss's new carpet. He will definitely scold me to death." Saying this, Li Tongtong turned and ran back into the store to get tools to clean. "System, return to the real world," Qin Nuo said. As soon as she finished speaking, her whole body was covered in light, and then under a feeling of weightlessness, the scenery before her quickly blurred. Bump! When the feeling of weightlessness disappeared and the scenery became clear again, Qin Nuo was already sitting at her desk. On the desk was a photo of herself and her sister. In the room, nothing had changed, even the cup of water placed on the desk before entering the instance was still there, intact. Qin Nuo understood, the torment lasted 10 days. In the real world, only 1 day had passed. I wonder how my sister is doing. She probably didn't sleep a wink last night. Qin Nuo stood up and walked out of the room. Before reaching the living room, she heard her sister and Wang Sun's voices. "Xiao Sun, think carefully. There must be some way to enter the game and rescue my brother, right?" Qin Yushir grasped Wang Sun's hand, continuously questioning. Although it had only been a day, Qin Yushir's spirit was obviously lacking, exhaustion written all over her face. Wang Sun felt very sorry but still said, "Sorry, Yushir. Once you enter the game, we cannot interfere, it all depends on the player." After a pause, wanting to encourage Qin Yushir, she added, "But your brother was able to come out of the horror game he was forced into, a horror game with a protection mechanism. He will definitely make it out. So, you have to believe in your brother. It's precisely because I know him that I am worried. In the first instance, he managed to come back, probably exhausted all his luck. He is so foolish, how could he possibly come back on his own?" Qin Yushir cried. This made Qin Nuo, who was behind the wall, feel extremely awkward. Is this really a sister? How could she speak so poorly of him? Qin Nuo cleared her throat twice, walked out of the corridor, pretending she hadn't heard anything, and said with a smile, "Hi, sister, I'm back." Qin Nuo was being touched all over his body. "Sister, what are you doing?" Seeing her about to reach for his private area, Qin Nuo was startled and took a few steps back. "I just want to see if you're hurt. If my brother is missing any part of his body, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life." Qin Yushir wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and said, "Sister, the rule of the horror game is that as long as you come back alive, you can recover from multiple injuries, so there's no need to worry." Qin Nuo glanced at his right hand and said, "Is the dungeon time only 1 day?" Wang Sun asked in confusion. "The time ratio was 1 to 10, I stayed there for 10 days. Qin Nuo said. "How difficult is the dungeon?" Qin Nuo scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "The dungeon was pretty tough for me as a newbie. I originally planned to just survive until the end of the dungeon, but there was a godly player who completed all the dungeon tasks and the main task in one go, finishing the game early. So, we came back 2 days early." Qin Nuo looked at the time. In fact, the time of return was a few hours earlier than the previous day. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Qin Nuo directly took on the role of Princess Yao Yao. As for the player phantom, whoever wants to be it can be it. It wasn't that he was deliberately hiding, he just wanted to stay cautious. This time, the dungeon required information to enter, and getting a score of 16.0 in the game would inevitably attract some attention and investigations into Phantom. Personal information was submitted before entering the dungeon. Once inside the dungeon, players became anonymous and confused the identities. This means that outsiders only know that Phantom is hiding among 7 people, but they don't know which one is Phantom. It seems like you had good luck this time. However, the dungeons for level 1 players are pretty easy, so I am quite hopeful that you'll be able to come back," Wang Sun said. Qin Nuo nodded with a smile. "Easy, almost team wiped out." At this point, Wang Sun's expression changed, showing a coldness like frost. "However, if you act so immaturely again, I will definitely arrest you. Messing with important things of the police is already a criminal act. You will write a self-reflection for me in these few days." Qin Nuo nodded like he was pounding garlic. "I must write it. I was only worried about my sister, which is why I went in for her. The horror game has many unpredictable factors. Even with protective mechanisms, one can die at any moment. Let the professionals do professional things. You are just a student," Wang Sun said. Understood, Sister Sun. Wang Sun extended her hand, the switch. Qin Nuo obediently handed it back. How did you unlock it? And you know how to use this? Wang Sun asked. Qin Nuo mumbled, I've learned lockpicking and seen this online. No knowledge at all. After saying a few more words, Wang Sun left. Qin Yushir touched Qin Nuo's head and said, It seems like Xiao Sun has completely lost her good impression of you. I even wanted to introduce her to you. Let these things happen naturally, it's not like I can't find a wife. Moreover, until I find mom and dad, I don't have the heart to think about these. Qin Nuo said.
Qin Nuo didn't notice that when mentioning their parents, a hint of unnaturalness flashed in Qin Yushir's eyes, and she said softly.
What if you can never find them? Qin Nuo joked, then I just won't marry, anyway, having you as my sister is enough. Qin Yushir didn't banter with Qin Nuo as usual and said, I'll go make dinner. After saying that, she left. Qin Nuo didn't mind, thinking that Qin Yushir was just worried about him getting too tired. Over here, Wang Sun returned to her residence. She took off her uniform and hung it to the side, and as soon as she entered the living room, she saw a woman sitting on the sofa, writing notes. Yen Duo, you finished the dungeon and came back? Wang Sun said in surprise. I exited around noon. Yen Duo nodded and closed the notes in her hand. How was this dungeon? You came back in just one day, it should have been quite easy, right? Wang Sun poured 2 cups of juice, placing one beside Yen Duo. Yen Duo shook her head, her expression serious as she said, to be honest. This copy feels very wrong to me. Wrong, what do you mean? Wang Sun sat down, unbuttoning a few buttons of his white shirt, and pointed the fan toward himself. The difficulty. The difficulty of this copy far exceeds the range of player levels. Yen Duo briefly summarized the content of this copy for Wang Sun. Battle Royale mode? Wang Sun was taken aback and murmured, according to your levels, this copy should be below D rank, it's indeed odd for this mode to appear. Yen Duo said, so, do you think it's possible someone interfered with the copy? How is that possible? The horror world has been around for so long, and I've never heard of anyone interfering with a copy. Oh come on, don't think too much. Maybe it's just your bad luck that this copy has such a game mechanism, it's not strange. Besides, it's so difficult, yet you still finished the copy? Wang Sun chuckled. Yen Duo said helplessly, to be honest, I won by lying down. There was a player who smashed through the main quest and ended the copy early, otherwise, I would have failed too. The problem is, he's only level 1, yet he completed such a high difficulty copy. Wang Sun speculated, could he be a pro player playing an alternate account? Yen Duo rolled her eyes, do you think this is a game? Can you play casually like that? Everyone must register with their real identity information and can only enter the horror game with one anonymous player. There's no such possibility. Wang Sun smirked, I know of course, just joking with you. The only explanation is, his gaming talent is really high. Yen Duo said. If possible, I really want to meet this phantom, who exactly is he? Phantom? Wang Sun blinked. Do you know him? Yen Duo looked at her. I don't know him. Wang Sun smiled and said, you don't mean you've fallen for this phantom, do you? Let me tell you, online love is unreliable, what if this phantom is an old man, wouldn't you be hitting a wall? Get lost. Yen Duo pinched Wang Sun hard and rolled her eyes. But when she thought seriously, having such meticulous thoughts, an unflappable mindset, and strong stress resistance was basically impossible for a young person. Maybe he's really an old man. Or perhaps a middle-aged man. As they were playfully teasing each other, Wang Sun suddenly thought that both Yen Duo and Qin Nuo seemed to have entered the copy yesterday and returned today. Could it be the same copy? But soon, she dismissed that thought. Yen Duo had returned by noon. Qin Nuo returned almost an hour late. They clearly weren't in the same copy. Ding ding ding. The next morning, Qin Nuo was awakened by the alarm clock. Opening her eyes, the warm sunlight filtered through the curtains and shone on her face. There was no gray sky, no dirty dorm environment, and the air didn't smell of blood or rot. Having gotten used to the horror world, Qin Nuo couldn't help but sigh. In comparison, the scene before her was simply like heaven. After washing up, Qin Nuo went to the living room. Her older sister had left early, and there was breakfast left on the table, with a message from her on the phone. Visiting a friend, be back soon, don't run around. This felt a bit like being treated as a pet. But Qin Nuo understood her sister. A total protective sister. Since their parents disappeared, she had taken on the role of a mother, arranging everything about Qin Nuo's studies and life clearly. Throwing the phone aside, Qin Nuo started eating breakfast, but halfway through, there was a sudden knock on the door. Who is it? Qin Nuo chewed on a youtiao while heading to open the door. Outside the door were two men in suits, wearing sunglasses and dressed as if afraid others wouldn't know they were not ordinary people. Are you looking for someone? Are you Qin Nuo? Qin Nuo paused for a moment before saying, is there something? Are you free now? Come with us. The two said expressionlessly. I'm not free right now, I'm still eating breakfast. And I don't go with strangers, you don't look like police either. Qin Nuo walked back to the table, continuing to eat breakfast, appearing calm on the surface. Yet, inside, he began to feel suspicious. Could it be because of the identity of the phantom that they had investigated him? The two men in suits looked around the room and asked, are you alone? Can we come in?
Not really, my floor is very clean, and I'm afraid it will get dirty. Qin Nuo replied while drinking his porridge.
The two men in suits.
You don't actually need to worry, we're not bad people, we're part of the police, and we just want to explain some things to you.
Seeing Qin Nuo's reluctance, one of the men explained. Explain some things?
The two walked in, placing their credentials on the table, saying, come with us, and you'll understand.
Most of your classmates are also here. After thinking for a moment, Qin Nuo nodded.
With the blood-eyed ghost around, he wasn't too worried about danger. After all, this wasn't a horror world, and dealing with two ordinary adults was still more than enough.
About 20 minutes later,
a jeep stopped in front of a tall building, and Qin Nuo got out, following the two men in suits inside. In the hallway, people were coming and going, all dressed as police officers, which made Qin Nuo feel a bit more at ease. The blood-eyed ghost muttered, there's a familiar smell.
What? Qin Nuo asked. Similar kind.
Qin Nuo's expression slightly changed, he said nothing and continued to follow. Soon, they arrived in a conference room.
Familiar classmates like Tang Ming and Lu Jiaqi were all present.
Old Qin, you're here. We were just waiting for you.
Tang Ming left an empty seat next to him for Qin Nuo.
I don't quite understand the situation.
Qin Nuo sat down.
What did they want by calling all the classmates who were forced into the horror game for the first time together? Don't be nervous, it's just to inform you of some things. Look at you being so nervous, as if you've done something guilty.
Tang Ming laughed. Qin Nuo, have you been doing well these past few days?
Lu Jiaqi asked. She sat right behind Qin Nuo, also leaving an empty seat for him, but as soon as he entered, he was pulled over to Tang Ming. Qin Nuo knew she was talking about the horror game and shrugged, I'm fine. Your mindset is really good, every time I close my eyes in these past few days, I dream of the days in the Yinquan Restaurant, waking up in a fright every night.
Lu Jiaqi muttered.
Besides Lu Jiaqi, the other classmates were also alike, some with dark circles under their eyes, some looking haggard, and some as if they had overindulged. It was evident that the horror game had become a shadow that they would struggle to shake off for their entire lives. At this moment, the door opened, and a man with glasses walked in.
Hello, classmates, let me introduce myself. My name is Yi Ming. You don't need to guess my identity. For the next period, consider me your remedial teacher. Remedial for what?
Xiao Yuexin and others looked puzzled.
Remedial for some things about the horror game,
Yi Ming said with a slight smile. As soon as they heard these 4 words, all the classmates shrank their necks. One classmate immediately stood up, saying, no thanks, I will never get involved with this again in my life.
If this is about that, then goodbye, I need to go. Several classmates stood up and were about to leave. I understand you don't want to hear the words horror game again.
But not wanting to have any connection with the horror game, I'm afraid that is not a choice you can control.
Yi Ming said. What do you mean? Wasn't it just a one-time forced entry? Upon hearing this, many classmates felt uneasy.
Qin Nuo, however, remained composed.
He already knew what was going to be said next. Forced entry into the horror game at 18 is inevitable.
But it doesn't mean it will end there, it just changes from inevitable to accidental, or say, unfortunate. According to our statistics starting this year, approximately every month, there will be 300 to 400 people in Longhua who will have a strange totem appear on them. The appearance of the totem is a warning, indicating that within 5 to 10 days or even longer, they will be sent into the horror game. We call this totem the horror curse. That is to say, you may still be sent into the horror game again.
As soon as the words fell, the meeting room was thrown into chaos.
Fear was written all over the faces of the students.
Old Qin, did you hear that? We might go back. It's terrifying.
Tang Ming grabbed Qin Nuo's hand.
Heard it.
Very scary, Qin Nuo said, digging in his ear, responding casually. Seeing the students' reactions, Yi Ming revealed a satisfied look in her eyes and continued. Of course, you don't need to be as scared as the first time. When the horror curse appears, there is a preparation period. This preparation time gives the country a chance to intervene. Saying this, Yi Ming took out a machine the size of a pocket watch and said, the replacer. It can transfer the curse from your body. If you get a horror curse, use the replacer, and someone else can take your place in the horror game. Each city has established a team of players to replace those entering the game, specifically to solve this dilemma for the cursed.
Yiming smiled and said.
Hearing this, many people showed a look of joy again.
After all, the country is reliable.
And also, the costs are reasonable, some high, some low, depending on each person's financial situation. The students were stunned.
This isn't it free? Yiming laughed twice. Students, this is a life and death job. If it were free, who would willingly risk their life for a stranger?
The establishment of a replacement mechanism to enter the horror game by the state is already not easy, it cannot cater to everyone. Of course, you can also enter by yourselves. After all, with a protective mechanism, the death rate is greatly reduced, but if the instance fails, then the horror curse will always remain.
You must complete a set of instances to erase the curse.
Yiming smiled and said, I'm just educating you about this, so everyone can prepare mentally and have a prevention. If you truly get cursed, the choice is in your hands. You only have one life, money can always be earned.
I believe everyone understands.
With that, Yiming instructed her assistant to distribute a stack of cards to everyone. This is our team, the team fighting against the horror game. If one day, a strange totem appears on you, I hope you can call this number. You can also face the difficulties yourself, but it's better to let professionals handle it.
No one wants to gamble with their life, right? Qin Nuo rolled his eyes. He finally understood.
After talking for so long, it was all nonsense.
It turned out this was a promotional organization. Chapter 59, Hunting Relationships, Involuntary. The students exchanged glances, then silently put away the cards.
Yiming showed a satisfied smile and continued, entering the horror game under the protective mechanism requires verification of identity and also registration for an anonymous game. As she spoke, she pulled down a screen.
On it, a list was displayed.
These are the players from Jinzhou who have recently achieved results in the horror game.
You can reference it.
Everyone's gaze turned to it, and soon, discussion broke out. The first in Jinzhou, Ghost Star, lives up to his name, he is the bane of ghosts, navigating the horror game effortlessly, as easy as playing house. Currently, he has completed 15 instances, with 2 at B level, 3 at C level, and the rest below D level, player level 20. Second is Earth Store, who has currently completed 13 instances, with 1 at B level, 2 at C level, and the rest below D level, player level 17. In third place, Qin Nuo yawned, looked at the time, thinking he had heard enough of the nonsense and that his sister might have returned by now. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he unexpectedly saw a familiar name on the leaderboard. Ranked 10th, Player Phantom, although ranking 10th, his strength is even more unfathomable than the first Ghost Star.
His player level is only 2.
The record online shows that he has only completed a single D-level instance. But he has an unparalleled record, which is that he scored 16.0 in that instance. A score of 16.0 may not mean much to many people, but let me put it simply, it has never appeared in Jinzhou before. And in Longhua, no more than 10 people have reached this score. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze astonishingly gathered on the words phantom.
Yiming's eyes also shone with a fiery brilliance.
Now, many people from different teams are discussing this phantom. They all want to uncover his true identity and recruit him. Previously, even the ghost-killing star, who gave his all in a D-level instance, did not get a score of 16.0.
This shows just how mysterious this phantom is. If recruited, it would be equivalent to obtaining unimaginable wealth.
At this moment, Qin Nuo's feelings were hard to describe, he didn't know whether to be happy or speechless. Just because of a score of 16.0, he surprisingly made the list. I hope this ranking doesn't draw too much attention. But it doesn't matter if it does, who knows it's me. Thinking this, Qin Nuo stood up and said, Teacher, if there's nothing important, I'm leaving.
Yiming replied, what I'm telling you right now is important. Is that so?
But to my ears, these are just a bunch of nonsense deliberately told by some capitalists for marketing.
Qin Nuo's casual words made Yiming frown, and his gaze gradually turned sharp.
Qin Nuo ignored him and walked directly toward the door.
Old Qin, wait for me. Tang Ming quickly followed him.
With someone leading, the other students also got up, greeted Yiming, and left one after another. Even though Yiming had spent a good part of the day talking, the students still instinctively accepted the present situation. As for the scary curses, it was just a matter of probability, if they were really that unlucky to get a horror curse, they would find a way to handle it then. After the students left, Yiming's sharpness faded from his eyes.
No matter.
His goal had been achieved. He organized the files on the desk, and suddenly, a twitch ran through his face. Then, his right cheek ripped open, revealing an eye like that of a dead fish.
Didn't I tell you not to come out recklessly?
Even in the real world, if half-ghosts meet, a hunt will occur.
Do you want to kill me?
Yiming said coldly.
I smell the scent of Qin.
The hoarse voice carried intense greed. Yiming paused, then his expression changed.
Are you saying that among those students just now, there is a half-ghost? And injured, I can devour them. The voice of the ghost within trembled, like an addict, crazily saying, can we kill all those students? It must be among them. Too many dead will be troublesome for me.
Yiming said coldly.
Find it. Find it. I am starving.
The ghost inside ignored him, with desires fully ignited, urging wildly. Yiming pondered for a moment and said, don't worry, it can't escape.
I have a way to find that little ghost hiding with the spirit.
As he spoke, his tongue flicked like a snake's, licking his lips, and a sharp light, like that of a venomous snake, surged in Yiming's eyes.
At that moment, Qin Nuo got on the bus.
The blood-eye ghost suddenly spoke. I felt really uncomfortable back there.
Are you talking about your kin? Qin Nuo asked. I sensed it, and it sensed me too.
The blood-eye ghost replied.
So what? When you meet in the real world, shouldn't there be a sense of closeness like fellow countrymen? Qin Nuo joked with a smile. Did it even eat you?
The blood-eye ghost fell silent.
Qin Nuo's smile suddenly vanished. No way? Half-ghosts are inherently in a hunt relationship. Half-ghosts are a very special existence, straddling the line between humans and ghosts.
If both are half-ghosts, hunting each other can bring great benefits and significantly enhance strength. The blood-eye ghost explained.
You better be careful, it definitely won't let it go. You can't defeat it? Qin Nuo asked.
It saw that I was injured, so it dared to target me.
The implication was clear, it couldn't win. Qin Nuo furrowed his brows. This was a bit of a problem.
In the real world, he couldn't use any skills or ghostly beings, the only thing he could rely on was the blood-eye ghost. But if I open my third eye, it will be my dessert, the blood-eye ghost added.
How can I help you recover your strength faster? Qin Nuo directly asked. Food. Meat from the Taisui?
That thing is just delicious and can't recover strength, the blood-eye ghost said. After a pause, it continued, find ingredients similar to the number 8 material back then, but not so scary, I can't absorb that. Your previous restaurant must have the ingredients I want, the blood-eye ghost said. Qin Nuo looked out the window, then withdrew his gaze after a moment. Got it, I'll get it for you as soon as possible. Originally, Qin Nuo didn't want to enter the horror world so soon. But it seems he had no choice now. He thought that by throwing away the identity of the phantom to confuse the eyes, he could avoid many troubles. But the reality was that besides the horror world, the real world also had all sorts of dangers. In fact, these semi-ghosts were even more dangerous than the ghosts in the horror world.
Being cautious was never wrong.
Sometimes, a trivial hidden danger could easily push oneself to a dead end. Moreover, if the other party came knocking, his sister would also be in danger.
Chapter 60, Wang Sun gives a gift, the third dungeon.
When he returned home, his older sister was already back. And Wang Sun was also there.
You little brat, didn't I tell you not to run around?
Qin Yushir came up and tugged at Qin Nuo's ear, glaring at him. I'm not a child, Qin Nuo swatted Qin Yushir's hand away, feeling a bit speechless. He thought that his sister's reaction was too much. Could an adult really be kidnapped just by going out? Most newcomers who are forced into horror games develop serious psychological disorders, and they might not even know it. Between the real world and the horror world, the brain can create confusing thoughts. There have been no less than 10 people in Jingzhou who, after participating in horror games, committed suicide by jumping off buildings.
Moreover, you have participated in 2 horror games in a row.
Your sister is worried that you might think too much. During this time, you are actually still in the observation period, understand? Wang Sun, sitting in the living room, put down her teacup and said. Qin Yushir's phone had to be about to explode from all the calls, and no one answered, which made her anxious. Qin Nuo then explained briefly how he was taken away by someone claiming to be a police officer. Qin Yushir looked at Wang Sun in confusion, who nodded. This did happen. Newcomers who finish horror games not only need psychological counseling but also must understand curses and such to be prepared in advance.
Sister Sun, do you know someone named Ji Ming?
Qin Nuo thought of something and asked.
Hearing this name, Wang Sun's brows slightly furrowed, seemingly not fond of this person. I know.
He is also a police officer, but he is not upright and often mixes with those private gaming organizations. Then Wang Sun seemed to remember something and reminded, this person is not simple, you'd better not get involved with him.
Qin Nuo nodded thoughtfully and then smiled. Sister Sun, you came today, shouldn't it just be to tell me this?
He could tell that Wang Sun was not here to find his sister today, but to find him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have just been sitting on the couch drinking tea.
Wang Sun took out a machine and placed it on the table.
The machine was like a transmitter, in the shape of a pocket watch, but the difference was that it had a fingerprint panel on it.
This is called a login device.
You should know what it is from the name, it's the only medium that can shuttle between horror games and the real world. In the news, those players who freely enter dungeons do so through this device. After fingerprint registration, it generates a protection mechanism and sends players into the game.
Qin Nuo was taken aback. You want to give this to me? You little brat are so reckless. To be honest, I really don't want to give it to you.
But this is the country's rule, anyone forcibly sent into the horror game must keep one. The horror curse appears, with many uncertain factors, the country cannot take care of everyone, so the login device is your guarantee, at least under the protection mechanism, entering the instance greatly reduces the death rate.
Wang Sun said. Okay, that sounds humane.
Qin Nuo smiled as he took it in his hand. Seeing his carefree appearance, Wang Sun felt a bit displeased. You should not misunderstand me, this is not a toy, it is a lifesaver. Don't think about entering instances casually like those online players, earning instance rewards for profit. That is a foolish thought, especially for a newcomer like you. Qin Nuo smiled slightly. Don't worry. I participated in 2 horror games, I was scared to death. If it weren't for the expert helping me, I would have been done for long ago.
Unless I lose my mind, why would I want to enter this terrifying game?
Blood-eyed ghost, there is no need to speak so badly of yourself. Wang Sun felt it made sense. After all, the second time, it was because Qin Nuo's sister was anxious to save herself that they went in. Without a special reason, no one would want to touch this thing. Those professional players have gone through special training, possess strong hearts, and have rich instance experience to take this as a profession. Qin Nuo, in Wang Sun's eyes, was far from reaching this level. Xiao Sun, don't worry, I know my brother best, he won't act recklessly.
Qin Yushir added.
Wang Sun nodded, holding the bag, and stood up. Nothing else, I'll head back first, there are still some matters over there. After Wang Sun left, Qin Yushir reached out her hand to Qin Nuo. Give it to me.
Qin Nuo felt embarrassed. Sister, are you still not at ease with me?
I'm going back to school in 2 days, it's because I understand you too well that I'm not at ease.
Qin Nuo said, what if I need it one day?
Qin Yushir thought for a moment and said, how about this, I'll hide it in a certain place in the house, and when you need it, just call me, and I'll tell you where it is.
Qin Nuo sighed, alright then, I'll give it to you.
Qin Nuo handed the login device over with his right hand to let the ghost's aura stick to it. This way, wherever it was hidden, the blood-eyed ghost could find it. After Qin Yushir took it, she smiled lightly. I'm doing this for your own good. Get ready to go out with your sister to buy groceries, choose whatever you want to eat. After returning to school, who knows when I can see my good brother again.
Qin Yushir said while ruffling Qin Nuo's hair.
The next day, Qin Yushir dragged her suitcase back to school, and Qin Nuo accompanied her to the roadside.
Remember to eat well and don't stay up late.
Qin Yushir waved her hand to Qin Nuo before getting into the taxi. As Qin Nuo disappeared at the end of the road, Qin Yushir sat back down, her smile fading, and pulled out her phone to dial a number.
Hello, it's me.
His symptoms are getting worse, the non-existent parental memories have deeply embedded in his mind, lingering on.
You must find a solution. At that time, Qin Nuo returned home. After tossing his coat aside, Qin Nuo asked the blood-eyed ghost, where did my sister hide it? He handed it over with his right hand to let the ghostly aura stick, so the blood-eyed ghost could find it no matter where it was hidden. In her room.
Soon, Qin Nuo found the login device in the secret compartment under the bedside table in Qin Yushir's room.
That can't be. It's not this exaggerated for preventing thieves.
Qin Nuo said, completely speechless. After placing the login device on the table, Qin Nuo began to prepare.
This time entering the game, completing the instance was secondary. The main goal was to visit the Yinquan Restaurant again and level up the player to level 3.
Unlock the position of Vice Manager.
Qin Nuo could not bear to neglect the industries in the horror world.
After all, it was all hard-earned, and it would be too wasteful to let it fallow. Moreover, Qin Nuo believed that these industries in the horror world would greatly assist him in future instances.
I wonder what this instance will be like.
With a player level of 2, it should not be too difficult. I hope there won't be another frustrating game mechanism like escape mode.
Qin Nuo murmured.
Then he stopped talking and pressed his thumb on the login device. The panel lit up as if it had been activated, with parts of all sizes beginning to operate, shining with blue light.
Fingerprint registration in progress. Fingerprint registration successful, player preparing to log in. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Nuo instantly disappeared from the room. After Qin Nuo vanished, the phone in the living room suddenly rang. It was a call from Tang Ming, ringing for a long time as if there was something urgent. At the same time, in a certain studio in Jin City,
everyone suddenly became excited, running around in a panic.
A man shouted loudly, everyone pay attention. Player Phantom has logged into the game.
Everyone log in at the same time, enter the dungeon, and if anyone matches with him in the same dungeon, act according to the plan.
Did you hear clearly?
Yes.
The prepared players responded in unison, then pressed their thumbs on the login device, registering their fingerprints. In an instant, more than 50 people disappeared from the room, leaving only a few. Chapter 61, Psychiatric Hospital, Nightmares. When Qin Nuo opened his eyes, he was back in the familiar void space. Welcome Player Phantom to enter the game again. This time the game dungeon is called St. Yashi Psychiatric Hospital. Number of players, 20 people. Game time, 15 days. Players will enter the psychiatric hospital as caretakers, looking after clinical patients. Tasks will be randomly triggered based on the patient's requests. Note, since they are psychiatric patients, they might be a bit mischievous. Caretakers can tolerate it, or within the rules, administer punishment to keep the patients in line. Of course, if you provoke some patients with a bad temper or violent tendencies, the unlucky one might be you. Note, during work hours, there will be random supervision. Remember not to slack off. Laziness can lead to not just salary deductions but also some unexpected punishments. Main task: investigate the true cause of all staff deaths at St. Yashi Psychiatric Hospital and uncover the mastermind. Clues can be randomly obtained by completing dungeon tasks. Dungeon mode, Nightmares. Mode details: daytime is work time, at night, don't wander around, just stay in your room. When night falls, many familiar faces will appear to hunt the players. Candles are the only things that can save your life. Note, candles can be obtained from the supervisor after reaching daily work performance standards. Protection mechanism: players can obtain a token that ensures survival. After death, they can exit the dungeon, be assessed as a failure, or continue the game. Dungeon completion: survive for 15 days until the dungeon ends, or complete the main task early to end the dungeon. A nightmare mode has been added. Qin Nuo frowned. No matter how he looked at it, this dungeon's difficulty seemed mismatched with his level. Could it be that they saw my last dungeon score was too high and intentionally increased the difficulty? Or did they detect that I was cheating? Qin Nuo wondered. Was that cheating? No, it was just a protagonist's halo. This time the main task is somewhat similar to the last one, but it seems to be more difficult. Taking care of psychiatric patients? Don't joke, even watching over a child sometimes makes Qin Nuo feel like he wants to strangle them. Moreover, these psychiatric patients are not human. Please confirm as a player to enter the game dungeon. Qin Nuo did not rush to enter. He remembered he still had a golden treasure chest to open and a Qing Tian stone to fuse. At least, he thought, he should be fully prepared before going in. Qin Nuo took out the Qing Tian stone and pondered. For metal ghostly objects, he currently had 3 items. Bone crusher, butcher's chainsaw, mountain cutter, which one to choose? In the end, Qin Nuo chose the bone crusher for 2 reasons. First, enhancing the bone crusher would definitely allow the human bones within it to unleash a more terrifying effect. Well, this thing feels great. Swinging a hammer to hit a ghost, this feeling is really nice. The host is using the item Qingyin Stone, merging with the ghostly bone hammer. The fusion is in progress, estimated time 6 to 8 hours. Putting away the fusion panel, Qin Nuo opened the information panel again and unlocked the golden treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for opening the golden treasure chest. You have obtained items: Whip of the Thorn Goddess, Blackjack the Monster Doctor's Medical Box, White Gloves of the Lightning King. Qin Nuo's mouth twitched. Wow, is this really what the golden treasure chest offers? Why does it feel so flashy? Furthermore, these 3 items seem to have some inexplicable connection to this instance. This made Qin Nuo suspect whether the system was playing tricks. Medical box: can I actually use this? The psychiatric hospital should provide it, right? Qin Nuo muttered as he opened the medical box. Cold medicine times 10, disinfectant gauze times 10, sedatives times 10, emergency serum times 10. A dazzling array of medical supplies left Qin Nuo somewhat confused. Are these things for mental patients? Or are they for me? The key point is, aren't these things just normal medicines that can be bought on the street? Qin Nuo suddenly felt like he had been cheated. Golden treasure chest. Is this it? Please confirm whether to enter the instance. The game voice reminded him again. Qin Nuo tidied up these random items and clicked confirm. Let's get started. As his words fell, Qin Nuo's whole body felt as if it was being swept up by a storm. Everything in front of him blurred. Boom. In the next second, Qin Nuo found himself in a long corridor. At a glance, it was filled with rows of patient rooms, and through the windows, gray light seeped in. Looking at the time, it should be around noon. The architectural style of St. Xia Psychiatric Hospital leaned towards Western European, with paintings on the walls depicting scenes from the Western world, as well as some religious-like totems. The other players should have entered as well, right? There are 20 players this time. Perhaps one of them is a great god who can directly complete the main quest, finishing the instance early, saving me some time, and giving me a taste of being carried. Qin Nuo murmured as he walked down the hallway.
Those lined-up patient rooms were pitch black inside, making it impossible to see the patients. The doors were iron doors, giving off a jail-like feeling. Moreover, each door was not only locked with 4 or 5 locks but was also bound with 2 thick iron chains. Are there patients or monsters inside that need to be locked away like this? In addition, each door had a large warning sign attached. Danger, do not approach. This was already a clear warning. Speaking of which, I still haven't seen a single person or ghost. There are no instance NPCs. How do I know which area of patients I'm responsible for? Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted Qin Nuo's thoughts. It came from the last iron door he passed. Qin Nuo turned to look and saw a pair of bloodshot eyes staring at him through the iron door's window. Even though he was feeling a bit uneasy under the intense gaze, Qin Nuo still politely responded, "Hello, I'm the new caregiver. May I ask how to get to the director's office?" The patient inside the iron door did not respond. In the darkness, another eye appeared, followed by a fourth and fifth. Qin Nuo's eyes twitched. His intuition told him these weren't the eyes of a few individuals, they all belonged to one person. You should have seen the warning sign on the wall, "Do not approach the patient rooms." Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Qin Nuo turned around and found a woman in a white nun's robe silently standing behind him, a large cross hanging from her chest. Qin Nuo said, "I just thought he might need something." Looking at the nun's attire, Qin Nuo guessed her identity, a supervisor. The nun said nothing, turned, and walked away, leaving a comment, "Follow me to get your caregiver uniform." Qin Nuo followed her, glancing back at the iron door. Behind the door, those eyes disappeared one by one, seeming to be somewhat wary of the nun. Chapter 62. Serving the patients, the girl muted sister. In a dim and secret room, Qin Nuo got her caregiver uniform. Surprisingly, this caregiver uniform was very clean, without bloodstains or unpleasant rotten smells. The nun handed a stack of documents and a key to Qin Nuo. "The third floor west area is your responsibility. The files above contain all the information about the patients you are in charge of, as well as the basic tasks for taking care of their daily lives, and the number on the key is your room number. Try to avoid conflicts with the patients, within reasonable limits, complete your duties. If they have excessive demands, you can appropriately discipline them to make them more obedient. For example, if they talk too much, you can cut off their tongues. If they stare blankly, you can poke out their eyeballs. It's all within the allowed range." Goodness, is this what they call appropriate discipline? Fortunately, there are no family members of the patients, otherwise, this mental hospital would be torn apart. Qin Nuo nodded. Understood. At 6 o'clock sharp, it's time to clock out and collect your wages. Incense sticks will be distributed based on work performance. Are these incense sticks very important? Qin Nuo asked. Incense sticks are related to night nightmares. What would happen when darkness falls? The nun did not answer and turned to leave, seeming unwilling to share anything else besides instructions for the caregiver. After the nun left, Qin Nuo adjusted her outfit, muttering to herself, "Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. First, get the task at hand done well." Saying this, Qin Nuo headed towards the third floor. The mental hospital looked larger than Qin Nuo imagined, eerie and desolate, walking for a long time without seeing a soul. Upon reaching the corridor on the third floor, she saw a figure pushing a meal cart slowly approaching from afar. On the meal cart were various gooey pureed foods and syringes, clearly prepared for patients who cannot take care of themselves. Caregiver. When Qin Nuo saw the other person's face, she recognized their identity. A player. The other person also saw Qin Nuo and smirked coldly, "A newbie at 2 levels? Hope you can live longer." Saying this, they continued pushing the meal cart away. Qin Nuo touched her nose and said nothing further as she walked into the corridor of the west area. In the west area, there were only 3 large mental health rooms, each with 6 beds. Qin Nuo hesitated for a moment and then opened the door to room 301. Inside the room were 5 patients and 1 empty bed. 3 men and 2 women, none very old. The oldest was 23 and the youngest was only 15. Qin Nuo looked at the information on each patient in room 301. A pair of twins were sitting on the floor, staring at the TV with rapt attention, seemingly enjoying what they were watching. But the TV only showed static. A girl with disheveled hair sat on the bed, sewing up a torn doll with needle and thread. Another girl was holding Qin Nuo's leg, looking up at her with wide eyes fixed intently. The girl's pupils were so large they almost filled her eye sockets, appearing very eerie. "Brother, who are you?" "I am the new person here to take care of you," Qin Nuo said with a smile as she lifted the girl and tossed her onto the bed. Perhaps using too much force, the girl's head hit the wall hard, and she seemed to have heard something break. It's not surprising that Qin Nuo used force. The girl's nails were extremely sharp, just like knives, about to pierce into her calf. The girl did not cry or get angry. Instead, she clapped her hands with great enthusiasm, cheering, "Yay! Yay! Yay! We have a new caregiver again." The last brother was too boring. After one trip to the next room, he was taken up piece by piece by the nun, and didn't play with Xiaoyu for long. The girl's words made Qin Nuo feel a chill down her spine.
Piece by piece? What does that mean?
Qin Nuo looked at the back of the girl's head and noticed a large dent, but no blood was flowing out.
Just from a bump, it ended up like this. This girl can't be a porcelain doll, can she?
Be quiet, you're so loud. If you make noise again, we'll stuff you into the toilet. The twins watching TV suddenly turned around, glaring menacingly at Xiaoyu. Xiaoye was not afraid. She grinned and foolishly said, "He, Sister Dumb will hang you on the drying rack." The twins were furious, their faces twisted. But when their gaze shifted to the girl on the bed, fear crept onto their faces, and they suppressed their anger, continuing to watch TV. Clearly, that girl was Sister Dumb.
There are 4 in the room, where's the other?
Qin Nuo stepped onto the balcony outside the room and saw a white-haired boy hanging from the ceiling in the bathroom. That's right, he was indeed hanging. His feet were embedded in the reinforced concrete, suspended like a big spider, his mouth gaping open, drool dripping down, staring at Qin Nuo with a foolish smile.
Not a single normal person. Qin Nuo felt very tired. This mental hospital was crazier than a regular one. Look at the time, it's lunchtime. How about you come down and tell me what you want to eat? Qin Nuo tried to communicate with the boy. The white-haired boy didn't respond, his throat moving, spitting a mouthful of saliva towards Qin Nuo.
Qin Nuo dodged to the side, the saliva landed on the doorframe, emitting a terrible stench.
Good boy, be obedient.
Qin Nuo held back his inner impulse, forcing a smile, coaxing him like a child.
Idiot, who wants to listen to you? If you have the ability, pull me down.
The white-haired boy sneered, gripping the concrete, shaking his body.
Qin Nuo helplessly replied, all right then.
After saying that, Qin Nuo suddenly jumped up, grabbing the boy's neck with his right hand, pulling hard. With a loud crash, the ceiling broke open with a big hole.
The white-haired boy's head was slammed hard into the ground by Qin Nuo.
Unexpectedly, the white-haired boy's head was quite tough, the floor cracked, and he was fine. He looked dazed at Qin Nuo. Then he saw a bloody eye on Qin Nuo's right hand, a hint of terror gleaming in the white-haired boy's eyes.
Qin Nuo bent down, smiling and asking, "Can you behave and eat now?"
The white-haired boy nodded, somewhat frightened. Qin Nuo dragged the white-haired boy into the room and tossed him onto the bed, looking at everyone and clearing his throat twice. "Everyone, it's mealtime, what do you want to eat?"
"I'll see if I can arrange something." No one responded. Qin Nuo helplessly raised his voice. "Shut up. It's so noisy. Can't you see we are watching TV? If you keep making noise, I'll rip your tongue out." The twins were clearly in a bad mood, glaring fiercely at Qin Nuo, their faces twisted as if they wanted to swallow him whole. But Qin Nuo had at least completed 2 sets of side quests. The selling ghosts, wall ghosts, and all those fierce and ferocious spirits had been brought to heel by him. How could he be intimidated by 2 little ghosts? With a snap, Qin Nuo pulled the plug, turning off the TV. "Go sit on the bed," Qin Nuo said.
The twins lifted their heads, staring at Qin Nuo, their eyes turning red, filled with murderous intent.
In a slow, deliberate tone, they said, "You only get one chance, turn the TV back on." Bang!
Qin Nuo punched the TV, shattering it, sparks and arcs of electricity flashing.
"Calmly," he said, "go to the bed."
Watching the TV get ruined, the twins screamed like their most beloved thing had been destroyed, howling in despair.
As they were about to pounce and tear Qin Nuo apart. But the next second, sensing something, they suddenly calmed down and obediently sat on the bed, resembling well-behaved children. Qin Nuo was puzzled.
The girl named Sister Dumb approached with a repaired doll, signing something in front of Qin Nuo.
Qin Nuo looked utterly confused. "I don't understand sign language." "Sorry, I can't understand." Qin Nuo shook his head. At the same time, he glanced at the twins on the bed.
Seeing their expressions, it was clear they feared the mute girl very much. The mute girl was the oldest, probably the big sister of room 301. Sister Dumb said our food is all fixed liquid food, with no vegetable options.
Xiaoye suddenly spoke.
Then she added herself, "Those things taste terrible, every time I feel like throwing up." But the nun said everyone must finish, if any is left, the consequences will be serious.
When it comes to this nun, everyone shows a look of fear.
The twins' fear deepens, clearly the nun is much more frightening than the mute sister.
That white-robed nun?
Qin Nuo is a bit confused. She doesn't seem very scary, at least not to make the blood-eyed ghost feel afraid.
Certainly not as frightening as Lu Meng's parents. Or are they afraid of something else about the white-robed nun?
The mute sister starts doing sign language again. Xiaoyu says, "The mute sister said we've been eating liquid food for a week, it's been a long time since we had rainbow candy, can you help us get some?"
Rainbow candy. Rainbow candy.
The twins suddenly shout, their expressions filled with excitement, drooling in anticipation.
The white-haired boy is no exception.
Ding, congratulations player, you have triggered a D-level side quest, help the 301 group patients get rainbow candy.
The announcement piques Qin Nuo's interest, and he asks, you have to eat this candy every week?
Yes, as long as we behave, or make the nun happy, we can eat it once a week, but we haven't had it for the past 2 weeks. Xiaoyu is almost crying from craving, says Xiaoyu. So hungry, the twins shout in unison. The mute sister continues to gesture, then hands over the stitched doll. The mute sister says, the doll is for you, go get the rainbow candy. Qin Nuo pushes the doll back, saying, it is my duty to supervise your diet, within a reasonable range, and fulfill your needs, this is expected.
Xiaoyu suddenly smiles widely, brother, you don't want that doll, you might regret it.
Qin Nuo pays no attention to this comment and walks over to the door, saying, you stay in the room, I will prepare lunch for you and the candy you want.
With that, he closes the door.
In the corridor, Qin Nuo lets out a long sigh.
Rather than a mental hospital, it's more like an orphanage, a bunch of hard-to-serve kids.
Qin Nuo feels a bit puzzled.
Though they are mental patients.
But these children, aside from a few being slightly neurotic, all seem pretty normal.
Dangerous aura.
The blood-eyed ghost suddenly speaks. Where? Qin Nuo is startled, looking at the empty corridor on both sides.
Room 302, be careful, the blood-eyed ghost warns.
Qin Nuo recalls Xiaoyu's earlier words, the last caregiver seemed to have had trouble in room 302.
Clearly, the patient in 302 isn't just hard to deal with. What about room 303? Even more terrifying, the patients inside are on par with Lu Meng's parents, the blood-eyed ghost replies.
Qin Nuo.
Damn it, can't this be an enjoyable game? Is this really a two-tiered novice instance?
Calming his restless heart, Qin Nuo decides not to think too much, since rooms 302 and 303 are one more dangerous than the other, he'll leave them for later. First, he needs to take good care of the patients in 301. According to the schedule, lunch for the patients is to be picked up in the first floor central hall from 12 to 12:30.
There's only half an hour, if he's late, there'll be nothing left.
The one who suffers is not the patients, but the caregivers, who must bear the patient's wrath. When Qin Nuo arrives at the central hall on the first floor, he finds he is not alone, several other players are also there to collect the patients' lunches. They glance at Qin Nuo and, noticing his level 2 experience bar, show disdain. Only one pair of eyes reveals a burning light upon seeing Qin Nuo. Qin Nuo remains silent, picking up a stack of trays piled on the side and standing at the back of the line.
It smells like a school cafeteria. The line isn't long, only 6 or 7 people.
The one distributing lunch is not the familiar chef lady, but a monster.
A real monster.
It looks like a huge fleshy tumor, covered in needles and thread, with many human faces stitched onto it, writhing in a distorted manner.
Some faces show anger, others sadness, and some, a twisted grin. Lunch for room 401 in the west area.
The player named Lan Yu steps forward and places the tray on the counter.
He adds, they are very hungry, please give them a bit more. The little brats who offended me last time, still want to eat more?
The multi-faced monster's cold smile sends a chilling laugh, and one hand plunges into its own body. Then he grabbed a clump of brown sticky substance and threw it onto the plate.
The sight of the sticky substance made Qin Nuo's eyes twitch. Is this the patient's lunch? This isn't just about bad food anymore, is it? What the hell came out of that ugly thing? Who can swallow that?
A player named Blue Moon had a twitching expression, feeling nauseous as well, but seeing that only one plate of food was given, his face looked ugly.
This is the amount for one patient, and he has 6 patients to feed. Is that all?
Let them share, the faceless demon continued to sneer coldly.
They'll unleash their anger on me.
Blue Moon said in a heavy voice.
Not my problem, blame those little brats on the 4th floor.
Last time they stole a delicious woman's arm from me, the faceless demon laughed coldly. Blue Moon wanted to say something more, but the faceless demon suddenly opened his cold face and said, of course, we can think of a way to provide you with enough food. For example, we can make you into food. We'd happily help with that. Blue Moon's face turned pale, and he could only carry the plate and leave in panic.
The next player named Iho stepped up.
Lunch for the patient in room 202 of the East District.
Iho said.
Fortunately, the faceless demon did not make things difficult for him. Instead, he seemed to like him a bit, pulling out 7 servings of liquid food and rolling 2 bloodshot meatballs onto the plate.
Woo, let the patient in 202 eat well.
The sorrowful face said while crying. Player Iho let out a sigh of relief, secretly pleased, and as he picked up the meal tray, suddenly remembered something, saying, by the way, the patient in 202 also wants some rainbow candy, do you provide that?
Qin Nuo raised his eyebrows.
He also wanted rainbow candy. From his expression, he should also have triggered this side quest.
The faceless demon asked, did you bring the trade items? What are the trade items? They didn't mention this.
Player Iho felt a bit confused. Hearing this, the crying face suddenly stopped looking at him and turned towards a sinister smiling face, saying ominously, "So they didn't tell you, huh?"
Now I understand.
Player Iho's eyelids twitched, suddenly realizing something was off. Taking a step back, he took out a stack of ghost coins. "I can trade with this. Ghost coins here are of no use at all."
"Don't you understand? They see you as the trade item."
Player Iho's face changed drastically, like a cat with its fur raised, and he turned to run. A dry hand suddenly grabbed his right arm violently. Before he could resist, that arm was torn off completely, blood splattering onto the hall floor.
The faceless demon stuffed that arm into his tumor-like body.
Then, an arm grew out, becoming a part of the faceless demon, and it was clearly Player Iho's arm.
"Ah, this arm is pretty nice." All the faces of the faceless demon showed satisfied expressions. Next, a few pieces of rainbow candy scattered onto the meal tray. "Get lost, next."
Player Iho's face turned pale, gritting his teeth in anger. Although there was no pain, losing an arm would have a huge impact on his quest progress in the following days. The faces of the remaining players changed color.
Especially Qin Nuo. His face suddenly became ugly. Those little ghosts hadn't mentioned anything to him either. Did they want to set him up? Chapter 64, The Blonde Man, Ruthless and Silent. After seeing the miserable fate of the previous player, the next player was clearly flustered.
He handed over the meal tray and opened his mouth uneasily, patient in room 202 of the North District. Luckily, the faceless demon did not make things difficult. He scooped out a serving of liquid food and tossed it onto the plate.
Then, with a sinister smile, he asked, "Do you want rainbow candy too?"
The player didn't care whether the lunch was small or not. He shook his head desperately and ran off with the plate.
Next. Only two remained in line.
Qin Nuo and the blonde man in front of him.
"What are you planning to do?" the blood-eyed demon asked. Qin Nuo responded with a question, "Is this demon strong?" "Terrifying level, a bit tricky," the blood-eyed demon said. "Let's first see what happens. If not, then give up this task," Qin Nuo said.
The blonde man stepped forward, placing a plate on the window, and said, "South District, Ward 203. The multi-faced demon thought for a moment, seeming to have no impression of the patient in that ward, and sloppily tossed the lunch onto the plate.
"My patient needs rainbow candies too."
The blonde man adjusted his glasses and said,
"Oh, you want rainbow candies too? Do you have something to trade?"
Although the multi-faced demon said this, countless eyes were scrutinizing the blonde man's body, filled with greedy desire. It was as if they were sizing up a chicken or duck on a chopping board, thinking about which piece to cut.
Smack! A heart was thrown onto the table. And the heart was full of vitality, still thumping away. "This is my trading item,"
the blonde man said flatly. The multi-faced demon was a bit surprised, grabbing the heart with one hand and shoving it into its own body. Then, several faces on its body showed satisfied expressions.
"Not bad, it's a good item." Clatter! A large amount of rainbow candies scattered onto the plate.
The blonde man picked one up, placed it in his mouth, and chewed gently, saying, "Too few, that heart is worth more than this." The multi-faced demon sneered, "Mouse, you have no right to talk about price." The blonde man remained calm, but soon after, the left side of his face visibly rotted and decayed at a rapid pace. The hollow left eye socket burst forth with a splash of bloodlight.
"Guess how I got that heart?"
A casually spoken sentence suddenly made the multi-faced demon realize something. The several ghostly faces showed sudden terror as they looked at the blonde man.
Clatter!
Rainbow candies continued to rain down onto the plate, and the quantity was even more than before.
The multi-faced demon said nothing, but its attitude was clear. It had backed down. "Thank you."
The blonde man smiled slightly, picked up the plate and walked away, but as he reached the door, he cast a glance at Qin Nuo before leaving.
"Half-ghost, and the contract is not with a simple ghost," said the blood-eyed demon. "Is it horror level?" Qin Nuo asked.
"Not sure, but it can't be far off," said the blood-eyed demon.
The Son of Heaven.
This was the game ID of the blonde man. Qin Nuo had just noticed it. The name was arrogant, and it was clear that his strength must be impressive. Otherwise, having such a name without any power would easily invite trouble. But when he left, what did he mean by casting a glance at himself?
Next. The multi-faced demon's furious shout interrupted Qin Nuo's thoughts.
Having eaten such a loss, it clearly made him very unhappy, pent up with a belly full of anger.
This anger would naturally be vented on the next worker. Qin Nuo was speechless.
A person in line, and suddenly the pot falls from the sky. He stepped forward, placing the plate at the window's edge and said, "Ward 301 in the West District." Just as he finished speaking, a lump of viscous food was flung onto the plate. The multi-faced demon yelled harshly, "Get lost."
Qin Nuo didn't move, pale-faced and calmly said, "I have 5 patients.
The blood-eyed demon excitedly knew what was about to happen and said, "We can fight, the woozy flesh is plentiful." The multi-faced demon seemed to feel insulted, its cold smirking face turned around, coldly stating, "You also want to intimidate me like that one earlier? Mouse, feel free to try if you're brave." Qin Nuo smiled, misunderstanding, "What I mean is, my patients need rainbow candies too." "And then? I have a few trading items, I believe you will be satisfied." "Let's see them." Hearing the trading items, the multi-faced demon's ferocious faces softened a bit. Qin Nuo raised his right hand. A few nails fell onto the table. Nails made from mouse bones? The multi-faced demon recognized the material of the nails at a glance, looked them over a few times, spit, and sneered, "Ragged junk, worthless, take it away." Qin Nuo explained, "This thing can prove its value only when used." "How to use it?" the multi-faced demon subconsciously asked. Qin Nuo didn't answer, and in the next second, suddenly grabbed a nail while the other hand swung a ready bone hammer. Boom! The hammer struck the nail, unleashing a surge of black arcs. In an instant, the bone nail shot into the multi-faced demon's body like a bullet fired from a gun. In an instant, the entire tumor-like body of the multi-faced demon wriggled madly, with 9 ghostly faces twisting in pain. A piercing howl echoed through the hall. "Do you feel its value now?" Qin Nuo asked with a smiling face. "You want to die." The multi-faced demon went berserk, shattering windows and walls as it slammed towards Qin Nuo, horrendous ghostly hands reaching out to grab him. Demon's Eye, received plus 100 anger points from the multi-faced demon, bonus ghost power plus 120. Qin Nuo swung his right hand, corpse spots emerging on his arm, and punched the multi-faced demon back to its original spot. The bone nail crazily eroded within, causing one of the demon's faces to melt away, and it then spat out a heart. The heart rolled on the ground, quickly decaying and turning into a pile of rotten flesh as if deprived of life. "How about now? Is it valuable?" Qin Nuo continued to ask. The multi-faced demon's faces remained fierce, its killing intent and anger undiminished. Without needing it to speak, Qin Nuo cheerfully rewarded it with another bone nail using the bone hammer. The terrifying torment made the multi-faced demon's voice hoarse, as the angry and cold smirking faces quickly melted away. Then, 2 more hearts were spat out. Looking at the multi-faced demon now, it had become listless, lacking all ferocity. "It seems like you have a lot of lives? Let's see how many nails you can handle." Saying this, Qin Nuo picked up the bone hammer again. At that moment, in the multi-faced demon's eyes, he looked like a devil. The remaining faces of the multi-faced demon were frightened to the core, hurriedly pleading, "Please. I can't take it anymore, I only have a few lives left, don't toy with me." "So you're giving up? I thought you'd hold out longer." The multi-faced demon was both ashamed and angry, but mostly fearful, curling up in the corner and no longer making a sound. It was afraid of the blonde man. Qin Nuo truly scared it. After just a few words, he unexpectedly stabbed it with a nail, leaving it stunned by this sudden attack. "Big brother, can you please take the nail out?" "I'm dying," the multi-faced demon pleaded. "Let's see how you perform." Enduring the intense pain, the multi-faced demon spat out a pile of rainbow candies and tremblingly said, "Isn't this enough?" Qin Nuo replied, "Your slop is too disgusting, my patients can't eat that, give me something else." The multi-faced demon hesitated, saying, "This is arranged by the nun, all the patients eat this." Qin Nuo squinted and smiled, "Now you'll listen to my arrangement." After a moment of hesitation, the multi-faced demon took out a few sticks of sandalwood, placed them on a platter, and said painlessly, "This is my precious reserve. You've treated me well." Qin Nuo accepted the sandalwood sticks. The tastes of demons are incredibly varied. Some like to eat humans, some prefer human food, but sandalwood and red candles are generally considered treasures that most enjoy eating. Qin Nuo looked at the fused bone hammer. No, it should be called the splitting bone hammer now, as it has leveled up by 1 grade. This fusion material is even more powerful than I expected. What level is the splitting bone hammer now? Half-step horror level, I suppose, the blood-eyed demon said, also feeling somewhat wary. The splitting bone hammer even had black arcs of electricity. Such an enchantment effect could be said to be terrifying. Putting away the splitting bone hammer, Qin Nuo gestured with his right hand to retrieve the 2 bone nails and lifted the platter. "The service is not bad, keep it up next time when I come." Saying this, he left with the platter. The multi-faced demon curled up in the corner. It didn't know whether to feel fortunate or angry. That sorrowful ghost face erupted in loud cries. Chapter 65, Mental Illness, Named Hell. Over here, Qin Nuo returned to Ward 303 with lunch in hand. In the ward, there was the awe of the deaf sister, and the others didn't misbehave anymore. The twin boys were fixated on the television, which was still sparking, with resentment and anger in their eyes. Suddenly, the door swung open. Qin Nuo pushed the door and entered, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting, your lunch has arrived." Upon hearing it was time to eat, Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled as she dashed forward. The twins, however, showed resilience, refusing to act foolishly. With a cold grunt, she glanced sideways, clearly still bothered about the broken television.
Wow! Is that sandalwood? How come there's sandalwood?
Xiaoyu picked up a stick of sandalwood, saliva dripping everywhere.
What, sandalwood?
The twins, upon hearing this, immediately turned their heads, and then they also came running, drooling with delight.
Sister Ye used sign language to ask how this thing came about.
The big brother from the meal delivery, upon hearing it was you guys from 303 who love it so much, didn't hesitate to take out his beloved sandalwood to share with you.
Qin Nuo said, rubbing his nose.
The big brother is truly a good ghost.
Xiaoyu mumbled.
Stop talking nonsense, let's quickly split it up, we're about to forget what sandalwood even smells like. The twins wiped the drool from the corners of their mouths, speaking impatiently. Sister Ye took a stick of sandalwood and stored it in the cabinet. The little ghosts didn't care, anyway, one stick was enough for several of them to share. The white-haired boy named Bai Chu actively went to get a lighter and then lit the sandalwood.
The sandalwood smoke curled up, wafting through the air.
Xiaoyu and the others leaned in, taking big breaths of it, then showed expressions of delicious satisfaction, licking their tongues, and continued to inhale. Under the nibbling of the little ghosts, the sandalwood burned quickly, and in less than 2 minutes, it burned out completely. So delicious. The twins rubbed their bellies, lying on the ground, looking intoxicated. They looked at Qin Nuo and said, "We've forgiven you, but remember to help us get a new television."
Is this thing really that delicious? Qin Nuo couldn't help but mumble.
It's okay, not as fragrant as the meat of the tai sui. Sigh, but I'm also about to forget what tai sui meat tastes like, it's so pitiful. The blood-eyed ghost sighed. Qin Nuo knew what it was thinking, but now was not the time to talk about tai sui meat.
The rainbow candies you asked me to bring back, I've brought them back. Qin Nuo said, pulling out a jar of rainbow candies. A whole kilogram of rainbow candies.
Xiaoyu, Bai Chu, and the others stared blankly.
They could only eat a few pieces, a few grams, in a week, never seen such a big jar before.
Then Xiaoyu reacted again, "Hey, wait a minute, how could you?" Qin Nuo squinted and smiled, "Yeah, I also want to ask, why did no one mention the trading items to me?"
Xiaoyu suddenly fell silent, looking guilty, not daring to meet Qin Nuo's gaze. Sister Ye used sign language.
Bai Chu said, "That cloth doll from Sister Ye was the trading item for you." But Xiaoyu did not say everything that Sister Ye said. Sister Ye gave a reproachful glance at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu buried her head lower, mumbling, "I couldn't bear to let Sister Ye's doll be wasted."
Hearing this, Qin Nuo understood as well. Turns out, that sentence meant this.
In that case, this jar of rainbow candies will be kept by me. How the candies will be distributed in the future depends on your performance. For example, this time, you've lost your candies. Qin Nuo glanced at Xiaoyu, distributing the candies to the others.
Sister Ye also had some. But she didn't really like to eat.
Xiaoyu looked at her eagerly, her eyes full of desire. Sister Ye hesitated for a moment, but then put all the candies into her mouth.
Xiaoyu's expression became even more wronged.
Sister Ye saw through Qin Nuo's intention, indeed, only this method could manage these 4 children.
Their patients from 303 were not suffering from any mental illness,
but a type of congenital metabolic disease. Their intellect and emotions could only stay at the level of 7 or 8 years old. Bai Chu, the twins, and Xiaoyu looked almost adult, or maybe were already adults. But in reality, they would forever be children of 7 or 8 years old, with everything limited to a fixed area, unable to expand. Sister Ye was the only patient who had been treated and returned to normal. Thus, she always played the role of mother to Xiaoyu and the others, managing and restraining them.
She was very clear. Once the patients lost control. Inside the Sanyashi Psychiatric Hospital, what will the final result be?
Xiaoyu and a few others, to her, though they have no blood ties, are better than family. Qin Nuo's teaching method is exactly what the mute sister wants. Angel's Kiss, gain favorability from the mute sister plus 90, reward spirit item, chomp ghost worm times 1.
Huh? Qin Nuo looked confused.
How did he gain the favor of this mute girl? He was originally worried that, treating Xiaoyu differently, as the big sister, she would stand up for herself. But the result was exactly the opposite? Not knowing how much time had passed,
the clock on the wall suddenly rang out.
Qin Nuo glanced at the time, it was 6 in the afternoon, and shift change for the caregivers had already come. It's time to go to the lobby and settle today's work rewards.
If nothing unexpected happens, my performance shouldn't be rated poorly. Completing his assigned tasks should be the standard for being qualified. Moreover, he even completed a side mission. Let's stop here for today, the remaining time, manage it yourself. I will come again tomorrow.
Qin Nuo stood up and said. He originally wanted to meet with the patients in rooms 302 and 301, but the time passed faster than he expected.
The mute sister was signing to Qin Nuo. Qin Nuo looked at Xiaoyu.
Xiaoyu turned her head away, pouting, clearly still sulking.
Baichu translated, the mute sister said, before you go to room 302, be prepared.
Room 302, those patients are very strange, you'd better not interact with them.
A kind reminder.
Qin Nuo looked at the mute sister and said, within the jurisdiction, all ward caregivers must intervene.
Don't worry, I will be careful.
The mute sister continued signing.
Baichu said, also, hurry to get the incense, this is very important. Stay in your room at night, don't come out, or very terrible things will happen.
The mute sister urges you to remember, when it gets dark, have candles beside you, they must be lit. If they ever go out, no matter what happens in the room, don't open your eyes. The mute sister's words made Qin Nuo's hair stand on end. This instance mode, no matter how it sounded, seemed far more dangerous than the previous escape mode.
What on earth will appear after dark? Qin Nuo couldn't help but ask. Baichu suddenly went silent.
The mute sister also stopped signing. The twin brothers then gestured for Qin Nuo to be quiet.
It was as if mentioning what appears after nightfall was a huge taboo.
The mute sister took a drawing board, wrote a few words on it, then turned it over to show Qin Nuo.
As night falls, silence envelopes everything. That is another world, called Hell. Chapter 66, Night Falls, Wall Burn Marks.
Qin Nuo came out of room 301, the words written by the mute sister made him even more uneasy about tonight.
What will happen after night falls?
Descending from the third floor to the lobby, many players had already gathered here. Compared to the bloodcloth apartment, this time the players were much more cautious, hardly speaking to one another. The nun soon appeared, and there was more than one, all dressed in white robes, holding a large cross in front of her chest.
Number 47.
Qin Nuo heard the voice and turned to look at a nun. 47 is his caregiver uniform number.
Here is your settlement reward for today's work. A pouch was thrown into Qin Nuo's hands.
A few ghost coins, some compressed biscuits, and a white candle. Wake up at 6 tomorrow, remember, you must not go out until after 6.
The nun said this and walked away.
The other players received their daily rewards accordingly. There were frowns, there were secret joys.
My performance wasn't bad, why didn't I get a white candle? A player named Roger frowned and spoke.
The nun stared at him, expressionless, and replied, one of your patients lost control. After saying that, she turned and left.
Lost control? What does that mean?
Qin Nuo felt a bit confused. Logically, in such survival-type instances, food is the final thing. But many players found that the nightmare game mode was added before entering.
After night falls, it seems that there is some danger. Is the white candle very important to the players?
So, many players who did not obtain the white candle felt a bit anxious inside. After all, it's a level 5, and yet it's scared silly by a game mode. A player with the ID of Mountain glanced at those who lacked the white candle, their faces filled with fear and unease, and coldly laughed. Just honestly stay in your room at night, place a few ghost restraining items by your bed, I don't believe a ghost can rush into your room and tear you apart. I also don't have the white candle, but having food is enough. All dungeons focus on survival to the end, food is the most fundamental thing. After saying this, Mountain picked up his bag and left while biting into an apple. The players exchanged glances, feeling it made sense, and then scattered.
Qin Nuo, holding the key in his hand, also prepared to return to his dormitory.
Just as he turned around, he saw that blonde man standing not far away, staring at him with a hint of a smile.
Does that guy have a thing for you?
He keeps sneaking glances at you, the blood-eyed ghost asked.
I'm not into that. Qin Nuo said lightly and turned to leave.
According to the number on the key, Qin Nuo arrived at his room, room 4 on the 3rd floor. To his surprise, the player without the white candle, named Roger, was in the room next to Qin Nuo. He caught a glimpse of the white candle in Qin Nuo's bag, his eyes revealing a hint of greed. Especially when he saw that Qin Nuo's player level was only level 2, this greed became even stronger.
Qin Nuo's expression remained calm.
If the other party wanted to steal, he would let them know it was the stupidest decision of their life. In the end, Roger still withdrew his gaze, dismissing the thought of seizing it, and entered his room.
Qin Nuo's gaze made him a bit uneasy.
His sharp instincts kept him calm.
Moreover, after listening to Mountain's words, he thought that perhaps the white candle really wasn't that important. When night fell, wouldn't staying indoors solve everything? Qin Nuo also entered the room. Compared to the previous 2 dungeons, this room was very tidy.
There weren't many living items, and everything was arranged neatly.
Clearly, in this thrilling world, such a clean room is extremely rare, but it made Qin Nuo feel uneasy. So clean. As if, besides him, there was something else living here? He walked to the window and looked outside.
Outside the mental hospital, it was shrouded in white fog, all a blank white, unable to see any scenery. He could only vaguely see the outlines of mountains in the hazy white mist.
Far from the city? I wonder where this mental hospital is located, how far it is from Yinquan Restaurant.
His own property could be teleported freely after finishing the dungeon. But Yinquan Restaurant was not his property, he was just in charge of a position there. Forget it, there are still over 10 days left, thinking about these things is too early. Qin Nuo went to the bathroom, washed up briefly, then took out a compressed biscuit from his bag to satisfy his hunger and replenish his energy. In reality, in thrilling games, players do not experience hunger, it is just that the rules of most dungeons impose restrictions on players. For example, if one's work performance is poor, there will be no food, and when hunger reaches a certain level, one exits the dungeon in a starving manner. In some aspects, thrilling games are very similar to games in the real world. Time passed slowly. The light outside gradually dimmed, and when dusk faded, the night slowly enveloped the St. Yashi Mental Hospital. It was getting dark. Outside the window, nothing could be seen anymore. The room also grew darker. Qin Nuo's eyes kept scanning around, mumbling, "It seems nothing has changed." "Not at all, something is getting closer to the mental hospital," the blood-eyed ghost spoke. Qin Nuo was just about to speak when suddenly his pupils constricted. He saw in a corner of the wall, the originally smooth surface quickly peeling off, burning marks spreading rapidly like a worm that clings to bone. A large amount of ash filled the air. The smell of burning filled the nose. The fan, hanging lights, and curtains were all covered in burn marks, turning to ashes that fell away. But from beginning to end, Qin Nuo did not see the fire, not even a spark. "What's going on?" Qin Nuo's expression changed suddenly. "Light the white candle," the blood-eyed ghost hurriedly reminded. Qin Nuo quickly took out the white candle and lit it. The weak flame flickered in the dimness, as if it could extinguish at any moment. But it had an unexpected effect. The burn marks on the wall quickly faded away, and those things reduced to ashes returned to their original state. Sleep. Not understanding the situation, but Qin Nuo remembered those few words from Sister Ye. Light the white candle, close your eyes, and sleep. Whatever happens, do not open your eyes. Covering himself with the quilt, Qin Nuo closed his eyes. But in this situation, it was strange to be able to sleep, instead, he felt even more awake from the stimulation. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the next room. Then, with a bang, the door was violently pushed open. It was that Roger. He ran out of the room? At this moment of doubt, Qin Nuo's door was suddenly knocked on, and it was very urgent. That Roger was knocking on my door. Clearly, something happened to that guy, and he wanted to seek help from Qin Nuo. But Qin Nuo's situation was not much better. Should he feel his way in the dark to open the door for him? Even if it were Tang Ming knocking, Qin Nuo would hesitate because this could be a trap. Let alone, he had no connection to this guy at all. Soon, the knocking sound disappeared. The room fell suddenly silent. And it was an unnaturally quiet silence. Qin Nuo felt he could clearly hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Creak. Just when Qin Nuo's thoughts were in disarray, a sound broke the silence. This sound was like glass scraping against Qin Nuo, making his whole body shiver. That was definitely the sound of the door being opened. Chapter 67, When Night Falls, Close Your Eyes, scratches on the door. Qin Nuo did not expect the door to open. Wasn't it said that staying in the room was safe? What the hell, whatever was outside came right in. Even though the situation was unexpected, Qin Nuo still firmly thought, do not open your eyes. The warmth on his face suddenly vanished. Though he was very unwilling to think this way, Qin Nuo knew that the candlelight had gone out. The door opened, and now the candle was blown out. What was said to be the life-saving thing by the game and Sister Ye had just lost its effect. Qin Nuo felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit, and the chilling sensation intensified. Ah ha. A faint breathing sound echoed in his ears, as if something was right next to his face. The warm air billowed against his face. Buddy, can you help me see what it is? Qin Nuo could not help but call out to the blood-eyed ghost. But there was no response. Suddenly, the door was slammed hard again. Then, the warm air beside his ears suddenly vanished. In the air, the sounds of a fierce fight erupted. After a moment, the sounds of fighting also disappeared. A voice sounded, "Nurse, didn't Sister Ye tell you that as soon as it gets dark, you must light the candle? Because your slow reactions let those things in. Fortunately, I arrived in time, you can't die, at least give me that jar of rainbow candy first, dying can wait." Qin Nuo was stunned. It was Xiao Ye's voice. The little ghosts from 301 came to save him. "We can't stay in this room any longer, Sister Ye has arranged a safe place, hurry up and come with me. Those things will be back soon." Then, a cold sensation came from his ankle, a small hand grabbing his foot. It was Xiao Ye's hand. The little ghosts really came to save him. Qin Nuo couldn't help but feel moved, just about to open his eyes and get up. But suddenly, he reacted again. No, this guy was not Xiao Ye.
Qin Nuo suddenly became certain.
Not to mention that Xiaoya clearly was still sulking at him. How could she suddenly be so nice to him? More importantly, he distinctly remembered that the girl's nails were as sharp as knives. This one was holding him so tightly. His feet did not feel any pain at all.
Qin Nuo couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth.
This deception ability is just too realistic.
It can even see into his memories and create a false impression.
If he hadn't noticed a detail in time, Qin Nuo would have truly been fooled. Qin Nuo was very sure that if he had opened his eyes just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
At the very least, his life-saving card would definitely be gone.
Xiao Yu's voice kept ringing in his ears, constantly urging him. In the end, it seemed that due to Qin Nuo's stubbornness, the voice carried a hint of crying, as if it were desperately pleading. It sounded like if Qin Nuo didn't go with her, those things outside would really rush in and tear him apart. But Qin Nuo had already determined that the other party was fake. No matter how he was urged, he remained unmoved.
He lay on the bed like a dead body.
To distract himself, Qin Nuo even thought about how to carry out his work tomorrow.
Call me as you wish, just one word means I've lost. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's voice disappeared.
The other side seemed a bit flustered, and the bedboard under Qin Nuo shook violently. Various terrifying sounds came to his ears, as if the room was about to collapse. But this could no longer scare Qin Nuo.
He confirmed one thing. As long as he didn't open his eyes, the other side couldn't harm him at all.
Both soft and hard methods yielded no results. In the end, it seemed the other side realized they couldn't fool Qin Nuo, and the voice disappeared, seemingly leaving.
It left. Only at this moment did the blood-eyed ghost speak.
But Qin Nuo remained unmoved.
He didn't respond and didn't open his eyes. The blood-eyed ghost said speechlessly, "It really left. And I'm really here, alright." Qin Nuo still showed no sign of movement.
Instead, he turned to the side, found a more comfortable sleeping position, and gradually fell asleep. In the end, he really slept through until dawn. Qin Nuo woke up in a daze, the morning light piercing into his eyes. He sat up and rubbed his eyes. His brain, which had crashed, gradually recalled everything that happened last night.
Qin Nuo glanced over and found that the white candle had burned out completely.
But he remembered that something seemed to have extinguished it last night.
Moreover, the room was intact. The door also showed no signs of being broken open.
This meant that everything that happened last night was an illusion. The face breathing, the grabbing of the ankle, and Xiao Yu's voice were all fake.
Finally awake, the blood-eyed ghost asked. Qin Nuo thought of something and asked, "Last night, after I lay down, did you talk to me?"
"After you closed your eyes, I didn't speak again," said the blood-eyed ghost.
Sure enough, the blood-eyed ghost's voice after that was also fake. This scheme could probably make even the most scheming person bow down in admiration. He really couldn't open his eyes all night. Opening his eyes would mean death.
"After you closed your eyes last night, your expression kept changing. Several times, I felt like you were going to open your eyes, but thankfully, you were not stupid," said the blood-eyed ghost. Qin Nuo smiled bitterly. It wasn't that he wasn't smart. If he had reacted just a bit slower, he would probably be gone.
"What exactly is haunting me?" Qin Nuo asked. "I don't know. All I know is that it's very terrifying."
"Moreover, after night fell, many piercing cries echoed from every corner of your room," said the blood-eyed ghost.
Upon hearing this, Qin Nuo instantly became uneasy. Crap.
His room was indeed not clean at all.
Did he have many roommates living with him, apart from himself?
"It's not a ghost." The blood-eyed ghost hesitated for a moment and said, "There are only sounds, similar to a flashback."
"Many people must have died in your room before." Qin Nuo was speechless. What luck is this? Finally, it's not a 404, but he ended up with a haunted room. Looking at the time, it was already 6 o'clock. Qin Nuo didn't discuss last night's events anymore and got up to put on his caregiver uniform. Just as he was about to go out, the game announcement suddenly sounded. A brand new day, face it with a smile. Congratulations to the players who survived the second day, you are very lucky to have passed the first night. Of course, this is also a part of demonstrating your strength. After last night's shuffle of the game mode, 4 players have exited the game. Roger, Arthur. The hero Su was killed by the game NPC, and the dungeon ended in failure. Good luck to the remaining players, please keep trying. Was that Roger hunted down? Qin Nuo murmured. He remembered that there were no white candles last night, only 3, yet 4 people were eliminated. Those without white candles were all eliminated. One with a white candle was eliminated, obviously couldn't resist, and opened their eyes. Qin Nuo was a bit surprised. Surprisingly, there were 15 people who resisted temptation or pressure and did not open their eyes? It seems that the players in this dungeon are much more experienced than those in the previous one. While murmuring, Qin Nuo opened the door.
Stepping into the corridor and closing the door, Qin Nuo was stunned. His door was covered in scratch marks, all of them bloody scratch marks.
Chapter 68, Sister Dummy's Reminder, Mysterious Woman.
Looking at the scratches on the door, Qin Nuo was stunned, reaching out to pinch the dried blood scabs.
It was sticky.
It was obvious that they had congealed for several hours.
Qin Nuo's face became serious.
The scratches on the wall had already indicated.
Everything last night was fake.
Only the frantic knocking on his door by Roger next door was real.
Did this guy's fingers get all scraped up? Qin Nuo murmured. Normally speaking, with a life-saving token, it shouldn't have been this severe.
But who could tell, after all, when a person is in true fear and despair, their mind goes blank, and they would do anything to survive.
Or perhaps these scratch marks were not his?
These guys could resurrect after being hunted, but they prudently withdrew from the dungeon. This white candle is really life-saving. It seems today's work performance absolutely cannot have any negative reviews. Although curious about what would happen when night fell, the most important thing was still saving his life. Although Qin Nuo still had a life-saving token and a substitute scarecrow.
But what is the biggest taboo in gaming? Can't waste it. Organizing his thoughts, Qin Nuo headed towards the ward building.
In room 301, several little ghosts had already woken up. Qin Nuo pushed the door and greeted each of them. Sister Dummy sat on the bed, sewing another doll. He didn't know where she got so many tattered dolls from. The TV, at some point, had been fixed, and the twins were sitting on the floor, intently watching the snowflakes.
Seeing Qin Nuo, they happily laughed and said, "Caregiver, you're amazing, you actually fixed the TV."
Though he didn't know who had fixed the TV, Qin Nuo still reminded them, you can only watch it for 6 hours a day, and during mealtimes, it must be turned off.
The twins were unhappy. Why?
No reason, because I'm the caregiver. Qin Nuo took out a few rainbow candies and said, only those who obey get rewards. The twins looked eagerly at Qin Nuo's hand, licked their tongues, and nodded vigorously.
Qin Nuo gave them 4 candies.
Suddenly, there was pain at his feet.
Qin Nuo winced with a grimace and picked up Little Yu. How about I help you trim your nails?
Little Yu sucked on a finger, blinking her big eyes, swallowing saliva, and said, if you give me a few candies, I won't be mad at you. Qin Nuo felt helpless. She really was a little ghost. No matter what the problem, candies could solve it. Qin Nuo was straightforward and stuffed a few into her mouth. Little Yu walked away satisfied.
Sister Dummy suddenly came over, signing in sign language. Qin Nuo asked, where's Bai Chu? Translate.
I'm right here, caregiver. Qin Nuo looked up and saw Bai Chu with his feet stuck in the fan, spinning around with it.
Qin Nuo was speechless. Was this kid a spider in his past life? Bai Chu spun around while translating. Sister Dummy says nothing happened last night, right?
Qin Nuo replied, it was fine, I consider it a close call. After it got dark, I didn't open my eyes again.
Sister Dummy continued to sign.
Sister Dummy says as long as you don't open your eyes, nothing will happen.
Qin Nuo nodded, glanced at the time, and said, today I need to see the patient in room 302, you all be self-aware, don't run around. Hearing about room 302, Sister Dummy hesitated for a moment. The sign language was just started. The patient in room 302 was very violent, unpredictable. The last caregiver was torn to shreds by them.
You must be very careful.
If it's not possible, just escape. They usually don't dare to leave the room because they fear the nun.
Bai Chu continued to help the mute sister translate.
Qin Nuo nodded, understood. He remembered a saying. If a patient is disobedient, they can be appropriately taught a lesson.
The implication was that this was all within the acceptable margin without deducting performance points.
Patients being unpredictable?
I won't always have a smile on my face either.
After some reminders, Qin Nuo stepped out of room 301.
When he reached room 302, Qin Nuo let out a slight breath and pushed the door open to enter. The balcony of room 302 was blocked by a large banyan tree, so the light was poor, making the room quite dim. As soon as he entered, the stuffy air hit him, suffocating him. In the air, there seemed to linger a smell of blood. Qin Nuo imagined an extremely bloody scene. But unexpectedly, the patients in room 302 were all sitting on their beds, hugging their legs, curled up in the corners. They looked at Qin Nuo with curious eyes. Their expressions were not fierce, but calm, and they seemed a bit introverted.
The atmosphere
was different from what Qin Nuo had thought.
The violent patients in room 302 that the mute sister spoke of were just these few?
Looking at their appearance, they didn't seem like the type to tear a caregiver apart.
Hello, I am the new caregiver.
From today, I will be responsible for taking care of your daily needs.
If you have any questions, please feel free to let me know. No one spoke.
They stared at Qin Nuo, as if they were examining some kind of curious creature.
The atmosphere was awkward and strange. Qin Nuo looked around and suddenly realized something was off.
According to the data, there were 6 patients in room 302, but there were only 5 squatting in the corner of the bed.
Where did the other one go?
Qin Nuo wanted to check the balcony, but suddenly stepped on a sticky something. Looking down, Qin Nuo was shocked.
He just noticed someone lying on the floor.
The foot he just stepped on landed directly on their head.
And blood was spreading out on the floor.
Even as Qin Nuo stepped back a few steps, he was stepping in that blood.
What the heck is going on? Stepping accidentally shouldn't cause this much blood? Or did the other 5 patients team up to beat him to death?
The patient on the ground was still conscious, using their hands to support themselves, slowly getting up. When they raised their head, it was a bloody face, with a dent in the skull, a crooked nose, and blood bubbling in the mouth, along with a few missing teeth. Their body was covered with various shocking injuries.
It was vaguely clear that it was a woman. New caregiver? Hello, my name is Yuqin.
The woman smiled slightly, extending her hand while using the other hand to twist her broken nose back into place.
The woman looked like she could be quite pretty.
But when she smiled, showing a few missing teeth, the appearance became.
Qin Nuo looked at her bloody hand and said, "I just went to the bathroom and forgot to wash my hands."
"It's okay, I don't mind you being dirty," the woman said.
Qin Nuo reached out and shook hands with the woman.
The sticky feeling made Qin Nuo feel very uncomfortable.
"Nice to meet you."
Yuqin retracted her hand and said with a smile. As soon as her words fell, the 5 patients in the corner of the room all spoke in unison, "Hello, caregiver." Though he had prepared before entering. The strange scene in front of him still caught Qin Nuo off guard.
"How did you get those injuries? Did a patient bully you? You can complain to me, and afterwards I will have the nun deal with it."
Qin Nuo thought for a moment and still spoke in the caregiver's tone.
"No need."
Yuqin smiled slightly at me. "I asked them to hit me." Then, she tilted her head and suddenly scratched her scalp, clicking her tongue. "It's itchy here again." After saying that, she squatted down and slammed her head against the sharp corner of the bed.
Put. Blood splattered on the floor. Qin Nuo's mouth twitched. Now he understood.
This woman is a super masochist.
Chapter 69. Feels so much better.
Yuqin touched her head, showing a satisfied expression. Blood flowed down her cheek, staining her collar bright red. The other patients were not surprised, and got up to fetch mops and buckets to clean up.
My body itches strangely every day. When it itches, I can't stand it.
Pain not only helps me stop the itch, you know that feeling, right? Yuqin licked the blood from the corner of her mouth and said intoxicatedly.
Did I scare you?
Although his expression was a bit unnatural, Qin Nuo still said, "Everyone has some little quirks, it's normal." As he spoke, he took out a work form. "Report your daily habits, if there's anything you need, you can tell me, I'll try my best to help." Qin Nuo looked at the other patients, their eyes were empty, cleaning the floor as if they didn't hear him.
"So that means nothing."
"Very good, this means you all get along quite well." As he said that, Qin Nuo took the liberty to check the satisfied box on each patient's form.
They won't have any objections. But I have one. Don't know if the caregiver can help me?
Yuqin said with a smile. Although he had a bad feeling, out of professional duty, Qin Nuo still asked, "Tell me.
Can you make me feel good?"
Yuqin grinned, her eyes on Qin Nuo filled with bad intent.
This sentence, if said normally, would easily be misunderstood.
But from this crazy woman's mouth, Qin Nuo knew it definitely didn't mean that. "I think you're doing fine now, and I don't think I can help with that."
Qin Nuo took 2 steps back and said, "Go."
The blood-eyed ghost suddenly spoke.
"No problem, I'll leave first. Later, when it's time, I'll bring lunch over." Putting away the form, Qin Nuo turned and left.
Hiss. Suddenly a cold gleam flashed, and an axe flew toward him. Qin Nuo raised his right hand, easily grabbed the wooden handle of the axe. Then looked at the patient on bed number 4, trying to sound calm. "No one taught you not to throw things around?" Just as he said this, patient number 1 appeared silently behind him with a kitchen knife, the blade flashing toward his throat as he turned. Qin Nuo stepped back, grabbed the blade with his right hand, crushed it easily, and before the patient could react, his large hand pressed down hard on his head. Bang! The terrifying force shattered the floor instantly, blood splashing everywhere. Qin Nuo threw patient number 2 back to the corner of the bed like a chick. Patient number 2 tilted his head, slumped there, his face crushed, but his eyes were still moving, staring straight at Qin Nuo. Qin Nuo looked at the other restless patients and said coldly, "No one taught you patients and caregivers should get along peacefully?" Yuqin smiled, "Do you know how the last caregiver got out?" Qin Nuo said indifferently, "Not interested, but I think I'll definitely walk out." Yuqin waved her right hand, and all the patients blinked and retreated to the bed corners. "I have 2 little quirks.
1 is I like to experience pain. 2 is I like to see others in pain. As a caregiver, meeting the patient's needs is part of your job, right? Whatever, these 2 choices, you pick one yourself. Qin Nuo shook his head. For excessive requests from patients, I can refuse. How could this be an excessive request? Yuqin giggled. Don't you men like to torment women? Or is it that, you don't like women?
Qin Nuo's face darkened. He said, I like women, but I like normal women. As he spoke, he turned toward the door. Suddenly, a chill hit his back, and he quickly dodged. The wall behind him instantly split into 5 cracks, even the steel inside was cut off. Looking back, he saw Yuqin's hands had grown pitch-black fingernails, sharp like blades. Little virgin, if you don't choose, then I'll help you choose. Yuqin smiled sweetly and charged forward. Those sharp nails were already slashing toward Qin Nuo. Swish! Qin Nuo's right hand flipped out a blood-red eye and suddenly grabbed that pale white wrist. With a crack, it twisted and broke like a piece of dough. Yet Yuqin seemed to feel no pain. With her other hand, she grabbed down, and Qin Nuo's right hand was instantly torn apart, blood splattering everywhere. Qin Nuo took a few steps back, staring at his bloody right hand, where flesh was ruptured, and he could see the stark white bones inside. His face instantly darkened. In a horrifying world, getting injured is terrifying, especially with serious wounds. Because it would severely affect the progress of the game. Over there, Yuqin narrowed her eyes and smiled, holding onto her completely twisted arm, slowly bending it back. The ruptured flesh and shattered bones surprisingly healed back at a visibly rapid speed. This woman is very tricky, don't waste time with her, said the blood-eye ghost. If we run, we might get a bad review today, Qin Nuo muttered. Then just indulge her, this woman is so attractive, you won't lose anything, the blood-eye ghost chuckled. Qin Nuo had no time to banter with the blood-eye ghost. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly had an idea. Fine, since she has this kink, then. The blood-eye ghost continued to tease. At such a young age, she's quite confident in her body, huh? Over there, Yuqin licked her tongue and charged over again. Suddenly, in the darkness, a sharp sound of slicing wind approached. Yuqin was taken aback, and right afterwards, Qin Nuo swung the item in his hand. Yuqin climbed up, her face was disfigured, and blood was flowing profusely. In intense pain, she exclaimed, "What is that thing?" Qin Nuo swung twice in the air, the end cracking loudly in the space. "Don't you women love this thing the most?" "Huh," the blood-eye ghost replied. Qin Nuo offered no explanation. What he held was a ghostly item obtained from a golden treasure chest. Thorn Goddess's weapon. When used on ghostly beings, it can produce a madness effect. After reaching a certain threshold, it can mesmerize ghosts. This thing was simply tailor-made for this perverted woman. Qin Nuo rolled up his sleeves, and his aura suddenly changed. "Woman, then I will fulfill your desire." Yuqin nodded vigorously. "Okay. What the hell? A woman like this, if I don't teach her a severe lesson, I would be letting down all my fellow men." Chapter 70 Room 301, Mysterious Nun. Who? In the dim room, an incredible scene unfolded. Just like that. Yuqin's words made Qin Nuo's expression even darker. What this woman said sounded like an insult to him. Short and weak? Immediately, Qin Nuo's right hand muscles tensed, veins bulging on top. As he whipped down, the air exploded again, the end striking hard against the woman's forehead. A splatter of blood burst on the wall. Yuqin was unexpectedly sent flying back a few meters from this surprisingly powerful whip, smashing the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. In an instant, Yuqin lay motionless on the balcony. Qin Nuo gasped heavily, as the constant effort of swinging his arm had spread a numb, aching feeling across half of his body. On the whip, those spikes shot out a dim purple light, swallowing the blood it touched completely. Ding, Thorn Goddess's whip. When used on the Punisher, the effect exceeds 99%, conquest effect achieved. Conquest? Qin Nuo looked up at the unmoving Yuqin outside the balcony, unable to help but murmur, "Did I just kill her with that strike?" "You could chop off her head, and she still wouldn't die," the blood-eye ghost said. Suddenly, Yuqin moved slightly, then turned over, staring at the ceiling. The ruptured skin quickly sealed, and not even a trace of injury was left. When she got up, she had completely transformed into a blood-stained person. Seeing Yuqin come over again, Qin Nuo gripped the whip tightly. Yuqin stared at the whip, giggling, "That ghostly item in your hand is really something good. Why would I give it to you?" Although it was a ghostly item, Qin Nuo really wasn't interested in these things. "What do I need it for? I certainly don't need something that good like the nurse." Qin Nuo didn't want to continue this seemingly indecent conversation and said, "So, my work performance. Are you satisfied now?" "Very satisfied." "Then can I leave?" "Of course, but next time when these little habits come up again, I hope the caregiver can appear on time and help me deal with them." Although very reluctant, in order to improve his work performance, Qin Nuo chose to yield. "I'll try my best." Just as Qin Nuo was about to leave, Qin suddenly called out to him again. Then, a few sticks of sandalwood were tossed into Qin Nuo's hands. "This is your hard work, keep it up next time."
Damn it! How do I feel like a prostitute?
Qin Nuo really wanted to throw the sandalwood and leave, but after thinking for a moment, he decided to accept it, smelling it pleasantly. After all, sandalwood was the favorite of Little Yu's few little ghosts. After leaving room 302, Qin Nuo looked at his right hand, which was cut and bleeding profusely, frowning.
This injury is a big problem.
But then, he suddenly remembered the strange medical box he had opened before entering the dungeon. He hurriedly opened it, picked through the contents, and took out a roll of disinfectant bandage.
I don't know if this will work.
Qin Nuo didn't know any medical techniques, so he just wrapped it around his right hand, covering it completely. Soon, something miraculous happened. He saw a layer of green light emerge from the bandage, tightening itself automatically. Qin Nuo distinctly felt the wound under the bandage rapidly healing.
He clenched his fist. His arm regained feeling.
When the green light faded, Qin Nuo removed the bandage and saw that his arm had completely healed, back to normal.
There wasn't even a scar left. This medical box is so amazing?
Qin Nuo was stunned, suddenly realizing that this medical box was a treasure. After all, it came from a golden treasure chest, no fake items, he had been too careless. And this was just the effect of the disinfectant bandage, there were still other medicines. If used properly, Qin Nuo could completely skip the need for the life-saving amulet and the substitute scarecrow. At this moment, the bell rang in the hall. Qin Nuo looked at the time, it was exactly 12 o'clock, lunchtime for the patients, so he immediately put away the medical box and went downstairs. When he reached the downstairs cafeteria, the caregivers had gathered there.
This time, there were many more than yesterday.
In addition to the player caregivers, many ghost caregivers also appeared.
Perhaps because some players had been eliminated today. Qin Nuo followed his usual routine, grabbed a tray, and began to queue. The one distributing lunch today was still the multi-faced ghost.
Compared to yesterday, the multi-faced ghost had several fewer faces, looking in poor condition, with a more irritable temperament.
North Zone, room 401, I.
Before the player could finish speaking, a sticky pile of food was slapped onto their tray.
Get lost! The multi-faced ghost yelled, scaring the player so much that they quickly grabbed the tray and ran away. Next! The multi-faced ghost shouted, the humiliation from yesterday had it boiling with anger. But this fierce attitude disappeared instantly when the next guest stepped up. What's wrong? Is today's work not going well? Qin Nuo smiled and said, pushing his tray forward.
No, it's just that when I saw you, my mood instantly improved. The multi-faced ghost instantly changed to a humble smile. But deep inside, it was filled with bitterness and humiliation. But fear still dominated more of its feelings. The taste of the human bone nails from yesterday was still fresh in its memory, making it tremble all over.
That's more like it. Treat our caregivers well, it's not easy for us. Qin Nuo said. The multi-faced ghost nodded eagerly and then placed the lunch onto the tray. Next time, don't throw a tantrum, unless you want me to reward you with a few nails again. Qin Nuo glanced at it, then left.
The multi-faced ghost's look of eagerness instantly turned into maliciousness, staring at the direction Qin Nuo left, its eerie ghost face gritting its teeth and saying, "Smelly rat, wait.
I will definitely get my revenge for this."
Meanwhile, Qin Nuo took the lunch back to the third floor and first delivered it to room 301. The little ghosts weren't very interested in the lunch, but when they heard that there would be rainbow candy rewards after finishing their meal, they immediately devoured it, each trying to finish their portion first.
Sister Yi signed to Qin Nuo. Bai Chu said while eating. Sister Yi asked if you went to 302? I went, Qin Nuo nodded. Bai Chu and the twins immediately looked at Qin Nuo in surprise. You actually came out completely? You guys look a bit disappointed?
Because the previous caregivers, when they came out from 302, either came out in pieces or with broken arms and legs.
You are the first one to come out whole. Qin Nuo's mouth twitched. What kind of ridiculous ward is this?
The most important thing is that there is an even more terrifying 303 ward that I haven't gone to yet. Qin Nuo broke out in a cold sweat, feeling immense pressure.
Sister Yi continued to sign.
Bai Chu said, Sister Yi said, in fact, the patients in 303 are all very strange people. As long as you don't disturb them, you will be fine. Just do your job as a caregiver, don't bother them, there is rarely any danger. Sister Yi's words made Qin Nuo ponder slightly. So it means, as long as you treat them like air, do your own job, such as placing lunch there and confirming the patients are all present, you can leave the room.
That's not a bad suggestion.
Qin Nuo nodded, I'll go to 303 tomorrow, there's no rush. The game rules are that as long as you complete the sign-in for all wards in your area within 5 days, you will be fine. The scoring is that getting a good review from a patient in one ward is passing. 2 wards getting good reviews is good.
3 wards getting good reviews is excellent. If none receive good reviews, it's marked as unqualified, and if you receive a bad review, it's rated as unsatisfactory, very unsatisfactory, or terrible. If nothing unexpected happens, today Qin Nuo will get good reviews from 2 wards, making his performance rating good. So, the 303 ward can wait a bit. You guys keep eating, I'm going to walk around. Qin Nuo said, having completed his work for the day, he could take this opportunity to explore. This mental hospital is not as simple as it seems on the surface. He was also a bit interested in the main storyline task. Since the identity of Shadow is already so high profile, why not grab another MVP on the side quest to make it even more high profile? Sometimes, the more dazzling one identity is, the better it protects the other hidden identity. Snap. Xiaoyu placed the clean plate on the table, looking at Qin Nuo as if asking for praise. Xiaoyu has finished eating. The twins also put down their plates and cheerfully said, "Rainbow candies." Rainbow candies. Qin Nuo gave each of them 5 pieces. Only Bai Chu hadn't finished half and stared enviously at the twins and Xiaoyu. Qin Nuo also gave it 5 pieces. Who told this little ghost to be so obedient, always volunteering to be the translator? After coming out of 301, Qin Nuo took lunch to 302. Yuaqin was obviously the boss of 302, anything seemed to require her approval before the other 5 patients dared to act. Yuaqin nodded, and they began gobbling down the food on their plates. Taking the opportunity, Qin Nuo casually asked Yuaqin about the information regarding Ward 303. A few strange people. There's one woman I've seen, she's weirder than me, Yuaqin muttered. Qin Nuo thought, is there really someone weirder than you in this world? Don't try to communicate with those in Ward 303, after all, I finally met a man who satisfies me, and I don't want to lose him just like that. Yuaqin said. Is it really that exaggerated? Qin Nuo couldn't help but ask. Not exaggerated at all. They fear nothing but nuns. Yuaqin said. Are nuns that scary? Qin Nuo had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Previously, through Blood Eye Ghost, he detected that those black-robed nuns were not at a terrifying level, at most a mid-level scary ghost power. Yuaqin's strength was even above theirs. It's not them that are scary. Yuaqin stopped speaking halfway, her words trailing off. Qin Nuo knew that this was likely also a taboo area for them. So he didn't ask further. Hiss. Yuaqin suddenly scratched her head. Qin Nuo knew what this meant and tried to ask, do you need my help? No need, I can scratch it myself. After saying this, Yuaqin pulled out a dagger from somewhere and stabbed directly at the itchy spot on her scalp. In an instant, blood and brain matter splattered. Chapter 71, Patient's Head Explodes, Bathroom Blood Man. Not bothering Yuaqin scratching any further, Qin Nuo stepped out of room 302. Then, he wandered around the mental hospital. The corners of the hospital were very quiet, exuding a chilling atmosphere. Moreover, mist swirled all day long, the light was dim, completely creating the atmosphere of a horror movie. During this time, Qin Nuo encountered several players who were tending to the difficult patients. They showed surprise upon seeing Qin Nuo but did not pay much attention, just pushed the patients away. The main quest says to investigate the truth behind the deaths of everyone in the mental hospital, which implies that terrible things happened in this mental hospital, causing everyone to die. But what does the puppet master mean? It means there are people behind the scenes directing everything? Killing all the people in the mental hospital? As Qin Nuo walked down the corridor, he analyzed the clues from the main quest. But so far, only one side quest had been completed, and no additional clues had been obtained. With only these 2, there was no way to investigate further. At that moment, Qin Nuo raised his eyebrows. In the distance, around the corner of the corridor, a caregiver was pushing a patient toward the lobby. The caregiver was a blonde man, and he also saw Qin Nuo, turning away with a blank expression. The patient in the wheelchair was drooling, and seemed to be very unstable, occasionally letting out morbid laughter. When they reached the lobby, perhaps due to the light outside the door or the courtyard outside, the patient became extremely agitated and shook wildly in the wheelchair. Suddenly, he stood up and dashed toward the outside, only to be stopped by the locked door. The patient crazily banged his head against the glass, and in no time, the glass was covered in blood. The blonde man had a cold expression as he shouted in a commanding tone, "Get back, sit down." The patient laughed strangely and shouted, slamming his head harder and harder, blood all over his face, "Let me out. I want to go out." Say it again, "Get back and sit down." The blonde man spoke again. Seeing it was ineffective, he suddenly charged forward, grabbing the patient's head and roughly pulling him back. In the struggle, the patient suddenly pulled out a fruit knife from somewhere and quickly swiped it at the blonde man's throat. The blonde man reacted quickly, stepping back. However, there was still a line of blood on his neck. Fortunately, the wound was not deep. If it had gone in another inch, his throat would have been cut open, and blood would have gushed out. feeling his neck while looking at the blood on his fingers.
The blond man's forehead suddenly bulged with veins, and his face became extremely dark.
The patient held the fruit knife, still grinning, repeating, "I want to go out." Bang!
In the next second after saying this, the patient's head suddenly exploded. The blond man was holding a revolver, his face twisted in a menacing way, making him look particularly frightening. Then he stepped forward, dragging the headless corpse and tossing it back into the wheelchair. Looking at the dead patient, the blond man's sinister expression gradually became unpleasant.
He glanced back at Qin Nuo in the distance, who had turned his face away, pretending he saw nothing.
Only then did the blond man push the wheelchair away.
That guy actually killed the patient.
After the blond man left, Qin Nuo murmured,
"That temper is a bit explosive."
"That revolver is a pretty good ghost item," said the blood-eyed ghost.
"No matter how good it is, it won't help." "Could he kill the nun too?" Qin Nuo said. The caregiver killing the patient was no longer just a bad review. The blond man's performance today could very well score 0. Not having food and ghost coins was a small matter. Not having white candles, that would be a big deal.
At least with white candles, staying in the room and closing your eyes could ensure a safe night.
Without white candles, once night falls, those things can come in.
No matter how powerful the blond man is, he is still just meat on the chopping block. I hope I can still see him tomorrow.
Qin Nuo muttered to himself and then left.
In the designated area, after walking a circle, Qin Nuo found nothing worth noticing. Seeing that it was about time, Qin Nuo planned to go back and past a corridor, but suddenly stopped in his tracks. This corridor looked like a fire escape, with a big door at the end chained with iron chains. But when Qin Nuo pushed it open, the chains crumbled and fell to the ground, turning into piles of debris.
Creak!
Driven by curiosity, Qin Nuo pushed open the big door, and the scene before him left him stunned. Rubble everywhere, broken walls, steel bars, and concrete piled all over. Behind the door was simply another scene, like a long-abandoned building ready for demolition.
There's such a place in a mental hospital?
Walking down this corridor, it was not hard to see from the arrangement of the rooms that these used to be patient rooms.
It feels like opening the door to a new world, Qin Nuo murmured. Maybe the funding was insufficient, and they just didn't have money to renovate this side. Why think so much? Blood-eyed Ghost complained. Just as he finished speaking, Blood-eyed Ghost suddenly said, There's a strange smell. What smell? I can't quite describe it. It's coming from the restroom. Let's take a look.
The restroom was also in a deplorable state. For an ordinary person, such a creepy place would have been discouraging, but for Qin Nuo, the entire mental hospital was terrifying and strange, so it made no difference as he went straight in.
Qin Nuo opened a toilet stall.
The dirty environment and suffocating stench made one want to vomit.
Following Blood-eyed Ghost's idea, Qin Nuo pushed open the doors of each toilet. Bang!
Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the innermost toilet stall.
The thin, decayed toilet door cracked open a large hole. Is there someone in a place like this?
Qin Nuo was stunned and took out the bone-cracking hammer, walking toward that spot. As he pushed open the toilet door, Qin Nuo took a step back, giving himself a safe distance. The toilet door opened, revealing a mass of iron wires, with sharp barbs sticking out. A man was trapped inside, his body interlaced by the dense iron wires, the barbs hooked into his flesh. The man was stripped of his clothes, covered in congealed blood, with countless wounds that made one feel tingles all over. The man's eyes were also bloodied, with his eyeballs gouged out. As if sensing someone had entered, the man moved slightly. But the dense iron wires shook as well, the barbs ripping flesh apart, blood staining the wires, dripping onto the floor with a plop. Although he had seen many horrifying scenes, the sight before Qin Nuo still made him extremely uncomfortable.
What kind of perverted person could do something like this? What had this person done to deserve such terrible torment? Or was it just a simple personal hobby?
I am guilty, unforgivable, please forgive me, I am guilty, unforgivable. The man's voice was hoarse, trembling with fear, repeating these few phrases.
It seemed he was constantly confessing to someone. Chapter 72, Ghostly Cigarettes, Imprisoning Girls.
The man's painful and remorseful voice made Qin Nuo very uncomfortable. He tried to communicate with the man, but the other party was completely immersed in his own world, not listening at all. At this moment, Qin Nuo suddenly noticed a pattern painted in blood on the wall behind the man.
A kind of religious totem. Because of the blood, the totem looked filled with an evil aura.
Curse?
Blood-eyed Ghost said. What kind of curse? Qin Nuo asked.
I'm not sure, but it's obviously a curse against this man. As long as the totem isn't erased, this man will remain trapped here. Unable to die, unable to leave, endless torment, that's the scariest part. The blood-eyed Ghost said.
Qin Nuo looked up at the totem, slightly squinting his eyes. Do you want to help him? Qin Nuo calmly said, not to mention that I don't even know him. Even if I did, I wouldn't be so kind. Curses are something I dread the most.
As he spoke, Qin Nuo closed the bathroom door, no longer thinking about the tortured man. Once out of the bathroom, this place seemed to have nothing worth discovering, so Qin Nuo retreated and closed the main door. Just as he exited, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed in the hallway. Then a person rushed out, unable to stop, and was about to crash into Qin Nuo. Qin Nuo sidestepped to avoid it, making the man have a close encounter with the wall. The collision knocked the man quite hard. Clutching his nose, he squatted on the floor, blood flowing from between his fingers. Walk with your eyes open. Bumping into a wall is minor, but if you bump into a girl, I might just give you a few slaps. Qin Nuo kindly reminded. Looking at the man's clothes, it was obvious he was also a caregiver like Qin Nuo. Not in his area. What was he doing here taking care of patients? I'm sorry. The man appeared quite young, only about 20 years old, and was very polite, continuously apologizing even with his crooked nose. My patient ran away, and if I can't find him before 6 o'clock or return him to the ward, I'm doomed, the young man said anxiously. Did you lose him around here? Qin Nuo asked. Yes, as soon as I turned around, he ran off. There aren't many rooms here, and the view is pretty open. If you search, you should be able to find him quickly. Qin Nuo said. Brother, can you help me look? No. We are all caregivers, please help me out. The young man continued to plead, almost getting down on his knees. What treasures do you have on you? Qin Nuo asked, staring at his pockets. The young man fell silent. This is so practical, right? The young man rummaged through his clothes, then awkwardly took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and said, can it work? In this situation, you want to treat me to a smoke? Your thinking is quite creative. Qin Nuo rolled his eyes. The young man quickly replied, these aren't ordinary cigarettes, they're a reward from an old man for one of my side quests. He said this is a good thing. But for some reason, I've never been able to open this pack of cigarettes, so I've kept it. Stuff from side quests? When the young man said this, Qin Nuo finally focused on the cigarettes. There was no name, no logo, just pure black packaging. Good stuff, the blood-eyed ghost reminded. With the blood-eyed ghost's confirmation, Qin Nuo took the cigarettes, instantly transforming into a smiling face. Alright, fate has brought us together, just as my craving for a smoke has hit, let's help you. The cigarettes were a ghostly object, and Qin Nuo tossed them into the system's toolbox. Soon, the system's voice was triggered. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a horror-level ghost item, Constantine cigarettes. Constantine cigarettes, a smoke after a task exceeds the life of a god. Lighting up the cursed cigarette grants the ability to communicate with the dead and summon spirits at the site of demise. Once the cigarette burns out, the ability to communicate disappears. Communicate with the dead? Everyone is in a terrifying world, do we still need to communicate? Though Qin Nuo thought this, he still put it away. The more strange abilities, the better, you never know when it might come in handy. Let's go, stop dawdling, didn't you say time is running out? Qin Nuo turned and walked away. The young man snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed. During their search, Qin Nuo learned the young man's name was Fu Bing, responsible for caring for the rooms on the 5th floor south area. A patient requested to come out for some fresh air, then took the chance when Fu Bing wasn't looking and ran away. In this vicinity, after a quick stroll, Qin Nuo found some signs of the patient with a bit of familiarity. Qin Nuo picked up a piece of fabric torn and hanging by the window, blue stripes on a white patient outfit. Both of them looked up, their gazes landing on the room before them. The room didn't seem like a ward, it was much larger, possibly a conference room or something similar. The big door was locked with an iron lock, the patient must have entered through the window. Fu Bing hadn't finished speaking when there was a bang, and Qin Nuo directly pulled down the iron lock, as fragile as a potato chip. Fu Bing looked at him in shock. Born with great strength, no need to overreact, Qin Nuo responded casually, stepping inside. Inside the room, the light was very dim. In the corners on both sides, there lay human bodies. The reason for calling them human bodies was because they were all tied up with bandages, from head to toe, like mummies. But from the prominent figures, it was easy to see that they were all females. Iron chains passed through their shoulders, the other ends inserted into the wall, imprisoned here like criminals. Are they still alive? Fu Bing asked in a terrified whisper. Qin Nuo did not speak, walking deeper inside. A stage was set here, on which a man dressed in a blue and white striped patient outfit was sitting on the ground, staring blankly ahead. Muttering, "Sister. It's my patient, finally found." Fu Bing was overjoyed and quickly went up to pull the patient. "You are hard to find, don't stay here, hurry back to the ward, or I'll be done for." Pulling one person was obviously very difficult. Fu Bing had to call for Qin Nuo's help. "Buddy, help me out, stop watching the show." Qin Nuo suddenly said, "Why not follow your patient's gaze and look up to see what's there?" Fu Bing was confused and instinctively looked up, but the next second, she jumped up in fright. On the stage stood a large cross. A woman, her hands and feet pierced by nails, nailed to the cross in a pose like Satan. The woman was in rags, her hair disheveled. At first, she let out a strange laugh, then kept repeating, "I have sins, unforgivable sins, please forgive me, he he he." And on the wall behind that cross, there was also a huge bloody curse totem painted. Qin Nuo frowned tightly. Just like the man in the toilet. What terrible crime did these people commit? What kind of person holds such resentment to punish them like this? Qin Nuo pondered. But one thing can be certain. These must be related to the main quest. Quick, look. Suddenly, Fu Bing shouted, her eyes wide. Qin Nuo's thoughts were interrupted, and when he looked up, the terrifying scene made his face go pale in an instant. Chapter 73, The Torment of Reincarnation, Innocent Fu Bing. Ah! On the cross, the woman suddenly let out a painful scream. Her skin seemed to be cut open by some sharp tool, then torn piece by piece, separating from her flesh and blood. Just watching this pain made one tremble all over, hair standing on end. Qin Nuo and Fu Bing exchanged glances, then looked away. But the woman's anguished scream still made their mouths twitch uncontrollably. Pieces of skin fell to the ground, accompanied by a large amount of blood. Not long after, the woman's voice became incredibly weak, her body completely drenched in blood. But even so, the woman still had a breath left. The patients on the ground also became agitated, muttering something continuously. When Qin Nuo and Fu Bing thought this terrifying scene was over, both of them took a deep breath again. The woman's skin suddenly healed at a visible speed, the severely damaged tissues crazily repairing. In just a few breaths, her bloody and mangled body became fair and smooth again. Even all the blood had completely disappeared. This scene made Qin Nuo and Fu Bing even more horrified. Reincarnation. Every time the woman's skin was torn, all stripped away, it would heal automatically, then continue to tear and peel, then heal. Endless horrifying torture. Every so often, the woman must endure the terrifying pain of tearing. The patient's emotions grew more intense, as if they would lose control at any moment. Qin Nuo stepped forward and knocked him out with a hand chop. Through to the still-dazed Fu Bing, said, "Let's go." Fu Bing looked at the woman, somewhat reluctant. "Maybe we can save her?" "That is a curse, not just a simple wooden frame. If you touch it, the person nailed to it might just become you. Helping her is your business, I have no objections." "Someone helped you find her, I'm leaving first." After saying that, Qin Nuo walked towards the door. In an instant, Fu Bing lost such a suicidal thought, holding the fainted patient and hurriedly followed. Crash! Suddenly, the bandaged women on the ground moved, desperately lunging at Qin Nuo and Fu Bing. Fu Bing screamed in fear, instinctively putting the patient in front of him. But the next second, these bandaged women were violently pulled back by iron chains. As they crashed to the ground, the cursed totem on the wall erupted with bloodlight. Then, those bandaged women ignited in fierce flames, the terrifying burn made them all scream in agony. Soon, a thick burnt smell filled the entire room. "The same curse," Qin Nuo murmured. But these women clearly didn't have the terrifying anguish of the woman on the cross. What exactly did she do? Qin Nuo didn't have the heart to think about that. Because it was almost 6 o'clock. With Fu Bing, they left the room, not lingering anymore, heading back in their respective directions. Qin Nuo arrived at the hall. The other players had already gathered here. Soon, the nun appeared and began distributing corresponding rewards based on performance points. Qin Nuo also received his bag. He opened the bag. Compressed biscuits, water, white candles, ghost coins, all without exception. "It seems my score is good," Qin Nuo murmured, putting the bag away. Compared to Qin Nuo, many others had poor performance scores. Some players were already starving and only received half a piece of compressed biscuit. But more panicked were those without white candles. After last night, they had realized the importance of white candles. Without candlelight, most likely, they would be eliminated. No one knew what would appear after night fell. What was certain was that it was a horror they could never imagine. "Why do I only have this?" A voice from a blond man came, shaking his bag and only pouring out a ghost coin. "Your performance score is poor," the nun said. The blond man knew what she was talking about, his face darkened, saying, "That damn lunatic wants to kill me. You want me to stand still and let him slit my throat?" The nun remained expressionless. "I only know that you did not complete the work within your caretaker duties." After that, the nun turned and left. The blond man's handsome face twisted with rage, staring fiercely at the departing nun. But he didn't pull out his revolver to shoot the nun in the head. He had a fiery temper, but he wasn't mindless. Though these nuns looked weak. But his instincts told him that if he took action against those nuns, something terrifying would certainly happen. "It's just a game mode,"
Without white candles, I can still survive until dawn.
The blond man snorted coldly, flicking the ghost coin away, and turned to leave. Qin Nuo watched him, paused for a moment, then walked away.
Dormitory building. Qin Nuo returned to his dormitory floor.
The corridor was quiet, empty of people.
Just as he stepped out of the staircase, a voice came from behind. Ah! Friend, what a coincidence, we meet here.
Qin Nuo turned around and saw Fu Bing, who looked surprised walking towards him.
How did you perform?
Qin Nuo asked, not very surprised. There were only 20 players, all in the same dormitory building, so it wasn't strange to meet on the same floor.
Just barely passed. Phew, if it weren't for you helping me get the patient back in time, I probably would have gotten a bad rating. It was really on the edge. Without white candles, I definitely wouldn't survive tonight.
Fu Bing wiped his sweat and said.
Glad it's all right.
Qin Nuo nodded and then said, however, you shouldn't have mentioned that you have white candles.
Why?
After last night's mode elimination, you think those players without white candles.
What will you do? Qin Nuo asked. Fu Bing thought for a moment and said, find a place to hide?
Qin Nuo was a bit speechless. He suddenly realized that Fu Bing's mind was very simple.
It even had the flavor of Princess Yao Yao. For example, when they first met, Qin Nuo asked him his name. This guy didn't say his game ID but instead revealed Fu Bing, his real name. And even now, he still hadn't reacted to it. I want to ask, how did you survive last night?
I had a white candle.
Fu Bing said.
After you closed your eyes, didn't you hear some voices or anything else tempting you to open your eyes?
Qin Nuo asked. I don't know.
After lighting the white candle, I lay down and fell asleep right away. When I woke up, it was already bright. After working all day, my eyelids were fighting. When I fell asleep, even if there was thunder or drums, I wouldn't wake up. Even pulling my ears by the teacher wouldn't help. My classmates called me the sleeping god when I was little. Fu Bing scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. Qin Nuo was left speechless.
Goodness.
No wonder he could be fine, he slept like a dead body. It was likely that the creepy things in the night shouted themselves hoarse and still couldn't wake him up. What bad luck for them. At this moment, it highlighted how important good sleep is as a quality. You haven't answered what the players without white candles should do, Fu Bing said.
Qin Nuo smiled. The best way to get what you don't have is to take it by force. Just like right now.
As he spoke, Qin Nuo turned around, looking at both sides of the corridor and said, a few of you, you've been hiding for so long that your legs must be sore, aren't you coming out?
Chapter 74, The White Candle Problem, Model Worker Examples. As Qin Nuo's voice spread, several shadows appeared on both sides of the corridor.
Their expressions were cold, their eyes fixated on the pouches hanging at Qin Nuo and Fu Bing's waists, and without further ado, they said, we just want the white candles, take the white candles and leave, that's it. 2 white candles aren't enough to divide among the 4 of you, right?
Qin Nuo laughed.
You don't need to worry about that, we have our own way. We are all players, we don't want to make things difficult for you. If you don't hand over the white candles, your pardons will be used here. Hand over the white candles, and if you are lucky, at least you can survive tonight. The 4 players had already declared their murderous intent. Targeting Qin Nuo and Fu Bing was nothing more than because one was level 2 and the other was level 3, they were the easiest 2 soft persimmons to squeeze in this instance. Fu Bing stepped back, trying to negotiate. There's no need to use such extreme methods, why not sit down and have a calm discussion?
You idiot! How do you even have a white candle?
I just can't understand, a tall player sneered at Fu Bing and shook his head. Then his gaze shifted back to Qin Nuo. You.
Bang!
However, as he just spoke the first syllable, his head received a heavy blow and he flew out, momentarily losing consciousness. The others didn't even react to what had happened.
Then everyone saw a pitch-black stone fly back into Qin Nuo's hand. In the next second, the stone was thrown out again.
It's a ghostly object. Ghosts are against ghosts, everyone used ghostly objects to deal with him. One player quickly took out a black ruler, but it couldn't block the ghostly power of the grave ghost stone. The black ruler shattered instantly, and his jaw was broken, teeth crumbling. He flew out a few meters away, lying on the ground, still twitching slightly. The others were left in shock. When they saw the grave ghost stone fall back into Qin Nuo's hand, they suddenly reacted. A horror-level ghostly object. How could a level 2 newbie have such a ghostly object? The remaining 2 revealed deep fear, rolling and crawling away, disregarding the fate of the other 2 companions. Brother, where did you get this stone? Fu Bing looked at the stone in Qin Nuo's hand in surprise. I picked it up by the roadside.
Qin Nuo casually said, not wanting to waste time here, then added, it's getting dark soon.
Go back to the room, take a shower, and then have a good sleep. The player with shattered teeth and a dislocated jaw climbed up, his mouth full of blood, mumbling something incoherent. Qin Nuo ignored him and turned to leave. Back in the room, Qin Nuo looked out the window.
the sky was gradually fading from dusk to darkness. The black curtain, from a distant hazy white mist, slowly crept closer. Qin Nuo seized the time, took out compressed biscuits, and began to satisfy his hunger, replenishing his energy. Then, without even taking off his caregiver uniform, he lay down. As the black curtain descended on the mental hospital, the white candle was also lit. The weak candlelight was overwhelmingly dim in the room, like a lonely boat in a storm, ready to be swallowed at any moment. But Qin Nuo did not think too much, trying to fall asleep as quickly as possible. In the darkness, Qin Nuo again heard many chilling sounds. It was as if many unknown creatures had entered the room, seemingly sitting by the bed, staring at him. Qin Nuo even imagined that at the moment he opened his eyes, countless greedy eyes and terrifying ghost faces appeared in his sight. Besides that, he also heard screams and cries for help from outside. Perhaps those were the voices of players without white candles, or perhaps it was just an auditory hallucination. Qin Nuo chose not to think about it, as he was already drifting into sleep. He didn't know how long it had been when the clock on the wall chimed. Qin Nuo opened his eyes and looked out at the morning light. In reality, he had already woken up, just not being sure if it was indeed night or morning, so he took a long time to open his eyes. Last night's sleep was much better than the night before. Qin Nuo stretched. Having mastered the skill of never opening his eyes when it's dark, this so-called night nightmare game mode seemed not so difficult after all. Could it be that the purpose of this mode is merely to prevent players from staying up late, so they can work full of energy the next day? There was a big problem last night, the blood-eyed ghost said. What do you mean? Look at the white candle on the counter. Qin Nuo turned his head to look, and his expression changed instantly, only then did he realize that the white candle had not burned out. Last night, the white candle went out halfway. Luckily, those things in the night had already left this room, otherwise. He didn't dare to imagine what the consequences would be. Qin Nuo checked the remaining short white candle and, after a moment, his expression darkened. There's a problem with the white candle's quality. Someone had tampered with it. Was it the nuns? Qin Nuo thought of them first. Very likely, the blood-eyed ghost replied. Perhaps you did something that displeased them, or perhaps it was someone else. Something displeasing. The duties should not have displeased the nuns. That could only be something outside of his duties. The only thing he did outside of his duties yesterday was discovering the man in the restroom and those women in the meeting room. So this is a kind of warning? Qin Nuo frowned. The more this happened, the more it signified there was an issue with the nuns. They undoubtedly also had a part to play in the main storyline of this instance. What are you planning to do? The blood-eyed ghost reminded him. Or perhaps it's not the nuns. Let's not draw conclusions yet, let's take one step at a time. Qin Nuo stood up, tidied himself up, and prepared to leave. Today he had to go to the terrifying Ward 303 for the full patient attendance check. This was undoubtedly Qin Nuo's greatest challenge at the moment. The issue of the white candle could be set aside for now. Just about to step out, a familiar voice rang in his ears. A brand new day, face it with a smile. Congratulations to the players who have survived the third day. You were very lucky to have made it through the second night. Of course, this is also part of showing strength. After last night's shuffle of the game mode, a total of 4 players have been eliminated. The Rainy Knight with a knife, the one who kills cockroaches, the Void Prince, and King Gigi have all been killed by the game NPCs, ending this instance. Good luck to the players ahead, keep up the effort. 4 more eliminated. Qin Nuo murmured, but then he unexpectedly found that the name of the Emperor was actually not on the elimination list. That blonde man really survived the nightmare of the night? His strength is quite impressive? Qin Nuo was secretly shocked. Of course, this doesn't rule out the possibility that he was lucky or found some way to avoid the nightmare of the night. Lost in thought, Qin Nuo stepped out and saw someone coming from a distance as he went downstairs. It was indeed the blonde man. His whole body was covered in wounds, half of his face stained red with blood, and the revolver in his hand was battered and falling apart. It's hard to imagine what he experienced last night. He stuffed the broken revolver into his waistband, put on a nurse's uniform, cursed under his breath, and limped away. Fu Bing happened to be coming down from upstairs as well, and was shocked to see the state of the blonde man. Qin Nuo said to him, "What does professional spirit mean?" This is what it means. He is this badly hurt, yet still insists on coming to work. This is our model worker, do you understand? The blood-eyed ghost rolled his eyes. Can you go a day without saying something flirty? It makes me uncomfortable all over. Chapter 75, Fire Cloud Evil God, the Combing Woman. Back in the ward, Qin Nuo first went to room 301. To be honest, room 301 doesn't give Qin Nuo the feeling of a cold, lifeless psychiatric ward. Instead, it feels like a warm and friendly big family. To outsiders, Xiaoyu and the others may seem a bit strange, but after interacting with them, one finds they are just playful little children, while Sister Yi serves as the mature older sister. Rainbow candy. As soon as Xiaoyu saw Qin Nuo, her eyes lit up and she rushed over quickly. Qin Nuo couldn't dodge and was caught right away. However, this time, Xiaoyu slipped right on the floor. It turned out her sharp nails had all been cut off. Sister Ye was busy tossing a pile of sharp nails into the trash bin. Don't rush, those who listen will all get a share. Qin Nuo took out the candy and distributed equal amounts to everyone. Sister Ye came over and signed to Qin Nuo. Sister Ye asks, are we going to room 303 today? Qin Nuo nodded. Today's job is to conduct a hygiene check in room 303 and sign in with the patients. Bai Chu said, remember what Sister Ye said yesterday. When you go in, do your own job and don't disturb the patients in room 303, and nothing will happen. Qin Nuo nodded. He had planned to do just that anyway. After all, who would want to find trouble for themselves? Okay then, see you at noon. Bai Chu grinned. Leaving room 301, Qin Nuo went to room 302. Compared to room 301, the atmosphere in room 302 felt much more eerie. The patients were like puppets, seemingly obeying only Qin, spending the rest of the time curled in the corner of their beds with hollow stares. As soon as Qin Nuo entered, they all stared at him fixedly. While there was no malice, it still made his skin crawl. Qin Nuo did a sign-in sheet for each of them and then asked, where is Qin? No one responded. Sounds came from the balcony, like metal utensils clashing. Then, the sliding door opened, and Qin walked in with an axe stuck in her head. Ah, brother, sister has finally been waiting for you to come. Qin Nuo looked at the fire axe on her head, blood still oozing, and awkwardly chuckled. Sister Qin's style is quite unique today? It's okay, just a little itchy on my scalp. Qin Nuo nodded and signed in for Qin as well. You seem to be in good spirits today, want to play with sister? Qin leaned in, almost pressing her whole body against Qin Nuo. Qin Nuo took a step back and said, I don't have time right now, I still need to sign in at room 303. Let's do it next time. This woman has been itchy again after just one day. Is she too desperate? Boring, you can't do it this quickly, I thought you were something special. Qin shook her head in disappointment. You're going to room 303 today, right? To be honest, sister is really afraid you won't come out. Qin Nuo blinked and suddenly said, how about sister comes with me? Qin's abilities were clearly not weak, having her accompany him to room 303 would certainly feel much safer than with the blood-eyed ghost. Generally speaking, patients are not allowed to enter other wards, that's a rule set by the nuns. And if I go, it will only bring you more trouble. Qin said. Qin Nuo asked, what do you mean? I won't tell you. Qin Nuo had no choice, stood up and said, then I'll leave first, I'll bring lunch over when it's time. I have no appetite, I feel weak all over. Qin lay on the bed, her gaze melancholic, her thin shirt revealing her voluptuous figure, making one's throat dry, wishing to pounce on her like a wolf. But Qin Nuo felt nothing of the sort. No one knows this woman better than him. No matter how powerful a man is, in front of this beautiful woman, he is just a little lamb, only to be drained dry. Faced with Qin's complaints, Qin Nuo fell silent for a moment, then suddenly pulled out the thorn goddess's whip. Before Qin could react, like black lightning, the whip struck her fiercely. Sharp teeth cut through her tender skin. The terrifying force sent Qin flying, crashing hard against the wall. On the balcony, there happened to be a sharp tile, and Qin's back of the head hit it hard. Blood instantly sprayed onto the tile. Qin's head tilted, and she became motionless. Qin Nuo's expression changed slightly, thinking something went wrong. I didn't whip too suddenly and kill her, did I? Just as Qin Nuo was about to check, Qin, with her head tilted, suddenly smirked and said, sister suddenly feels hungry now. Qin Nuo was speechless, he didn't say another word and walked out of room 302. Flipping through the datasheet for room 303, with a slight adjustment, Qin Nuo walked toward the innermost room 303. Creak. The door was gently pushed open. Qin Nuo walked in, first clarifying his identity and purpose. I'm the caregiver here, I've come to check the ward and help patients sign in. There was no response inside. As this was the innermost room, the light was even weaker inside, dim and eerie. Yet the air was not stifling, but rather much more refreshing than the other two wards, and there was a faint fragrance lingering. Inside the room, there were only 3 beds, and the space was much larger, laid out very peculiarly. A well-dressed woman sat at a dressing table, weaving her hair in front of the mirror, humming a little tune. A little boy, about 5 or 6 years old, sat on the bed, holding a PS game console, completely focused on playing games. And there was an old man, dressed in a tattered white vest, shorts, and flip-flops, sitting on a chair on the balcony, crossing his legs, holding a newspaper, engrossed in reading. Qin Nuo looked at the old man, and an image flashed in his mind. Fire Cloud Evil God? The atmosphere in room 303 was strangely intense, even more so than in 302. 3 people of different ages and styles in one ward created an indescribable sense of dissonance. The only thing they had in common was that they treated Qin Nuo's words as air. No one paid him any attention. Qin Nuo had expected this, just wanting to do his job well and get out quickly.
Long before, the blood-eyed ghost had warned him. The patients in room 303 were at the same level as Lu Meng's parents. Only stronger, not weaker. The strange atmosphere came with terrifying pressure. Qin Nuo's heart raced inexplicably. He now just wanted to finish his tasks quickly and get away. The patients are present, completing daily sign-ins. Qin Nuo checked off the attendance sheet, then changed to a hygiene inspection form, and began inspecting the bathroom on the balcony. Fortunately, the bathroom was very clean. This undoubtedly saved Qin Nuo a lot of trouble. At least he didn't have to stay back to clean it up. The old man reading the newspaper suddenly stopped shaking his legs. Lowering the newspaper a bit, the old man raised his eyes and glanced at Qin Nuo. Qin Nuo felt a bit nervous, pretending not to see, and continued with his work. After a few seconds, the old man smiled and continued shaking his legs, staring at the newspaper. Arranging the items on the balcony, Qin Nuo returned to the room, giving a rough glance at the arrangement of the 3 beds. The inspection work was considered complete. Closing the worksheet, Qin Nuo said a polite "sorry to interrupt," and quickly walked toward the door, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Finally, I can leave. Qin Nuo placed his hand on the doorknob, just about to turn the door open. At that moment, the beautiful woman by the vanity suddenly frowned slightly. Her delicate hand put down the eyebrow pencil, stopping her makeup. With her phoenix eyes glancing sideways, a cold voice echoed in the stifling room, "Stop." Chapter 76, The Moonsheen's Trap, Crisis Looms. The woman's voice made Qin Nuo halt his action of pulling open the door. "What is it?" Qin Nuo looked at her and asked. The beautiful woman turned her head, stared at Qin Nuo, covered her delicate nose, and her lovely face showed some coldness and disgust. "Why do you smell like her?" "A smell? Whose smell?" Qin Nuo sniffed his caregiver uniform. Not washed for a few days, it indeed had a sour smell. But who was she referring to? What is your relationship with that woman? The beautiful woman continued, her tone still chilly, and her beautiful eyes held a hint of hostility. Hearing the word woman, Qin Nuo suddenly understood. Yue Qin. Before entering, he had been close to that woman, so it must be her scent. But this smell was so faint that Qin Nuo couldn't even identify it. This woman could smell it from so far away. Could she possibly have a dog's nose? She is also my patient. It's normal to pick up some of her scent while taking care of her, Qin Nuo explained. When he spoke the words taking care of, his face showed a bit of discomfort. Impossible. That perverted woman, any man who can get close to her is basically dead. The beautiful woman picked up the eyebrow pencil again, continuing to shape her brows. Suddenly, she smiled with a wicked charm. The only reason you can get close to her is that you are her forbidden pet. Qin Nuo frowned. Forbidden pet. This term always made him feel uncomfortable. I'm just a caregiver and have no relation with her. You're overthinking it, Qin Nuo said calmly. Oh, then tell me, how do you take care of her? The beautiful woman asked with a cold laugh. Qin Nuo. Clearly, this woman knew about Yue Qin's perverted habits. The relationship between these two women was evidently unusual. But judging from her tone, that relationship was not friendly, but rather filled with hostility. The beautiful woman applied blush to her cheeks and said softly, "What I love most is to destroy that woman's things. I wonder if I wrapped your head as a gift and presented it to her, what would her expression be like when she opens it? No matter what her expression is, I'm sure I would be happy." The beautiful woman looked at the mirror, suddenly smiling happily. Then she turned her head, smilingly asked, "Am I beautiful?" To be honest, the woman already had a pretty good base. With exquisite makeup, it highlighted a beauty that seemed untouched by the mundane world. For a man, it was very agreeable to answer such a question from such a beautiful woman. But at that moment, Qin Nuo couldn't say a word. The look in the woman's eyes made him feel a strong intent to kill. At this moment, Qin Nuo finally understood why Yue Qin said that her coming would only attract more trouble. These two women seemed to have long-standing grudges. Damn it, Yue Qin didn't mention a word about this. Isn't this digging a pit for him? Run! The blood-eyed ghost suddenly shouted. Qin Nuo reacted immediately and quickly pulled open the door. A red string was wrapped around the doorknob, and in an instant, the entire door seemed to have been glued with glue, making it impossible to pull open. Then, the beautiful woman's 2 jade fingers took out a silver needle from the makeup box. Seeing the silver needle, Qin Nuo's face immediately turned ugly. On the bed, a young boy remained oblivious, wearing his Bluetooth headphones, fully focused on playing his game. Outside on the balcony, an old man continued to cross his legs while reading the newspaper, seemingly unbothered. At that moment, an idea suddenly struck Qin Nuo. What is your reason for killing me? What? Qin Nuo's sudden question made the beautiful woman pause the movement of her fingers holding the silver needle. Qin Nuo continued, the nun has a rule that if a caregiver makes no mistakes in their duties, and a patient kills the caregiver without any reason, there will be punishment, right?
In the psychiatric hospital, there indeed exists such a rule.
It serves as a protection measure for the caregivers. The caregivers must meet all the patient's needs without conditions. And patients are not allowed to kill caregivers without a reason.
Of course, having a reason can be quite simple. For example, why did the last caregiver die tragically in room 302?
It was because they failed to meet Yuqin's twisted demands, which led to their death. This falls under job negligence, so Yuqin would not face any penalty from the nun. The beautiful woman narrowed her lovely eyes. Clearly, Qin Nuo's words had awakened her. A trace of caution appeared in her beautiful eyes.
Qin Nuo secretly let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, these patients, no matter how powerful, must fear the nun. But soon, the beautiful woman revealed her smile once more. Want a reason to kill you? That's incredibly simple, isn't it?
She put down the silver needle, then moved aside, lifting her long, beautiful leg, her jade hand supporting her fragrant cheek, and said, "My cosmetics are missing an important item. As your caregiver, finding the cosmetics I need within a day should not be difficult, right? By this time tomorrow, if I do not see what I want, your head will be delivered to the door of room 302. Ding, player triggers C-level passive task, help patient 302 find the required cosmetics, time limit 24 hours.
Cosmetics.
He felt dizzy, much like when he was a child looking at the periodic table. Face wash, eyeshadow, BB cream, eyebrow pencil, eyeshadow brush, blush brush. The key is that these items come in various brands, and each brand has several kinds.
Qin Nuo felt like he had one head, and it was too big.
The beautiful woman smiled slightly. She had captured the man's blind spot by making this demand. For a man, it was nothing short of suicide.
By this time tomorrow, I'm waiting for you to bring it. Of course, don't naively think that just because you don't enter this room, you'll be fine.
The room has no constraints on me.
It's just that I dislike the air outside. You dare not show up, hide wherever you want, I can find you."
As she spoke, the beautiful woman's eyes fell on Qin Nuo's right hand, including that ghost inside you. "I will tear it into pieces."
The bloody-eyed ghost said, "Why not just give your head to her now?
After all, dying sooner or later is still dying." Qin Nuo replied, "I said, when playing a game, don't give up until the last moment."
You know cosmetics very well?
I'm not familiar with them, but Yuqin is.
The bloody-eyed ghost suddenly realized, clever. Why didn't I think of that? Because you are dumber than me.
The beautiful woman looked at Qin Nuo, seemingly penetrating his thoughts, and casually said, "I know what you were thinking. Yuqin has never worn makeup, she is even more unfamiliar with these items than you." The bloody-eyed ghost was speechless. Great, still destined to die.
Qin Nuo, not necessarily.
I suddenly remembered I have a skill that can be very helpful.
What?
The bloody-eyed ghost was confused. Qin Nuo fell silent, suddenly raising his head, fixing his gaze on the beautiful woman's lovely eyes, his deep eyes shining with a glimmer of light. Host triggers passive skill Eye of Analysis. Chapter 77, Blood Lipstick, 2 Women's Grievances. After triggering the Eye of Analysis, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Eye of Analysis, I once saw you as my one true love. Why did you betray me? That night, the rain was heavy, and you walked carelessly, slipping off the balcony. I dragged your body back, blood staining the floor. I did not want to lose you. Days later, people started asking where my boyfriend had gone. I said he went traveling. A friend noticed my lipstick was quite vibrant and beautiful, asking which shade it was. I smiled and said it was a gift from my boyfriend. The lipstick was full of his scent." Upon triggering the Eye of Analysis,
Qin Nuo's mouth twitched.
Quick-witted as he was, he instantly understood what this meant. Her boyfriend was likely dismembered by this woman. The lipstick was bright red, all soaked in his scent.
If he guessed correctly, the lip balm was probably made from her boyfriend's blood.
This was no longer a scary girlfriend, but a twisted girlfriend. Maybe it was this perverted behavior that caused the woman to lose her mind, leading her to be sent to this mental hospital. Qin Nuo thought this woman would be more normal, but turned out to be just as bad as Yuqin.
So, what this woman wants me to find is a lipstick made from her boyfriend.
Qin Nuo felt a bit troubled. The hospital was so big, where was he supposed to find this strange, unique lipstick?
What's wrong, staring at me like that? Am I just too stunning?
The beautiful woman's red lips curled up, revealing a charming smile.
Qin Nuo took his gaze away and said, "The needs of the patients are part of my duty.
By this time tomorrow, I will bring the lost cosmetics right in front of you." "You suddenly seem quite confident," the beautiful woman said with a smile. "At worst, if I die, can I just leave?" Qin Nuo acted tough, then glanced at the red string on the door handle.
The red string was pulled back and put back into the exquisite box.
Qin Nuo said nothing more, neatly pushed open the door, and left the ward. The beautiful woman's enchanting eyes blinked as her gaze fell on an empty spot in the makeup box, her red lips slightly parting.
Damn them, those dog men and women.
Once out of the room, Qin Nuo finally let out a sigh of relief. Tisk, you're in big trouble. The blood-eyed ghost shook its head. Qin Nuo replied, not necessarily, perhaps I can use this to complete a C-grade side quest.
Do you know what kind of cosmetics that woman lost?
Probably, yes.
Qin Nuo didn't say it outright but returned to Ward 302.
Inside the room, Yuqin was sitting on the balcony railing, swinging her long legs. Hearing the sound of the doorknob, Yuqin suddenly flipped over and ran back barefoot.
You came back faster than I expected.
While speaking, Yuqin scanned Qin Nuo's body, confirming he was intact and let out a sigh of relief.
Aren't you supposed to say something?
Qin Nuo stared at her and said.
Say what?
Yuqin tilted her head and asked.
A woman in 301 smelled your scent on me.
Qin Nuo said.
Yuqin's eyes widened, so, you actually came back in one piece?
I came back whole, but not completely whole, Qin Nuo said. That woman wants me to find a certain cosmetic, and if I don't place it on her beloved vanity tomorrow, my head will end up in front of you.
What kind of grudge do you two women have?
Yuqin fiddled with her messy hair and said, we used to be roommates, we both liked to snatch each other's things. Then I went and took her boyfriend. I didn't expect that woman would hold such a grudge for so long. But to be honest, her boyfriend was really weak, nowhere near you. Yuqin made a gesture as if pinching, with a face full of disdain. Don't compare me, Qin Nuo said, though a bit displeased. The words oddly comforted him. After all, no man wants to hear a woman say he was weak, that hurts pride too much.
Do you know what happened to that man later?
No, he just disappeared. But, judging by that woman's methods, I think her boyfriend must have had a horrible time. Yuqin laughed, I love seeing her break down. That man was probably pushed off the balcony by her, and then possibly dismembered, with his blood turned into lipstick. Through the eye of analysis narration, Qin Nuo believed his guess was pretty close. No wonder, that woman had so many boyfriends before, and every time they broke up, it was as if they disappeared. Turns out they were dismembered. Yuqin covered her mouth and laughed, men's blood, made into lipstick. Maybe those men were all eaten by her, with their fat scraped off to make cakes? What a twisted woman. Yuqin held her belly, as if she had discovered a little secret among girlfriends.
Haha laughed loudly.
Compared to her, I still think you're a bit of a creep.
Qin Nuo looked at Yuqin's reaction and secretly thought.
The cosmetics she wanted me to find are actually lipsticks made by her boyfriend. You two are so close, you should know where that lipstick is, right?
Qin Nuo asked. I don't wear makeup, how would I know?
Yuqin said, spreading her hands. Qin Nuo said meaningfully, because of your scent, I ended up in this trouble. I didn't know, who knew that woman's dog nose was so sensitive? Besides, I never wear makeup, those things are just for ugly people to hide behind. Yuqin leaned against the wall, speaking lazily. Qin Nuo's expression darkened, he could tell Yuqin didn't want to help him. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, if I die, I will turn that whip to ashes. Hearing whip, Yuqin's lazy demeanor showed a hint of energy. I can help you, but for the next few days, whenever my body needs it, you have to come immediately.
Qin Nuo's face darkened.
This woman is beating around the bush, thinking of this. For the sake of the quest and task, Qin Nuo chose to yield to her pressure, saying, okay. Once she got the answer she wanted, Yuqin straightened up and said, a month ago, that woman made a mistake. The nun confiscated all her cosmetics.
The lipstick you want should be inside.
Moreover, that woman puts a cartoon big head label on her favorite things.
Qin Nuo frowned slightly, so it's with the nun?
No. The things the nun confiscates are usually thrown in the storage room on the top floor, where someone specifically handles them for destruction.
But it's been a month, it might have already been destroyed. Qin Nuo's expression was gloomy.
This news was still not good for him. Don't be afraid, at most, you stay here, with me around, that woman can't touch you, Yuqin patted her chest and said.
Qin Nuo shook his head.
As a caregiver, he couldn't stay here forever.
Moreover, he had to go to room 301 every day for patient attendance, otherwise, he would face the nun's wrath and the game's punishment.
For Qin Nuo, there was no difference.
In other words, there was now no way out. I can only try my luck. Where is the storage room? On the top floor, room 601.
After Yuqin finished speaking, she quietly reminded, be careful of the guy who watches the storage room, he's a creep.
Qin Nuo was speechless. Why are there so many creeps in this psychiatric hospital?
Chapter 78, Garbage Disposal, thanks to the chubby guy.
Not staying long in room 302, Qin Nuo quickly exited the room.
Looking at the time, it was almost noon, and Qin Nuo decided to finish the lunch delivery work first. When he arrived at the cafeteria, there weren't many caregivers, and he quickly got to the front of the line. Upon seeing Qin Nuo, the two-faced ghost immediately put on a smile, hurriedly assigning the patients lunches to him, and the portion was much larger than other players. Not bad, you really know how to do this.
Qin Nuo nodded in satisfaction.
Of course. The multiple faces of the ghost worked hard to squeeze out smiles, looking particularly eerie and frightening. I hope you're not up to anything bad, otherwise, your head will definitely get some nails. The more flattering the two-faced ghost was, the more uncomfortable Qin Nuo felt, leaving that remark before walking away with his tray. After Qin Nuo left, the remaining four faces of the ghost turned gloomy, their eyes filling with malice. Once all the food was distributed and everyone had left, a white, sticky liquid ghost crawled out from the floor.
Is this the mouse?
Yes, remember to act according to the plan. The two-faced ghost said with a sinister smile, in this way, tonight the mouse will undoubtedly die.
Aren't you afraid of retaliation? The liquid ghost asked. Don't you know how terrifying those things are after dark?
I don't believe he can survive until dawn. Even if he doesn't die, he'll definitely be half dead. He poses no threat to me, the two-faced ghost laughed grimly. The slime ghost said no more, dragging its sticky body away, leaving a long sticky trace on the floor. Over here, Qin Nuo returned the items to the hospital room and distributed lunch to Xiaoyu and the others. Sister Dum used sign language to ask about the situation in room 301.
Qin Nuo said, it's pretty good, just 3 patients, not much pressure.
Though he said this, he felt a wave of mental exhaustion, just one woman had pushed him to the brink. Sister Dum, hearing this, felt relieved and stopped asking further. After distributing lunch to room 302, Qin Nuo hurried to the 6th floor without delay. On the 6th floor of the mental hospital, there weren't many rooms, most were abandoned, mainly used for storing equipment.
601.
Qin Nuo walked down the corridor and found the door number he wanted at the end.
It's here. Qin Nuo turned the doorknob and pushed the door open.
The space in the room was larger than Qin Nuo expected. Rows of shelves were displayed here, filled with various items, crushed and compressed into blocks of trash, coated in thick liquid, exuding a foul odor. As far as the eye could see, it was all like this. Qin Nuo called out but received no response, so he walked between the shelves. Clatter! Clatter! At that moment, a clamor erupted from the deepest part of the room. Before he made it over, he saw a mountain of trash being pushed out. A fat ghost was sitting in the middle of the trash heap, using its big hands to shove the trash into its mouth. After swallowing the garbage, the stomach of the eating ghost kept squirming, then expelled block-shaped trash from the back. The eating ghost ate and expelled at the same time, like a highly efficient assembly line. Qin Nuo watched in disgust. The hospital didn't burn the trash, it was handled by the stomach of a ghost. Now he understood what the disgusting liquid on the shelves was. The eating ghost was happily devouring its meal when it suddenly paused, glancing at Qin Nuo in the corner.
Where did this rat come from?
Get out! The eating ghost scolded.
I came to.
I said, get out! The eating ghost's face turned fierce as it raised a hand and threw a huge metal plate towards Qin Nuo's head. Qin Nuo raised his hand to block it, deflecting the terrifying force and tossing it into the trash mountain behind him. Don't get worked up, I just want to say a few words and I'll leave soon.
Qin Nuo tried to communicate.
Rat, you're not worthy to talk to me. The eating ghost looked at Qin Nuo with disdain, not even bothering to look at him properly.
Qin Nuo's expression darkened.
I'll help you deal with it, 2 eyes, we can beat it. The blood-eye ghost spoke, unafraid of the eating ghost.
Peace brings wealth, I'm here to find something. Violence won't solve it. Qin Nuo said.
Then, he raised his voice and asked, I want to ask, has everything confiscated by the nun last month been dealt with? The eating ghost heard Qin Nuo's words and chuckled while rubbing its belly. Last month? Even yesterday's trash has been crushed in my belly and expelled.
What do you say?
Although Qin Nuo had prepared for the worst before coming, hearing it firsthand still sent a chill down his spine.
Oh?
At that moment, the eating ghost seemed to have found something in the trash, its eyes gleaming with excitement. The layers of fat like a hamburger trembled, the sound quivering, appearing extremely thrilled. It plunged both hands into the garbage and carefully pulled out an item. Seeing this object, the corners of Qin Nuo's mouth twitched. It was a pair of pink women's panties.
Panties. Panties. Panties.
The eating ghost expelled a crimson gas from its nose, then brought the panties to its nose and greedily sniffed, revealing a look of ecstasy.
Qin Nuo.
No wonder even a perverted woman like you, Qin, would say this eating ghost was perverted. As if it found treasure, the eating ghost held the pair of pink panties like a treasure, unable to let it go.
This is the 99th treasure. The eating ghost said merrily.
Then he stood up and placed the pink little panties on a special shelf. The reason why it's called special is that this shelf is very clean, and each compartment is labeled with a number, arranged from top to bottom.
The devourer put the pink little panties in the compartment marked with the number 99.
Then, he happily admired his collection shelf. Qin Nuo looked over, and it was all women's things. And they mostly occupied rather private items. In the top compartment, Qin Nuo even saw a bloody, just-used sanitary pad.
Familiar red dragon. Qin Nuo's expression was shocked once again.
This ghost is more impressive than the fat brother from Bloodclove's apartment. While speechless, Qin Nuo's gaze suddenly froze. Then, his eyes focused on the far left, on the collection in compartment number 87. There was a lipstick placed there, with a prominent doll sticker on it. No need to ask, this must be that woman's lipstick. Qin Nuo's expression was astonished, then he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Truly, the heavens are helping, I can find it back. Thanks to the fat guy's special hobby. The Blood-Eye Ghost also saw the lipstick and said, "What do you plan to do?" "This is the collection of that dead pig, you don't plan to persuade him to give it to you, do you?" Qin Nuo smiled. "I suddenly feel that using violence to solve the problem seems to be an option." Chapter 79, Sending Back the Pillow, the blood is too thick. After enjoying for a good while, the devourer reluctantly withdrew his gaze. He sat down and continued his garbage disposal work. Qin Nuo suddenly walked over. The devourer glanced at the clothes on Qin Nuo and said, "Are you a caregiver from the hospital?" "So what? Don't think I won't dare to take action against you. If you hinder my work, I will still eat you and turn you into garbage, the nun won't blame me." "Bro, I really have no ill intentions." Qin Nuo spoke calmly, pointing at the collectibles on the shelf. "Are these all your treasures? Are you coveting my treasures? If you dare to touch it, I will smash you into meat paste." The devourer grabbed a large pile of garbage and stuffed it into his mouth. Suddenly, he shivered all over and vomited all the garbage back out. Then, he reached out and pulled out a discarded tablet from the vomited garbage. The tablet was cracked and sparking with electricity. Damn electricity! The devourer punched the tablet into pieces, pushed it aside, and continued eating garbage. "Bro, I also have a few collectibles. If you're interested, I will give them to you. Think of it as making a friend, how about that?" Qin Nuo continued to be friendly. He thought for a moment. He decided to approach softly first. If he could get it with just a pillow like he did with the fat ghost back then, it would undoubtedly save a lot of trouble. All fat guys are one family. This principle is definitely right. "You want to compare that garbage of yours with my collectibles?" The devourer sneered, full of disdain. He grabbed a handful of garbage and was about to put it in his mouth. But suddenly, his movement froze. Qin Nuo pulled out a pillow with an anime character on it, dressed as a maid, wearing a flower hairpin, named Remington. Whoosh! The garbage in his hands fell to the ground. The devourer opened his mouth, his gaze blank, as if his soul had been hooked away. "Big brother, may I ask if this collectible is still appealing to you?" Qin Nuo asked. The devourer swallowed his saliva and asked in a dazed manner, Are you giving this to me? As long as you can become my friend, what's wrong with giving it away?" Qin Nuo smiled. After saying that, he generously handed the REM pillow to the devourer's hands. The delicate texture, a faint fragrance, as if it could break the dimension and hug the real REM, the devourer was suddenly moved to tears. "Good brother, don't say anything. From now on, if anyone bullies you, I will swallow them whole. Except for the nun." The devourer patted his chest, pledging earnestly. After that, he turned around and replaced the collectible marked number 1. He placed the REM pillow up. Clearly, this REM pillow completely replaced his most beloved collection in his heart. Qin Nuo saw this and felt more certain in his heart. Since we are friends, friends should give to each other. "I have my eyes on a certain item in your collection. Can you give it to me as a gift?" The devourer was taken aback and then asked, "Which one do you want?" "The thing in grid number 87. Qin Nuo smiled. "A half-used lipstick for 1 REM pillow, this deal, even a fool would know it's a huge profit." The devourer had no reason to refuse. Sure enough, after hesitating for a moment, the devourer said, "All right, it's yours. You go get it yourself." "No problem, big brother." Qin Nuo replied, then said to Blood-Eye Ghost, "When dealing with the lazy guy, the soft approach is definitely more effective than the hard one. I'm an expert in this area." Blood-Eye Ghost rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. Grid number 87 wasn't very high, so it was still easy to reach. Qin Nuo crossed over the devourer and walked toward the shelf. But just at that moment, he suddenly felt a tearing sound of fierce wind coming from behind. Qin Nuo quickly sidestepped, avoiding a punch that landed right there, causing the floor to crack in an instant. Qin Nuo looked at the devourer, who had pulled back his fist, and his expression turned gloomy. "Brother, what does this mean?" The devourer had a bland expression and said, "I suddenly thought, why should I be friends with you? If I crush you into meat paste, wouldn't the pillow become mine? This way, I can also save one of my collection items as a trade." Qin Nuo was speechless. Damn! This ghost is smarter than the lazy ghost. Thinking this way, Qin Nuo coldly said, "This is a bit unfair. After taking my stuff, you turned around and sneak attacked."
If you're this stupid, who can you blame? The devourer mocked. Didn't someone say that the soft approach is more effective than the hard one? Blood-Eye Ghost finally spoke after a moment. Give you 2 pieces of Tai Sui meat and beat him to death.
Qin Nuo's expression turned cold, the devourer's shamelessness made him unable to bear it anymore. After all the effort to please him, he got a sneak attack in return. Qin Nuo encountered a rival in shamelessness for the first time. Deal. Blood-Eye Ghost had long found the devourer unpleasant to watch, itching to make a move. Die. The devourer slapped down, and Qin Nuo didn't dodge, taking the slap head-on. The floor instantly caved in by a large chunk. When the hand withdrew, what he saw wasn't a pile of meat paste, but a completely unscathed Qin Nuo. His right hand emitted a large amount of ghostly energy, with countless corpse spots appearing. 2 blood-red pupils bulged out from his torn skin. What is this? The devourer was stunned for a moment, and then Qin Nuo suddenly charged at him, throwing a punch at his face. The terrifying ghostly power twisted the devourer's jaw completely, and his body staggered backward, his layers of fat shaking wildly like a pyramid. Splat! Blood erupted from his mouth. Without giving him a chance to breathe, a second punch followed, landing on the devourer's stomach. It was like a stone dropped on the water's surface, creating 1,000 waves. The heavy fat instantly caved in, rippling one wave after another. The devourer's eyes almost popped out, his stomach was churning, and then a large amount of yellow liquid was vomited out. The devourer crashed down into the garbage pile. Those 2 punches seemed to have made it so he couldn't get up. Qin Nuo felt invigorated. He should have done this much earlier. Why waste so much breath? Brother, isn't it more pleasant to directly take the REM pillow? Why engage in this shameless death game? Qin Nuo shook his head and walked toward the shelf. Bang! But soon, the ground suddenly shook. Qin Nuo was stunned, feeling a chill suddenly appear behind him. Turning around, he saw the devourer standing behind him again. He still bore the injuries from those 2 punches, but the devourer didn't care at all, coldly smiling. Little mouse, were you just tickling me? Qin Nuo's expression was astonished. He turned to Blood-Eye Ghost and asked, what's going on? The Blood-Eyed Ghost fell silent for a moment, helplessly saying, I said I could beat him, but I never said I could kill him. His blood is too thick. Qin Nuo. Chapter 80, The King of Law's Healing, the Angel Oil Lamp. A loud bang exploded in the room, as the swallowing ghost was beaten unmercifully by the blood-eyed ghost, who had opened 2 eyes. But in the end, he always managed to stand in front of the shelves, guarding those treasured items behind him. No one is allowed to touch my treasures, the swallowing ghost roared. Qin Nuo felt the blood-eyed ghost starting to exert power. This was because the ghostly energy was being consumed continuously. On the contrary, the beaten-up swallowing ghost grabbed a pile of trash from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth, his whole body shaking as his injuries visibly healed. There's not much time to waste here. Looking at the time, they had been here for several hours, and dusk was approaching at 6 o'clock. Those nuns were about to appear. This fat pig is blocking the way, what can we do? The blood-eyed ghost said helplessly. Even though beating him felt great, it was still only a temporary pleasure. Qin Nuo's eyes flashed. He suddenly said, he might fear one thing. What thing? Qin Nuo remained silent, took out the gloves of the Lightning King, and put them on his right hand. With human sensing, the gloves immediately filled with electric currents, arcs dancing wildly. Let's get him, Qin Nuo said. The blood-eyed ghost didn't ask any questions and controlled his right hand to rush forward. Just a tickling punch. The swallowing ghost sneered, but when the punch landed, a massive current surged out, and arcs crawled all over his body. The swallowing ghost suddenly screamed in terror, his body twitching, stepping back a few steps, and fell to the ground. Oh wow, so you really are afraid of electricity? Qin Nuo said with a smile. In reality, he was also guessing. Earlier, when the swallowing ghost spat out an electric tablet and said that sentence, Qin Nuo had paid attention. The swallowing ghost twitched again, staring at the white gloves, showing deep wariness. But to hide his weakness, he gritted his teeth and said, I'm not afraid of that thing, I just slipped. If you're not afraid, then why are you shaking? The swallowing ghost looked at his trembling legs, wanted to explain as he looked up, but saw that Qin Nuo was already in front of him. The white gloves were radiating terrifying electricity. Bro, how about we chat about some heartfelt stuff? Qin Nuo asked with a smile. The swallowing ghost instinctively retreated in fear while subconsciously asking, what stuff? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Nuo's right hand shot forward like a spear, piercing sharply through the swallowing ghost's chest, deep into his heart. You! The swallowing ghost didn't have time to struggle. The white gloves that had drilled into him released terrifying currents, flooding through his internal organs like a deluge. The swallowing ghost convulsed wildly. The layers of fat on him shuddered, slowly turning charred. In an instant, a smell of burning wafted through the air. When Qin Nuo withdrew his right hand, the swallowing ghost collapsed to the ground, convulsing madly, eyes rolling back. His mouth opened, releasing a puff of black smoke. "It smells like roasted meat," said the blood-eyed ghost. "The heirloom of Lightning King Yang, it's indeed powerful, it's effective against various disobedience," Qin Nuo said, turning to the shelf and taking down a lipstick. The lipstick carried a faint fragrance. Half of the lip balm had been used, bright red like blood. "This is the authentic boyfriend lip balm, made by a boyfriend." "Destroy the shelf," the blood-eyed ghost suggested. Qin Nuo thought for a moment but decided to abandon the idea. Destroying a fat otaku's treasure trove was scarier than killing him. More importantly, if the nuns complained, it would be troublesome. Leaving behind a REM pillow for the swallowing ghost, he believed that he would understand what to do. Qin Nuo didn't stay too long, leaving that place. Soon, Qin Nuo returned to the third floor, heading straight to room 301. He pushed the door open. The fire cloud evil god was still on the balcony reading the newspaper. The child on the bed was still engrossed in his game. The beautiful woman was at the makeup table, enhancing her looks. "Have you decided to send your own head over?" the beautiful woman looked at herself in the mirror. The stunningly beautiful self gently asked. Qin Nuo remained silent and placed a piece of lipstick on the edge of the table. The beautiful woman glanced over, her delicate brows furrowing. "How could you possibly find it?" She was just making an excuse to kill Qin Nuo, never thinking he would actually find it. It took some effort. After all, a lip balm made by your own boyfriend is hard to find. You can't just grab any lipstick and brush it off, Qin Nuo said. The beautiful woman's charming expression darkened. "That twisted woman told you?" No, she couldn't possibly know these things. The beautiful woman's face turned icy, as if a girl's little secret had been exposed. Suddenly, there was a murderous intent in her beautiful eyes. Qin Nuo remained unfazed. He met her beautiful gaze. "If you still want to kill me, so be it. I have a worthless life. I have 2 lives. If I die, I can still come back. But a patient who kills their caregiver will pay a hefty price." "Are you threatening me?" The beautiful woman displayed a hint of a smile, but the smile held no warmth. "I have a habit. Every man I've killed, I turn them into my beloved cosmetics." Qin Nuo stayed silent, still expressionless, watching her. If this woman wanted to go all out, there was nothing he could do. "Zhengya, let him go." The old man reading the newspaper suddenly spoke. This caught Qin Nuo off guard. This old man was helping him for no reason? "Old man, are you meddling in my business?" Zhengya looked at the old man coldly, unafraid. "Last time, because of your stubbornness, I suffered punishment. This old body can't handle it a second time." The old man put down the newspaper, his hollow eyes shocking. On the bed, the child was playing a game, also voicing, "Sister, I don't have a third game console. If the nun confiscates it, there'll be nothing to play. Will you play with me?" The boy glanced at Zhengya, his gloomy little face breaking into a strange smile. The beautiful woman's bright eyes narrowed as she picked up the lipstick, gently squeezing it, turning it to ashes. Then, she opened the drawer and took out another lipstick, applying it to her red lips. Qin Nuo saw that there were many lipsticks in the drawer, all labeled with a big-headed doll's tag. If nothing else, these must all be from her boyfriend. Qin Nuo looked at Zhengya, who was focused on her makeup, and understood her meaning, retreating from the room. Once back in the hallway, Qin Nuo felt the cold sweat trickling down his back. The 3 ghosts in room 301 undoubtedly had terrifying power. Yet they all seemed extremely afraid of the nun. There were too many doubts about this. What exactly allows the nun to dominate and manage the mental hospital? With so many terrifying patients, why do they all fear her presence? As various questions floated in Qin Nuo's mind, the sound of the game echoed in his ears. Congratulations, player, for completing the C-level subtask. Extra scoring will be settled after completion. Congratulations, player, for obtaining a clue for the main storyline task. Every night in the mental hospital, strange singing echoes down the corridor. Why not find the source of the sound and see who is singing? Congratulations, player, for receiving a task reward, the oil lamp of the fallen angel. Once lit, the oil lamp can drive away darkness and grant immunity to all mental disturbances. Chapter 81, Malicious Trap, Bold Idea. This time, the subtask has given both a main storyline task and a game reward item. The function of this oil lamp seems similar to that of a white candle. It prevents mental disturbances. Perhaps after dark, I won't hear those strange sounds again. It feels a bit like an upgraded version. Qin Nuo murmured. No matter what, this oil lamp is very useful to him. After all, he can't guarantee that tonight's white candle won't have any issues. Then, Qin Nuo focused on the main storyline task. This clue required him to explore after dark. Go out of the room after dark? He wouldn't dare to be that reckless. It seemed like this clue wasn't very practical for him. Putting aside his thoughts, Qin Nuo glanced at his points. In 10 minutes, it would be 6 o'clock sharp. Qin Nuo was thinking about going to the lobby on the first floor when the door of room 303 suddenly opened. A small gap in the door revealed a watching eye, then the door closed again. It was Sister Mute. Qin Nuo was taken aback. It was his first time seeing Sister Mute open the door on her own. Clearly she was looking for him urgently. Qin Nuo immediately entered room 303, and inside, Sister Mute was indeed waiting for him.
Sister Mute, you were looking for me?
Bai Chu was anxious and said, "It's very important. Xiaoye is missing, she must have gone outside." Qin Nuo then realized that Xiaoye was not inside.
When did this happen? Qin Nuo hurriedly asked.
Just now, in the blink of an eye, she was gone. Usually, Xiaoye wouldn't dare to disobey Sister Mute and leave the room on her own. There must be a reason. The nun said we can't go out during the day, you have to go find her. Bai Chu said. That damned girl is going to cause trouble, the twins cursed, but after glancing at Sister Mute, they quickly fell silent. I'll go find her, you all stay in the room.
Qin Nuo didn't want to waste time and hurried out the door.
Before 6 o'clock, if a patient went missing in a managed ward and was not in the room, it would be considered negligence by the nurses.
The punishment would be inevitable.
And now, there were only 3 minutes left until 6 o'clock. In the corridor, many shadows were flitting about, they were all nurses. In 2 days, the number of NPC nurses had increased significantly. It seemed that it wasn't just about players being eliminated.
Was it because there were more patients in the hospital?
The shadows surged toward the lobby on the first floor. Quitting time was approaching.
Qin Nuo swam against the current, and fortunately, he soon found Xiaoye on the 5th floor. Unfortunately, it was already 6:04, 4 minutes over.
Qin Nuo felt helpless and had already anticipated the bad outcome. Seeing Qin Nuo, Xiaoye was very excited. Ah, you lost.
Give me rainbow candy. Qin Nuo was confused. Candy?
You said it.
We played hide and seek. If I find you, you have to give me candy.
Xiaoye said.
Qin Nuo was stunned and asked in a deep voice, who brought you out of the room?
Xiaoye tilted her head, you did. You said you would take me to a fun place and told me not to tell Sister Mute and the others.
Qin Nuo stood up with a gloomy expression. It was obvious that someone had set a trap.
The target was not Xiaoye, but himself. Impersonating him, luring the patient out of the ward right before 6 o'clock, and naturally, he would face the consequences of negligence.
How many enemies had he offended?
Just 2 or 3, and that guy with the multiple faces smiled so strangely at noon, definitely a prime suspect.
Of course, it might not be him.
Xiaoye tugged at Qin Nuo's clothes. Are you thinking about where to hide this time? Qin Nuo, I'm thinking you're but might be in trouble soon.
What do you mean?
Qin Nuo said nothing, grabbed Xiaoye, and threw her back into 303, leaving her to Sister Mute. Sister Mute then stuffed a doll into Qin Nuo's hands.
What is this?
Qin Nuo knew Sister Mute's nature, she wouldn't just freely give him a doll. Bai Chu translated the sign language. Sister Mute says you may be in danger tonight, this doll might help you a little.
Sister Mute nodded at Qin Nuo.
Clearly, she understood the game rules somewhat. Xiaoye left the ward without permission, and Qin Nuo would definitely have to bear the consequences.
Qin Nuo pocketed the doll and nodded, thank you.
After he finished, he went out and rushed to the lobby on the first floor.
In the lobby, it had already turned desolate.
Only one nun remained there.
Sorry, I'm late. Qin Nuo approached and looked at the nun's emotionless face.
Your performance today was poor, the nun said.
Qin Nuo furrowed his brow. Just a little girl being mischievous, out for 4 minutes, and it's considered poor?
The blonde man also had a poor score, but he killed a patient. The ratings were the same, but the nature was completely different. The nun did not explain and threw a pouch into Qin Nuo's hands. Only a ghost coin was poured out. Qin Nuo's face was serious as he put away the ghost coin and said, the white candle distributed to me yesterday has a problem.
The white candle can't have a problem. The nun left only this sentence and walked away. Qin Nuo's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Was the nun targeting him? Or was this the game's mechanism, where the difficulty increased when players made progress in the main storyline?
Just like Lu Meng back then, exhausting all her thoughts to deal with him. Qin Nuo went to the cafeteria, but the multi-faced ghost had long disappeared.
Does it think I won't survive tonight, so it hid early? Qin Nuo pondered for a moment and returned to his dormitory.
He originally didn't plan to use the white candle again, as he couldn't guarantee if it had been tampered with, and it didn't really matter.
The oil lamp works better, and more importantly, it has mobility. It seems the main storyline clue I obtained is not completely useless.
Qin Nuo had a bold idea in his heart. Tonight, perhaps he could unveil the mysterious veil of those things in the dark. Of course, before that, he needed to make some guarantees.
Playing games? Of course, it should be exciting. Moreover, this is a horror game. Night soon fell. As the darkness invaded every corner of the mental hospital, the entire hospital fell into a deathly silence.
Some things that could only come out at night quietly emerged, beginning to wander inside the mental hospital, hunting. In the room, players lit white candles and closed their eyes. Qin Nuo also lit the oil lamp, and its flame was brighter than the white candle. Qin Nuo lay down, holding the doll of the mute sister on his chest, covering it with both hands, and then closed his eyes. Time passed little by little. Strangely, no eerie or terrifying sounds occurred tonight. There were no scratching sounds on the door, no warm breath by the ear, and no grabbing at the ankle. It seemed like he could sleep soundly tonight. But Qin Nuo had other thoughts. After waiting for a long time, the clock on the wall struck 12. It's 12 o'clock. Taking a deep breath, Qin Nuo suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 82, The Woman in the Bathtub, Strange Puzzle. Upon opening his eyes, nothing terrifying happened. The surroundings were still silent. What came into view was only the ceiling, not the frightening ghost faces he had imagined. Qin Nuo sat up, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. When he saw the effect of the oil lamp, he had this guess. The sounds he heard earlier were fake, as were the warm breath by his ear and the sensation on his ankle. But whether something would happen after opening his eyes was still uncertain. The oil lamp could resist all mental interference, which gave Qin Nuo the courage to take a chance. Being able to open his eyes in the dark was a huge breakthrough in the game for Qin Nuo. This dungeon's darkness was filled with unknown dangers and mystery, likely hiding a large amount of clues related to the main quest. His gaze fell around the room. On the walls, the terrifying burn marks that appeared after darkness fell on the first day had reappeared. Were those not illusions? Qin Nuo paused slightly, got out of bed, and walked towards the door. The oil lamp could dispel darkness in a certain space and had a windproof glass cover. With these 2 points, even with darkness falling, Qin Nuo felt he could move around the mental hospital. He placed his hand on the doorknob and gently twisted it open. The blood-eyed ghost was astonished. "You're so brave?" Qin Nuo smiled slightly. "It's a game, one must be brave to try and explore." Saying that, he pulled open the door. At the moment the door opened, cold wind surged in like a flood. Outside the corridor, it felt like being transported to Antarctica, bone-chillingly cold. Qin Nuo stepped one foot into the corridor, and after a moment of silence, he stepped out with the other foot. On both sides of the corridor, it was pitch dark, as if both were deep abysses leading to hell. Hiss. Hiss. In the darkness, some chilling sounds emerged. Something was moving quickly in the night, approaching Qin Nuo rapidly. But soon, they stopped. The flickering light of the oil lamp seemed like a forbidden boundary, preventing them from crossing. The light provided Qin Nuo with a certain space and vision, as well as a great sense of security. After confirming safety, Qin Nuo began to walk down the corridor. 10 minutes later, Qin Nuo stood at the corridor entrance on the 4th floor, a puzzled expression on his face. The main clue says that at night, the psychiatric hospital would echo with songs, but after walking around, I can't hear any sound at all. That being said, after his walk, Qin Nuo indeed had a significant discovery. The hospital after dark looked extremely dilapidated. The walls, corridors, and doors were all covered with signs of damage, and many places showed signs of burning. The air still lingered with a burnt smell. This hospital has been consumed by a great fire before. Qin Nuo thought to himself, initially believing all this was just an illusion, but the oil lamp had the power to resist mental interference, meaning what he saw was real. After night fell, it seemed as if some special ghostly power restored the hospital's former appearance before his eyes. If my guess is correct, then everyone in this psychiatric hospital likely died in that great fire. What if the mastermind behind it all is the arsonist who caused that fire? If this were true, then everything would become clear. As Qin Nuo pondered, he walked toward the end of the corridor. Passing by a room door, he suddenly heard the sound of a dripping faucet. He raised the oil lamp, and the door displayed the room number 503. He gently pushed with his hand, and with a creak, the door opened by itself, not locked. Holding the oil lamp in front of him, Qin Nuo entered the room. The light revealed that this was a caregiver's room, very messy, with trash everywhere. The source of the sound came from the bathroom. Qin Nuo pushed open the bathroom door, and as his foot landed, he stepped into a puddle of water. The faucet was not turned off tightly, and the bathtub was full, overflowing everywhere. It seemed that a person was soaking in the bathtub. Looking at the hair on the water surface, it should be a woman. A pale hand floated on one side, with obvious cut marks on the wrist, blood already drained. Suicide by wrist cutting? Qin Nuo frowned. Players can't be this bored. It must be a hospital staff member, looks like a female caregiver. Why would she lose hope? Did she encounter a scumbag? In a horror world, seeing a dead person is too normal. Qin Nuo didn't feel surprised, shook his head, and was about to leave when his gaze suddenly froze. Underneath the bathtub, there seemed to be something shining? Qin Nuo was momentarily stunned, using his hand to peel back the hair on the water surface, unable to see what it was. "Miss, I mean no offense, I don't have any necrophilia, I just want to see what's under the bathtub." Qin Nuo looked at the woman's face, which was raised, and said. Then, he reached down to feel under the water.
Accidentally touching something, a delicate texture made Qin Nuo break out in goosebumps. Soon, he touched the glowing object and was about to pull it out when suddenly ripples spread across the water's surface. Then, the black hair suddenly wrapped around Qin Nuo's hand. Qin Nuo shot his head up, staring at the pale woman's face. He saw that beneath the black hair, the woman had opened her eyes at some point, her gaze filled with resentment, staring intently at Qin Nuo. "I just accidentally touched it, I didn't mean anything by it," Qin Nuo explained. The woman said nothing, but her hair was tightening more and more. Qin Nuo didn't feel much pain, after all, his right hand was inhabited by the blood-eyed ghost. But at night, it wasn't right to have a naked woman entangled and not allow her to leave. Qin Nuo tried to force his hand out, but the grip only tightened further. Even worse, Qin Nuo saw the skin on his right hand slowly tearing, blood spilling out. Qin Nuo's face immediately darkened, and he said coldly, "I've been polite, don't think I'm really easy to bully." Saying this, a bloody eye tore open on his right hand. The corpse spots emerged. In the next second, those ghostly strands of hair released their grip like they had been electrocuted, allowing the right hand to pull free from the water's surface. Underneath the black hair, the woman's eyes, however, continued to stare fiercely at Qin Nuo, filled with resentment. Clearly, she harbored no malice specifically towards Qin Nuo. Instead, she was filled with malice for all men. No need to ask, it was almost certain she had been hurt by a scumbag. Qin Nuo wasn't intimidated by her tactics. He pulled out the ghost burying stone and coldly shouted, "Your death has nothing to do with me, glare at me one more time and I'll turn you to ashes." Believe it or not, possibly scared by Qin Nuo's intimidation or sensing the terror of the ghost burying stone, the woman retracted her hateful gaze and slowly closed her eyes. Qin Nuo put away the ghost burying stone and stepped out of the restroom. Taking out the glowing object, it was a piece of a puzzle. Strangely, it was sparking with embers, continually burning, but no matter how much it burned, the puzzle remained intact. Moreover, holding it in his hand, there was no sense of burning pain at all. "What is this puzzle about?" Qin Nuo brought the puzzle closer to the lamp's flame. One piece was about the size of an egg, but he still couldn't make out what it was meant to be. Just as Qin Nuo was pondering the puzzle piece, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Chapter 83, Puzzle Piece, Honest Cooperation. Congratulations player for triggering the main storyline clue fragment. Collect all fragments to obtain a key main storyline clue. After night falls, the fragments scatter into various corners. Please piece them together for unexpected discoveries. Another clue? Qin Nuo was stunned, so this piece of the puzzle was actually a clue fragment. A key main storyline clue, how key could it be? Once obtained, could he uncover the puppet master behind the murders at the mental hospital? The problem was, how many pieces would there be? Based on the size of this puzzle piece and the proportion shown on it, it should be more than 10 pieces. Qin Nuo considered this for a moment, not lingering too long, picked up the oil lamp, and left the room. Since he needed to search for the fragments, the range of search would undoubtedly be larger. Searching in the dark came with many unknown dangers. Thus, acquiring this key clue fragment didn't bring much joy to Qin Nuo. Through the bathtub woman, Qin Nuo understood that the oil lamp could only drive away those things lurking in the dark, but had no effect on the ghosts already in the mental hospital. While walking on the stairs, Qin Nuo suddenly noticed the puzzle piece in his hand. The sparks that were burning on it seemed to drift in one direction. Is this guiding me? Qin Nuo was taken aback. Could it be that when puzzle pieces get close, they react like magnets attracting each other? This guess might very well be correct. Following the direction of the sparks, Qin Nuo quickened his pace. Arriving at a corridor in the southern area, the sparks from the puzzle seemed to blaze even more brightly. Nearby, Qin Nuo's eyes brightened as he continued to move forward. At the corner, he suddenly heard a sound. Very light footsteps, something was approaching him. Qin Nuo paused briefly, then swiftly took out his machete and turned to strike behind him. The opponent responded quickly, stepping back suddenly, and the blade of the machete cut through the fabric of his chest. At this moment, Qin Nuo could see clearly that the opponent was also holding an oil lamp. Player? The man hadn't expected Qin Nuo to be so sharp, suddenly countering with a knife from behind. Looking at the cut on his chest, the black-haired man's expression darkened. Good lad, if I hadn't reacted a bit quicker, I would have been using my life-saving card here. Qin Nuo looked at the same type of fallen angel oil lamp in his hand, raising an eyebrow. As expected, he wasn't the only one who could move in the dark. Thinking carefully, it made sense. Among the players in this dungeon, there were quite a few high-level players. It was impossible that they were all less clever than him. You following me can't be for any good reason, right? Qin Nuo coldly laughed. The black-haired man smiled. I was just curious, wondering who the third player capable of moving in the dark would be. The third one? Qin Nuo was taken aback. As he spoke, a light appeared in the distance, and a person walked over. It was none other than the blonde man. Seeing Qin Nuo, the blonde man was a bit surprised, but recalling something, he regained his calm. Any discoveries? The black-haired man glanced at the blonde man.
The blonde man said nothing, taking out an item, which was exactly the same puzzle piece as Qin Nuo's.
It took some effort, but I got it.
The man, one hand bloody, also produced a puzzle piece.
In an instant, all 3 puzzle pieces reacted. Only then did the two notice that Qin Nuo also held a piece, and the black-haired man's eyes lit up. No wonder the puzzle kept responding. Turns out you have a piece too.
As the black-haired man spoke, he licked his lips, his gaze filled with ill intent.
He and the blonde man were partners.
Since both were high-level players and aware of each other's strength, teaming up meant a high chance of completing the main quest of this dungeon. But for a level 2 rookie player, he had no intention of cooperating. The cake was already small, no one wanted to share another piece.
Qin Nuo sensed the man's intentions in his eyes and said lightly, "What, do you want to snatch this piece from me? Then you might have to shed a layer of skin. Rookie, where do you get your confidence? Is it from that knife?"
The man sneered, a double-barreled shotgun slipping out from his sleeve and into his hand.
"You can give it a try." Qin Nuo glanced at the shotgun, a smirk tugging at his lips.
"Blue smoke, you'll come to regret it," the blonde man suddenly said.
"Why?" Blue Smoke frowned, knowing the nature of the Emperor, he wouldn't joke. "Because he is called Phantom."
Blue Smoke murmured the name, first puzzled, then his face suddenly changed.
"That rating 16.0 Phantom?"
Blue Smoke's gaze fell back on Qin Nuo, a little astonished. He really is a level 2 rookie. I thought those guys were exaggerating. Qin Nuo looked at the blonde man with a hint of surprise. Few players knew Phantom's identity, most being concentrated in Jinzhou. These two were most likely from there.
No wonder this guy kept staring at me before. "Friend, I was just joking earlier, don't take it to heart."
Blue Smoke's expression changed quickly, silently putting away the shotgun, and switched to a smile.
"Since you also have a puzzle piece, would you like to join us?"
"I'm not interested in this kind of partnership with hidden daggers."
Qin Nuo shook his head. Blue Smoke opened his mouth, unsure of what to say.
The blonde man spoke again. "You have a puzzle piece, so you must be interested in the main quest of this dungeon. Without the puzzle pieces in each other's hands, no one can obtain the key clues. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Since our interests are the same, what's wrong with a partnership with hidden knives?" The blonde man's lips curled up in a smile, but it was very stiff, clearly one who rarely smiled. Qin Nuo pondered for a moment and said, "I like people who are this straightforward, not hypocritical. Let's cooperate joyfully." Blue Smoke's face grew somewhat unnatural, he felt like he was being subtly mocked. The relationship between the three seemed to warm up instantly.
But each knew well. This partnership would only last until the puzzle was completed. Once the puzzle was fully assembled, and the key main clues were obtained, the cooperation would immediately collapse, turning each into enemies. The MVP rating for the dungeon was unimaginably rewarding. No one would be generous enough to share a piece of the pie. According to our speculation, the puzzle might have 12 pieces, the overall size of the frame. Furthermore, these puzzle pieces only appear at night, that means we have to come out and search for them every night these few days. The blonde man said. The oil lamp can only last for about 24 hours, which means over 2 nights. If we can't find all the puzzle pieces in 2 days, we will have to complete the dungeon tasks and continue to obtain the oil lamp. Blue Smoke added, "We should search separately. At night, there are many ghosts that are not afraid of the oil lamp, so we must be careful. After all, we don't know what happens when players die. Where exactly have the puzzle pieces disappeared to, or are they scattered elsewhere?" Qin Nuo simply nodded. What the two were discussing had no useful information. "We still have to search, but with 2 more people, the efficiency will be faster." "Then let's continue searching separately. The light from the oil lamp is precious, not for us to chat." The blonde man stood up and said. Qin Nuo looked at him and suddenly asked, "How did you hold out until dawn last night without the white candle or the oil lamp?" He remembered that in the morning, the blonde man was covered in injuries, and now, all of them had disappeared, clearly using some kind of healing tool. The blonde man's expression returned to indifference, clearly unwilling to discuss the topic. "I have my ways." "You saw those things in the dark, didn't you? What exactly were they?" Qin Nuo asked, not caring, continuing to question. Luan Yen also glanced at the blonde man. He had been wanting to ask this question too. The blonde man's face was serious, shadows from last night still lingering in his eyes, and he coldly replied, "That was a true nightmare, you wouldn't want to know." After saying that, he turned and walked away. Chapter 84, The Lonely Old Man, Watching a Movie Together. After parting ways with the two, Qin Nuo continued to walk around the hospital. Looking at the time, it was already approaching 2:30. Not going home to sleep at 2:30 in the morning would lead to terrifying things happening. This is something old folks in the countryside often say. Qin Nuo certainly didn't want to believe such ominous words, but perhaps it was psychological. He always felt the light from the oil lamp seemed to have dimmed a bit, and the visible range became gradually constricted. It's just an illusion. The more you fear certain things, the more likely you are to see their shadows.
Qin Nuo shook his head vigorously, brushing off those messy thoughts, focusing intently on following the guidance of the puzzle pieces in his hand. After wandering around the floor, the puzzle pieces still had no reaction.
It seems the pieces aren't easy to find. This hospital is much larger than I thought. Qin Nuo held up the oil lamp and muttered to himself, could there be a basement? The basements in horror movies always seem to hide some earth-shattering secrets or terrifying things. Would going to the basement lead to any discoveries?
As Qin Nuo thought this, he arrived at the stairs. Just as he was considering going downstairs, the puzzle piece in his hand reacted suddenly and floated towards a certain direction. Qin Nuo looked up at the fire exit at the end. After a moment's hesitation, he turned and walked in that direction. He pushed open the fire exit door, and on one side of the passage, there was a hidden room.
So lucky?
Qin Nuo was startled. He had just said the puzzle pieces were hard to find, and suddenly it appeared.
Gently pushing the door, Qin Nuo first lifted the oil lamp into the room before poking his head in.
The space inside was suffocatingly stuffy, piled with many miscellaneous items, tightly sealed. At the back, a faint light was shining through. It was a television that was on. Perhaps the signal was poor, as the image constantly flickered and switched, seemingly playing some kind of cartoon. Across from the television, an old man was leaning on the sofa, eyes closed, not knowing if he was asleep or.
In the claustrophobic space, the horrifying scene was unbearable for those with fragile mental strength, causing them to turn around and flee.
Qin Nuo also wanted to leave but had to stay. Because he saw what he wanted. Next to the old man, on the remote control, lay a piece of puzzle. Qin Nuo hesitated for a moment, stepping lightly as he approached, paying attention to the old man's movements, his right hand reaching for the remote. However, just as his fingertips touched the puzzle, the old man's hand, covered in bruises, suddenly clutched Qin Nuo's hand tightly, including the puzzle and the remote. The grip was so strong. Like an iron clamp, his entire palm quickly filled with blood.
Qin Nuo frowned. Grandma, I just saw you asleep and wanted to help you turn off the TV. I had no other intentions.
The old man remained silent, with no sign of opening his eyes. No way, Qin Nuo had no choice but to let the blood-eyed ghost take action. The back of his hand flipped out a blood eye, but the old man still showed no intention of letting go. The power of the blood-eye ghost did not intimidate the old man. Qin Nuo was puzzled when a game notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, player has triggered D-level side quest. The old man has always been very lonely, always watching TV alone at night. Accompany the old man to finish watching a movie. The task time is 30 minutes.
Once the viewing time ends, the task will be completed.
Qin Nuo did not expect to trigger a side quest from a stranger old man in the dead of night. But this task didn't seem difficult. Just watching TV with the old man, the process might be somewhat dull, more or less.
No children, no family, the lonely old man is indeed quite pitiful.
Qin Nuo accepted the side quest. The old man's dry hands suddenly loosened. The puzzle was right in front of him, but Qin Nuo had no intention of just grabbing it and running. Not to mention failing the side quest, who knows what scary things might happen if he tricked an old man. The old man opened his eyes, which were pitch black inside. Qin Nuo pulled a chair over and sat down, saying, Grandma, let me watch TV with you for a while, but I wonder if the TV. Before he finished speaking, the broken TV suddenly returned to normal, and the images inside restored themselves, only it switched from an animated program to a movie. The movie was filmed in a documentary style, not as dull as Qin Nuo had imagined, and there were no terrifying scenes. The movie was a silent film, with no sound throughout, only body language to convey the storyline. It told the daily life of a family of 3, the scenes were warm, a happy family. But one day, the husband returned home with a worried face. The elderly mother hurriedly made a plate of dumplings to fill her son's stomach. But the husband's mood was poor and he had no appetite to eat. The old mother asked what was wrong, but the son didn't answer and turned to go into the room. Soon, the scene shifted to the room, where the husband was arguing with his wife. The baby next to them was crying incessantly. In the end, the wife proposed something and was very firm, leaving the husband with no choice but to leave the living room to talk to his mother. The old mother looked sad but still nodded, and then she was sent to a nursing home by her son.
Here, Qin Nuo could somewhat see the plot.
The husband went bankrupt, the old mother became a burden, and he had no choice but to send her to a nursing home. At least there was a pension to support her.
Qin Nuo stroked his chin. The plot wasn't as dull as he thought. It was actually quite engaging, with a bit of that Xiong drama flavor. Qin Nuo continued to watch. After the old mother was sent to the nursing home, the son's financial situation still showed no improvement, his face always full of worry, and eventually, the company directly went bankrupt, accumulating a huge debt, with creditors knocking on his door every day, splashing red paint and drawing on the door. The creditors chased him for money every day, almost driving the man crazy. Originally a happy family of 3, they became impoverished, even fragmented. The wife fought with her husband every night about divorcing him, wanting to take their son away. However, the husband, pushed to the dead end, suddenly thought of a chance at life.
The next day, they brought the old mother back from the nursing home, treating her well, and the couple even discussed taking the old mother on a trip. Then, the scene jumped straight to the travel footage. The son carried the old mother around the scenic area, mother and son chatting and laughing. Even though the son was sweating profusely, he still didn't let his mother walk by herself. On a rock, the son set his mother down, took a sip of water, letting her gaze at the lush scenery of the mountains and rivers. The son also took a sip of water, came next to his mother and said something that made her laugh nonstop. But just then, the son suddenly pushed the old mother down the cliff. With stones rolling down, the son stood up, expressionless, while behind him, the wife joyfully rushed up, peering over the cliff edge to confirm the old lady had fallen to the bottom. At this moment, the scene shifts. It arrives a year later. The couple used the mother's insurance money to rescue the company again, and life became richer. The three of them returned to the happy scene of the past. One night, the wife cuddled in her husband's arms, watching a TV show. But at that moment, the lights suddenly went out. The television suddenly switched to a black and white movie. A movie filmed in a documentary style. Qin Nuo's expression suddenly became a bit unnatural. Because the beginning of the movie was exactly the same as the movie he was watching now. The couple stared at themselves on the screen, their expressions gradually turning fearful. When the old man was pushed off the cliff by his own son, the television suddenly turned to static, and blood poured out from the screen. The couple turned pale with fear, completely unaware that a shadow, covered in blood and hunched over, silently emerged behind them. A pair of withered hands reached towards the couple's faces, twisted with fear. The scene abruptly stopped. It finally froze on two bloody corpses. Qin Nuo swallowed hard and turned his head slightly stiffly. He saw, beside him, the old lady had turned into a bloody mess, dripping with blood without him noticing when. A bone-chilling cold suddenly appeared at the back of Qin Nuo's head, as if a hand was gripping his head. Chapter 85, Women's Eyes, Settling Accounts After Autumn. The coldness at the back of his head startled Qin Nuo. He suddenly turned his head, but there was nothing behind him. Splashing. He heard the sound of flowing water and turned his head to find that the television was filled with blood, pouring out thick black blood continuously from the screen. Wasn't this scene exactly what was on the screen? The old man remained motionless. The terrifying injuries on him made it hard to look directly. What is going on? Qin Nuo asked with a frown. These are all illusions. If you leave the chair because of fear, it will really be bad, the blood-eyed ghost reminded. Calm down, that's what you need to do now. The blood-eyed ghost's words awakened Qin Nuo, and he looked up at the clock on the wall. There are still 10 minutes left in the mission. Leaving the seat would mean mission failure, and it could possibly anger the old man, ending up like the couple on the screen. On the screen, the couple's corpses were hanging from the ceiling fan like cured meat, but what dripped down was not grease, but black blood. Perhaps because he had been staring at the screen, Qin Nuo felt the air around him become strange. A continuous coldness came from behind, as if a pair of hands were wrapping around his neck, ready to lift his head at any moment. The oil lamp is not working. Could it be because of the mission? Qin Nuo glanced at the still burning wick beside him. The blood overflowing from the television had already flowed to his feet, sticky and uncomfortable. Gradually, Qin Nuo's emotions became inexplicably restless and uneasy. His eyes frequently fixed on the clock on the wall, and each tick of the second hand felt like a year to Qin Nuo. His body felt as if it were being bitten by countless ants, making the desire to stand up and escape grow stronger. In the television, the ceiling fan was still spinning, but the two bloody corpses had disappeared. Then, two bloody hands reached out from the television, and two naked, bloody corpses struggled to crawl out. The way to overcome fear is to face it directly. The more I act fearless, the less they can do, and the more they will become enraged. At this thought, Qin Nuo straightened his neck, staring at the two bloody figures crawling toward him. If you have the ability, kill me. Qin Nuo said this, not out of bravery, but just to give himself some confidence. The bloody figures kept crawling towards Qin Nuo, dragging their intestines on the ground, but no matter how terrifying, they never touched Qin Nuo. The bloody hands that seemed to want to tear Qin Nuo apart. Swinging before my eyes, yet never being caught. I don't know how long it has been. The clock on the wall suddenly chimed. 3:30 in the morning. Half an hour finally arrived. Qin Nuo suddenly looked up. The two bloody figures had disappeared, the ground had no dark blood flowing, and the television was flickering with static, the frame covered in dust. Where was the trace of blood ever spilled? Congratulations to the host for completing the D-level side quest. Extra scoring will be calculated after the dungeon is completed. Qin Nuo breathed a sigh of relief. This was simply a psychological battle. This side quest, in terms of horror level and difficulty, should not be D-level. Could it be enhanced because of the nightmarish mode? Qin Nuo murmured. On the sofa, the old man still sat there peacefully, eyes closed, a hint of a smile on his lips. It seemed he had fallen into a peaceful sleep, satisfied as if someone had kept him company to watch a movie.
If all this was an illusion, then what about the movie playing on the television? Was it real or fake?
Qin Nuo had no energy to dwell on this question, paying attention to the old man's movements, carefully picking up the puzzle pieces, and then quietly leaving the room. After closing the door, Qin Nuo held the oil lamp, 2 pieces of the puzzle in his palm. As if they were magnetic, they automatically fitted together. Once the 2 pieces fit, the background became recognizable. It was an eye, with eyelashes. It was a woman's eye. With obvious smoky eye makeup, the eyes exuded a kind of enchanting charm.
A woman's puzzle? Qin Nuo raised an eyebrow. What critical clues could a woman provide?
Looking into a woman's eyes always gives a strange feeling, not like that of a mental hospital patient, rather a sort of magical feeling.
Of course, these were just Qin Nuo's self-entertaining analyses.
After all, it's hard to derive anything useful just from one eye.
Qin Nuo put away the puzzle pieces and continued walking with the oil lamp in the mental hospital. Half an hour later, the puzzle showed no signs of movement.
Qin Nuo looked at the time. There were only 2 hours left until 6 in the morning. The sense of reality in this horror world was very high. Feelings of hunger and fatigue would affect his physical stamina.
Of course, this feeling was quite minimal.
So, close to 2 hours of sleep was enough for Qin Nuo.
As for the other 2 guys, Qin Nuo had no thoughts to worry about their condition.
Returning to the dormitory on the 3rd floor, just as Qin Nuo reached the staircase, he heard a muffled sound.
It seemed like something had fallen. Qin Nuo carried the oil lamp over, and in the darkness, something seemed to be there.
Upon seeing the light spread over, it quickly left.
No need to ask, it was those things in the darkness.
Qin Nuo's foot paused, he stepped on a hand, and when he put down the oil lamp, it was a headless corpse.
A head rolled over from the front.
It's a player. Qin Nuo looked at the body wearing a caregiver's uniform and murmured. Clearly, every night there were players who did not have white candles or oil lamps, but not everyone was a blonde man who could survive until dawn from those terrifying things in the nightmarish. This player was clearly not weak, but unfortunately, he fell short by more than an hour and could not make it to dawn.
Qin Nuo held the oil lamp and returned to his room.
On the horizon, a hazy white light gradually drove away the darkness.
The dark things from the mental hospital gradually retreated.
Qin Nuo placed the oil lamp on the cabinet and then lay down. After an exhilarating night of rushing around, his weary body and mind quickly fell into sleep. 6 o'clock, the clock on the wall chimed 6 times, and Qin Nuo opened his eyes. The morning light, filtering through the hazy gloom, shone into the room, completely driving away the darkness. Qin Nuo got up and blew out the oil lamp. After a night, the wick had burned halfway. For safety's sake, if there was a chance to trigger a passive task today, Qin Nuo still hoped to acquire another oil lamp. Although last night was thrilling, there were still some gains.
But another clue said, "The night will have song voices rising. Why didn't I hear them last night? Or is it in another place that I didn't hear?"
Qin Nuo had no time to ponder these. The morning was tight, and after getting up to tidy his clothes, he was ready to go out. Today, the work of a caregiver is one task.
There is another important matter.
That is to deal with the guy who set a trap for himself. The multi-faced ghost can hardly escape the relationship. Aside from it, there should be other accomplices. Qin Nuo didn't like to provoke others unless they provoked him first. If the multi-faced ghost insists on seeking death, then he can't blame him.
Chapter 86, Dangerous Woman, Day and Night Longing?
In the morning, the air in the mental hospital was damp and cold. The clock on the wall, like a death clock, urged the caregivers to get up, starting yet another monotonous and dry day. As Qin Nuo went out and down the stairs, the game broadcast echoed in his mind, stating that 2 players were eliminated today. The number of eliminations kept decreasing. It seemed normal to think about it, with only 20 people in total, and just the 4th day, half were already eliminated. The remaining players were all smart people, figuring out the game's routine, believing they had their own ways to survive. Qin Nuo took the attendance sheet and went to the 3rd floor, first going to room 303 as usual. This time when he opened the door, Xiaoyu surprisingly did not rush over but instead crouched in the corner of the bed, cautiously watching Qin Nuo. Apparently, because of yesterday's incident, she must have been scolded by the mute sister. The twins and Baichu stood up upon seeing Qin Nuo, pretending to be obedient, saying, "We went to bed on time yesterday and were very well behaved." Qin Nuo smiled, took out some candy to share with them, then took out some more and placed it on the notebook beside Xiaoyu. Although Xiaoyu was sulking, her body was honest, quickly grabbing the rainbow candy and stuffing it into her mouth.
The mute sister gestured, and Baichu actively acted as a translator. The mute sister asks if something happened last night?
"It went well. I felt stuffy at night, so I went out for some fresh air," Qin Nuo replied with a smile. The mute sister's face slightly changed as she gestured.
Baichu said, "The mute sister asks, did those things from the night harm you?" Qin Nuo answered, "They are afraid of firelight."
A simple and clear sentence, and the mute sister understood the meaning, but still gestured. "Baichu, the mute sister says, there is more than one kind of thing in the night. Firelight does not mean it's really safe, and it's best not to go out at night."
More than one kind? Qin Nuo paused slightly. What does this mean?
The mute sister clearly could not reveal too much but just warned Qin Nuo to be careful. Qin Nuo did not ask more. He completed the attendance sheet and exited room 303, going to room 302. As soon as he entered room 302, he saw a puddle of fresh blood on the floor and felt a wave of bad premonition. As expected, Yue Qin's addiction flared up, and her body was itching badly. She was torturing herself with a knife, and when she saw Qin Nuo, she could not escape. There was no choice. Zhang Ye had received help from Yue Qin. Moreover, this fell within the duties of a caregiver. He took out the attendance sheet and checked it before leaving room 302.
Finally, he went to room 301.
This room still put a lot of pressure on Qin Nuo. The three people in the room continued their own activities, reading newspapers, playing games, and putting on makeup, as if these were the only things they could do every day. The boy and the old man showed little hostility towards Qin Nuo, or one might say they just treated him like air. But Zhang Ye, this woman, while applying stunning makeup and with beautiful eyes, occasionally glanced at Qin Nuo. This kind of gaze, Qin Nuo was too familiar with. Danger. This woman clearly did not intend to let him off. Qin Nuo cursed inwardly. What grudge had he against her? Since she had a grudge with Yue Qin, couldn't the two of them just set a time to settle it? Being watched by Zhang Ye, this unpredictable woman, felt like a time bomb strapped to himself. I need to think of a way to solve this. Qin Nuo pondered. The only ones who could handle this woman, aside from the nun, were the child and old man in the room. Gaining the favor of these two would. As a backing, this woman Zhang Ye should restrain herself a lot. But the other two are not kind either. If they offend even one of them, the consequences might be worse than for this woman Zhang Ye. Qin Nuo looked at the child on the bed and the old man on the balcony. Based on the experience gained from the blood-clothed apartment, he suddenly had some plans. But he wasn't in a hurry. He checked the attendance sheet and then walked out of the room. In 2 hours, it would be the patient's lunchtime. For these 2 hours, Qin Nuo was free. It was time to find someone in the cafeteria to settle accounts. Inside the cafeteria, the massive tumor body of the multi-faced ghost squirmed, completely swallowing one body into its own. Then it leaned against the wall, as if digesting. Before long, a new human face appeared on the surface of its body. A face of pain. The fifth face has finally recovered. The multi-faced ghost filled with deep resentment when it thought of those human faces destroyed by Qin Nuo. I really want to tear that kid apart with my own hands, but unfortunately, I have no chance. The things in the night must have eaten him clean, right? The multi-faced ghost mumbled to itself, and when it looked up, it saw that it was almost noon, so it walked towards the window. When it reached the window, it saw a person sitting there waiting for a long time. The multi-faced ghost was puzzled, and then that person slowly turned around, revealing a stiff and strange smile. The moment it saw Qin Nuo's face, the multi-faced ghost was so scared that its soul left its body, with the 5 faces on it crazily twisting, and its massive tumor body shaking violently. How are you still alive? Qin Nuo grinned awkwardly, his mouth almost stretching to the roots of his ears. If I were dead, wouldn't I be here for revenge? As he spoke, Qin Nuo's face gradually melted, small holes appearing on his face like melting cheese, extremely terrifying. But the multi-faced ghost instead calmed down. Immediately, the 5 faces became fierce, angrily opening their mouths. Wax ghost. Are you looking for death? Just as it finished speaking, the Qin Nuo in front completely melted into a puddle of white sticky substance, bulging out, revealing a pair of eyes, cackling. A little mouse actually scared you this much? The multi-faced ghost's face twitched, not arguing, because it was indeed afraid, and said in a deep voice, this kind of trickery won't stop here, I will definitely kill you. The wax ghost didn't reply, just opened its big mouth, smiling strangely. Are you sure he didn't have white candles last night? The multi-faced ghost asked again, feeling uneasy. Those white candles were made by me, what do you think? Last night, I personally saw that unlucky kid only pour out 1 ghost coin. Last time, the white candles played tricks, allowing him to escape a disaster. Now that the white candles are gone, how do you think he will survive? The wax ghost said. Not necessarily, a caregiver might not survive the night, said the multi-faced ghost. You are too suspicious. It's almost time for your work shift, I'm not going to chat with you anymore. The wax ghost moved its sticky body, preparing to leave. But at that moment, the multi-faced ghost saw something and its expression turned cold, filled with anger. You're coming again, do you really think I have no bottom line? The wax ghost stared at it, confused. I didn't understand what you meant. Is that so? Why don't you turn around and take a look, the multi-faced ghost said calmly. The wax ghost's eyes turned on its body, and it saw a person who had stood behind it at some point. Qin Nuo hid his hands behind his back, slightly bent over, revealing a friendly smile, greeting warmly, you too, I heard you've been eagerly waiting to see me? Chapter 87, The Two of Us Brothers Won't Chat. The moment it heard the voice, the 5 faces of the multi-faced ghost twisted again. This voice seemed to strike deep into the soul. Who could imagine that they were actually a ghost and could scare a person like this? The wax ghost was still in shock when it saw Qin Nuo, it hadn't even reacted yet.
How did you escape from those things in the night?
The many-faced ghost had 5 faces all talking, different expressions, each with different tones. The only thing the same was the trembling of fear.
Guess?
Qin Nuo smiled mysteriously. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know the nights at the hospital could be so thrilling, so I prepared some gifts for you.
Of course, there's also you, my friend.
Qin Nuo glanced sideways, his friendly gaze landing on the wax ghost. The wax ghost might have gotten scared and started to sweat, layers of wax dripping off its body. In the next second, its body suddenly fell apart, quickly trying to crawl into the funnel. Qin Nuo wouldn't give it that chance, as his hands behind him gripped a bone-breaking hammer in human bone spikes. 2 human bone spikes shot into the wax ghost's body like bullets. The dark thunder attached to the bone spikes raged inside the wax ghost, a chilling scream echoing in the cafeteria. Soon, the screams faded, as if 2 branding irons had been shoved into cheese, the wax ghost turning into a puddle of wax, melting away. Qin Nuo turned his head, and the many-faced ghost had shrunk to a corner, but its mouth still remained defiant.
Rat, you only rely on that hammer and those nails, without them, you're just a snack for me.
Qin Nuo cheerfully threw the hammer and nails far away, saying, "Come, the snack is waiting for you." The many-faced ghost wanted to provoke Qin Nuo, but didn't expect the other side to be dumb enough to toss away his protective tools. In an instant, the many faces of the ghost revealed their fierce looks, clawing and pouncing toward Qin Nuo. Qin Nuo raised his right hand, 2 blood-red eyes flipping out, releasing terrifying ghostly energy, his palm directly gripping one face of the attacking many-faced ghost. Noticing the oddness of Qin Nuo's right hand, the fierceness on the ghost's face vanished, hastily begging, "Big brother, I was just joking, wait." Before he could finish, Qin Nuo suddenly yanked hard. That face was ripped off in an instant, blood and chunks of flesh splattering everywhere. The face was attached to a heart, which was also pulled out. Losing its body, the face rapidly decayed, the once lively beating heart quickly withering and cracking. The many-faced ghost fell to the ground, forgetting about the face, frantically fleeing toward the door. But before it could run 3 meters, Qin Nuo slapped it hard back to the ground. Then, with a fierce move, he forcefully pulled a heart out from the many-faced ghost's body, a crisp sound as it was crushed to bits. The many-faced ghost howled in madness, but was pressed down by Qin Nuo, looking much like a violated girl, helplessly struggling and screaming. One ghostly hand after another reached out towards Qin Nuo. Qin Nuo took out a mountain knife with his left hand, swiftly chopping off those reaching arms like slicing fruit.
"How many hearts did you spit out last time?"
Qin Nuo stuck the mountain knife aside, smiling as he asked.
The many-faced ghost dared not say how many.
Qin Nuo no longer asked, shoving his right hand into its body, brutally pulling out one heart after another. Chunks of shattered hearts were tossed aside, and in no time, they all turned to dust. Finally, the many-faced ghost only had one last face left, a smile so ugly that it looked worse than crying. With 4 faces gone, the many-faced ghost was utterly weakened, lying there, weakly begging for mercy. Qin Nuo also stopped, still needing this guy to distribute lunch, leaving it with its last life, hard to recover. Qin Nuo stood up and then noticed that many caregivers had come into the cafeteria, and the clock on the wall just struck 12. Those player caregivers froze in shock upon entering.
What the hell was going on?
Qin Nuo looked at their dazed expressions and calmly smiled, just a little personal grudge.
Don't think we're fighting so fiercely, actually, we're buddies. When we disagree, we like to resolve it with a fight, it won't affect our feelings at all. Saying this, Qin Nuo kicked the many-faced ghost and laughed. "Brother, what are you still pretending for? Don't you know how gentle I am?"
The players twitched at the corners of their mouths. They felt insulted.
Even a fool can't be fooled like this, right?
The multi-faced ghost. It really wanted to get up, pointing at the pile of rotten hearts that had been pulled out, and roar loudly, "You call this light-handed?" But under Qin Nuo's deathly smile, a strong desire to survive made it wisely close its mouth and painfully crawl up. With the last remaining smile, it forced out a strange and ugly grin. "Yes, we are just playing around, no need to make a fuss." Qin Nuo kicked it again. "Brother, it's time to get to work, everyone is waiting for your lunch." The multi-faced ghost endured the humiliation and grievance, went to the window, and began to distribute lunch to the players. Qin Nuo was indifferent, picked up a tray, and queued at the end as if nothing had happened. At the entrance, Lan Yan watched everything and lightly cleared his throat, saying to the blonde man, "Thanks to you for stopping me last night, otherwise, it would have been a fierce battle." In fact, Lan Yan felt that he couldn't beat the phantom, he only said that to save a bit of face. But the blonde man directly pierced through, "It wouldn't have been a fierce battle, your fate would be similar to that ghost's."
Lan Yan awkwardly rubbed his forehead. "You really don't know how to chat."
After picking up lunch from the cafeteria, Qin Nuo first went to deliver it to rooms 303 and 302, and only then to 301. In the room, Qin Nuo put the tray down. "Gentlemen, I've placed your lunch on the table." Despite saying that, the 3 in room 301 treated Qin Nuo like air and paid no attention to the so-called lunch. Zhang Ye unexpectedly glanced at the food on the tray, sneering, "Disgusting food." Qin Nuo calmly replied, "This is allocated by the hospital, you can complain to the nun."
Zhang Ye's smile grew even brighter. "You don't think that continuously using the nun to pressure me will scare me, do you?"
Qin Nuo shrugged nonchalantly, "Whether you're scared or not, I don't know, life is at stake here. You could kill me right now, chop off my head, maybe make it into your beloved cosmetics.
Dying at the hands of a beauty, I think that wouldn't be unacceptable." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye, unsure if she was angry or not, couldn't help but laugh out loud a few times.
"You're quite slick with your words, huh?" Zhang Ye said this, but the killing intent in her eyes was by no means concealed. Qin Nuo didn't want to continue chatting about nothing with this neurotic woman, picked up a broom, and went to clean the bathroom on the balcony. 10 minutes later, after finishing, he came out, hung the broom on the balcony, and wiped the sweat off his forehead. His eyes fell on the balcony where the old man in flip-flops was shaking, looking at the newspaper while humming a little tune.
Qin Nuo looked back at the room, where the little ghost was focusing intently on playing the game, thought for a moment, picked up the mop, and walked toward the old man. Chapter 88, Madly Seeking Death, Infuriated. Splash! Qin Nuo wrung the mop dry, came to the old man's side, and pretended to clean the floor. But his gaze quietly fell on the open newspaper, and after reading its contents, Qin Nuo felt assured. After finishing cleaning, he returned to the bathroom. Not long after, Qin Nuo came out again and approached the old man. He bent down, looking at the old man's newspaper, nodding from time to time. The old man squinted his eyes and hoarsely said, "Young man, are you provoking me?" Qin Nuo quickly replied, "It's a misunderstanding, sir, the newspaper you are reading is a few years old. I have a couple of the latest editions, would you like to take a look?" As he spoke, Qin Nuo took out 2 newspapers and placed them on the table. Although the players' levels weren't high yet, and many items in the system store were still locked, some simple items could be purchased. Delivering newspapers had but one purpose: to curry favor. To gain the old man's affection, the reward of the angel's kiss was secondary. The main goal was to draw closer to the old man, making that woman Zhang Ye more obedient. The old man didn't respond or say anything. Qin Nuo didn't mind. If it was useful, that's great, if not, he'd consider the few ghost coins as charity. Thinking this, he turned and went back into the room. Inside the room, Qin Nuo continued to pretend to tidy up the bedsheets. Coming to the child's side, taking advantage of tidying up the bedside table, his gaze fell on the boy's game console. Seeing the game screen, Qin Nuo was somewhat surprised. "I wanna. Why play this torturous epic game, kid? What made him think this way?" Qin Nuo was also tortured by this game back then, but fortunately, he only smashed 3 keyboards and 1 computer screen. The boy's skills weren't very high, he was stuck on the 6th level. Qin Nuo glanced at the death count, his lips twitching slightly. Died 1092 times. They say practice makes perfect, but suddenly, Qin Nuo felt that this phrase used for this boy was the biggest insult. If he died 1092 times, a pig should have passed it by now, right? How dumb could this little brat be? Could it be that being too stupid got him sent to this hospital by his parents? What impressed Qin Nuo was the boy's extraordinary psychological endurance. After dying time and again, he could calmly restart. The smooth surface of the game console obviously hadn't been smashed before. This mindset, Qin Nuo was willing to call the strongest. "Brother, is your eyesight not good? Should I help you take it out?" the child suddenly said, while playing the game, innocently asking. It was obvious that Qin Nuo kept staring at the game console, and the child began to feel unhappy. Qin Nuo coughed slightly and said, "I can play a little bit of this game too. Since you're stuck for so long, how about I help you pass it?" The child asked, "Are you very good?" Qin Nuo touched his nose, smiling slightly, "I guess I'm okay." The little brat suddenly laughed, "Then good, I'll give you 1 life, help me pass the remaining levels." 1 life. Qin Nuo shook his head, 1 life is too hard, even impossible. The child's smile turned cold, "But you just said you're a master, how can helping me pass 1 level be worthy of a master? How about this, if you die once, I'll take 1 of your eyeballs or 1 of your toes, that way you'd have many lives." Qin Nuo. Or, if you prefer, continue playing. "I won't bother you." What's wrong? You just said you'd help me, and now you're not? Are you fooling me? I might get angry, the consequences of anger are very serious. The child's smile became colder, eyes filled with mockery. Where was the slightest hint of innocence that should belong to his age? Seeing this gaze, Qin Nuo suddenly understood. This little brat knew his intentions from the beginning, those simple humble words only made him angrier. It was a deliberate excuse to take his anger out on Qin Nuo. Damn! How could this kid be so calculating at such a young age? Qin Nuo cursed secretly, he had dug a pit for himself and jumped in. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a D-level side quest, help the innocent child in room 301 complete the game, the time limit is within 2 hours. As he cursed secretly, the game sound arose. Great, yet another side quest.
On the side, Zhang Ya also glanced over. Seeing Qin Nuo's situation, she smiled brightly, continued putting on makeup, and even hummed a little tune.
What are you thinking, brother? Let's get started. The child tossed the game console to Qin Nuo, then pretended to be well behaved and said. Not seeing Qin Nuo move, the child tilted his head again, smiling. Hurry, start. That smile resembled the death smile Qin Nuo had shown the multiple-faced ghost a few hours ago. One could only say, retribution comes around. And with the death exemption card and the luck of substitution, handing over a life here as a lesson was fine. However, being manipulated by a little brat was just a bit embarrassing. Qin Nuo's expression darkened. Suddenly, he thought of the scene of playing chess with the old man. It was somewhat similar to the current situation. Qin Nuo's eyes brightened slightly. Perhaps he could try that method again? Since he had many lives, he might as well enjoy it. Qin Nuo stared at the game console, sighed, and shook his head. Are you going to give up, brother? Then I'll have to punish you. The child's smile was chilling. Qin Nuo said, No, I mean, you really suck. The child froze, thinking he had misheard. What did you say? In just the 6th level, you can die over 1,000 times. Even if you bring a donkey, after dying so many times, it should pass the level, right? I can hardly imagine how dumb your brain is. Of course, it's not entirely your fault, it might be inherited from your parents. Your mom and dad are too dumb. The child's gray face twitched a few times. Zhang Ya also looked over in shock. Clearly, they never expected that at this moment, Qin Nuo was not begging for mercy but openly mocking. Is he in a hurry to die, rushing to be reborn? The child was obviously furious, his face growing even grayer. Yes, Big Brother is the strongest. So now, one life, clear all levels, die once. The child grinned, revealing his bright red tongue. Your head will be twisted off and used as my pillow. Qin Nuo felt a chill down his back. Now, even if a Buddha came, it would likely not end well, right? Demon's Eye, host has successfully angered the terrifying little ghost, gaining 130 points of malice, reward, top-tier game talent. The eager voice finally echoed in his mind. Qin Nuo's eyes lit up. Just like last time with the landlord's old man, whatever he wanted came to him. This system, could it really be manipulating things behind the scenes? Qin Nuo didn't think too much about it, straightened his back, picked up the game console, and smiled lightly. At first, I was actually just joking with you, clearing all levels with one life is basic for normal people. This game is as simple as Tetris, so you know just how dumb you are, right? The child finally couldn't hold it in, gritting his teeth in anger. If you say one more word, I'll twist your neck right now. Chapter 89, Calling Each Other Brothers, 3 Clues. Faced with the child's defense being broken, Qin Nuo said nothing and began to operate. The child leaned behind Qin Nuo, and in the hand hidden behind him, there was a meat cleaver, darkly staring at the game screen. A strong murderous intent surged in his gaze, seeming ready to kill at the first mistake Qin Nuo made. Once Qin Nuo began, he still felt uneasy inside, but when his fingers touched the button, his mind suddenly calmed down. It was as if he had practiced countless times, avoiding all possible deaths, and the best, or rather, the most perfect operation method surfaced in his mind. His brain nerves controlled his 2 fingers, and the skilled operations didn't even require thought. The suddenly appearing muscle memory had already helped him achieve astounding gameplay. The block character named Kid wove through dense traps and bombs, each jump seeming to be pushed to a dead end, yet the next second, he always miraculously survived. Moreover, many hidden traps were unknown to Qin Nuo, yet the muscle memory of his fingers cleverly helped him avoid them. In one level, there were countless ways to die, yet he could always sharply catch that one path to survival. It was so smooth it was almost painful. The child's gaze, which was initially vicious, gradually transformed into astonishment, then shock, and ultimately disbelief. His little mouth opened, watching in fascination, his small eyes wide with shock. About 5 minutes later, Qin Nuo put down the game console, checked the time, and sighed helplessly. I've regressed, it actually took me over 5 minutes. Ah, I'm getting old and my hands and feet aren't nimble anymore. As he spoke, Qin Nuo tossed the game console back to the child and smiled. So, what do you think? I said this game is easy, right? Clearing all levels with one life is just way too easy. Though he said this, in reality, Qin Nuo's mind was also hazy. When he picked up the game console, he even felt his hands weren't his own. While playing, he just smashed through all the levels. This time, the child did not turn red with anger because of Qin Nuo's words but instead asked in a daze, is this really basic operation? Basic operation. Then can you teach me? The child's gray eyes held a hint of admiration. Of course, fulfilling the needs of the patient is part of a caregiver's duties. Qin Nuo smiled slightly, achieving his desired goal. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the D-level subtask, extra points will be settled after completing the instance. Gained instance reward, a lamp of fallen angels. Gained main quest clue, why not go to room 606 on the top floor and have a look, there might be some unexpected discoveries. The lamp reward was something Qin Nuo had anticipated, but the extra main clue was unexpected. He still hadn't found the clue from the song last night, and now another one appeared. And the key clue to the puzzle was still in progress. 3 whole clues. Qin Nuo scratched his head in distress. It seemed tonight would be busy.
Qin Nuo's words made the child incredibly happy, throwing away the knife behind him and sticking it into the nightstand.
As long as you can teach me to be as strong as you, then you are my brother.
You can call me brother, and I will call you little brother.
If anyone bullies you, tell big brother.
The child jumped onto the bed, patting Qin Nuo's shoulder, speaking in a childish tone but with wise words.
Qin Nuo blinked. Aren't the titles reversed? How could it be?
I protect you, so you must call me brother, the child said with a big smile.
Qin Nuo felt a headache coming on. Fine. You're strong, I'll listen to you. Calling you brother is better than calling you dad.
Over there, Zhang Yi's pretty face darkened a little. How could she not see what Qin Nuo was trying to do, being nice, building connections, getting close, trying to pressure her? Qin Nuo glanced at the balcony and then at the time, saying, I'll come teach you tomorrow, it's getting late, I should go. Okay, little brother, goodbye little brother. The child picked up the game console again.
Qin Nuo rolled his eyes but said nothing, walking over to open the door. As he walked out, he gave Zhang Yi a slight kind smile before exiting the room.
Zhang Yi frowned, crushing the boyfriend version lipstick in her hand. Then, Qin Nuo went to the other 2 patient rooms, busy for a while, as the sky gradually turned yellow, nearing nightfall. At 6 o'clock, Qin Nuo arrived at the lobby and collected his daily wage.
Food, ghost coins, and a white candle. The white candle only lets you safely survive the night. But the lamp, on top of that, can let you move in the darkness.
These 2 items basically divided players into 2 levels. One is the lower level player who barely survives until the game ends. The other is the higher level player who aims for the main quest. Qin Nuo held the white candle in his hand, it wasn't much use to him right now. After thinking for a moment, he walked towards someone.
It's over. Without a white candle, I definitely won't survive until dawn tonight.
I was counting on completing this instance, getting the reward, and using it to find a daughter-in-law for my parents. Today, Fu Bing also stumbled. He accidentally knocked over a patient's lunch while going upstairs and only got a disgusting can of herring. Now, he was squatting at the stairway, looking utterly dejected.
Qin Nuo walked over, handed him the white candle with a smile and said, I have an extra white candle, do you want it? Fu Bing was first taken aback, then emotionally said, Brother, you are simply a living bodhisattva, saving me twice. How can I still have the face to accept it?
Although he said that, his hands honestly reached for the white candle.
Qin Nuo suddenly pulled back his hand, smiling, not for free.
Fu Bing opened his mouth and said, but I don't have many ghost coins. Friendship price, pay whatever you have. Qin Nuo said lightly. In reality, the white candle was a hot commodity, no one could guarantee they would have it tomorrow to survive the night.
So tossing out a white candle would result in players fighting for it.
The reason he gave it to Fu Bing was simply because he had borrowed a very valuable pack of cigarettes from him that day, and he was returning a small favor. The ghost coins were just a nominal gesture. Giving him 2 ghost coins worth less than 10, Fu Bing felt like he had received a lifeline at that moment, overwhelmed with gratitude, continuously thanking Qin Nuo.
Qin Nuo said nothing.
Waving his hand, he walked towards the dormitory building. The night fell quickly, and the mental hospital corridor gradually became desolate, with players experiencing joy and sorrow, unease, waiting for the night to arrive. Inside the room, Qin Nuo calmly lit the oil lamp and then lay down on the bed. This time, Qin Nuo did not close his eyes. Even though the light from the oil lamp illuminated a limited space, he remained calm, staring at the dark corners of the room.
As darkness completely engulfed the hospital, many unknown things gradually awakened and began to emerge in search of food. Chapter 90, The Nun's Soul, The Terrifying White Shadow. Night is always mysterious, easily sparking curiosity in people. The wick's flame flickered slightly, its light dimming and brightening.
Confirming the wick's effectiveness, Qin Nuo got out of bed, tidied himself up, and then pushed open the door to step outside. The corridor remained dark and cold. The once neat hospital during the day had now turned into a ruin, with countless burn marks spreading in every corner of the walls. No trace of the nuns at night. Do they also need to rest? Or are they afraid of these things in the dark?
Qin Nuo murmured. Now holding on to 2 clues.
One was fruitless. One was still being obtained. So, Qin Nuo decided to tackle the clue he got during the day first. The clue was unambiguous, directly pointing to room 606, which undoubtedly saved him a lot of effort. Qin Nuo followed the stairs all the way up to the top floor. On the 6th floor of the hospital, Qin Nuo had been there during the day. It felt heavy, with no patient rooms, mostly abandoned rooms used for storage. Coming up at night, the heavy feeling was gone, replaced instead by a chilling cold. As Qin Nuo walked along the corridor, he suddenly heard footsteps and quietly took out his machete. At the corner, a light suddenly appeared.
Then he saw Lan Yan walking over with an oil lamp. Upon seeing Qin Nuo, he paused for a moment and then smiled. "How was your harvest last night?"
Qin Nuo did not hide it and said plainly, "Accompanied an old lady without children for half an hour watching a silent film, got a piece of a puzzle."
Lan Yan was stunned. "Just like that? What else?" "It was a warm family movie, very healing." Qin Nuo touched his nose.
Upon hearing this, Lan Yan couldn't help but curse, "Damn, I also got a piece, but it's worlds apart from yours. I had to wash the hair of a disfigured female ghost. The process was incredibly disgusting. I scratched off her entire scalp, and even now I want to chop off my own hands." Just thinking about last night's reward gave Lan Yan goosebumps. For a piece of a puzzle, he had developed a psychological shadow. "So, you have two pieces, and I also have two. Why don't we piece them together first and see what we are actually putting together?"
Lan Yan suggested.
Qin Nuo shook his head. "This is a collaboration of three people. Let's talk when the other person is present." "Okay," Lan Yan shrugged, and he could naturally tell that Qin Nuo did not trust him. Qin Nuo carried the oil lamp and started to walk, but after a few steps, he noticed Lan Yan was also following him with an oil lamp. Qin Nuo glanced back at him with a hostile look. Lan Yan explained, "I need to go to a place, this corridor is the only way." Qin Nuo hesitated. He wasn't sure if Lan Yan's words were true or if he had ulterior motives. Lan Yan helplessly said, "If you don't believe me, then let me go first."
Qin Nuo stepped aside, signaling him to go ahead.
However, in the end, the two suddenly realized they were both heading to the same place, room 606.
Lan Yan's expression was strange. "You didn't also get that clue, did you?"
Qin Nuo was speechless. This room 606 turned out to be another shared clue.
"Then let's go in together. If it's a shared clue, the information will be plentiful."
Lan Yan stretched out the oil lamp, only to see the door handle was wrapped tightly in iron chains. He took out a double-barreled shotgun. Before he could fire, he heard a loud noise, as Qin Nuo directly smashed the entire door handle down. "The gunshot is too loud, it may provoke those things in the dark,"
Qin Nuo said. Lan Yan awkwardly coughed twice, silently putting away the shotgun.
The two entered the room one after the other, and through the firelight, they saw that the space was small, filled with many cluttered items. At the very back, lay a corpse. Surprisingly, the skin of the corpse looked as if it had been flayed and then sewn back together, densely stitched with needle and thread, reconnecting pieces of skin.
Moreover, the corpse was wearing a black nun's robe. A nun from the hospital.
Qin Nuo and Lan Yan's expressions both changed slightly. The nuns in this scenario have always been the most mysterious existence. How could there be a nun's corpse here, and so badly tortured?
Qin Nuo raised the oil lamp, and the flame illuminated the wall, revealing a giant blood-red curse totem painted on it. It was exactly the same as the two totems seen earlier in the bathroom and the conference room.
"Dead people in a horror world always feel strange," Lan Yan murmured, wanting to reach out and touch the corpse but ultimately didn't have the courage and withdrew his hand.
"Who knows what might happen if you touch something in the dark? It could resurrect on the spot." Qin Nuo seemed a bit confused.
Based on the previous two situations, the appearance of a cursed totem represented endless torment. But this nun was already a corpse, how could she be tormented further?
Could it be the torment of the soul? Qin Nuo raised his eyebrows.
"This room has nothing but a corpse, what kind of clue is this?"
Lan Yan couldn't help but say in a low voice, "Is it asking us to dissect this corpse?" Qin Nuo suddenly said, "The clue is indeed on this nun."
"But not on the corpse, it should be in the soul," Qin Nuo added.
"The soul is a bit too mystical, isn't it?"
Lan Yan said with some mockery, "Then why not let the soul speak to us?"
Qin Nuo glanced at him. "Don't say that, maybe it really can."
As he said this, Qin Nuo pulled out a cigarette from Constantine's and lit one up.
Lan Yan's expression was strange, pretty impressive. The scenario even has cigarettes, such a heavy addiction? Qin Nuo didn't respond, took a puff, and exhaled.
The white smoke twisted in the air, and the next moment, it seemed like a vortex, all drilling into the corpse's nostrils.
Immediately after, blood characters appeared on the wall covered in burn marks. Lan Yan was startled and took a step back, exclaiming in horror, "Damn, it really communicated?"
The cigarette had a spirit communicating effect. If the soul had been trapped and tortured, the clue was likely also within it. Qin Nuo wanted to try as well, but didn't expect it to actually work. Blood characters appeared line by line, as if a rotten finger was writing forcefully, making people feel uneasy. "Although this is a hospital, it is also the religion we believe in, holy and clean, but a woman defiled it, unforgivable. Using religion as a means, we executed this sinner, the filthy offspring of that woman, we rejected her, tormented her. The dirty cleaner raped the dirtier, and a girl her age slashed her face with a blade. She screamed, but we laughed happily. Until later, the religious people dragged her out, burned her to death. The nightmare started from here.
I repent. I am guilty, unforgivable." At this point, the blood characters stopped.
The cigarette in Qin Nuo's mouth burned to the cotton, extinguishing at that moment. Qin Nuo flicked the cigarette butt on the ground, exhaled the last puff of smoke, and said, "Finally, a useful clue has come."
The corner of Lan Yan's mouth twitched. "Don't you think this is horrifying?" Qin Nuo glanced at him. "This is a horror game. Do you really expect it to be a warm healing game?" Lan Yan immediately became speechless. These are the words of this nun. If nothing unexpected happens, this she and the blood characters should be the mastermind we are looking for.
Qin Nuo looked up, reached out to touch the blood characters on the wall, and all the blood characters instantly vanished strangely.
"Who do you think it is?" Lan Yan asked. "How would I know? There are so many patients in the hospital, and each one is neurotic. Finding out is what makes it haunting."
Qin Nuo rubbed his fingers and said, "At least we know she's a woman, which eliminates half of the suspects." Lan Yan was speechless. After all this time, we only know the mastermind is a woman, damn it. Qin Nuo felt helpless, thinking it was a clue of great significance. Looking at it this way, we still have to place our hopes on the key clue of the puzzle pieces.
This room has nothing left to explore.
Qin Nuo glanced around and turned to walk toward the door.
Lan Yan hurriedly followed, smiling. "That smoke of yours is impressive. Can you give me one? 100,000 ghost coins each."
All right, that was quite a polite refusal. After getting the shared clues, Qin Nuo and Lan Yan split up, focusing on the puzzle pieces. Although the psychiatric hospital only had 6 floors, its area was vast, divided into 4 zones: east, west, south, and north. Even though Qin Nuo walked for a long time yesterday, he only did a rough search and had not touched many hidden places. Qin Nuo held an oil lamp in one hand and a puzzle piece in the other, moving through the dark hospital. For some reason, the deeper the night, the colder it became. Qin Nuo felt that the breath he exhaled was frosting.
"It didn't seem this cold last night. What's going on? Is the weather turning cold?" Qin Nuo was puzzled. "There is a strong ghostly aura spreading through the hospital. It's a very terrifying ghost."
At this moment, the blood-eyed ghost suddenly spoke, its voice grave, "And there is more than one, be careful." The blood-eyed ghost's words made Qin Nuo's expression slightly serious. The terrifying ghost should refer to something in the darkness, the oil lamp should make it wary, so it should be fine. If it isn't afraid of the oil lamp, then this chapter is really unplayable. While Qin Nuo was lost in thought, the puzzle piece in his hand suddenly reacted. Sparks drifted toward a direction, accurately giving Qin Nuo a way to go. "Isn't the third puzzle piece coming right here?" Qin Nuo was secretly delighted and ran toward the indicated direction. As he walked, the reaction of the puzzle piece grew stronger, leading Qin Nuo directly to a corridor on the 3rd floor.
"It's just ahead."
Qin Nuo looked up, only to find that there was also a glow of fire in the distance. Upon walking in, he discovered that Lan Yan and the blonde man had arrived a step ahead of him. "It seems we all have our eyes on the same puzzle piece," the blonde man said while shaking the blood and flesh from the puzzle piece in his hand.
"Where did this piece come from?" Qin Nuo asked. Lan Yan stepped aside and pointed into the room.
Inside the room, an ugly ghost was stuck in the wall, covered in horrific wounds. Its mouth was slightly open, as if it wasn't fully dead.
"Did you do this?" Qin Nuo looked at the two. Lan Yan shrugged. "I just arrived too."
The blonde man said calmly, "It attacked me madly, so I took care of it first." The puzzle piece was dug out from its throat. As he spoke, he also shook an S-knife in his hand and wiped off the blood with his sleeve.
This puzzle piece didn't take much effort at all.
"Now let's calculate. Tianzi has 3 pieces, I have 2, Lan Yan has 2, that's a total of 7 pieces.
If we put them together, we should be able to see what it forms." Lan Yan eagerly said, "What do you two think?"
The blonde man, "I have no objections."
With all 3 present, Qin Nuo naturally had no objections. "Then let's take them all out,"
Lan Yan said as she opened her palm.
Qin Nuo and Tianzi also took out their puzzle pieces.
As the 3 hands drew close to piece all the puzzle together, a hoarse voice rang in their ears.
Qin Nuo looked up and suddenly shouted, "Behind you!" The ghost on the wall wasn't fully dead, it suddenly lunged at Lan Yan to bite. Lan Yan reacted quickly, pulling out a shotgun with one hand and turning around in an instant, firing a bullet. Bang, splash.
The head burst open on the spot, and flesh splattered everywhere.
At the same time, the massive gunshot echoed throughout the entire corridor. Lan Yan wiped her sweat and said, relieved, "Phew. Fortunately, I reacted quickly." The blonde man and Qin Nuo remained silent. Lan Yan noticed their faces looked a bit unnatural and asked, "What's wrong?" The blonde man spoke darkly, "Idiot, it's night. Do you know how loud it is to fire a gun?" Lan Yan shrugged helplessly. "In that situation just now, were you even thinking about that? Besides, don't we have oil lamps?"
Before Lan Yan could finish, Qin Nuo interrupted him, whispering, "Shut up."
Lan Yan instantly closed his mouth, not because he was obedient, but because he felt something was off.
The darkness in the corridor was chillingly cold, and the air was thick with a strong eerie presence. Something was moving in the darkness but never entered the light of the oil lamp. This made all three feel relieved. The thing in the darkness was terrifying, but thankfully, it still feared the light of the oil lamp. However, just when they thought this way, the next horrifying scene made their eyes twitch uncontrollably. The flames of the three oil lamps suddenly flickered, and then, at a visible speed, burned wildly. Moreover, the surrounding light seemed to be eroded by something, constantly weakening. The oil lamp couldn't suppress that thing. The faces of the three changed dramatically. The wick was burning so fast that at this rate, it would be burnt out in less than 5 minutes. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads as they suddenly all looked toward one side of the corridor. They saw a white shadow at the end of the corridor, moving closer. Goodbye. As soon as Qin Nuo said these words, he grabbed the oil lamp and turned to run. Lan Yan and the blonde man quickly followed with their oil lamps, the former sweating heavily, asking, "Where are we running to?" "Back to our own rooms," the blonde man said. The rooms were a boundary, the thing in the darkness certainly couldn't come in. The three of them ran desperately, but the bone-chilling cold creeping up their backs made them realize that white shadow was closely pursuing them. Suddenly, the lagging Lan Yan shouted in panic, "My oil lamp is about to burn out, wait for me." The blonde man and Qin Nuo seemed not to hear and showed no intention of slowing down. Lan Yan cursed silently, watching his lamp running out of oil, his face twisted as he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, I'll fight that thing." After saying this, his oil lamp completely burned out and abruptly extinguished. At the moment the light disappeared, darkness instantly swallowed Lan Yan. Enduring the terrifying chill, Lan Yan pulled out a double-barreled shotgun and fiercely shot at the distant white shadow. The moment the bullet left the barrel, that white shadow had already passed through Lan Yan. In an instant, the bullet, the shotgun, and Lan Yan were all shattered into pieces. Lan Yan's head rolled down the corridor like a soccer ball. Chapter 91, Singing Outside the Window, Continuing Cooperation. Inside the asylum at night, Qin Nuo and the blonde man were running wildly, their oil lamps burning down to the length of half a finger. The weak flame only allowed them to see the steps beneath their feet. Finally reaching the dormitory building, the rooms of the blonde man and Qin Nuo were on either side, and they ran up the stairs, each heading in opposite directions. At the same time, both had the same thought, "Don't chase me, chase that guy." Whoosh! Qin Nuo's room was at the end of the corridor, and as he quickened his pace, a voice singing suddenly reached his ears. His steps instinctively paused. Is someone singing? Qin Nuo immediately thought of the first clue. The singing was coming from outside the window, seemingly not far away. "The thing is chasing you, why are you startled?" the blood-eyed ghost suddenly spoke. Realizing, Qin Nuo stopped paying attention to the singing and continued to speed up. Whoosh! Unfortunately, at this crucial moment, the oil lamp in his hand suddenly went out. The cold darkness instantly engulfed Qin Nuo's entire body. Turning back, he saw the white shadow swiftly approaching from a distance. His scalp tingling, Qin Nuo maintained a bit of calm and quickly took out the doll that Yujia had given him. The doll seemed to carry some kind of power. The movements of that white shadow slowed down. But the doll was also shaking violently, cracks appearing as the cloth tore and the cotton burst out. Taking advantage of the white shadow's slow movements, Qin Nuo gained precious time and hurried back to his room, narrowly avoiding danger. He twisted the doorknob and slammed the door shut with a bang. Qin Nuo quickly reached for the bedside table, taking out an oil lamp and lighting it. The yellowish flame chased away the darkness and drove away the cold, but Qin Nuo's heart still hung in suspense as he turned his head and stared intently at the door. A terrifying sound echoed from the door, like sharp nails scraping, grating enough to give one goosebumps. In the end, the door did not break open, and the ghostly energy gradually dissipated. Clearly, that thing in the darkness had left. Qin Nuo let out a sigh of relief, his tense body relaxing as he leaned against the bed. The consequences caused by a gunshot. That one named Lan Yan seems to have run out of oil for the lamp and was shouting something behind me. I couldn't hear clearly, but it should be gone. The loss of a person is a small matter, the key is the puzzle pieces in his hand. When a player dies, do the puzzle pieces disappear or continue to scatter in the hospital? Qin Nuo scratched his head, feeling a throbbing headache. The sudden change disrupted all his rhythms and emotions. This change also made Qin Nuo realize that the oil lamp was not omnipotent. The truly terrifying ghost could suppress even the light of an oil lamp. What is the identity of that white shadow? Is it just a purely added NPC to increase the difficulty of the instance, or is it the mastermind the players need to find? If it's the mastermind, then this game is really unplayable. If the oil lamp can't suppress it, what can the players use to fight back? As Qin Nuo pondered, he recalled the singing he heard while escaping from the window. This made Qin Nuo realize, no wonder he hadn't heard that so-called singing for 2 consecutive nights. The sound came from outside the window, and the one singing was likely not in the hospital but outside. What do you plan to do now? Asked the blood-eyed ghost. Sleep.
Let's leave it at this for tonight, we can talk about everything tomorrow.
Qin Nuo rubbed his forehead, not wanting to think too much. He simply took off his caregiver uniform and lay down on the bed.
A night without words. Waking in the morning, he blew out the oil lamp.
Getting out of bed, putting on shoes, and donning the caregiver uniform, the routine steps before starting work had already become a commonplace, even boring, affair for Qin Nuo. To his surprise, today there was no game announcement, no players were eliminated. The players who were still alive had basically grasped the routine of this instance, familiar with the patterns, cleverly avoiding danger, and if they survived until the end, could easily complete this instance. Few people likely still wanted to focus on the main quest. The main quest is not a lamb, it won't just let you explore step by step without any resistance until it's caught. On the contrary, it's a fierce beast. Every step you explore, every new clue you gain increases the difficulty of the instance.
It's not just a resistance, it's a counterattack. The ultimate outcome is losing everything, even the basic rewards of the instance. This shows why a high rating of 16.0 shocks so many people. This rating can only be achieved by almost perfectly completing the main quest. Qin Nuo stepped out the door and on his way to the patient building, he ran into the blonde man. Both of them had somewhat unpleasant expressions upon meeting. Last night's incident had put both of them in a bad mood, but when they reached the exit of the stairs, they both froze. Lan Yan was flipping through the patient's records and, upon seeing Qin Nuo and the others, said coldly, "You two ran away pretty fast last night, huh?" Qin Nuo asked in surprise, "You escaped from that thing?" Lan Yan's face darkened as he said in a low voice, "Escape my ass." Before I could react, I felt the world spinning, only realizing I had lost my head when I was about to die. "So, you've lost your get-out-of-jail-free card but still have to continue the game? So brave?" To Qin Nuo's question, Lan Yan merely chuckled coldly, "Not every player has only one get-out-of-jail-free card." Qin Nuo raised his eyebrows. This statement already indicated that Lan Yan also had a similar life-saving scarecrow-like tool, but he didn't know how many he had. Qin Nuo thought that something like a life-saving scarecrow was unique. Now it seemed that the rewards of the dungeon were richer than he imagined. "What about the puzzle pieces?" the blonde man asked. "Still have them." Lan Yan straightforwardly asked, "Shall we continue our cooperation?" After all, every puzzle piece was hard-earned, no one wanted to give up just like that. "We can continue, but you must put away your stupid shotgun," the blonde man said. Lan Yan knew she was in the wrong and could only scratch her head, saying, my fault. Last night the puzzle piecing was interrupted, should we continue now? My time is tight, let's talk tonight. The blonde man glanced at his watch and turned to leave. "Find a way to get some more oil lamps, these are life-saving items." With this parting line, Qin Nuo also left. Soon, they arrived at Ward 303. Upon entering, Xiaoyu, Baichu, and the twins were doing their own things as usual. However, Sister Ya's expression was not so good. She gestured to Qin Nuo. Baichu asked, "Did Sister Ya ask if something happened last night?" Sister Ya's weak face made Qin Nuo understand. He took out the tattered doll and said apologetically, "There was indeed a situation. Thanks to your doll, my life was saved." It was obvious that this doll was damaged, and Sister Ya had also sustained serious injuries. Sister Ya had no intention of complaining. She used sign language to say, "I don't have a second doll, be careful yourself." Sister Ya was the only ghost in this dungeon who sincerely helped him. Qin Nuo felt grateful, but seeing her face, he felt a bit guilty inside. After thanking her, he filled out the sign-in sheet and left the room, then went to 302 to deal with the abnormal woman Yuachin for a while before finally tiredly walking towards 301. Chapter 92, Ladies Magazine, The Essence of the Game. This time, the pressure from room 301 was significantly less. As he opened the door, the child was waiting there excitedly, with dark eyes filled with excitement. "Brother, you finally came, I want to show you something, don't be surprised." "What is it?" Qin Nuo ignored Zhang Ya's uncomfortable gaze and asked. The child handed over a game console. Qin Nuo took a look and immediately understood, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. It turned out the little demon had passed the 6th level. After dying over 1,000 times, this little demon finally cleared the level. Although his gaming talent was extremely poor, it was indeed something worth celebrating. "Impressive, right?" the child grinned, showing a smile that was 3 parts innocent and 7 parts chilling. "Not bad, self-taught, very impressive." Qin Nuo touched his nose and praised. "The next level requires some skills, let me teach you some simple operations first. Once you get the hang of it, clearing the level will be easy," Qin Nuo said. He spoke lightly, but 10 minutes later, Qin Nuo's brows were tightly knitted. Because the child's operations made him feel suffocated. This little demon not only had a simple mind, but once he touched the game, it was as if he became a complete idiot. In one position, Qin Nuo clearly emphasized not to jump there. After dying once, it was as if he lost his memory and foolishly jumped there again. Qin Nuo suppressed his irritability and smiled, pointing out, "Don't jump at this position next time, okay?" "Okay." Really remembered? Remembered.
10 seconds later, the little guy died again at the same spot, hit by an apple. And this spot had already resulted in 44 deaths. The child, confused, said, "Why did I die again? Brother, your teaching is no good." Qin Nuo's face twitched. If he weren't unable to beat this little demon, he would have loved to smash this game console and then pick up a slipper to smack him in the face. "It's fine, take your time, at least you've improved. You'll clear it soon. You keep playing, I have something else to do." Qin Nuo felt that if he stayed any longer, I got defensive myself, found an excuse, and slipped away. Encouraged, the little ghost's confidence grew, and he clicked to restart. Holding him up, Qin Nuo went to the balcony. The old man, as usual, was sitting with his legs crossed, looking at something. The newspaper that was on the table yesterday was missing. Qin Nuo's heart had some certainty. He quickly cleaned the bathroom a bit and walked over, smiling. "Grandpa, that newspaper from yesterday was quite fresh, wasn't it?" The old man's expression was indifferent. He cleared his throat and replied, "It's okay, but newspapers are no longer to my taste." "What do you mean?" Qin Nuo was taken aback, suddenly realizing that the old man was not holding a newspaper today, but a magazine. A magazine that rated the best sexy women of the week. On the cover were all models in bikinis. Damn, this old man is old in age but young at heart. At his age, instead of enjoying a peaceful retirement, he's still stirring up his body? The old man was unabashed, turning a page, engrossed, shaking his feet, and muttering to himself, "This book is great, but there's only one copy, reading it repeatedly is a bit too much." Qin Nuo thought to himself that this was not even a hint, it was quite explicit. But this undoubtedly made things much simpler. The old man accepting his things meant the relationship could become closer. Entering the system mall, he spent 50 ghost coins to buy 10 collector's edition magazines of beautiful women, placing them on the table, feeling somewhat troubled. "Grandpa, I accidentally bought a few extra copies of study material, they're taking up space, why don't I give you one to prop up the table?" "Of course, if you're interested and want to see, that's fine, anyway, it's just a set of unnutritious study material." The old man glanced over, maintaining a straight face, and said, "Alright, just leave it there." Angel's kiss, you have gained 140 affection points from the boring old man in room 301, reward ghost coins plus 200. Qin Nuo thought that this is quite a matter of face, your affection points have already sold you out, a set of magazines, I bet you're secretly overjoyed. "Then I won't disturb your studying, I'll head in first," said Qin Nuo as he entered the room. Both the child and the old man's affection points have increased, so that woman Zhangya should restrain herself now, right? Inside the room, the child's game progress was still stuck in place. Qin Nuo didn't want to continue guiding him step by step, fearing for his heart. Now, the caretaker's job wasn't too difficult, mainly focusing on tonight's operation. There was only one oil lamp left. In the darkness, there was an additional white shadow unafraid of the oil lamp. The danger of night operations had increased by a level. The trump cards he could rely on were also few. If there were a bodyguard following me, ensuring my safety during night operations, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Qin Nuo unintentionally muttered to himself, but suddenly it struck him. A bodyguard, aren't there 3 already in the room? These 3 patients in room 301 are all terrifying ghosts, not necessarily afraid of the white shadow in the dark. If he could take them along at night, the sense of security would be unbeatable, far beyond what a blood-eyed ghost can compare to. However, while the idea was good, it wasn't very realistic. Zhangya, that woman, would rather see him dead. Looking for her would be equivalent to courting death. After thinking it over, the only one he could consider was the little ghost on the bed. However, while this little ghost was quite clumsy in the game, outside of the game, he was very clever and cunning, making it hard to fool him. Qin Nuo turned back and went to the child's side, looking at the game screen, and as expected, it showed the 89th death. It was somewhat unnatural for him to take the initiative and say, "Bro, can I ask you something?" Hearing this name, the child looked very happy and cheerfully asked, "What is it?" "You can just say it, little brother." "Can you leave the ward during the day?" "I can go out, but the nun has rules, and the consequences of being discovered are terrible," the child said. "What about at night?" The child thought for a moment and replied, "I can go out too, but not for too long, I have to sleep at the designated time." Hearing that he could go out, Qin Nuo's expression suddenly brightened. With a smile, said, "Do you want to come out tonight? I'll take you to have fun." "What to play?" "Things even more fun than games." Qin Nuo continued to coax. The child's eyes brightened, about to speak, but suddenly hesitated and snorted, "You want to trick me? Taking me out must not be for good." This little brat really couldn't be fooled, possessing a wisdom not typical for his age. "Alright, I do have something to ask you for help with, so I'll be straight with you. Last night I beat up a guy, I want you to help me vent." Qin Nuo said. "My little brother got beaten, as the older brother, isn't it right for me to stand up for him?" The child tilted his head, thought for a moment, and felt that made some sense. "I can help you, but you have to help me pass the level." "Hey, I thought it was a big deal, this is a small matter." Qin Nuo smiled, taking the game console. It's helping me teach, let me pass the level.
The child added.
Damn, this difficulty just got tough.
The child blinked and asked, didn't you say I'd made great progress? Why are you hesitating?
Qin Nuo looked at the time, there was half an hour of free time left, so he had to brace himself and nodded, alright, let's start.
Half an hour later.
The child cheered loudly, excitedly laughing, yay! I'm so awesome, today I passed 2 levels. Qin Nuo leaned against the side, sweating profusely. During that half an hour, the kid's incredible moves almost drove him crazy. It really confirmed the saying, teach the apprentice, starve the master.
What about the deal we agreed on? Qin Nuo wiped some sweat and tried to ask.
The child turned around, ran to the nightstand, took out a children's alarm clock, stuffed it into Qin Nuo's hands, saying, set a time, when the alarm goes off tonight, I'll come back. But when it reaches the set time, I have to go back to sleep, staying up late is not good. Qin Nuo nodded, staying up late is indeed not good for your health, how about we stay up all night? The child rolled his eyes.
Little brat, can't you see how obvious this trick is? At night, many things are taboo.
Zhanya, with drawn eyebrows, suddenly spoke, casually commenting.
The child made a face at her, mind your own business, the things for little brother to do are the responsibility of big brother.
What a naive darling, getting sold and still counting the money for others.
Zhanya giggled. Qin Nuo said, you can say whatever you want, I never thought of harming anyone.
His words were indeed misleading, but he never thought of endangering the child. If the child couldn't defeat that white shadow, then they can just run away together. An old man unusually came in from outside, patting his back, seemingly tired from sitting outside, and sat by the bed. Qin Nuo looked at him, remaining silent. The old man wouldn't come in for no reason, he must have something to say.
Sure enough, the old man smiled and waved at Qin Nuo. Grandpa, do you need my help? Is your back sore? Should I give you a massage?
Qin Nuo hurriedly approached, appearing very warm-hearted.
The old man didn't answer but instead asked, do you have troubles?
Qin Nuo casually shook his head, just a little thing, don't worry about it, Grandpa, you're getting older, worrying about me will tire your body, and I would feel bad.
Zhanya frowned slightly.
Her eyes revealed coldness, mixed with disgust. She thought that green tea only happened among women. It seems now that men can be even more disgusting when it comes to green tea. Qin Nuo's tea art-like words naturally won a lot of favor from the old man, who stroked his beard and smiled, this young man really grows on me. But old bones like mine aren't good for going out, just take this. A wine jug was handed over, looking like it had some age. Upon twisting open the lid, a strong smell of alcohol wafted out.
Grandpa, I don't drink.
Qin Nuo twisted the lid back on and said. Just take it, you'll find it useful. The old man said lightly. After saying that, he patted his back and went out, continuing to enjoy his magazine.
Qin Nuo's eyes brightened, and he put it away.
Since the old man said so, it must have its use. This means that tonight's action
undoubtedly guaranteed many things. This is the benefit of connecting relationships.
Starting from the blood clothes apartment, I saw another essence of this game.
The ghosts in the dungeon, some are actually not much different from humans.
As long as you capture their thoughts and gain their favor, you will find that the relationships you build are often much more useful than the items in your hand.
If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Qin Nuo looked at the kid playing games. Brother, see you tonight. The kid was already focused on studying the next level, just nodding his head.
After a long time, the hazy white mist in the sky began to turn yellow. At 6 o'clock, Qin Nuo arrived at the lobby downstairs to collect the rewards given by the nun. Now Qin Nuo could basically earn the best ratings and get the highest daily wage. Apart from ghost coins and food, this time, what was given was not a white candle but an oil lamp.
An oil lamp of the fallen angel? Qin Nuo was stunned.
He turned his head to see that Blue Smoke and the blonde man also received an oil lamp. Besides them, everyone else got white candles.
In an instant, the three understood.
This was the benefit of making breakthrough progress in the main quest. Just when I was worried about not having an oil lamp, it arrived.
This game is not completely devoid of humanity. Blue Smoke couldn't help but laugh.
The oil lamp just makes it convenient for us to move, it has lost its protective quality, no need to be happy, said the blonde man. That white shadow was attracted because of the big noise, there's a certain logic to it. If we move lightly, we might just be safe, Blue Smoke speculated.
The blonde man looked at him like he was an idiot. You're talking logic in a horror game? How adorably naive.
After saying this, he shook his head and left.
Blue Smoke, confused, looked at Qin Nuo. Did I say something wrong? No problem, didn't you hear that his last sentence was praising you? Qin Nuo smiled and left as well. Time trickled away. The sunset gradually faded. The darkness descended step by step.
In the dead silence, stumbling forward, suddenly seeing a flickering light. In the dim room, Qin Nuo sang, skillfully lighting the oil lamp, and the warm light shone in the room. Qin Nuo glanced out the window, took off his caregiver uniform, changed into clothes that were more convenient for movement, and opened the door with the oil lamp in hand. In the dead silent corridor, Qin Nuo squatted down and placed a children's alarm clock on the cold floor. The ticking sound of the clock echoed in the corridor, making it sound ethereal and frightening, and it scared the other players trying to fall asleep in the room. Qin Nuo stood up, quietly murmured to himself, "The little brat must come."
Chapter 93, Open-Air Balcony, No Name. When the second hand hit the hour, the nursery rhymes bell rang in the corridor. Qin Nuo nervously looked around.
Although the alarm sound was much quieter than gunfire, he wasn't sure if it would attract that white shadow from last night. Clop, clop. Some crisp sounds arose in the darkness. The firelight could only illuminate a limited view, and Qin Nuo was unsure what it was, but he had already picked up the alarm clock, ready to retreat back into the room at any moment. A chill breeze came from above. Qin Nuo suddenly looked up and saw a head poking down from the doorframe. A gray head, dark eyes, revealing a horrifying smile. "Hee, brother, I'm here." Qin Nuo tightened the ghost burial stone in his hand, ready to smash it, and he relaxed only when he saw it was the kid.
"Can't you just walk normally?"
"You almost gave me a heart attack," Qin Nuo clutched his chest and said.
"I wanted to give you a surprise, brother."
The kid grinned widely. "Let's change surprise to scare." Qin Nuo closed the door, handed the alarm clock back to the kid, holding the oil lamp in one hand, and stuffing his other hand into his pocket.
The kid hugged the alarm clock and dropped onto Qin Nuo's neck.
Not heavy at all, but very cold.
Qin Nuo was a bit speechless. "Can you not sit on my neck?"
"Brother hasn't ridden a horse yet, little brother wants to listen to you, giddy up." The kid swung his body with all his might. Qin Nuo could only shake his head helplessly.
"Let him be."
In the dead silence of the mental hospital, a boy in a white coat holds an oil lamp, with a gloomy little spirit perched on his shoulder, walking down a long corridor filled with both horror and danger.
"Brother, where are we going?"
The child looks around, blinking his eyes, and asks eagerly.
"The hospital is hiding many exciting and fun things, we need to find them."
As Qin Nuo speaks, he returns to the spot where he heard the singing last night, pushes open the window, and the bleak night wind rushes in.
"The singing I heard yesterday came from outside. Are there patients outside the mental hospital?"
Qin Nuo mutters to himself. The main door on the first floor is locked tight. He once tried to stealthily break the iron lock to see the world outside the hospital. But it seemed like some forbidden power prevented him. No matter how much ghostly strength he applied, the iron lock could not be broken. During the day, thick fog covers the windows outside, completely blocking vision. You can't even be sure if the mental hospital has a backyard or a garden. Obviously, the mental hospital is completely enclosed, and the scope of the replica is limited solely to within the hospital.
Since it's closed, how did the singing come from outside?
Qin Nuo wonders, looking up, and suddenly discovers a balcony on the upper floor, realizing everything in an instant. Leaning back, Qin Nuo immediately rushes upstairs, wandering around the corridor on the fourth floor, quickly finding a hidden compartment that connects to the outside balcony. He opens the door, stepping outside. The balcony is small, with tiles painted with all sorts of things, lacking any logic, as if a playful patient had doodled randomly.
The balcony is empty, very desolate.
The singer is not here, but could show up at any time. I can't just squat here for an entire night, right?
Qin Nuo thinks.
"Brother, it's very uncomfortable outside, let's go back," the child suddenly says.
Qin Nuo thinks for a moment and can only nod.
Not finding the singer, he has to focus on searching for puzzle pieces first, planning to find a time to try his luck later. As Qin Nuo turns to walk back, the light in front of him gradually brightens. Looking up, he sees that in the starless night sky, a crescent moon emerges, and the eerie blue moonlight spills down. "So, the horror world has a moon," Qin Nuo murmurs. Staying long in the dark mental hospital made Qin Nuo think that although the horror world has day and night, there is no such thing as the sun and moon.
La la la. La la la.
Just as Qin Nuo is about to push the door to go in, a familiar singing voice suddenly rings in his ears. The singing comes from behind him, carrying an ethereal quality. Qin Nuo turns his head and suddenly sees a barefoot girl appearing on the railing, though he doesn't know when she got there. The girl is about 11 or 12 years old, wearing a white shirt and shorts, looking very fair. Her small feet dance on the palm-width railing, lost in her own world as she performs ballet.
Qin Nuo raises an eyebrow. When did this girl come out?
Although he asks this, his heart is filled with joy.
Isn't this the source of the singing found? Qin Nuo walks over and smiles kindly. "Little sister, why are you here by yourself? Where are your parents?" As soon as he finishes speaking, Qin Nuo feels something is off. Isn't this line just like a kidnapper's?
The girl does not respond, or perhaps she does not hear him, and continues to hum the music from Swan Lake, dancing on her tiptoes and twirling gracefully under the dreamy moonlight, like a light fairy, happily dancing.
"Are you trying to flirt?"
"Big brother can help you," the child says. Qin Nuo doesn't speak, gazing at the girl's fair face, lost in thought. The child continues, your way of picking up girls is too low level, big brother has experience, let me teach you.
Qin Nuo glances at him, can you just shut your mouth for a moment?
At this moment, the girl's dance suddenly stops, her gaze dims, and her expression becomes sorrowful, as if she can no longer sing or dance the second part.
Seizing the opportunity, Qin Nuo continues to speak, little sister, is there anything I can help you with?
Finally, the girl's gaze rests on Qin Nuo.
The eyes sparkled, I lost something, can you help me find it?
What did you lose?
A music box.
I forgot who gave it to me, but its song can remind me how to dance afterward. The girl said softly, her eyes clear like pure natural spring water, without a bit of dirt.
Do you remember where you lost it? Qin Nuo asked.
A regular music box is palm-sized, and in such a big mental hospital, it wouldn't be easy to find. In a room, it just got lost inside, but I am too scared to go in and look.
Inside, there is a very fierce old lady. The girl shrank her neck and said fearfully. Do you still remember the room? Take me to see it, and I'll try to help you get it back. Qin Nuo seemed to transform into a warm-hearted big brother.
But he knew very well that the clue pointed to the little girl, there must be a reason for it.
There must be some secret hidden in the little girl that could open a person's heart.
The way to unlock a secret is to get closer to each other and gain trust. The patients in the hospital are usually easy to talk to, those who aren't, Qin Nuo can make them more agreeable.
Finding a music box shouldn't be too difficult. Really? Thank you so much.
You're such a good person. The little girl's eyes suddenly sparkled with gratitude as she held Qin Nuo's hand, feeling very thankful. Her little hand's skin was delicate and very cold. The child tilted her head and said, little girls these days are so naive, they can be easily fooled.
Qin Nuo ignored the child's words and smiled as he asked, what's your name?
The girl opened her mouth, about to answer, but the name seemed to get stuck in her throat. Then she fell into deep thought, knitting her brows together, her expression troubled. After a long while, she shook her head and said, I seem to not have a name. Chapter 94, Falling Asleep in Physics, Not a Bad Person.
No name. Such an answer confused Qin Nuo. Is it amnesia? Or did her parents not give her a name? Qin Nuo thought for a moment and said, how about I give you a name? Let's call you Dream? Dream.
The little girl blinked, neither hating it nor liking it much. Let's go, take me to that room, and I'll help you get the music box back.
Qin Nuo stood up and said.
Hearing about the music box, Dream finally smiled, walking ahead with her bare little feet.
Qin Nuo followed behind, the child yawned, so boring, is this what you call fun? Don't rush, why not play a game first?
Qin Nuo thought of a way to keep the child quiet.
Why didn't I think of that?
The child took out a game console, sat on Qin Nuo's shoulder, and started playing. The screen's light shone on her little face, making it look even scarier. Dream led Qin Nuo to the first floor. At the very back of the hallway, there was another room door. Dream grabbed Qin Nuo's hand, scared to get closer, pointing to the room door, it's inside, the old lady is very fierce, be careful.
Why would she be fierce to you? Did you do something wrong? Qin Nuo asked.
Dream shook her head, a few older boys took my music box, I wanted to get it back, and the old lady drove me away with a whip. Qin Nuo thought for a moment, set the child down on the floor, and pointed at Dream, brother, I have a task for you, help me keep an eye on your sister, don't let her run around, okay? Dream is a crucial character in the main storyline, Qin Nuo certainly didn't want to lose her. The child glanced at Dream and said, I want something in return. Qin Nuo was speechless, thinking this little brat is smarter than adults.
After thinking for a moment, he suddenly asked, do you like rainbow candies? The child's eyes suddenly lit up, do you have them?
Not just any, a big jar, keep an eye on your sister, and you'll have plenty. Qin Nuo said, thinking this candy is really tempting, no matter how mature, as long as it's a child, there's no resistance.
Deal.
Don't lie to me, or I'll hit you. The child waved her little fist, she wasn't joking, she really could hit. Qin Nuo nodded, reminded her a few more times, and then said no more, carrying the oil lamp toward that room. Once Qin Nuo left, the child continued to play the game. Dream stood there, watching Qin Nuo's departing figure, then looking at the child, unsure of what to do. Barefoot, she walked over quietly, standing behind the child, her glass-like eyes curiously staring at the game screen. Creak. The door was not locked, pushed open a little bit. Qin Nuo's face peeked in, looking around the room. The room was dim, an old-fashioned light bulb hung on the wall, flickering, the light dimming and brightening.
Is anyone there?
Qin Nuo called softly, gently closing the door and walking in. In the living room, an old grandmother sat on the sofa, knitting clothes, with little vests hanging on one side. A wooden music box sat on the table, its gears turning, ethereal and pleasant music lingering in the air. No need to ask, this must be Dream's music box. The old grandmother sat still, her head tilted to one side, the vest only halfway knitted. Seeing this scene, Qin Nuo hesitated, walking over quietly and reaching for the music box. Though the possibility was slim, perhaps it could really be taken away? However, this little moment of greed was soon shattered. "Young man, you must knock when you come in, hasn't any adult taught you?" A hoarse voice came. Qin Nuo's hand awkwardly retreated. The old lady on the sofa had woken up unknowingly and continued to knit the vest. I saw you were asleep, I'm sorry to disturb you," Qin Nuo said. "Do you want this music box?" the grandmother asked. "My sister said she lost something here," Qin Nuo scratched his nose and replied. "The music box is not hers, tell that girl not to get any ideas," the grandmother said flatly. Qin Nuo was speechless, an elderly person, acting like a child with a little girl. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Grandma, how about I trade you a new music box for this one? Yours is old, the sound has changed. I don't want anything else, just this one, it can help me put my grandsons to sleep." Not even glancing at Qin Nuo, the grandmother's tone grew increasingly impatient. Suddenly, she stopped her needlework, staring at Qin Nuo with hollow eyes and speaking with an unfriendly tone, "You should leave. If you disturb my grandsons, I'll make you into a toy, for my beloved grandson to play with." Bang! Just then, the innermost door was suddenly slammed open, a rush of ghostly energy surged into the living room. Qin Nuo didn't see any ghosts but noticed tiny footprints all over the wall, moving irregularly. Footprints appeared on the table, the TV, the sofa, and where they passed, everything flew around, broken sounds incessant, turning the living room into chaos in an instant. "Dear grandsons, please go back to sleep, okay?" the grandmother shouted around, raising the volume of the music box. The footprints indeed became fewer. But a few naughty ones were still darting about. Eventually, the grandmother personally got up and threw the last two mischievous grandsons back into the room. Qin Nuo watched the scene, wondering where this old lady, alone, could have so many grandsons from. The grandmother, holding the music box, her bark-like dry face carrying a gloomy expression, said, "Why has this thing's effectiveness diminished?" As she spoke, she tightened her grip, intending to crush the music box. Seeing this, Qin Nuo quickly shouted, "Wait!" The grandmother paused for a moment, silent for a while, then said, "If you can help put my grandsons to sleep, I can give you this wooden box." Qin Nuo felt a headache coming on. Children. He hated mischievous kids the most. When they are naughty, he practically wanted to strangle them directly. Ding, the host has triggered the D-level side quest. Help the grandmother with a house full of grandchildren put them to sleep. As Qin Nuo was thinking, the game's sound rang out. The later it went, the greater the probability of triggering side quest clues. Qin Nuo did not want to miss it. Then, Qin Nuo thought of something and tentatively asked, "As long as they fall asleep, right?" "As long as they fall asleep." The grandmother sat back down, clearly also troubled by her grandsons. "I'll give it a try." Qin Nuo scratched his nose. Walking towards the room. "If you not only don't calm them down but also let my grandsons get even rowdier, you'll have to stay and be their toy," the old lady added with a hint of warning. Qin Nuo appeared calm. He agreed to this for the copy task, not because he feared the old woman. If she really decided to go all out, Qin Nuo wouldn't be scared, as the pressure she gave him was not terrifying. Moreover, his brothers were outside. The old lady didn't say much more, continuing to weave a belly band. Qin Nuo then twisted the door handle and entered the room. Inside the room, the air was very stuffy, and Qin Nuo placed the oil lamp on the table. Countless footprints appeared in every corner of the room, messy and unpleasing to the eye. "How do you plan to calm them down?" the blood-eyed ghost asked. Qin Nuo replied lightly, "I have a 100% effective way to make them sleep, but first, I need to let these little ghosts reveal themselves. Take out something they find interesting, gather them together, and they will reveal themselves." The blood-eyed ghost said. "Interesting things, besides rainbow candies, what else could there be?" Qin Nuo immediately grabbed a handful of candies and scattered them on the ground. Soon, countless footprints suddenly densely appeared on the floor. Then, one by one, little ghosts wearing red belly bands appeared, excitedly picking up the candies from the ground and stuffing them into their mouths. Before long, the candies on the floor were completely scavenged by them. One little ghost stared intently at Qin Nuo. "More." Qin Nuo smiled and said, "If you all are full, will you go to sleep obediently?" A group of little ghosts made faces at Qin Nuo. "Grandma can't control us, what are you?" "He must have more on him, let's strip him and search carefully," a little ghost suggested, and the other 6 little ghosts agreed, staring at Qin Nuo with hungry eyes. Qin Nuo took a step back, his voice grew cold. "I advise you not to play tricks on me, this won't work on me." The little ghosts continued to stick out their tongues, saying, "If you dare touch us, we'll cry loudly, Grandma will hear and tear you apart to make us toys." Qin Nuo pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "All right, you're tough. It's just candy, I'll give it to you." Saying this, he grabbed another handful of candies and scattered them again. The little ghosts laughed heartily. "What a coward, scared by Grandma." "Blood-eyed ghost, you can endure this?" Qin Nuo said, "I can't endure. As he said this, he took out the ghost-burying stone and walked over.
Is this your so-called 100% way to make them sleep?
Yes, it's a physical sleep method, just a little tap on the back of their heads, and I'm not afraid they won't sleep.
Qin Nuo said.
The blood-eyed ghost was speechless. These little ghosts are too weak, the stone you have is a terrifying ghost object. One hit, and they won't just faint, they'll be done for.
Should I be lighter?
Qin Nuo said hesitantly. Doesn't matter, ghosts are not the same as humans, it's not about weight, the blood-eyed ghost replied. Just as Qin Nuo was feeling troubled, he suddenly felt a pain behind him. It turned out a little ghost was climbing on his back, scratching his clothes with its nails, excitedly shouting, "Give me the candy!" Qin Nuo grabbed the little ghost and hurled it aside. The little ghost's head hit the wall, not knowing whether it was genuinely painful or intentional, opened its mouth to brew emotions, ready to cry out loud.
Damn! Qin Nuo cursed inwardly.
In a moment of desperation, he suddenly took out the medical box and pulled out a syringe, rushing forward. At the moment the little ghost began to cry, he plunged the needle fiercely into its butt. In an instant, the little ghost suddenly quieted down, its head drooping as if it had fallen asleep.
The blood-eyed ghost was a bit surprised. What is that?
A sedative. Qin Nuo said, realizing he hadn't expected that the stuff in the medical box would actually work on ghosts.
In that case, things have become simple. A smile gradually formed at the corners of Qin Nuo's mouth.
A little ghost wiped its mouth and ran over, asking, "Why is my brother sleeping?" "Your brother is tired, come eat candy," Qin Nuo said with a smile, feeding candy kindly with one hand while the other hand ruthlessly jabbed the syringe into the little ghost's butt. The sweetness of the candy made the little ghosts let down their guard, completely unaware of the cold glimmering needle behind Qin Nuo's smile.
In an instant, the little ghosts fell softly to the ground one by one. The last little ghost finally reacted and saw the terrifying syringe. Just as he was about to scream, Qin Nuo pressed him down to the ground and covered his mouth. Looking at the struggling little ghost, Qin Nuo revealed a kind smile, but to the little ghost, this smile seemed sinister and terrifying. "Be good, finish the candy, get your shot, and then you can sleep, Uncle is not a bad person." After saying this, he ruthlessly jabbed the needle in. In an instant, the little ghost rolled his eyes and fainted. Watching the little ghost sprawled all over the ground, Qin Nuo felt an indescribable thrill. Then, he picked up each little ghost, laid them neatly on the bed, covered them with blankets, faking a peaceful sleeping scene. "Why do they feel so soft?" Qin Nuo murmured. "Those sedatives are meant for adults, giving them to little ghosts, who knows what will happen," the blood-eyed ghost said. Qin Nuo shrugged, "Doesn't matter, as long as they sleep." He continued tidying up the room, opened the door, and stepped outside. "Granny, your grandchildren are all asleep, and they are sleeping soundly, peacefully," Qin Nuo said as he walked over. The old lady stopped her needlework and looked up with her dry face, although she had no expression, Qin Nuo knew she must be shocked. "You went in for less than 10 minutes.
Her voice held doubt. "If you don't believe me, you can take a look," Qin Nuo stepped aside. The old lady approached the door, uncertain, and saw her grandchildren neatly lying in a row, sleeping obediently.
She planned to enter the room and get closer to confirm.
Qin Nuo reminded her, "Granny, they finally fell asleep, if you wake them up, I can't coax them back to sleep." The old lady thought for a moment, deemed it reasonable, and stopped in her tracks.
She couldn't help but ask, "How did you do it?"
Naughty children need a lot of patience, the more anxious you are, the more they rebel. You have to go along with their hearts and softly soothe them, only then will they quiet down and gradually feel sleepy, Qin Nuo said as if he had much experience. To put it simply, when dealing with children, you can't be rough, you need enough patience.
The blood-eyed ghost, you're amazing.
Qin Nuo's words seemed to make the old lady fall into reflection. After a while, she hoarsely said, "The wooden box, you can take it away." Qin Nuo smiled slightly, "Thank you, you're truly a good granny, I believe your grandchildren will grow up healthy."
"Can I play with you?"
Outside the room, Meng looked at the little person that had died once again and couldn't help but ask the child.
"No way, you're too weak, you can't play this game."
The child directly refused and was about to click to restart when Qin Nuo walked out.
Qin Nuo came out. Meng rushed over and eagerly asked, "How did it go?" "Easy."
Qin Nuo threw the music box in his hand to Meng. Seeing his own music box, Meng instantly became overjoyed, hugging the music box and tiptoeing in circles.
"How did you get it back?"
The child set down the game console and asked. Qin Nuo shrugged and smiled, "I just helped the old lady put a few little ghosts to sleep. I have a 100% effective sleeping method."
The child put down the console, blinking his eyes and asked, "Really?" "I want to try, I've been having some insomnia lately."
"You're not suited for it." Chapter 95, Perfect Character, Ghosts on the Bed. Worried that the old lady would find her grandchildren sleeping too deeply, Qin Nuo took the child and Meng to leave the first floor. As they returned upstairs, Qin Nuo took out the puzzle pieces, keeping an eye on the direction of the sparks, and asked Meng, "Do you remember anything?" Meng, holding the music box and still immersed in joy, shook her head after thinking for a moment when she heard the question.
Qin Nuo felt confused. Then do you remember how you got to this hospital?
Meng said, when I started to remember things,
It's just at this hospital.
I don't like the daytime, I like the night. The night is very quiet and beautiful, so I always carry my music box and dance in the hallway. That time is my happiest time.
What about family?
I don't remember.
What about friends?
You are the first. Qin Nuo thought, this amnesia is too serious, forgetting even one person next to her, but thinking about it, it doesn't seem strange. After all, this is a mental hospital. But he was a little confused.
This girl moves so freely every night, don't the nuns care?
While thinking, footsteps came from the hallway. Then, a flicker of firelight appeared at the stairs. Lan Yan and the blonde man heard conversations coming from downstairs, took out their ghost items and stood alert, and then saw Qin Nuo coming up with an oil lamp. On his shoulder sat a child, and beside him was a little girl in white.
Qin Nuo ignored the astonished expressions of the two and asked, didn't we say to act separately? Why are you two always together?
Lan Yan and the blonde man did not reply, but stared fixedly at Meng and the child. In just a split second, they confirmed these were two ghosts.
Especially the child on his shoulder gave the two a tremendous pressure. This is a terrifying level ghost.
The child was playing a game and ignored Lan Yan and the others.
Meng then asked Qin Nuo, brother, is this your friend?
Sort of.
The blonde man whispered, what's going on here?
This is my buddy, he is joining me tonight.
Qin Nuo said calmly.
Little brother, you said you were bullied, is it these two? The child put down the game console and blinked, his eyes carrying hostility. His gaze fell on Lan Yan and the blonde man, and both changed color, instinctively taking a step back.
Qin Nuo shook his head and explained for them. Is this your patient? Lan Yan asked. Before a reply could come, the child spoke first, his small face unhappy. What patient?
We are brothers. Lan Yan and the others immediately understood the situation.
This guy actually got a ghost as a bodyguard.
A terrifying level ghost at that.
Lan Yan and the blonde man couldn't help but take a deep breath.
They understood all too well how difficult it is to take care of mental hospital patients, with all sorts of inhumane strange behaviors that often made their scalp tingle. Some patients even had great malice towards them.
Let alone getting close to these patients.
The child calling Qin Nuo brother truly shocked them greatly.
Brother, pass on some experience, how did you do it?
Taking advantage of the child looking down at his game, Lan Yan whispered. This kind of thing can't be taught, it depends on one's character, and my character is perfect.
Qin Nuo said.
Lan Yan was speechless. If you're not going to say it, there's no need to brag about yourself. The blonde man's face became a bit unnatural, feeling this remark was hinting at him. After all, he had exploded a patient's head before. Just then, Qin Nuo suddenly noticed that the puzzle piece in his hand was glowing hot and was flying towards one direction. The puzzle pieces in Lan Yan's and the blonde man's hands were the same. The three exchanged glances and immediately carried their oil lamps, rushing in that direction. In the hallway on the third floor, separated by more than 10 meters, they could smell a strong bloody odor. From the crack of a room's door, thick black blood was flowing out. Meng suddenly stopped, looking at the blood on the floor, a bit troubled, and said, I don't want to go in. Qin Nuo glanced at her bare feet and could only pass the task of looking after her to the child. The child didn't mind at all, and directly sat on the floor, continuing to play his game. On the other side, Lan Yan and the blonde man each took out their ghost items, covering their noses. This smell is not just bloody, it's also disgusting. Be careful. Seeing Qin Nuo come over, the blonde man pushed open the door. The three entered the room, and immediately the strong stench rushed out into the hallway. In the messy room, a corpse lay on the bed, covered in horrifying injuries. The three people's gaze moved downwards, their expressions contorting, instinctively feeling a chill in their groins. The injuries on the other parts of the corpse were not as terrifying as the one on its crotch. That thing was simply gone. It was a bloody mess, obviously cut off by some sharp weapon. Then, Lan Yan seemed to have noticed something and said, look at the mouth. They saw the corpse's mouth bulging, as if something had been stuffed inside. In an instant, the three of them looked horrified, disgusted to the extreme. What kind of terrible crime had this person committed? Could it be that he was a scumbag, playing with several boats? I must say, the woman who killed him was really ruthless. Lan Yan covered her nose and said. I think I have seen his face before, the caregiver from earlier. The blonde man said. Ghost caregiver. The ghost caregiver from the mental hospital, who worked like a machine during the day, turned into a horrific sight at night. Just like the woman who slit her wrists that Qin Nuo saw in the bathtub back then. This kind of ghostly resentment runs deep. As long as you don't provoke it, nothing will happen. However, Qin Nuo looked at the puzzle pieces in his hand, pointing towards the corpse on the bed, which was not wearing any clothes. That meant the puzzle pieces were inside the corpse. Lan Yan and the blonde man both noticed this and frowned.
Qin Nuo asked, who will go get it? Lan Yen took a step back, if I die again, I'll have to quit the game. The blonde man looked at Qin Nuo, who was also looking at him, rock paper scissors? Boring. The blonde man coldly said, then walked forward, took out a black handgun, attached a silencer, and pressed the gun's muzzle against the corpse's forehead while his other hand began to grope the bloody body. The sound of his palm touching the rotting flesh was extremely uncomfortable to hear. But the blonde man remained expressionless. Qin Nuo was surprised, so bold, he can't be studying medicine, right? He might be a forensic doctor. Lan Yen murmured in response. Soon, the blonde man raised his eyebrows and said, found it. Where? In the heart area. Be careful, don't provoke. Before Lan Yen could finish, there was a splat sound as the blonde man forcefully shoved his hand into the corpse's heart and pulled out a rotten heart, with a glowing object that was particularly eye-catching. It was indeed a puzzle piece. Lan Yen opened her mouth and continued, looks like being rough isn't a problem. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes, the terrifying resentment enveloped its eyeballs, becoming pitch black. It opened its mouth and let out a mournful howl. Just as it was about to lash out, there was a muffled bang, and the blonde man pulled the trigger, exploding its head. Then, the corpse fell back down. This black handgun was obviously no ordinary ghostly object. The blonde man grabbed a piece of rotten cloth, wiped his hands and the puzzle piece, and walked back. However, just when he turned around, his expression changed. A terrifying ghostly aura suddenly spread in the room, and the corpse with its head blown off began to frighteningly repair itself little by little. Chapter 96, Angel's Holy Water, Final Stage. Looking at the corpse with its head repairing, Lan Yan's face darkened. The resentment is too deep, ordinary ghostly objects can't kill it. Anyway, with the puzzle in hand, who cares how deep it is, we should run. Qin Nuo turned and rushed towards the door, but the corpse suddenly jumped up, blocking the exit, intercepting the trio's way. Now that the head was restored, the man spat out his manhood, looking at the three with a face full of resentment, his terrifying face covered in writhing veins. Qin Nuo and Lan Yan took a step back, simultaneously pointing at the blonde man. It's him who stirred you. The blonde man's face looked as if he had eaten a fly, wishing he could shoot both of them as well. As he thought this, the blonde man raised his gun again, aiming 2 more shots at the man. The ghost caregiver raised his hand to catch the bullets, his palm exploded, flesh splattered everywhere. But soon, that hand visibly repaired itself at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Woman, wicked woman, damn it, the ghostly caretaker howled. The woman cut off your thing, what does it have to do with us? Qin Nuo said as he took out the bone-breaking hammer and human bone nails. Because. The ghostly caretaker opened his mouth and had barely spoken 2 words when 2 human bone nails shot out like bullets, instantly piercing into his head. The reinforced enchantment effect made the ghostly caretaker let out a miserable scream, and his head instantly melted into a pool of bloody sludge. But before the 3 could make it out the door, that pool of bloody sludge restored itself, grinning ominously. My resentment remains in this room. As long as the resentment does not disperse, you cannot kill me. The corners of the ghostly caretaker's mouth twisted into a sinister smile. I will rip apart your lower parts, let you taste what that feels like. Damn, what hatred, what grudge. The 3 of them, Lan Yin included, stepped back a few paces. Resentful ghosts are indeed troublesome. If the resentment cannot be wiped away, they can keep haunting you endlessly. The ghostly caretaker moved closer, but just then, the door behind him suddenly swung open. A child came in holding a game console, excitedly looking at Qin Nuo. Brother, look. I just cleared another level, isn't that amazing? While speaking, his eyebrows danced with joy, like he couldn't wait to receive praise. Qin Nuo and the others. The child scratched his head. Why does everyone have this expression? The ghostly caretaker glared at the child with sinister eyes, a roar filled with endless resentment escaping his lips. Where did this little brat come from? Do you think I don't exist? As he spoke, his withered arm reached out toward the child. But before it could touch the child, that arm was hit by an invisible force, instantly shattering. Ha! Who are you calling a brat? The child was displeased, glaring sideways at the ghostly caretaker. The ghostly caretaker looked at his shattered arm, somewhat surprised, but soon, surprise turned into terror as he realized that his arm could not be repaired. Daff? I'm asking you a question. The child jumped up and slapped the ghostly caretaker across the face. The entire corpse was instantly embedded into the wall. The ghostly caretaker wore a shocked expression, clearly still processing what had just happened. When his gaze fell on the child again, it suddenly turned into deep fear. I misspoke, I'm sorry, please let me go. The child's small hand paused, thinking for a moment, then said, All right, you look so pitiful. The ghostly caretaker secretly let out a sigh of relief. But the child tilted his head and said mischievously, Just kidding. The ghostly caretaker's pupils shrank, and disregarding everything, he rushed toward the door. But it was still a step too late. A small hand grabbed him and then, like a rice ball, his body was inexplicably rolled up.
The child tossed him into the air and opened his mouth wide, directly swallowing the ghostly caretaker into his belly. Burp. After letting out a satisfied belch, the child pouted, "This thing is indeed so unappetizing."
The blonde man and Lan Yan were already dumbfounded, unable to speak.
This little brat is just too fierce. Qin Nuo also didn't expect the child to swallow him whole. While shocked, he felt more than a bit of joy. With this little brat, they could basically walk sideways tonight. "Brother, you still haven't answered my question." The child waved the game console in his hand. Qin Nuo picked up the game console, giving it a casual glance, and praised, "Huge progress, keep it up, here's your reward." As he spoke, he stuffed a handful of rainbow candy into the child's hand. The child was satisfied holding the candy, partly happy about the candy, and partly happy about receiving praise. Who could imagine that just 2 minutes ago, he had viciously swallowed a ghost? Qin Nuo suddenly thought of something and said, "You came in, what about Dream?" "It's fine, she's outside." The child's words made Qin Nuo feel uneasy. He hurriedly ran towards the door. Fortunately, Dream hadn't wandered off, standing in the corner, looking at the black blood on the ground and then at her little feet, her expression full of conflict, unsure if she should come over. Qin Nuo breathed a sigh of relief. Behind him, the blonde man obtained his 4th puzzle piece. The blue smoke said, "If I am not mistaken, this is the 8th puzzle piece, right?" The blonde man said nothing, merging the newly acquired puzzle piece with the other 3. At the moment of merging, all 3 suddenly heard the game's announcement echoing in their minds. Congratulations to players Phantom, Son of Heaven, and Blue Smoke, for completing 70% of the main quest process, and receiving the main quest clue assistance reward Fallen Angels Holy Water ×3. Fallen Angels Holy Water, this is the holy water that punishes demons and also the holy water of hope, possessing the power to annihilate the existence of evil. Note, this is the only weapon for players to defeat the mastermind behind the scenes, use it wisely. Each bottle of holy water has a one-time effect. When used on any NPC in the instance, it will lose its effectiveness. When the voice faded, each of the 3 held a glass bottle shaped like a water droplet. The appearance of rewards in the main quest means that this instance is entering its final stage. Receiving rewards in the main quest is not completely a good thing. The difficulty of the game will significantly increase, and it is very likely that the mastermind will make a move. Or rather, it has already made a move. Blue Smoke and the blonde man had clearly experienced this game process before. Their faces showed neither great shock nor joy, only increased tension. The later stages of the game would be a true battle between players and main quest NPCs. If the players win, the instance will conclude early, and they will achieve the highest score. If they lose, all players involved in the main quest process will be annihilated by the main quest NPCs. The potion can only be used once. We have 3 bottles, which means 3 chances to act. The blonde man adjusted his glasses. At this stage, there's no need to hold back. Besides the puzzle piece as a main quest clue, you must have other clues from task instances. Now we are all in the same boat, let's share the clues and lock onto the most suspicious one. This is our biggest chance of winning. The blonde man looked at Qin Nuo and Blue Smoke, waiting for answers. Blue Smoke did not hesitate and revealed the clues she had obtained. There were only 2 clues, and both pointed to the night. Qin Nuo glanced at the little girl, thought for a moment, and only mentioned room 606, which was the shared clue with Blue Smoke. The little girl's clues had not been fully investigated, and what she said ended up interfering with other clues instead. Basically all pointing to the night? The blonde man narrowed his eyes. What does the night have? What is the most mysterious? Only one thing. Qin Nuo looked up and found the other 2 were also looking at him. It seems we all thought of the same thing, the white shadow. Its identity is the most mysterious, and its strength is the most terrifying. Besides it, I can't think of a second suspect for the mastermind. If it is it, we don't need to clarify its identity, we just need to use the holy water on it. If we are correct, game over. Blue Smoke said. Qin Nuo rubbed his chin. That's a good thought, but that thing won't just stand there and let you pour holy water on it, right? Blue Smoke smiled. NPCs are after all NPCs, no one's mind is as flexible. In an instant, we players can have a million ways to respond, but the game's NPCs will only act according to the rules of the game, which is their fatal weakness. Qin Nuo said nothing and completely disagreed with Blue Smoke's words. If Blue Smoke had experienced the bloodstained apartment instance, he would never have said that. What do we do? Qin Nuo asked directly. Use sounds to lure it in, set a trap, and wait for it to walk into the snare. It's that simple. Blue Smoke answered straightforwardly. Qin Nuo and the blonde man exchanged glances and had no objections. Though simple, it was indeed the most practical method at the moment. Then I'll use the first bottle of holy water, said the blonde man. If the blonde man really used his holy water to kill the mastermind, he would undoubtedly be the MVP of the entire match, with a score higher than Qin Nuo and Blue Smoke. Qin Nuo did not care much for the reward for the highest score. He didn't care much and agreed. Lan Yan opened her mouth, scratched her head, and waved her hand. It's up to you. At this moment, having a disagreement was no good for anyone.
Who will lure the white shadow? Qin Nuo asked.
The blonde man adjusted his glasses. I took the 8th shard. Lan Yan shrugged. I played my last life. If I die again, the holy water will be gone.
You wouldn't want to see that, right?
Both their gazes fell on Qin Nuo.
Don't you have that good buddy of yours? He can protect you. This choice has to be you.
Lan Yan smiled, patting Qin Nuo's shoulder.
Qin Nuo knew he couldn't escape and agreed.
Are you guys planning to talk until dawn, or are you leaving? The child walked over and asked. Qin Nuo stood up, patted the child, and smiled. We are discussing the most exciting main event for tonight.
And we are the main characters. What kind of main event?
The child was doubtful.
It's a secret for now, it will start soon.
Qin Nuo spoke with enough mystery to make the child unusually excited. He stopped playing the game, jumped on Qin Nuo's neck, and kept asking questions. A few minutes later, the three found a relatively spacious room. There were enough hidden corners, and the corridor at the entrance was a dead end, making it easy to block the retreat.
You could say this was the most suitable area. The three hit it off and started preparing.
To be safe, Qin Nuo let Meng hide in a dark compartment of the room and instructed him not to come out no matter what sounds he heard. Meng started to feel scared upon hearing this but still obediently nodded.
10 minutes later.
Inside the room, Qin Nuo sat down in a spacious hall, pulling over a chair. The child sat on one side, curiously looking around. Lan Yan and the blonde man hid in the darkness on either side of the door. The blonde man opened a glass bottle with a blank expression and poured holy water over the blade of the S-knife. With the holy water's blessing, the blade shimmered coldly, seeming even sharper.
Then, the blonde man nodded to Lan Yan and Qin Nuo before completely disappearing into the darkness.
The two didn't notice that the blonde man still had some holy water left in his glass bottle. Lan Yan made an okay gesture to Qin Nuo, took out a metal ball, and blended into the darkness.
Everything was ready.
Qin Nuo took out the handgun that Lan Yan handed over and fired a shot into the ceiling.
Bang! The loud bang instantly shattered the silence in every corner of the mental hospital.
In the dark, many things were startled. Then they rushed quickly towards the source of the sound.
Bro, what are we doing?
The child looked at Qin Nuo as he threw the handgun aside and asked. The one who hit me is coming soon, let's see if you can help me take revenge later. As Qin Nuo spoke, he took out the burial stone and got the blood-eyed ghost ready to strike at any moment.
That white shadow was terrifying. He had to make all the preparations. Oh, no problem, whoever bullies my brother will not have a good end. The child seemed very relaxed, patting his chest.
After saying that, he added, it's okay to eat them, too. Qin Nuo remained silent because he felt the air quickly turning cold. Moreover, the flow of air became increasingly hurried, and the windows were being blown open one by one. Qin Nuo wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, put down his crossed legs, and stared intently at the darkness at the end of the corridor. In the dark, many things appeared. But several oil lamps quickly dispersed those things. Finally, a white shadow slowly emerged from the darkness. It's here. Qin Nuo suddenly held his breath, his voice deep, coming from his throat. Brother, it's coming. The child also saw that white shadow and put away his game console. The gaze of the white shadow was extremely sharp, staring directly at Qin Nuo with a strong killing intent. Then, it rushed over quickly. At the same time, the child jumped off Qin Nuo and walked toward the white shadow. Those who bully my brother won't have a good time. However, when the child reached the door, he suddenly stopped.
Qin Nuo was puzzled.
Lan Yan and the blonde man, hiding in the darkness, were also confused. The child turned his head, a gray little face decorated with beads of sweat. He smiled at Qin Nuo and said, Brother, I'm tired. I'm going back to sleep. If there's anything, let's talk tomorrow. After saying that, the child dashed through the nearby wall and vanished in a flash. Qin Nuo was left with a head full of questions, unable to even react. He just ran away like that? Chapter 97, The Identity of the White Shadow, Oppression Looms. The child turned and ran, without the slightest hesitation. Qin Nuo was very sure that he was frightened away. A terrifying ghost was actually scared like this? Be careful. The blood-eyed ghost suddenly spoke, two blood-red eyes appeared on its arm, and as the corpse spot spread, bulging blue veins erupted from it. Qin Nuo didn't hesitate, gripping the ghost-burying stone tightly, using the terrifying ghost power from the two blood eyes to swing his arm, throwing the ghost-burying stone like a cannonball. Whoosh! The white shadow that rushed into the room raised its hand and caught the ghost-burying stone, the powerful ghost force causing it to momentarily halt. Attack! In the blink of an eye, Lan Yan threw a metal ball from the darkness. The metal ball turned into a large net, wrapping around the white shadow completely. Your Majesty! Lan Yan shouted. In the darkness, the blonde man reacted extremely quickly. When the large net ensnared the white shadow, he had already leaped into the air, his S-knife rapidly stabbing towards the white shadow. At this moment, both Qin Nuo and Lan Yan's gazes followed the edge of the S-knife. However, just as the blade pierced into the white shadow, their hopes were shattered. The white shadow suddenly erupted with terrifying ghost power, unleashing the force of the ghost-burying stone and sending it flying. That large net was torn to shreds in an instant. A withered finger lightly flicked at the knife blade that was about to pierce its crown. In an instant, the edge of the S-knife shattered completely. The white shadow grabbed the blonde man's throat with one hand. The situation was instantly reversed. Lan Yan felt a chill in her heart. It's over. The only hope, the S-knife, was gone. Qin Nuo did not freeze like Lan Yan. He quickly took out his bottle of holy water. If the first bottle didn't work, then use the second. Watching the blonde man in his hand, the white shadow surged with intense killing intent, fingers suddenly applying force. At the brink of death, the blonde man remained unusually calm, half of his face covered in corpse spots, one eye turning pitch black. The corpse spots spread like maggots, creeping along half of his body. From a distance, the blonde man's half body looked as if it had been severely burned, skin cracked and charred, emitting dense white smoke. Half ghost. The blonde man had made a pact with a burning ghost with half of his own body. The white shadow clearly looked down upon that burning ghost. The moment it raised its other hand, the blonde man suddenly struck first. His right hand shot up, his hand like a blade tearing through the darkness. But it merely scratched the surface of the white shadow's face. Instead, the white shadow grabbed with 5 fingers, tearing off the blonde man's entire right arm, tossing him into the corner. The power disparity was overwhelming. The blonde man didn't even look at his injury, his gaze firmly locked on the white shadow. The white shadow gripped that charred arm, ready to crush it, when suddenly, its body paused. On its right cheek, the scratched surface crazily spread open, releasing a large cloud of white smoke. At that moment, the light curtain faded, revealing the true form of the white shadow. Qin Nuo and the others' expressions changed slightly. The nun. But this was different from the nun during the day. The day nun wore a white nun's robe, with a cross hanging on her chest, pious and mysterious. But the one before them wore a black nun's robe, with a cross hanging on her chest, only it was an inverted cross, her face terrifying, full of resentment and evil thoughts. At this moment, that barely noticeable skin injury had actually become the nun's fatal wound, her skin like a parched surface, cracks spreading all over her body. In an indescribable terrifying sound, the black nun's skin started to peel off into powder, her body gradually collapsing. In the end, it turned into a pile of white powder, with only a black nun's robe remaining intact there. Qin Nuo and Lan Yan were both taken aback. The situation actually turned back around. Lan Yan walked over, looking at the little bits of powder being blown away on the ground, and was shocked as he glanced at the blonde man still sitting on the ground. The ghost inside you is so terrifying, why didn't it act earlier? The blonde man glanced at him. It had me pinched like an ant, easily tearing off one of my arms. Do you find that scary? Then what was that about? Lan Yan helped the blonde man up and glanced at the ground. I left some holy water on my hands. Only a fool would use all the holy water on that ghost. If the ghost is destroyed, my trump card would be gone. The reward was clear. As long as the holy water hasn't entered the body, it won't lose its effectiveness. The other side surely knows this too and made preparations in advance, so we could only catch them off guard. Lan Yan suddenly realized, smart. Qin Nuo walked over. How's your hand? Not a big problem. The blonde man shook his head. The broken end of his right arm did not spurt blood, it was like a dry piece of wood being pulled apart. His right side was parasitized by a contract. In the game, he wouldn't feel much pain, nor would it affect him. After exiting the game instance, he would be fine. But the burning ghost inside him must have taken considerable damage. Qin Nuo picked up the black nun's robe on the ground. He finally understood why the child had run away so scared. Lan Yan asked, is it those nuns from during the day? Qin Nuo shook his head, not clear. These black nuns looked completely opposite to the white nuns after dawn, and were much more terrifying. This is the true face of the nightmarish darkness. It seems there are secrets about the nuns that we don't know. Qin Nuo murmured. What's worse is that the psychiatric hospital hasn't changed at all, and the game broadcast hasn't sounded. The blonde man shook his head and sighed. We guessed wrong. The black nun is not the mastermind. The first bottle of holy water became useless. The 3 of them had expressions of heaviness. The clues mostly pointed toward the night, but besides these nuns, what else was there in the dark? Puzzle pieces. Lan Yan suddenly said. 8 puzzle pieces can piece together a rough picture. There must be other clues inside. Let's piece it together and take a look. Both the blonde man and Qin Nuo had no objections. They should have done this yesterday, but it had been delayed. However, when the 3 of them took out the puzzle pieces, it was unclear whether it was fate's arrangement or coincidence. The temperature in the room suddenly dropped sharply again. In the corridor, a flood of ghostly energy surged in. Something is approaching again, the blood-eyed ghost spoke up. Without needing to be reminded, Qin Nuo and the others began to act, gripping their ghostly objects and staring at the corner of the corridor. Soon, a white shadow appeared again in the darkness. In the night, there was not just one black nun. All three instinctively took a step back, the ghostly objects in their hands felt as weak as toys.
Use my holy water.
Lan Yan held the glass bottle, it was the only thing that could combat the black nuns. But immediately after, a scene that made their scalps tingle appeared behind them. In the darkness, after one white shadow appeared, suddenly a second, third, and fourth appeared behind it. One after another, the white shadows swarmed forward like an army approaching.
An unprecedented sense of terrifying oppression instantly descended upon the three in the room.
Lan Yan's hand holding the glass bottle trembled slightly, and Qin Nuo glanced at him. That bottle of yours might not be enough.
Chapter 98, The Mystery of Dreams, Fatigue of Body and Mind.
Just one white shadow had made them so flustered, now seeing countless white shadows rushing in, the three had never experienced such despair.
Run. There's nowhere to run.
The blond man shook his head, their room was at the end of the corridor, unless they jumped out of the window to the outside of the psychiatric hospital. But this instance was enclosed. Outside the range, there are game taboo barriers that players simply cannot jump out of.
My journey in this replica ends here.
Blue Smoke leaned weakly against the wall as she gazed at the white shadow. Looks like we'll have to use a replacement scarecrow. Qin Nuo said with a solemn face, feeling hopeless as he went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, pleasant music floated out. Dream was hiding inside, curled up, listening to the melody of the music box.
What happened? Dream looked at Qin Nuo's face, sensing something was wrong.
Come out first, I need to tell you something.
Qin Nuo led Dream out.
Just as he was about to say something, the blond man suddenly spoke up, something's off.
Blue Smoke also chimed in, what's wrong with them?
Qin Nuo turned to look and saw that the black nun, who had already reached the doorway, suddenly stopped, and then as if she had touched some taboo, they all began to retreat.
In an instant, all the black nuns disappeared into the darkness.
The heavy ghostly aura swiftly dissipated in the corridor, and the bone-chilling temperature gradually rose.
They left again?
Blue Smoke was filled with questions, but a greater feeling was surprise. This was a true escape from death.
They are afraid of something,
the blond man said while directing his gaze at Dream.
The only change in those few seconds was that Qin Nuo had brought Dream out of the room.
Blue Smoke looked at the music box in Dream's hands, her eyes shining with intensity. This music box actually scared those nuns away. It can't be an ordinary ghost object, can it?
No.
As soon as Blue Smoke finished speaking, both the blond man and Qin Nuo denied in unison. The blond man looked at Dream's shy, beautiful face. What they fear is her. Qin Nuo also noticed that when their gaze fell upon Dream, they revealed intense fear and immediately retreated into the darkness.
What is it about Dream that makes them so scared? The blond man observed Qin Nuo's expression and suddenly asked, this girl isn't your patient, right? Where did you bring her from? Qin Nuo scratched his nose and said, I met her in a mental hospital.
She looked pitiful, so I let her come with me.
Blue Smoke's mouth twitched, you really have a big heart. This precisely shows that she harbors many secrets. The blond man's gaze at Dream became sharp.
Dream shrank her neck and timidly hid behind Qin Nuo. She has amnesia, even if you want to ask, you won't get anything.
Qin Nuo said. The blond man squinted, you don't seem like a fool. How can you trust the words of a girl with an unknown background?
Qin Nuo glanced at Dream but remained silent. He did suspect Dream before, not just of lying but also wondered if she could be the mastermind behind everything. However, a clue is a clue. It can't directly point to who the mastermind is, it will only indicate that the target holds secrets of the mastermind. So he allowed Dream to continue following, hoping to gradually uncover the secrets within her over time. But the blond man and Blue Smoke wouldn't think so. This matter was too suspicious.
The atmosphere suddenly grew a bit delicate.
The blond man's gaze towards Dream turned increasingly sinister.
Qin Nuo remained silent, pulling Dream behind him.
Seeing the situation go awry, Blue Smoke wanted to step in as a mediator, but the blond man suddenly shook his head and smiled, saying, maybe I'm just being overly suspicious, forget it, I won't dwell on this matter. He glanced at the time and said, it's almost dawn, tonight's mission ends here. Although the game has entered the later stage and time is becoming tight, at least tonight we have made progress in identifying the white shadow. It's clear that the black nuns are merely pawns of the mastermind. Once daylight comes, they will become white nuns again, managing the patients and caregivers. We will start our investigation through the nuns, and there will surely be results.
Blue Smoke asked, so, we act during the day? If possible, that would be best. But triggering the replica task from the patients is still the main priority. The blond man adjusted his glasses and looked at Qin Nuo, Shadow God, do you have any questions? Qin Nuo shrugged, I think the same as you.
Then there's no problem, let's go back to our rooms and discuss everything tomorrow morning. The blond man said.
The other two nodded, showing no objections.
I'll go to the bathroom first. The blond man walked toward the restroom. I'll go too, I was so scared just now, I almost wet my pants. Lan Yan followed him.
One bathroom, two big men? Qin Nuo shook his head, crouched down, and asked Meng, do you still want to follow me?
Meng thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, I don't like daytime, during the day I always find a place to sleep.
Then he asked, are you coming to the balcony to play with me tomorrow night? I dance there every night. Sure, I'll come find you tomorrow night.
Seeing Qin Nuo nod, Meng smiled sweetly, then hugged the music box and, barefoot, bounced through the wall to leave. Over there, the blonde man and Lan Yan returned and saw Qin Nuo alone, asking, where's the girl?
She left, she'll show up tomorrow night. Qin Nuo replied calmly. That girl has many secrets, she only gets close to you. If possible, I hope you can get useful clues from her.
Still the same thing, we're all in the same boat, helping each other is the only way out.
The blonde man said earnestly for once.
Of course.
Qin Nuo smiled slightly. Over there, Lan Yan picked up the blonde man's arm and asked, you've got one hand left, will it affect your work tomorrow? The blonde man nonchalantly replied, I'm left-handed.
After that, they didn't say much, and the three of them returned to their own rooms. In the room, Qin Nuo took off his clothes and wiped his body. Then he lay down on the bed, his sore muscles finally getting enough comfort. Your two teammates have grown suspicious of you.
Blood-Eye Ghost suddenly spoke up. Qin Nuo's expression was calm, I noticed. Because of Meng, their trust in me has decreased.
Although the blonde man and Lan Yan were trying hard to disguise it, Qin Nuo, being sharp, caught it from some unnatural micro-expressions and evasive glances. A teammate lacking trust can often be more dangerous than an enemy, be careful.
Blood-Eye warned.
Listening to you sounds like you have lots of experience, did you ever get your teammates horribly stuck?
Qin Nuo asked with a smile.
Roll.
Blood-Eye Ghost returned one word and then did not speak again.
Qin Nuo placed his hands behind his head and sighed, he was also feeling a bit of a headache. This is why he preferred to act alone and didn't like to cooperate with others. Once cooperation exists, if something breaks down because of an issue, one must defend against both enemies and also keep an extra eye on teammates.
Once you let your guard down, it's often not the enemy that pushes you into the abyss.
So working together is just tiring and stressful.
Chapter 99, Clear Broth and Brotherly Loyalty.
In a half-asleep state, Qin Nuo lay down for a bit, and before long, the alarm clock on the wall rang. The daylight outside seeped through thick mist and into the room, and at that moment, the oil lamp on the table just happened to burn out.
Qin Nuo sat up, rubbed his brow, another new day, let's see, there isn't much game time left, right?
Putting on the caretaker's uniform, Qin Nuo walked out of the room. Today, the game's broadcast still did not sound.
If nothing unexpected happened, the last few days would likely be like this.
The players seeking stability have already mastered the way to survive in this dungeon. Unless the puppet master takes action, they can basically manage to secure the rewards from this dungeon. As Qin Nuo went downstairs, he encountered a white nun standing not far away, expressionless, supervising the caretakers. Seeing the white nun, Qin Nuo recalled the black nun from last night, grasping the inverted cross, her terrifying face.
When it's daytime, they seem to forget everything that happened at night, that's how the dungeon is set up. Is it still the Dark Hand operating behind the scenes? A great fire in the mental hospital years ago took everyone's life.
Rationally, after 10 years, it should have become a pile of ruins, but surprisingly, the mental hospital is still operating, and the order is very strict, with patients having a reasonable daily routine, caregivers following a regular work schedule, and nuns supervising diligently. Except for the naked man in the bathroom, the girl nailed to the cross on stage, and the nun tormented by her soul at night, everyone else seems to have escaped punishment and suffering. In fact, some patients don't even know they are dead. From this, one can roughly see that the Dark Hand has not directed its hatred towards the rest, but rather targeted a few people for revenge. Of course, all of this is just a guess. For a horror game, the absence of logic is its logic. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Nuo decided to resolve today's work quickly and use any spare time to gather more clues from the main storyline. So far during the day, at least it is safe, which is definitely an advantageous condition for him.
Soon, Qin Nuo arrived at the patient's room.
Room 303 was as usual, without any changes. He took out some candies to calm Xiaoyu and the others down.
Sister Yu looked at Qin Nuo and signed a few words. Baichu translated, Sister Yu wants to know, did you go out last night? Qin Nuo calmly replied, yes, I did.
But don't worry, I have a good relationship with the two patients in room 301.
Implied in this is that he has their protection.
Upon hearing this, Sister Yu felt a bit relieved but still signed for Baichu to translate. Those patients in 301 are capricious, you can't trust them too much.
Qin Nuo fully agreed with this statement.
The three ghosts in 301 are all seasoned characters. For example, the little boy confidently claimed he would protect him all night, but when he saw the nun, he lost his mind and ran away first. Fortunately, he didn't put all his hopes on that boy, or he would likely have lost a life. After chatting with Sister Yu for a while, he came out of room 303 and headed to room 302. After some crazy fuss with Yuqin, he finally completed the patient sign-in for room 302, and then went to room 301. As expected, the dangerous woman, Zhang Ye, was putting on makeup, the fire cloud evil god was on the balcony, and the papers had been completely replaced with magazines featuring bikini models. The retirees were enjoying a richer life. The little boy, however, was hiding under the covers, not coming out, whether out of guilt or too embarrassed to face Qin Nuo. "What bad deed did you take that little rascal to do last night?" He came back shaking and hid under the blanket. Zhang Ye glanced at Qin Nuo and said lazily. Qin Nuo lightly coughed and responded indifferently, "I took him out to grow a bit." Upon hearing the word grow, Zhang Ye frowned slightly, thought of something, and said coldly, "Disgusting." "Mutual understanding, in this regard, you're the boss." Qin Nuo glanced at the men's lipstick, smiling as he spoke. Zhang Ye's charming face instantly turned cold, and with a sneer, she said, "You seem to be getting more and more reckless, understand whose territory this is." Qin Nuo took a step back. "Cough, young man, come over and help me light a cigarette." A voice came from outside the balcony, belonging to an elderly man. Qin Nuo quickly responded, "Coming, sir." After saying that, he turned and went out onto the balcony. Zhang Ye glanced at the balcony exit, her brows furrowing, but in the end, she did nothing and sat back down. Outside on the balcony, Qin Nuo lit the old man's cigarette. The old man took a couple of puffs, contentedly putting the cigarette down beside him. "Did you need that jar of wine last night?" "I didn't use it, it was a close call." Qin Nuo replied. "Then leave it, it'll come in handy sooner or later." The old man didn't ask for it back and continued flipping through the magazine. Qin Nuo always felt that the old man looked mysterious, so he tried to ask, "Sir, it's very quiet at night, right? Have you ever heard any singing?" The old man smiled and said, "Not only have I heard. Have you seen her again? A little girl with bare feet, right?" Qin Nuo was somewhat surprised. "You went out of the ward?" But thinking about it, it didn't seem strange. After all, children also go out sometimes. "I did go out, but just for some fresh air and came back quickly. That little girl was very shy. After chatting with her for a bit, she ran away." The old man said calmly. His words were somewhat understated, but Qin Nuo always felt that this old man knew quite a bit. Perhaps he could get some useful information from him. Just as Qin Nuo was about to speak, the elderly man interrupted him. "I'm just a retired old man living a plain and dull life, like plain water. If you want to ask something, better forget that thought. I've seen through some things in the hospital, but I don't want to get involved. This place is like my home, I just want to live quietly, that's all. You're a smart person, you don't need me to say much, right?" Qin Nuo helplessly understood the old man's meaning and prepared to leave. "Wait." But the old man suddenly called him back. Qin Nuo quickly turned around. "Do you have any newly published magazines?" "I've read all of these." Qin Nuo. He dropped 2 copies of the latest magazines on the table and returned to his room. Looking at the shaking blanket on the bed, Qin Nuo directly pulled it open. He found the child squatting on the bed, playing a game, completely unbothered and not scared at all. Qin Nuo had really thought that the child had been scared all night, hiding under the blanket and shivering. The child saw Qin Nuo and smiled in surprise. "Brother, you're still alive? Thanks to you, I almost didn't make it last night." The child pouted, "You were the one who got me into trouble first. If I had known the one hitting you was a nun, I definitely wouldn't have come out with you." Qin Nuo thought to himself that he didn't even know, so he sat over and asked, "So, what patient's fear is not the nun in the daytime, but the nun at night?" The child nodded vigorously. "If you don't listen at night and don't go to bed on time, the nun will punish you. Last night, if I hadn't run fast, I would have been caught. So you just abandoned your brother and ran away without saying a word? This brotherly bond, I'm so touched." Qin Nuo exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 100, A Woman Washing Her Hair, the Bathtub's Hand. Qin Nuo didn't stay long in Ward 301 before he stepped out. He quickly completed the patient check-in tasks to use the free time to look for more beneficial clues. Qin Nuo thought about going to the bathroom where the naked man and the girl on the stage were. Perhaps there were still some clues. This was the only valuable place he could think of during the day. But as he went upstairs, an ear-piercing sound suddenly reached his ears, sending chills down his spine. He turned his head to see a woman squatting in the corner of the hall, scratching the painted wall with her nails. The woman's clothes were very tattered, her hair unkempt, and she looked to be just in her 20s. A patient? Why is she in the hallway? Where is her nurse? Qin Nuo thought to himself as he glanced at the patient gown on the woman. But though he was puzzled, Qin Nuo didn't want to get involved and turned to leave. The woman suddenly stood up and closely followed Qin Nuo, making it impossible to shake her off. He quickened his pace, turned several corners, but the woman was still hauntingly behind him. Qin Nuo had no choice but to ask, "Ma'am, is there anything I can help you with? My head itches." The woman said only these 2 words, pointing at her messy hair. Her eyes were very unsettling.
Hearing that her head itched, Qin Nuo first thought of Yuqin. Could this woman also, like her, want to stab her head? Just as he was thinking, the game's notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Host has triggered a D-level side mission, help the cleanliness-loving woman wash her hair. The time limit is 40 minutes, extra points will be calculated after exiting the side mission. Is it really just washing hair? Qin Nuo murmured, triggering the side mission was just what he needed most now. Rewards, ratings, and other things are secondary. The clues are the main thing. You want to wash your hair? Of course, no problem. After all, I'm a professional caregiver here, Qin Nuo said with a smile, his attitude suddenly changing to enthusiasm, no longer showing the disdain from earlier. 10 minutes later, Qin Nuo followed the woman into a bathroom of a room. The bathtub was already filled with water, the water level just at the edge, not overflowing, but the water looked as if it had been stained with ink, pitch black, and the bottom of the tub was invisible. Are you sure you want to wash with this water? Qin Nuo asked suspiciously. The woman didn't explain, nor did she say anything else, just repeated 2 words, head, itchy. Repeatedly emphasizing that her head itched. It was probably lice. Qin Nuo thought to himself but didn't say it out loud. The bathroom was very simple, and there were almost no shampoo products. Qin Nuo could only squeeze a sticky liquid, unsure whether it was shampoo or body wash, into the messy hair. Can I start? Before Qin Nuo could finish, the woman suddenly plunged her head into the bathtub. Splash! The water immediately overflowed and splashed everywhere. After the woman's head sank into the bathtub, she stopped moving, her messy hair floating on the surface of the water, spreading out and covering the water. Washing for 40 minutes, she might end up bald. Qin Nuo looked at the bathtub, hesitated for a moment, then reached down and slowly began to scrub the woman's hair. The moment his hands entered the water, it felt as though his hands were plunged into a snowbank, freezing his hands almost numb. This was a difficult process. The low temperature of the water was one reason, the other was that the water was pitch black like ink, making it feel like touching something inside a mystery box, which caused an unknown sense of fear. As he washed, Qin Nuo's hands paused for a moment. Just like the naked woman who had slit her throat in the bathtub that night, the woman's hair in front of him also wrapped around his hands like a living thing. And it kept getting tighter. Lady, please put away your mischievous heart, I can't wash your hair like this. Qin Nuo pulled up the corners of his mouth, his voice carrying a hint of indifference. If this woman continued to make things difficult for him, Qin Nuo would grab the bone-breaking hammer and give her a hard blow to the back of her head, abandoning this task. Surprisingly, the woman actually listened, and her hair slowly loosened from Qin Nuo's hands. Qin Nuo breathed a sigh of relief, rubbed the hair all over once, and began to scratch the woman's scalp. The liquid poured in didn't seem to be shampoo, it felt very dry when washing. Qin Nuo hadn't cut his nails for a while, and they had grown long. So, soon, Qin Nuo's expression began to twitch as his arms went numb. Because it felt like he was scratching at a layer of rotten flesh, and as his nails scraped, bits of flesh got stuck between his fingers. It was extremely disgusting. Qin Nuo furrowed his brows. Is the woman's scalp rotten? Qin Nuo had no choice but to lighten his touch, afraid that if he applied too much force, he would tear off a shocking piece of flesh. The woman seemed to have no sense of pain. From the moment her head plunged into the bathtub, she hadn't moved again. Qin Nuo certainly didn't think that something had happened to the woman. The process of scratching her head was very torturous. He looked up at the time, it had just been 20 minutes. Qin Nuo stopped his movements and asked, Lady, is the strength okay? The woman didn't respond. How about I wash your neck? If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. He didn't want to keep scratching her head, he suspected her scalp was about to rot. Qin Nuo's hands reached into the water to clean his nails when his gaze suddenly froze. On the ink-like surface of the water, something was floating, but he didn't know when it had appeared. It was a finger. From the wrinkles and calluses on it, it didn't look like the woman's finger. Why was there a man's finger in the bathtub? Qin Nuo was puzzled, and suddenly, both of his hands sank deeper into the water as something grabbed his hand. And the grip was incredibly strong, trying to pull Qin Nuo into the bathtub. Whoosh! Qin Nuo stumbled, his brows furrowing tightly. He used all the ghostly energy he had accumulated, and his arm suddenly exerted force, finally breaking free from the grip. Both hands were pulled out of the water. The surface of the water stirred up layer after layer of ripples, splashing water out of the bathtub. I've only heard of men hiding under beds, but a man hiding under a bathtub is a first for me. Qin Nuo held her reddened wrist and began to hesitate, wondering whether to continue washing the woman's hair. This bathtub is too strange. As she was thinking, her eyebrows quickly twitched. Suddenly, an eyeball surfaced from the bottom of the water, followed by various horrifying body parts continuously floating to the surface. Dismembered bodies? This woman didn't kill the caregiver and hide the dismembered body at the bottom, right?
It's not surprising that Qin Nuo's imagination ran wild. In a horror world, this is quite normal. But logically speaking, caregivers usually don't make major mistakes. Patients wouldn't act violently towards them.
Or did the man in the bathtub just cheat on her boyfriend?
Qin Nuo looked at the time, thought for a moment, flipped over a bloodshot eye on the back of her hand, and continued to reach into the water to wash the woman's hair.
No matter what you are, this head must be washed today.
With the interference of the bloodshot eye, it seemed that whatever was in the bathtub dared not cause any more trouble, and stopped touching her hands. Hiss. But at that moment, the woman's body suddenly released a ghostly energy, filled with intense resentment, spreading throughout the bathroom.
Why does this woman's resentment suddenly become so strong?
After pondering for a moment, Qin Nuo focused her gaze on the back of the woman's head. Congratulations, host, you've triggered the passive skill eye of analysis.
Chapter 101, Gem Pendant, Locking Onto Target.
The woman loved the man very much. At first, they were willing to give everything for each other, but after getting married, the woman found that the man gradually changed and became impatient with everything. He knew that she had scalp problems, and would often itch unbearably. When they were dating, he could put down any work and patiently wash her hair, but now in his eyes, there was only disgust. Even when drunk, he would grab her head and slam it against the wall. Soon, the woman realized that the man had cheated and changed his heart, but she chose to forgive him because she didn't want her child to grow up in a broken family. One night, the man suddenly became considerate, knowing her head itched, and prepared water in the bathtub. When the woman's head was pushed underwater, the man's tenderness turned into savagery, his hands desperately pressing down. In her struggle, the woman stabbed a knife she had prepared ahead of time into the man's eye. Not long after, a drenched woman, holding a chainsaw, looked at the bloody bathtub and revealed a relieved smile.
Another beautiful and warm love story between a man and a woman. Qin Nuo murmured.
Such stories happen too often in this dungeon that she almost began to feel numb. As for the woman's story, she didn't know how to evaluate it. For the family, the woman endured the man's disgust, domestic violence, even infidelity. Perhaps deep down, she still held a glimmer of hope that the man would return to her. Only when the man desperately pressed her head down did her heart truly die. The clock that had been set aside suddenly rang.
Time was up. Whoosh! Qin Nuo pulled her hands out of the bathtub water and wiped them with a towel.
Congratulations, player, on completing the D-level dungeon task and obtaining the mainline clue, the missing pendant. As soon as the voice sounded in her mind, an unexpected pendant necklace appeared in her hand. The pendant was inlaid with a sapphire, crystal clear and looking quite valuable.
This clue actually turned out to be an item?
Qin Nuo was slightly taken aback, examining the pendant in her hand. Other than a gemstone, there were no inscriptions about the owner.
Just a simple pendant necklace. How am I supposed to investigate this? Questions aside, Qin Nuo decided to put it away for now.
Over by the bathtub, the woman still had not raised her head, but the thick resentment was slowly dissipating.
Ma'am, if there are no problems, I will be leaving now.
If the hair washing is comfortable, please give a good review. Qin Nuo didn't want to bother with the woman anymore, seeing that she remained silent.
He exited the room.
Having completed a side task, Qin Nuo hurried up the stairs. Perhaps the tortured naked man in the bathroom knew about this necklace. But when Qin Nuo opened the door, the once broken and dilapidated corridor surprisingly appeared intact. Even the bathroom had vanished without a trace.
Following his memory, Qin Nuo went to the opera room on the top floor.
As expected, the imprisoned cursed girls, the girl nailed to the cross, had all disappeared.
It's very likely the mastermind did something.
He took away all the cursed people, which precisely indicates that they hide a secret I don't know about yet.
This was not just bad news. It was a dangerous signal.
It represented that the mastermind had already begun to act, and this was just the beginning. Qin Nuo shook his head helplessly and did not linger, returning to the ward. After completing his work as a caregiver, it was already 6 in the evening. In the lobby, the remaining players received their work rewards from the nun. Qin Nuo opened his pouch. The rewards hadn't changed: still food, ghost coins, and an oil lamp.
Lan Yan and the blonde man approached and asked, "Did you gain anything today?" Qin Nuo took out the pendant necklace and asked the two, "Have you seen this necklace?" The two looked confused. Where did this come from?
Seeing their expressions, Qin Nuo retracted the necklace and casually said, "Looks pretty valuable, took it from the patient."
The two had strange expressions. Has he gone crazy, stealing from patients? What about you?
You've worked all day, so you must have something, right? Lanyan's laugh was a bit stiff. We have one, and it's very important.
Important enough that we've almost locked down the mastermind. These words shocked Qin Nuo.
He hadn't even found a clue, and yet these two had already locked down the mastermind. Just as he was about to ask, the blonde man said, "It's a secret for now, you'll know tonight." Qin Nuo narrowed his eyes and smiled. "You said we're in the same boat, should be honest with each other, yet now you're both wary of me?" The blonde man didn't explain further. "We have our reasons."
Lan Yan patted Qin Nuo's shoulder. Understand, we all want to win. Just then, the blonde man suddenly raised an eyebrow, looking behind the two.
Qin Nuo and Lan Yan followed his gaze, and they could see that the sky outside the hospital was already darkening.
It's only a little past 6. The night comes faster, let's return to the room, and we'll discuss everything tonight.
The blonde man adjusted his glasses, picked up his pouch, and left.
Qin Nuo watched the two leave, frowned, and turned to walk away.
Just 10 minutes later, the dusk had completely faded, the darkness descended like a surprise attack, lightning quick. On the table, the oil lamp flickered slightly. Qin Nuo glanced at the time, sat for a moment, picked up the oil lamp, opened the door, and disappeared into the shadows of the corridor.
At once, Qin Nuo headed towards the open-air balcony.
The most terrifying black nun in the night only fears dreams. As long as he brings her along, he could walk boldly in the night.
More importantly, one clue pointed to a dream. One clue pointed to the pendant.
Qin Nuo felt the dream must have some impression of the pendant, perhaps he could help restore her memory.
Arriving at the balcony, it was very lonely.
According to last night at this time, Dream should have been dancing ballet on the railing, softly humming the dance of the black swan under the moonlight.
Maybe I came too early,
Qin Nuo murmured, leaning against the railing, patiently waiting. But 10 minutes later, there was still no sign of her.
Qin Nuo began to frown. Not because he was anxious, but concerned. Could it be that the mastermind also targeted Dream?
In the corridor, there's the scent of your two companions,
Line-eyed Ghost suddenly said. Qin Nuo's face changed. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. Line-eyed Ghost replied calmly. Don't worry, they just left not long ago. You can still catch up.
Qin Nuo immediately left the balcony and chased after them according to the blood-eyed Ghost's guidance.
Without asking, it was definitely Lan Yan and the others who took Meng.
The reason is probably not just a simple desire to use Meng against the Black Nun. Recalling the words from Dusk, Qin Nuo suddenly understood that the two had locked onto the mastermind behind it all, Meng.
What clues did they get to be so certain that Meng was the mastermind? Chapter 102, Puzzle Content, Key to Victory. In the first floor hall. Moonlight spilled onto the floor, creating a quiet and dreamy atmosphere. 3 figures stepped into the hall.
Meng looked at the blonde man and Lan Yan, blinking her eyes, feeling a bit uneasy, and finally couldn't help but ask, "You said you'd take me to find my brother.
Is he really here?"
The blonde man and Lan Yan both stopped, turning to look at the timid expression on Meng's face. "He's not here, but around this time, he may already be searching for you in the hospital." The blonde man adjusted his glasses, his expression indifferent.
Meng took a step back, feeling a bit anxious. What do you mean? We lied to you.
I don't know whether you're pretending or really have amnesia.
It doesn't matter to us. Holy water will help us identify.
The blonde man stared at Meng, an obvious chill rising in his pupils. Meng's face changed, and she turned to run, but was grabbed by Lan Yan, lifting her up. Meng struggled desperately, and Lan Yan frowned, saying, "You'd better behave. I don't like using violence on little girls." 2 big men, in the middle of the night, deceiving a little girl to another place and then saying they don't like using violence.
Isn't that a bit misleading? Footsteps came from the dark. Qin Nuo stepped out, looking at the two and asked, "Brother."
Meng saw Qin Nuo, her small face instantly showing a look of surprise.
Qin Nuo didn't look at Meng but focused his gaze on Lan Yan and the blonde man. "Is this the mastermind you've locked onto?" Still pretending to be mysterious. "Didn't you already have this idea last night?" "Last night, we were just suspicious. And someone was foolishly protecting a ghost."
Not wanting to tear the face, "Just let it be," the blonde man said coldly. Qin Nuo shook his head. "I didn't protect anyone, I just didn't want to waste another bottle of holy water."
Without sufficient evidence pointing to her, using a second bottle of holy water is no different than randomly bringing in a patient, right?
The blonde man slightly raised his head. "Evidence, we have it now."
"The clues you got during the day?"
"We didn't receive any clues during the day, we just did this last night."
The blonde man took out his 4 puzzle pieces. Lan Yan also took out his 2 puzzle pieces.
As the 6 puzzle pieces were exposed to the air, sparks moved them to fit together in the air. Half of the puzzle was pieced together. The back of the puzzle was also revealed to everyone's eyes. It was a girl dressed in pure white clothes. Although only half of her face was shown, everyone recognized that this girl looked exactly like Meng.
Or rather, it was Meng.
"Is there any need for further explanation?" the blonde man asked.
Qin Nuo shook his head. "Too simple. Even if it's a key clue, it can't directly point out who the mastermind is." Lan Yan said, "Or maybe it's not as complicated as you think? Don't forget, the level of this instance isn't as high as we think." Qin Nuo knew he couldn't persuade them, shrugged and signaled, "Then you can go ahead."
"Actually, I have a confusion that hasn't been resolved."
I can just take advantage of your holy water to get the answer. Lan Yan looked a bit perplexed, glancing at the blonde man, who nodded in agreement. Lan Yan drew out a dagger and made a cut on the back of Meng's hand. No blood flowed out, nor was there any white smoke rising. Meng seemed to feel no pain, just watching him in confusion. No effect? Lan Yan's eyes widened. Could it be that you didn't use enough holy water? Lan Yan's face turned serious as she took out the holy water and handed it to Meng. Drink it all. Meng felt a bit scared and glanced at Qin Nuo. Qin Nuo said, girl, just drink it. It'll be fine. Meng then took the holy water and drank it all. However, there was still no change. Meng stuck out her little tongue and frowned, saying, so bitter. Qin Nuo walked over, picked Meng up, and shook his head. Congratulations, with this second bottle of holy water, you have successfully wasted it. Lan Yan and the blonde man fell silent. The puzzle points to this girl, why isn't it her? There is someone else, she is just a very important clue, even the key to winning. Qin Nuo said lightly, adjusting Meng's clothes, and asked, are you hurt? Meng shook her head and asked in confusion, what do they want from me? Don't worry, they are just two caring big brothers who think you are too cute, asking you to drink something. Meng pouted, it's not tasty at all. The blonde man and Lan Yan. Hope seems slim, this copy's clues are just too tricky. Lan Yan shook her head and mumbled. It's too early to say, I haven't used my holy water yet. Qin Nuo said. Do you know who the real mastermind is? The blonde man asked. I don't know. Qin Nuo looked at the two and said, so, I need your help. Your hope right now lies in me, understand? Lan Yan and the blonde man exchanged glances and nodded. Right now, to win, the only thing they could do was to try their best to help the phantom. Let's split up and find the puzzle pieces. Are the puzzle pieces even useful? Lan Yan asked. They are useful, we must find them all. Qin Nuo confirmed. The blonde man didn't like wasting time, stood up, and said, I'll take care of the puzzle pieces, but I hope you won't let us down. Show us that your 16.0 copy score is no fluke, but real strength. Qin Nuo yawned and said casually, I'll try. Even though you two teammates are a bit of a burden, I'll do my best to lead. Lan Yan and the blonde man both felt a headache coming on. The blonde man said nothing more and turned to leave. Lan Yan glanced at Meng and asked, are you planning to keep this girl with you? Can't she come with me? I'd be in trouble if I meet the dark nun. As she spoke, Lan Yan squatted down, trying to please Meng. But Meng directly hid behind Qin Nuo, not even looking at her, clearly still affected by the earlier scare. Lan Yan scratched her head awkwardly, forget I said anything. After saying that, she also walked away. These two useless ones wasted an hour of your time, and even wasted a bottle of holy water. TSK, I told you before, there's no need for cooperation, it's like dragging along two burdens, the blood-eyed ghost said. They are still useful. They ruled out two suspicion targets for me, and besides, I still need to rely on them for the puzzle pieces. I have more important things to do. Qin Nuo said. What things? Qin Nuo didn't answer directly, looking out at the moonlight, and said, if nothing unexpected happens, tonight should determine the winner and loser. This bottle of holy water in my hand will decide tonight's outcome. As he spoke, Qin Nuo took out a pendant necklace, squatted down, and placed it in front of Meng. Girl, do you have any impression of this necklace? Meng looked at the pendant, her gaze slightly dazed, her pretty face showing a hint of confusion. Her expression made Qin Nuo's heart stir. Indeed, there might be something to uncover. He kept quiet and waited for Meng to come back to her senses. After a moment, Meng's eyes regained a glimmer of focus, and Qin Nuo asked, did you remember something? Meng nodded, her tone uncertain, I remembered some things, but they are like fragments, disjointed. It's okay, just tell me what you remember. Qin Nuo said. Meng's little face showed a hint of struggle, and she hesitantly said, I don't know how to explain, but I feel like I can draw it out. Draw it out? Qin Nuo had a strange expression. At this moment, where could he find a drawing board and brushes? There's an art room on the 5th floor, Meng said. Then let's go, Qin Nuo said without hesitation. He could only get more clues from Meng now, pulling her as they left the hall. The art room on the 5th floor was not a professional one, it was messy everywhere, oil pastels and drawing boards scattered all over, and some boards were covered with all sorts of strange things. Obviously, this was just a recreation room for patients to pass the time. Qin Nuo found a relatively clean drawing board, set it on the easel, and picked out a row of neat brushes, saying, let's draw. Meng shook her head, one drawing board is not enough, there are many things to draw. Without saying a word, Qin Nuo found several more drawing boards and arranged them together. Only then did Meng pick up a sketch pencil from among the colorful brushes and walk toward the drawing board. Then, with her eyes closed, Meng used the sketch pencil in her hand to present the fragments of memory restored by the gemstone pendant, piece by piece on the drawing board.
Her nimble little hands flew across the drawing board rapidly, like a printer, astonishing to behold. In just a few minutes, the sketch background on the first board appeared before Qin Nuo's eyes. Meng didn't open her eyes and continued with the sketch pencil on the second drawing board. On the first drawing board, a woman in a nun's outfit was pinned to the ground by a scruffy man, who was tearing the woman's clothes with both hands. The man's twisted smile and intense desire in his eyes, along with the woman's helpless wails and panic-stricken expression, were vivid and shocking. Clearly, it was a static image, yet it felt as if he were witnessing a tragic scene of violence in real life. This child is truly skilled in the arts. Qin Nuo muttered. The information from the first drawing board was not fresh to him. Previously, he had already learned this information from the cursed nun through Constantine's cigarette. A dirty woman, being violated by a dirty man. The only surprise was that this woman was also a nun. However, the nun in the drawing board had a different face from the originally cursed nun. They were not the same person. At this moment, Meng had finished the second drawing board, and Qin Nuo's gaze shifted to it. On the second drawing board, a woman was nailed to a cross, flames burning below, while religious followers gathered around, holding the cross with both hands, bowing their heads and chanting devoutly. The woman was desecrated, and the crowd of religious followers had her nailed to the cross, burned alive. This was also information received through spiritual communication. Would the woman who was burned to death be the mastermind behind it all? If so, where did she run off to now? Qin Nuo murmured to himself, his gaze moving to the third drawing board. The image on the third board was similar to the second, however, behind the burned nun, there was an added shadow, a child's shadow. The implication here should be that the nun secretly gave birth to a child with the rapist. When Qin Nuo saw the third drawing board, he had basically guessed the future content in his heart. The fourth and fifth sketches showed the religious followers discovering the nun had a child, enduring insult and harm, ultimately being burned alive just like her mother. But when Qin Nuo looked at the remaining drawing boards, his expression changed slightly, and then became increasingly serious. When drawing the eighth board, Meng stopped, opened her eyes, looked around, then turned to Qin Nuo and said, "Brother, I only remembered these. The rest is very blurred. I try hard to think, but the more I think, the more my head hurts." "It's okay, that's enough." Qin Nuo stroked her head, took out a piece of puzzle fragment, looking at the eyes in the puzzle, a guess formed in his heart. Could it be like this? Isn't it a bit outrageous? No, for a horror game, any outrageous and absurd plot is within the normal range. "It seems you have the answer," the blood-eyed ghost asked. "Yes, I have one." Qin Nuo put away the puzzle pieces, but without precise confirmation, it's ultimately just a guess. "So, we still need to find all the puzzle pieces." Qin Nuo took Meng's small hand, and the latter raised her little head to ask, "Where are we going now?" "To peel off the veil of the final truth." Qin Nuo smiled slightly at her. In the dark of the mental hospital, a terrifying sound suddenly erupted. Then, with a few muffled thuds, the terrifying sound abruptly stopped. A door was opened, and the smell of blood spread out. A horrifying corpse fell to the ground. Lan Yan grasped the doorframe and weakly came out, his chest slashed open with a large gash, blood flowing profusely, staining his shirt red. "Damn, this wound is too severe, I can't possibly hang on much longer, can I?" Lan Yan looked at his chest wound, his face turned extremely pale. He found a new puzzle piece and triggered a passive task. Originally, he only needed to change the patient's clothes and let him lie down to complete it, but the foul smell from the body made him mess up, turning the patient into a vengeful spirit, who lunged at him on the spot. All for this damned puzzle. Lan Yan's face became serious as he couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Let's first find the phantom and regroup." Lan Yan murmured, but as soon as he turned around, he suddenly froze. Cold sweat seeped from his back, and Lan Yan stared at the white shadow at the end of the corridor, feeling a chill rise in his heart. Could this be so unlucky? The white shadow noticed Lan Yan and quickly rushed over. Lan Yan sighed, feeling too lazy to run. In his current condition, even if he had a pair of wings, he couldn't escape. But halfway through the rush, the white shadow suddenly stopped, then began to retreat slowly, vanishing back into the corridor. Lan Yan turned his head to see Qin Nuo coming over, holding Meng's hand. "I saw the puzzle reacting, so I rushed over." "It seems to be a false alarm." Lan Yan leaned against the wall, sitting down, took out the puzzle piece, and handed it to Qin Nuo. "I can't find the remaining pieces, I'm just hoping my body can hold out until the end of the game." Qin Nuo took the puzzle piece and said, "No need to hope like that, the person isn't dead yet." Putting away the puzzle piece, Qin Nuo took out a roll of bandages and tossed it to Lan Yan. "Tear your clothes and wrap the bandage around the wound." Chapter 104 3 Pieces, Making a Plan. "Does this thing work?" Lan Yan asked. "Just bandage it, no more talking." Qin Nuo didn't explain further. Lan Yan had no choice but to unravel the bandages and, with Qin Nuo's help, wrapped it several times around his chest, covering the wound. A few seconds later, Lan Yan's expression changed slightly as he saw the bandages emit a green light, his face showing astonishment. As the green light faded, Qin Nuo removed the bandages. The horrifying wound had completely vanished, leaving no scar.
This thing is amazing. Is this a reward from the dungeon? How come I find you have so many ghost items?
You're only level 2, where do all these rewards come from?
Lan Yan asked in shock. Really? Maybe the game we're playing is a bit different.
Qin Nuo casually replied. If I'm guessing correctly, we should still lack the last 3 puzzle pieces. Confirming his body was back to normal, Lan Yan twisted his arm joints and said.
No hurry.
Qin Nuo stood up, looking toward the corridor ahead, and asked, where's the golden retriever? I'm not too sure about that title, I separated from him, and he probably is roughly at the same progress as I am. Just as he spoke, the floor beneath their feet suddenly shook, and before they could comprehend the situation, the sparks from the puzzle pieces suddenly brightened and floated in one direction. The brightness of the sparks was even able to illuminate the surrounding space.
Why is this reaction so strong this time? Lan Yan asked in astonishment.
Let's go take a look. Qin Nuo let Meng sit on his shoulder, holding the oil lamp, and ran with Lan Yan in the direction indicated by the pieces. Just as they reached the foot of the stairs, a wall suddenly broke open. The concrete and steel splashed. A ghost wielding a sickle rushed out, with blood-red eyes filled with violence, and in one hand, it held a golden-haired man covered in blood.
Toys, beautiful toys.
The sickle ghost examined the golden-haired man as if he were inspecting a piece of art, and then its gaze fell on Qin Nuo and Lan Yan.
2 new toys have come again.
Lan Yan looked at the battered golden-haired man and couldn't help but take a step back. This guy was just looking for fragments, why did he attract such a terrifying ghost? Seeing the strong reaction to the puzzle piece, Qin Nuo said, this means there is more than one piece of the puzzle on this ghost. As they spoke, the sickle ghost raised its arm and swung down violently, the terrifying sickle slashing towards Qin Nuo and Lan Yan. The two hurriedly stepped back. The floor was instantly torn open with a deep crack, all the steel bars inside cut off, and dust and smoke rose.
Lan Yan pulled out a shotgun and shot at the sickle ghost's head.
The bullet pierced through the sickle ghost's face, and flesh and blood splattered, but the ghost didn't care about such an injury, continuing to advance with its sickle. Even if it has fragments, we can't get them, this ghost is too terrifying.
Lan Yan felt the shotgun in his hands go limp. The holy water in your hand is the only thing that can deal with this ghost.
Lan Yan's words reminded Qin Nuo, and he quickly took out the wine bottle given by the old man, pouring a small amount onto the grave ghost stone.
I don't have holy water, I wonder if the wine will work.
As Qin Nuo spoke, he looked at the approaching sickle ghost and suddenly hurled the grave ghost stone. The powerful ghost force directly penetrated the sickle ghost's chest, breaking its ribs and blasting chunks of flesh out. The sickle ghost took a step back but didn't care, grinning eerily as it continued to come closer. But soon, all the flesh and blood of the sickle ghost began to decay rapidly like foam, collapsing down. The sickle ghost's face melted and fell away like cheese, and it let out a pleading cry, no. In an instant, the sickle ghost turned into a pile of rotting, stinking flesh slurry. Qin Nuo raised his hand, and the grave ghost stone flew out from the sludge, landing back in his palm.
He was secretly shocked, the power of this wine was surprisingly terrifying.
Lan Yan saw this scene and couldn't help but curse, damn, this ghost thing is a bit ridiculous. Qin Nuo ignored him and walked over. The golden-haired man crawled out of the sludge, leaning against the wall, looking as if he was hanging by a thread, barely breathing. Qin Nuo and Lan Yan felt no sadness, regardless of their familiarity, in a horror game, it wasn't possible to die. The golden-haired man raised one hand, revealing a total of 7 puzzle pieces, representing that he had found the last 3 pieces.
Qin Nuo raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised, didn't expect you to be so helpful at a crucial moment.
The golden-haired man coughed up a mouthful of blood, expressionless as he said, don't say I'm dragging you down.
With the puzzle pieces together, it's up to you what to do next.
Qin Nuo took the fragments and said, alright, you can rest easy. The golden-haired man's face darkened, I'm not dead yet. But once I use the immunity token for this quest, the resurrection time is 6 hours, and I'm out of this tonight. I hope when I wake up during the day, I don't hear the news of your elimination.
I hope so too, Qin Nuo replied. Lan Yan, seeing the golden-haired man holding on with great effort, couldn't help but ask, do you want me to give you another shot?
As soon as he finished speaking, the golden-haired man lost his breath. From the looks of it, it seemed like he was choked by Lan Yan's words. Soon, the golden-haired man exploded into a cloud of black smoke and vanished.
Lan Yan stood up and asked, where to now?
Just after he asked, a game announcement echoed in their minds, congratulations to players Lan Yan, Phantom, and Tianzi for gathering all puzzle pieces, main storyline progress is 80% complete.
Next, the game will enter the final stage, and the mastermind will actively attack.
Hunt the player, good luck to the player.
Blue Smoke's expression changed dramatically, the puppet master is about to strike.
Qin Nuo, however, remained calm, actually, it has already struck, but the real show is yet to come. Qin Nuo took out all the puzzle pieces he had with the blonde man, and Blue Smoke quickly took out her 2 pieces as well. A total of 12 puzzle pieces exposed to the air, then hovered in midair, piecing together. The complete picture of the puzzle presented itself for the first time. Last time, the blonde man and Blue Smoke had only pieced together half. Seeing the other half now, Blue Smoke's expression was stunned, her gaze unconsciously falling on Dream, her eyes filled with confusion.
I'm a bit lost, what does this mean?
Qin Nuo said lightly, you being lost doesn't matter, all that matters is that I'm not. Having gotten the complete picture of the puzzle, Qin Nuo confirmed his suspicion, holding the grave spirit stone in his hand.
Let's go. Where to now? Blue Smoke instinctively asked.
The first floor hall, find an open space where we can act freely.
Qin Nuo replied. You plan to confront the puppet master?
The only thing it fears right now is the holy water in my hand.
After a thought, Qin Nuo looked at Dream on his shoulder. Dream, I need to make a plan next, it needs to be safer, and I need your help.
Though Dream was confused, she still nodded, as long as brother needs help, I will do my best.
Chapter 105, Exhausting the Holy Water, Re-Understanding.
At this moment, the night grew deeper. The clock of time creaked and ticked, and the European-style clock chimed suddenly, echoing in the hospital.
The time was exactly 3:30 in the deep night.
The remaining clouds in the sky scattered, and the moonlight pouring down became brighter. The darkness in the first floor hall faded, and the moonlight streaming in from the door covered the floor, brighter than the light of the oil lamp. Qin Nuo and the two others entered the hall, placing the oil lamp in the surrounding corners. Blue Smoke held a shotgun, nervously scanning the surroundings.
When will it show up? Blue Smoke couldn't help but ask. Haven't you seen movies? The final boss always likes to show up at the last moment. Qin Nuo replied. Ding ding ding.
Just as they were speaking, a music box melody suddenly rang out from a dark corner behind, crisp and pleasant.
Both Qin Nuo and Blue Smoke's expressions changed slightly, looking at Dream. Did you lose your music box?
Dream took out her music box, saying, it's right here. The music box's melody continued to play, echoing in the cold hall. Blue Smoke suddenly became alert, raising the double-barreled shotgun, aiming at that darkness. Dream tilted her head, listening to the melody, and suddenly her eyes sparkled. I feel like I've heard this music somewhere, but I just can't remember. Saying this, Dream jumped onto the ground and rushed towards the source of the melody. Be careful, this might be a trick of the puppet master. Blue Smoke's face changed, and she hurriedly shouted. However, after entering the darkness, Dream quickly returned, holding two identical music boxes in her arms.
Look, I have another music box.
Dream ran back, placing the wound-up music box on the ground, tilting her head, listening intently.
Without changing his expression, Qin Nuo asked, remember anything? It's very familiar, but I just can't recall.
Dream said with a troubled expression.
Then don't think about it.
Qin Nuo said indifferently.
Whether you remember it or not doesn't matter anymore. After waiting another 10 minutes, Blue Smoke's tense state caused him to sweat profusely, unable to help but ask again, are we really going to wait until dawn like this? Qin Nuo looked up, about to respond, when suddenly his eyes moved, and he said solemnly, it's coming. A faint sound came from afar, growing clearer and clearer.
The expressions of Blue Smoke and Qin Nuo grew heavier with every sound. From the darkness ahead, a white shadow suddenly appeared. Soon, more and more white shadows appeared behind them.
Black Nun?
Blue Smoke was stunned, then looked at Dream beside her, and then at the approaching black nuns.
The expression suddenly changed. Why aren't they afraid of this girl?
I don't know, maybe the puppet master is controlling them forcefully.
Qin Nuo said. Lan Yan was shocked, what should we do? If this girl doesn't work, how can we stop these nuns?
Qin Nuo narrowed his eyes, snatched the double-barreled shotgun from his hand, and took out the fallen angel's holy water.
What are you doing?
The holy water still needs to deal with that puppet master.
Lan Yan shouted. I can't care about that right now. If we get killed here, even if we revive, there won't be many chances left.
Qin Nuo said in a deep voice, pouring half a bottle of holy water into the shotgun. A faint golden glow covered the entire shotgun, and as the nuns rushed in, he decisively pulled the trigger.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
With each shot fired, the empty shells flew out, dropping to the ground. The black nuns did not dodge, one by one they were shot down, horrific wounds spreading across their bodies.
2 minutes later.
With a crack sound, the shotgun in Qin Nuo's hands emitted white smoke, and the bullets were just finished. And those nuns were all lying on the ground.
Lan Yan looked at the writhing black nuns on the ground and couldn't help but ask, why aren't these nuns dodging?
You must know that the last time the three of them worked together, they almost failed, not letting the holy water touch the black nuns. Now, unbelievably, they charged forward like a suicide squad. This is what the puppet master meant to do, wanting them to drain my holy water. After all, if the holy water doesn't touch them, its effect still remains. Just as they were speaking, Lan Yan's expression changed. Watch out, behind.
Qin Nuo felt the coldness behind him, quickly grabbed the remaining half bottle of holy water and turned to smash it on the face of the black nun coming at him. The glass bottle exploded, shards flying, and the holy water splashed on the black nun's face, causing her to scream in pain as she fell to the ground. Lan Yan's face changed dramatically. Damn it, you used the last half bottle of holy water. Qin Nuo's expression darkened. It was too sudden, it was a reflex. What now? Lan Yan asked, pulling at his hair. Qin Nuo frowned, clearly not expecting this situation. Meng suddenly said, brother, there's a room that actually has another bottle of holy water. Qin Nuo was stunned. Are you sure? The bottle is the same as yours, I saw it by chance once. Why didn't you say this earlier? Meng stuck out her tongue. You didn't ask me, brother. Alright, take us to take a look. Qin Nuo nodded. Meng smiled and nodded, then walked back. But halfway, she suddenly stopped. Because she realized Qin Nuo and Lan Yan hadn't followed. What's wrong? Meng asked in confusion. Crack. Qin Nuo, holding Lan Yan's shotgun, reloaded a bullet and aimed at Meng, smiling as he said. Girl, let me introduce myself again, my name is Phantom. Meng asked in confusion, why do you say that? Lan Yan was also puzzled, what's going on? Is there this plot in the plan? Qin Nuo ignored him and continued to smile, no need to act, do I really need to give you a bullet? Mr. Puppet Master? Lan Yan blinked and then changed his expression dramatically, damn, mission impossible? Didn't you say this girl has no suspicion? She drank the holy water before and had no issues? Qin Nuo glanced at him and said helplessly, not the same person. When Meng entered the darkness, picked up the music box, and came out again, she had already changed. Although it was just a short 2 seconds, I must say your speed is fast, and your acting is great. Meng's face instantly became expressionless, her originally clear eyes turned murky, filled with strong evil intent, and her voice became hoarse and unpleasant. How did you find out? You revealed yourself when you spoke. Although the time with that girl wasn't long, I can still observe what tone she uses, some subtle movements. Moreover, who would put a music box in the darkness for no reason? Meng tilted her head. The corner of my mouth slowly curled up. Indeed, the most threatening one is still you. Then let's get to know each other again. At the moment the voice fell, Dream, dressed in white, suddenly turned into a black dress, her skin darkened, and thick, sinister makeup covered her face, resentment and evil intent overshadowing her eyes. A strong and terrifying ghostly aura emanated from her entire body. Though her appearance did not change, she was completely opposite to the original Dream. Chapter 106, Good and Evil, South Dream. Looking at the evil version of Dream, even though they looked identical, the feeling given to people was absolutely not the same as the original Dream. Lan Yan opened her mouth and exclaimed, are they really identical twins? Qin Nuo shook his head, took out all the puzzle pieces, and began to reassemble them in the air. On the puzzle, there were 2 styles of Dream, one side pure and innocent, the other side sinister and resentful, as if one moment was heaven and the next was hell. The striking contrast in styles aggressively impacted one's eyes. At first, I also thought they were twins, but from the last few pieces of the painting from Dream, we learned that the nun who was raped, Dream's mother, only gave birth to one daughter. The nun feared for her daughter's safety and lied, saying the child was abandoned and taken to a mental hospital. But good times did not last long. The vagrant was caught and revealed his misdeeds against Dream's mother. In religious belief, nuns are seen as absolutely pure, representing devotion to the divine, and the nun's actions not only tarnished herself but also defiled the divine. Crazy believers bound the nun in the hall and burnt her alive. The daughter watched her biological mother burn to death, feeling no sadness, only confusion as to why this stranger was treated this way by everyone. Soon, it was uncovered that the rescued girl was the descendant of the sinful nun, but the conservative faction believed the child was innocent and offered her some protection. Though the girl was not burned alive, during that time, she suffered tremendous bullying from her peers. The ragged girl could not understand why everyone treated her this way. At night, she would curl up in a corner and secretly cry. That night, a drunken janitor returned to the dormitory and found the girl in the corner, and he too bullied her. The girl's nerves nearly shattered. The conservative nuns tried their best to comfort her, helping her overcome her shadows, allowing her to see a glimmer of living in the endless darkness. Unfortunately, soon after, the radicals overthrew the conservatives and hanged all the conservative nuns. That day, the sky was very dim, and the believers were excited, cheering as they bound the girl to the cross in the hall, lighting torches. The more mournful the girl's screams, the louder the cheers of the believers became. Finally, the police arrived just in time to rescue the girl, but she had already been burned beyond recognition, barely alive. During the rescue at the hospital, her intense hatred caused her not to exhale her last breath but to swallow it in her throat, gradually losing her life. A mouthful of resentment contained all the girl's hatred. After her death, the resentment transformed her into a vengeful spirit. That night, the radical believers in the mental hospital were celebrating, unaware that a strange fire consumed everyone's lives. Even the innocent patients did not escape the disaster.
After everyone died, the girl trapped all the souls in the hospital, turning it into a haunted hospital. The innocent souls continued their lives as before, but those souls that once tormented the girl were not so lucky. The janitor who bullied the girl was trapped in the bathroom, pierced by iron nets, enduring the pain of flesh tearing day after day, cursed to endlessly repent. The peers that once bullied the girl were imprisoned in a secret room by chains. The girl who scarred her face was nailed to a cross, suffering the torture of skin tearing repeatedly. The nun who first lit the torch. You will suffer endless torment of the soul. The girl formed from hatred and resentment, after fulfilling her revenge, extracted another pure and kind thought, stripping away her memories, allowing her to live carefreely in a mental hospital. For the girl of evil thoughts, the girl of good thoughts is her emotional trauma. To make up for her is to also make up for herself. At this point, Qin Nuo paused, looking at the dream formed from evil thoughts, and said, "What do you think of my story?" The evil thought dream smiled slightly. "The story is wonderful.
But didn't anyone tell you that narrating someone else's personal experiences is very impolite? Indeed, it's impolite."
Qin Nuo said, "But if you think stripping her of memories, making her forget herself, and living like an empty shell in solitude is a form of compensation, then that is simply ridiculous. Such actions are no different from those crazy believers from back then. In other words, the good thought dream is nothing but a puppet for you to satisfy your selfish desires." Qin Nuo's understated words seemed to strike directly at the depths of the dream's soul. On the terrifying face, blood-red veins twisted grotesquely.
"Shut up. You are not me. How can you understand what I have gone through?"
I stripped her memory, allowing her to live happily without thoughts of the past, while I endure that painful memory myself.
Is it ridiculous in your mouth? Even to say I am the same as those wicked people? You, the most damned.
The evil thought dream's face twisted, the voice laced with intense murderous intent.
Lan Yan couldn't help but take a few steps back, whispering, "Isn't it a bit reckless to provoke her like this?"
Qin Nuo's expression was serious. He was risking it to use a tactic similar to that of Lu Meng's parents, using verbal tricks to provoke the evil thought dream, triggering the Ring of Rights. With this, he would have an extra card up his sleeve.
The evil thought dream laughed coldly. "So, do you think a childish gun is useful against me?" Qin Nuo calmly replied, "The gun may be useless. But what if it's a gun soaked in holy water?"
The evil thought dream narrowed its eyes. "Your holy water is used up, isn't it?"
"That was just a strategy to lure you out. Those are not holy waters, they're just an old man's wine."
Qin Nuo said, "You missed a point. Once holy water is used on a ghost, it loses its effectiveness."
Why do all the nuns fall?
Finally, Lan Yan found a chance to show off. "This is the trap we set from the start, just waiting for you to jump in."
The evil thought dream's expression was indifferent. "Is that so? Go ahead, shoot." Qin Nuo pondered for a moment and suddenly pulled the trigger.
As the flash of fire flickered, the bullet instantly reached the evil thought dream's eyes. But as if time had stopped, the bullet hovered in front of the dream. Qin Nuo frowned and continued to shoot. All bullets paused in midair before the evil thought dream.
The evil thought dream snapped its fingers.
Immediately, the air in the hall began to flow faster. In the surrounding darkness, white shadows appeared again. More black nuns walked out expressionlessly, their eyes rolling back, staring hollowly at Qin Nuo and Lan Yan like puppets.
"Now, is this still part of your plan?" the evil thought dream tilted its head and asked.
The good thought dream emerged from the darkness, looking at Qin Nuo, then turning to the evil thought dream, asked, "Can you let them go?" The evil thought dream looked at her, quite puzzled. "Why are you speaking up for them?"
"You are me, and I am you. Everything I do is for you, do you understand?"
The evil thought dream pointed at Qin Nuo and the others, saying, "They are disrupting our lives, making you remember those painful memories. Why would you speak for these unforgivable people?" The good thought dream lowered her head, muttering, "But I am so lonely, they are my only friends.
I want to see the world outside too." The evil thought dream frowned tightly. "Why do you have such thoughts? I am protecting you, can't you see that? You yearn for the world outside the mental hospital, that is a hell. Those dirty and ugly people, for a ridiculous belief, what have they done to us? Do you want to try again?"
Evil thought dream stared grimly at good thought dream. Good thought dream lowered her head for a moment, nodded and said, "I understand.
I'm sorry."
Evil thought dream's expression changed, gently stroking good thought dream's cheek, and said, "That's right, we live here, forgetting everything. The souls here are all at our command. Those who have tortured us suffer 100 times more than we do.
Here is our paradise. Since we are in paradise, why yearn for that ugly outside world?"
Evil thought dream took good thought dream's hand and moved aside, looking at Qin Nuo and Lan Yan, who were surrounded by the black nuns, and said, "Now, let's eliminate those who disturb us, as if nothing has happened."
"You will."
Evil thought dream's words suddenly stopped, her eyes wide with shock. Then she slowly turned around to look at good thought dream, who had stepped back a few paces. Good thought dream stepped back a few steps, closed her eyes and said, "I'm sorry.
Thinking of those memories might be very painful. But at least, I want to know who I am and what my name is." Not like a dream, never waking up. Evil thought Dream looked down at the syringe piercing into her body.
The holy water inside the syringe flowed away rapidly. Chapter 107, 8 Characters Killing Fate, End of copy. Evil thought Dream watched the holy water in the syringe disappear in just a few seconds, her expression shifting from shock to confusion, then to self-deprecation, and finally to relief.
Charm Shadow, so this is your final trump card?
The nuns, who had surrounded Qin Nuo and Lan Yan, suddenly froze, staring like stone statues.
Good thought Dream kept her head down, repeatedly apologizing. Evil thought Dream's face was calm. You don't need to apologize, I am you. If you really want to see the outside world, then go ahead. But I believe, you will definitely regret.
Regret that everything I built for you was destroyed by your own hands. As she spoke, cracks appeared on Evil thought Dream's face, patches of skin falling off and dispersing into dust.
Good thought Dream looked at Evil thought Dream and asked, Can I ask, what is my name? No name.
After we were born, we were like abandoned by the world, wild and mixed breed, that's what they called us.
Isn't it pitiful that while we lived, we didn't even have our own name?
If you want, Dream can be your name from now on. Evil thought Dream walked over, gently embraced Good thought Dream, and softly said, Don't worry, I will always be by your side. After speaking, Evil thought Dream's body was covered with cracks and turned to dust. When Evil thought Dream completely disappeared, Good thought Dream felt a slight pain on the back of her hand. She looked down and saw a purple totem appearing, emitting wisps of black mist.
Good thought Dream fell silent.
At the same time, all the frozen black nuns swiftly turned to dust and vanished.
Lan Yan asked in disbelief, Is it over now? It's over. Qin Nuo nodded and threw the shotgun back to Lan Yan. Lan Yan looked at the shotgun in her hands and couldn't help but ask, So, did this shotgun ever have holy water on it?
Why don't you smell it? Lan Yan sniffed and grimaced, so heavy with the smell of alcohol.
Damn, didn't you say the shotgun was soaked with holy water?
A trick within a trick, you even fooled me.
Qin Nuo glanced at him. If the shotgun can't even hit the nuns, do you think it can hit a boss in a copy?
This evil thought Dream is stronger than a horror-level ghost. Although the evil thought Dream did not truly attack, according to the blood-eyed ghost's words, it had already far surpassed a horror-level ghost, very likely reaching disaster level. One shotgun, even if soaked with holy water, hitting such a ghost seems a bit far-fetched. So Qin Nuo's most careful plan was Good thought Dream. She was the only ghost capable of making evil thought Dream let down her guard.
Qin Nuo certainly had a gamble to take.
Goodwill Mang fell into silence after learning the truth and the plan. No one knew what she was thinking or how she would choose, and Qin Nuo did not force her. This was a game against oneself, no one could intervene. When the syringe went in, Goodwill Mang had already decided that she did not want to become a soulless shell.
Then why keep it from me?
My heart was about to jump out just now. Your acting skills are too poor, I was afraid of being exposed, Qin Nuo responded flatly.
Lan Yan opened her mouth but ultimately did not refute.
Over there, Mang shifted her gaze from the back of her hand to Qin Nuo. Brother, I might need to sleep for a bit. As she spoke, Mang's body slowly became ethereal.
Qin Nuo walked over, saw this scene, and asked in a deep voice, What's going on?
Mang's smile was calm. It's nothing, just a bit sleepy.
You promised me you would take me to see the outside world. You weren't lying to me, right?
Qin Nuo nodded seriously. I won't lie to you.
Then see you next time.
Mang smiled sweetly, nodded, and then her body turned into a strange light, diving into the pendant necklace.
This pendant necklace can't also be a terrible ghost thing, right?
Lan Yan looked at the necklace on the ground, her eyes wide in surprise.
No, it's just a simple necklace.
The nun who was burned to death was Meng's mother, and she was left with only this. The thumb-sized sapphire contains all of Meng's thoughts. It's like a music box. It was the first and last gift her mother gave to her daughter in the guise of a stranger, teaching her ballet and all the songs of the Black Swan, perhaps the happiest time of her life, the only happy memory. As he spoke, Qin Nuo reached down to pick up the pendant necklace. However, the moment he touched it, the pendant necklace immediately transformed into a black light and dove into the palm of Qin Nuo's hand, moving around his body, ultimately becoming a totem with 2 wings on his chest.
One wing of an angel. One wing of a demon. This can't be? Qin Nuo's face changed.
That's right, soul thought parasitism, another method of contract parasitism. The commitment of the ghost's lifetime thoughts automatically forms a contract and resides within your body. Congratulations, your body has been parasitized by the second ghost, the blood-eyed ghost said with a hint of schadenfreude. Qin Nuo twitched his lips. That girl didn't say she wanted to see the outside world this way. This parasitism won't come out at any time, it only appears when the host is truly in life-threatening danger. In other words, you're not at a loss, you have an additional guardian. Moreover, this girl is not an ordinary ghost, the blood-eyed ghost clearly had seen a lot.
What do you mean? Qin Nuo asked.
The mark on your chest represents that she is a ghost of the death god killing curse. In this world, the ghosts with 8-character curse fate are the most terrifying, almost the top existence, and the death god killing curse is one of them.
How strong is it?
Qin Nuo couldn't help but ask. She could take on 2 moves with me during my time of 9 blood eyes, the blood-eyed ghost laughed smugly.
Qin Nuo found it a bit funny, so all this talk just ends up flattering yourself? Believe it or not.
Qin Nuo touched the winged mark on his chest, unable to help but murmur, if what you say is true, with this girl around, won't I be able to walk freely in the terrifying world?
Dreaming too much makes it easy to wake up with a laugh.
The blood-eyed ghost unhesitatingly poured cold water. First, the 8-character curse fate ghosts only represent extremely terrifying talent, not that they are truly scary, countless have died midway, and less than 1% can fully unleash the talent. Second, this girl is currently very weak and sleeping soundly, who knows when she will wake up. Qin Nuo didn't mind and said, it's fine, I quite like this girl, I named her, and when she wakes up someday, she might be more reliable than you. The blood-eyed ghost snorted coldly, just an 8-character curse fate.